Chapter 1. The Soft Egg System. On June 17, 2015, at the Quick Loan Center Arena. This marked the first year of LeBron James' return to the Cleveland Cavaliers after his tenure with the Miami Heat. Upon rejoining his hometown team, LeBron harbored no extraneous thoughts. His singular ambition was to bring an NBA championship trophy to a city that had languished in silence for years. He spoke of this commitment, and more importantly, he acted upon it. Upon his return to the Cavaliers, LeBron steered the team to an impressive record of 53 wins and 29 losses, securing the second seed in the Eastern Conference. In the playoffs, he led them through formidable challenges, ultimately advancing to the championship finals. His adversary was the Western Conference champion Golden State Warriors, boasting a remarkable record of 67 wins and 15 losses, led by the player who heralded the era of small ball, Stephen Curry. Today marked the penultimate game of the finals, Game 6, in the first 6 contests. The Cavaliers secured 2 victories, while the Warriors claimed 3. If LeBron could guide the Cavaliers to triumph on their home court in this match, hope would still flicker. Perhaps he could indeed fulfill his promise to Cleveland. However, there's no hope left. In the locker room of the Hornets training facility, a diverse group of players gathered around the television, their spirits high in anticipation. Despite their absence from the playoffs, their passion for the finals remained undiminished. Among them stood a notably conspicuous young man with yellow skin. Unlike his exuberant peers, he merely cast a detached glance at the television before rising to depart, uttering the aforementioned words in Chinese. His teammates, oblivious to his meaning, paid little heed to his exit. After all, who would take an interest in a second-round draft pick? Stepping out of the sweat-laden locker room, the young man casually grabbed a basketball and entered the court, lost in thought as he practiced his step-back three-pointer. Why practice the step-back three-pointer? Because it is one of the least injury-prone scoring methods, excluding malicious foot tripping. Why was he lost in thought? Because he was an unfortunate soul who had traversed into another realm. To label him as unfortunate is no exaggeration. Consider this. A college graduate in the 21st century, immediately upon stepping into the world, caught the eye of a wealthy and beautiful woman, and within a month found himself driving a sports car, residing in a mansion, and experiencing a life of luxury. This could easily be mistaken for a contemporary urban fantasy. Yet, unexpectedly, one day while strolling along, he was struck squarely on the temple by a basketball, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an entirely different narrative. His urban fantasy transformed into a basketball tale. It would have sufficed to simply be part of a basketball narrative, but he discovered he was merely a second-round draft pick. With a murky future and a disheartening salary, the dream of soaring like a majestic steed seemed unattainable. Fortunately, like many other travelers of fate, he was endowed with a system, albeit one that appeared somewhat timid, to put it mildly. After approximately 9 minutes and 57 seconds of practicing his step-back three-pointer, Zhou Pang set the ball down and settled into the resting area. With practiced ease, he retrieved a thermos from his bag, gently blowing away the steam before savoring the essence of goji berry tea from his cup. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within Zhou Pang's mind. Daily training completed. Talent damage, 0. Remaining talent index, 100. Indeed, this talent maintenance system had become Zhou Pang's sole reliance after his unexpected journey. He preferred to refer to it as the soft egg system, a moniker he found more endearing than its official title. Compared to other systems, this one was decidedly more generous, granting Zhou Pang an extraordinarily gifted physique right from the start. Executing a slam dunk from the free throw line was a trivial endeavor. Initially, Zhou Pang reveled in his perfect human form, so much so that on his very first day in this new world, he boasted about taking on a group of robust men at the basketball park. As anticipated, those towering athletes were nearly left with psychological scars from his dunks. However, that very night, Zhou Pang faced the consequences. He recalled this system's announcement. Detection of host's recent intense activity. Talent damage, 18. Remaining talent index, 82.8. That moment, Zhou Pang was utterly terrified, quickly seeking a secluded spot to test his vertical leap. As expected, it was visibly diminished. From that day forward, Zhou Pang understood that his talent was far too precious to squander on trivial matches. The key was to conserve energy during regular games, occasionally scoring 7 or 8 points, playing defense, and ensuring he wouldn't be dismissed. Isn't basketball all about social dynamics? Moreover, he needed to prioritize maintaining his physique, consuming ample amounts of goji berries, turtle soup, and leeks. Currently, Zhou Pang was part of a team called the Hornets, a team known for its historical struggles, where making it to the playoffs felt like an insurmountable challenge, let alone winning a championship. Thus, Zhou Pang never intended to stay with this team for long, that he had calculated that with the Cavaliers losing to the Warriors this year, they would surely make a comeback next year. All he needed was to successfully be traded to Cleveland this summer to earn a championship ring. As for Kevin Durant joining the Warriors in 2017, Zhou Pang was open to finding ways to navigate that situation as well. In essence, his goal was succinct. He, Zhou Pang, aimed to acquire the most championship rings at minimal cost. One day, when he felt so inclined, he would explode in the finals to secure an FMVP, achieving a fulfilling basketball life. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Pang couldn't help but smile foolishly, so much so that he didn't notice a teammate approaching. "Hey Pang Cho, what are you grinning about?" Kemba Walker said, patting Zhou Pang on the shoulder as he sat beside him. Zhou Pang's smile abruptly faded. "Damn it, you're the one who's Pang Cho, your entire family is," he muttered under his breath, resorting to a Sichuan dialect for his retort. I pondered LeBron's ambitious return to Cleveland, only to see it culminate in disappointment. I wonder how his fans will react. Kemba Walker has now undeniably claimed his position as the leader of the Hornets, while Zhou Pang casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the conversation. To his surprise, Kemba Walker appeared bewildered, inquiring, "The game has just entered the second quarter. How can you be so certain LeBron will falter?" Zhou Pang smirked to himself, thinking, "Not only do I know the outcome of this game, but I also foresee your future. Alas, your Hornets jersey will only grace you for a few more years before you don the green of the Celtics." Though he mused this internally, Zhou Pang refrained from voicing it aloud. Instead, he gestured mysteriously towards the east, proclaiming, "You wouldn't understand, we, the descendants of a dragon, possess a mysterious power that hails from the Orient." Indeed, in the eyes of these foreigners, ancient China exudes an air of mystique, coupled with Zhou Pang's eccentric behavior who drinks hot tea during a game. Kemba Walker surprisingly entertained the notion. As he watched Walker retreat to the locker room to continue the game, Zhou Pang's gaze grew contemplative. It seemed imperative to accelerate his plans regarding the trade. Chapter 2. Strategy. The following morning, as the entire league busied itself congratulating the newly crowned NBA champions, the Warriors, Zhou Pang finished his breakfast, completed his morning exercises, and discreetly departed Charlotte with his backpack, boarding a flight to Cleveland. The offseason had arrived, marking the opportune moment for Zhou Pang to execute his strategy. As a second-round pick, he held a firm confidence in his standing within the league. The Cleveland Cavaliers would never initiate a trade with the Hornets. It is akin to playing CSGO. Would you consider trading a Gallo for a Famas? It is an exercise in futility. The Hornets were unlikely to harbor any surplus thoughts regarding Zhou Pang, as he was not a significant investment. If necessary, they could simply release him after another year without any consequence. However, Zhou Pang could not afford to wait. It was already 2015, and next year the Cavaliers would likely clinch the championship. If he failed to seize this wave of success and earn a championship ring while showcasing a hint of his talent, how could he hope to transition smoothly to another championship caliber team? Bear in mind, the Warriors' star-studded lineup in 2017 and 2018 would certainly not lack for a player of Zhou Pang's statistical caliber. Upon disembarking the plane, he hailed a taxi, intending to first check into his pre-booked hotel for a brief respite, for the flight had been quite exhausting, and one could never be certain of the impact on his abilities. "Hey, brother, we were so close to winning the championship." Perhaps due to Zhou Pang's athletic build, the taxi driver struck up a friendly conversation about the recent finals. Here in Cleveland, a city fervently obsessed with the championship, Zhou Pang dared not speak carelessly. Indeed, it's such a pity had Irving and Love not been injured, the championship would have surely belonged to Cleveland. Zhou Pang's statement was not without merit. The absence of Irving and Love had diminished the Cavaliers' strength by at least 40%. What does it mean to engage in conversation? What defines emotional intelligence? As Zhou Pang spoke, the taxi driver became animated, pounding the steering wheel and gritting his teeth, exclaiming, "It's infuriating. This year holds the most promise, but who knows what next year will bring. The championship title will undoubtedly belong to Cleveland next year," Zhou Pang asserted with confidence. The taxi driver looked at Zhou Pang in surprise, then chuckled and said, "I admire your confidence. This ride is on me." Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Pang retrieved a $100 bill, placing it on the seat with a smile. In the spirit of reciprocity, "Consider this my treat for next year's celebratory drinks." After completing the registration, Zhou Pang ascended to his fourth-floor room. He did not rush to lie down, but glanced at the clock. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, still early. That individual would not arrive for another couple of hours. Yawning, Zhou Pang performed a series of pre-sleep stretches before nimbly settling into bed to rejuvenate his body. At precisely 3:45, Zhou Pang opened his eyes, and the soft voice of the system echoed in the room. Nap completed. Talent restoration at level 1. Remaining talent index at 100. After executing a set of awakening stretches, Zhou Pang leaned against the window, observing the tavern across the street, where patrons were gradually trickling in. With a crooked smile, the moment of pursuit had begun. Hastily finishing a banana, Zhou Pang pocketed the peel and hurried towards the parking lot behind the tavern. A quick scan revealed limited parking spaces, but 5 remained. This posed a dilemma: where would that individual choose to park? Never mind. One must take risks to reap rewards. With a determined bite and a stomp of his foot, Zhou Pang pulled out his phone and dialed the taxi company. Hello, I require 4 taxis. Indeed, in no time, 4 taxis arrived as promised. But upon hearing Zhou Pang's request, the drivers appeared bewildered. What? You summon us just to park here? What is this? Do you doubt our driving skills? Have you seen Fast and Furious? Indeed, the lead in that film is my idol. 4 burly African-American men surrounded Zhou Pang, clamoring loudly. Fearing that their raucousness might impair his talent, Zhou Pang placed a finger to his lips and hushed them, then elegantly produced a $1,000 bill from his pocket. In that instant, the 4 men instantly softened, grinning as they pocketed the money and departed. Before long, a black Cadillac glided into the parking lot, obediently occupying the only available space. Soon, a balding middle-aged man emerged, intent on visiting the tavern for a drink to unwind. Today, he intended to indulge a bit more than usual, given his discontent over the team's loss in the finals. However, as he stepped out, he suddenly slipped, crashing to the ground with a thud. While a fall might be inconsequential, his glasses were shattered beneath him, leading to a troublesome predicament. Those who wear glasses understand the struggle when one loses. Their spectacles. Even the most beautiful maiden appears as a mere mosaic to the eye. Yesterday, defeat in a match left me disheartened, and today, I shattered my glasses. What a calamity. Just as I was on the brink of despair, Zhou Pang fortuitously appeared, exclaiming, "Oh, do you require assistance?" I picked up the remnants of my vision and shook my head in resignation. To my astonishment, Zhou Pang produced a pair of glasses from his pocket, perfectly fitting my size, and remarkably, they bore the same prescription. Instantly, my spirits soared. I felt as if Zhou Pang were an angel sent by the divine to rescue me. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I could treat you to a drink at a tavern nearby? Please do not decline. Oh, my dear friend, I have exhausted my efforts just to share a drink with you. After ordering 2 mojitos, Zhou Pang and I engaged in light-hearted conversation. I am Griffin, David Griffin. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. David Griffin, the general manager of the Cavaliers, oversees all team operations and possesses significant influence. It is he who will usher in Tyronn Lue as the Cavaliers' head coach next season. Zhou Pang, not one to feign ignorance, responded, I did not expect to encounter you here. Your recent trades for the Cavaliers have been nothing short of brilliant. Oh, are you also affiliated with the league? Griffin inquired, intrigued. Feigning modesty, Zhou Pang replied, I cannot compare to you. I am merely a bench player for the Hornets, with scarcely any playing time, and I doubt I will have many remarkable opportunities in my career. As Zhou Pang spoke, Griffin began to search for his profile online, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. Are you a 3D player? Griffin asked. Zhou Pang smacked his lips and said, that is the Hornets' requirement. In truth, I am capable of excelling in any position except for the post. When dealing with Americans, one must never be overly modest. Exuding confidence is key to leaving a lasting impression. Indeed, Griffin's demeanor softened, and he jested, is that so? Then could you be the head coach? We exchanged amused glances just as our drinks arrived, and we continued to share anecdotes from the league. Hey, tomorrow the team will hold a scrimmage at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. It will be the last game the team plays together this summer. If you're interested, feel free to come and watch. In my hotel room, I gazed at the business card David Griffin had given me, reflecting on his parting words, a myriad of emotions swirling within me. It seems Griffin wishes to test my capabilities. Alas, tomorrow I shall have to put in the effort. At the very least, I ought to exhibit a talent quotient of 13%. Perhaps. Chapter 3, A New Arrival. At 7:30 the following morning, Zhou Pang boarded a taxi bound for the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, and fortuitously, the driver turned out to be the same one from the airport the previous day. Oh, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the gym for a game? I thought as much. With your physique, you could either play basketball or be a gigolo. Upon their reunion, the driver exhibited an unusual exuberance, leading one to believe that he and Zhou Pang were as close as childhood friends. Zhou Pang remained unfazed. After all, a man in the gigolo profession possesses certain unique talents. Viewed from another perspective, one could consider the driver's comment an unconventional compliment. Perhaps, he replied. The driver nodded and proceeded to regale Zhou Pang with tales of the illustrious history of the Quick Loan Center gym, recounting the miraculous events that had transpired within its walls, alluding to the absence of a championship title as the sole missing accolade. As the conversation unfolded, the driver suddenly recalled an important detail, thumping the steering wheel with fervor. Ah, I just remembered. The gym is not allowing walk-ins today. The Cavaliers are holding their final training match of the season there, and many Cleveland fans are flocking to watch. I understand. Zhou Pang smiled faintly. The driver gaped in astonishment and exclaimed, "You actually managed to secure tickets for this match?" Zhou Pang's smile abruptly faded as he forced a grin and replied, "I suppose so." Half an hour later, he finally eluded the clutches of the driver. No longer subjected to his fervent rhetoric, the Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, often referred to as the Q, stands as a multifunctional venue in the heart of Cleveland, Ohio, capable of accommodating 2,562 spectators. Despite the scheduled event still an hour away, Zhou Pang arrived early. Yet, the arena's periphery was already teeming with a multitude of fans. It appeared that the recent finals defeat had not plunged the city into despair. Rather, it ignited an even fiercer pursuit of the championship. After navigating through the diverse crowd, Zhou Pang found himself confronted with the venue's foresight and security measures, as rows of fully armed guards stood sentinel around the arena. After scrutinizing the scene, he selected a security officer whose demeanor seemed particularly amiable and approached him, saying, "Hello, I am here to engage with the Cavaliers. Could you kindly allow me entry?" The officer replied, "I apologize, sir, but there are still 60 minutes until the game begins. Please bear with us a little longer." Zhou Pang was indeed correct in his assessment. The officer's attitude was commendable. Zhou Pang continued to explain, "I am different from these fans. I am a player. An NBA player." The security guard, with a disdainful smile, clearly mocked Zhou Pang, retorting, "Haha, my friend, you are truly amusing. After working in this arena for a decade, do you think I would fail to recognize the home team's players? Your fabrications are utterly transparent." Zhou Pang, in a moment of exasperation, scratched his chin and continued, "Indeed, I am an NBA player. However, I am currently with the Hornets and am in discussions with the Cavaliers. Perhaps next season, we shall be teammates." Unfortunately, the security guard had lost all patience with Zhou Pang, responding with insincere pleasantries, completely disregarding his words. "Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't T-roar. Do you take me for a mere candy?" Unable to endure any longer, Zhou Pang swiftly reached into his clothing and deftly produced a black and gold card, brazenly waving it before the guard. The guard froze. It was, in fact, the personal card of the team manager, Griffin. "My apologies, sir. Please enter." Observing the guard's abrupt change in demeanor, Zhou Pang couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that to win over these foreigners, one must rely on sheer strength. Following the signs within the arena, Zhou Pang navigated his way to the players' locker room with ease. Through the door, he could hear the fervent discussions inside, seemingly debating team divisions. In this foreign land, such complexities were unnecessary. Back home, one could simply toss a basketball to resolve it. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou Pang stood outside the door, tidied his hairstyle, and entered. The atmosphere inside was lively when he suddenly spotted a boy with yellow skin standing at the entrance. Everyone froze, their eyes fixated on Zhou Pang, filled with bewilderment. "I am here at the invitation of Mr. Griffin to participate in this training match," Zhou Pang stated with poise, once again producing Griffin's personal card. Coincidentally, manager Griffin was seated among the crowd, cheerfully waving at Zhou Pang but showing no intention of rising. "You've arrived just in time. We were about to divide into teams. Quickly tell us what position you would like to play so we can include you." Although the players were puzzled by the sudden appearance of this newcomer, they dared not voice their doubts given the general manager's command. Within the Hornets, there were stringent expectations for Zhou Pang. He was to become a primary defensive substitute, only taking a shot when an opportunity arose. Externally, he was labeled as a 3D player, but how could one be a true 3D player with an average of only 1-2 shot attempts per game? Klay Thompson was the quintessential 3D player, after all. Moreover, the Cavaliers already boasted a strong perimeter with Kyrie, JR, Love, and LeBron, all capable of sinking three-pointers. Thus, it was questionable whether they would welcome another 3D player needing shooting opportunities. Even if the Cavaliers were interested in Zhou Pang, would the other players forego passing to Love and Kyrie to instead dish the ball to this rookie without any experience? Therefore, after a night of contemplation, Zhou Pang concluded that his best course of action was to assume the role of a point guard, one capable of shouldering the offensive mantle during the main player's rest periods. A versatile playmaker who could orchestrate the offense while LeBron took a breather. "I shall play as a point guard." As anticipated, when Zhou Pang was assigned to play as a defender, James cast him an intrigued glance. The team divisions were swiftly completed, and at James's deliberate request, Zhou Pang was placed in the opposing Team B. The complete rosters are as follows. Team A, James, Shumpert, Dellavedova, Jefferson, and TT. Team B, Zhou Pang, JR, Jones, Williams, and Mozgov. Irving and Love are still nursing injuries, hence their absence. How's that for detail? This lineup is rather intriguing, judging solely by the apparent strength. Team A undoubtedly dominates Team B. It remains unclear whether the arrangement was intended to ease the burden on the starters or to inspire the B team players to strive harder. Now, let us consider JR. It is quite audacious of the Cavaliers to place him on the same team as Zhou Pang, seemingly setting Zhou Pang up for a challenge. Anyone familiar with the league knows that JR has a notorious reputation for being a loose cannon, capable of delivering a nonchalant, off-balance jump shot even against formidable opponents like Curry. Zhou Pang, a newcomer, was initially unfamiliar with the Cavaliers players. Now, as a point guard, how would he confront a fiery character like JR? Donning the Cavaliers' spare number 11 jersey, Zhou Pang took a deep breath. Only to exhale deeply, it seemed he would have to expend 20% of his talent quotient this time. Chapter 4. The First Battle, a slight sweat at 9:30. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was packed to the brim, a sea of enthusiastic fans filling every seat. This fervor radiating from the crowd truly exhilarated Zhou Pang. Was this the insatiable thirst for a championship that the fans embodied? If he could help the Cavaliers secure the title, his popularity in Cleveland would undoubtedly soar to extraordinary heights. Who knows, perhaps he might even ride the wave of fame. Setting aside those fanciful daydreams, Zhou Pang joined JR and the others in their warm-up routine. Shooting, passing, and layups, a complete set of drills that was not as effortless as it seemed, requiring at least a layer of stamina to be expended. However, conserving that layer of energy was not an option, as it could lead to the risk of serious injury. Before Zhou Pang's arrival, all the Cavaliers players adhered to this regimen. Yet now, while everyone else continued their warm-ups, Zhou Pang sat comfortably on the bench, leisurely sipping tea from a thermos. Hey, look at that kid, skipping warm-ups as if he has no regard for the game, Jones remarked, visibly annoyed, gesturing towards Zhou Pang. JR smirked silently, not one for empty bravado. Isn't he the point guard? Let us see how he orchestrates the game when we don't pass him the ball. JR issued the final directive to his teammates. While they conspired on one end, Zhou Pang remained blissfully unaware, sipping his tea and oblivious to the awkward predicament awaiting him. Yet, in Zhou Pang's mind, even if he were aware of JR's plan, he would silently approve. After all, avoiding the ball meant less trouble, right? At 9:45, a piercing whistle ignited the already electric atmosphere. As players entered the court, the cheers from the fans reached a deafening crescendo. LeBron, LeBron, JR, JR, TT, TT, Cho, who is he? The entrance of Zhou Pang left the Cleveland fans in a state of confusion. When had their home team acquired a new player, especially one of Asian descent? Could he possibly be the next Yao Ming? However, the young man appeared to stand no taller than 2 meters. Could he truly be a guard? In response to the audience's bewilderment, Zhou Pang smiled faintly and confidently took to the court. During the jump ball, Tristan Thompson faced off against Timofey Mozgov. Despite Mozgov's 10-centimeter height advantage, Thompson's athletic prowess, as a black player, was evidently superior. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Thompson leaped into the air, decisively outmatching Mozgov and securing possession of the ball. Dellavedova received the pass and gradually advanced toward the front court, promptly handing the ball over to LeBron James as he crossed the half-court line. James was confronted by his defender, Jones, a mismatch that was glaringly apparent. There were few players in the league capable of matching James's caliber. Yet, it seemed James had no intention of simply overpowering Jones. Instead, he directed Dellavedova to set a screen, effectively switching his defender. Indeed, through this maneuver, James had replaced Jones with Zhou Pang. Faced with the imposing figure of James, who stood at 206 centimeters and weighed 113 kilograms, Zhou Pang nervously swallowed hard, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the gruesome scene where James might collide with him. With 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock, James dribbled the ball, slowly maneuvering to the right side at a 45-degree angle. Suddenly, he glanced down momentarily. Zhou Pang exhaled a sigh of relief. Even the custodians of the NBA were aware that once LeBron lowered his head, a three-point shot was imminent. Of course, only LeBron believed this was a sudden, unexpected strike. Bang! With the resounding sound of a missed shot echoing, Zhou Pang felt even more at ease, as they had successfully defended against it. As the play transitioned, Zhou Pang eagerly watched Mozgov, who had secured the rebound, but to his surprise, Mozgov merely flashed a faint smile before passing the ball to JR. JR received the ball, smirking as he advanced up the court, glancing back at Zhou Pang. However, to his astonishment, Zhou Pang was also smiling, which only fueled JR's irritation. With a huff, JR settled at the top of the arc faced with Shumpert's defense. JR felt disdainful, executing a couple of simple shot fakes before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc swish. The net rippled, and the crowd erupted in cheers. After all, watching JR play was all about this kind of flair. After performing a celebratory gesture, JR gradually retreated on defense, casting another glance at Zhou Pang, only to find him picking his nose. This infuriated JR, darkening his expression. Disregarding their current rivalry with LeBron, he turned to him and said, "Boss, show this kid what." With JR, his loyal enforcer, on one side and the suddenly audacious newcomer on the other, LeBron did not hesitate to side with JR. In a familiar tactic, LeBron once again employed a pick from Dellavedova to confront Zhou Pang. This time, LeBron had no intentions of showing mercy. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, he glanced at the hoop, executed 2 rapid crossovers, and, in an instant, propelled himself forward with his left leg, sprinting fiercely towards the right front. Zhou Pang was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping to the right to ensure he maintained his position, then retreating rapidly to avoid an obstruction foul. In a matter of moments, LeBron James had pushed his way into the paint against Zhou Pang. Logically, Mozgov should have stepped up to provide assistance, considering that TT posed little threat from the perimeter. Yet, Mozgov merely stood by, observing passively. This infuriated Zhou Pang, who quickly retreated a significant step, creating a gap between himself and James. As one of the league's most formidable penetrators, James could not possibly overlook such an ideal opportunity for a layup. He leapt into the air, seemingly intent on delivering a thunderous dunk. However, Zhou Pang's retreat was not an act of submission. He merely sought to create space for his own jump. Thus, before the watchful eyes of the audience, Zhou Pang leapt after James, astonishingly reaching a height that rivaled his opponent's. Boom. JR was left speechless, TT appeared dazed, and the crowd, capable of accommodating over 20,000, fell into a hushed silence. James's dunk was emphatically swatted away by Zhou Pang, a newcomer whose origins were a mystery. It was a clean, resounding block, executed with such precision that it could serve as a textbook example of a volleyball-style rejection. A full 2 seconds passed before the referee's whistle finally pierced the silence. Yet he hesitated to render a final decision. To the referee's eyes, the block showed no signs of a foul, yet this was LeBron James. Opposing him was merely an obscure young man with yellow skin. How could this be? If the call were merely for out of bounds, it would seem a disservice to one's own eyesight. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, James gestured to the referee, indicating that it was a splendid defensive play. Without any issues, the referee, feeling relieved, ruled it out of bounds, maintaining possession for Team A, unfazed by the astonished gazes of JR and others. Zhou Pang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, appearing somewhat despondent, as if contemplating whether the block was worth it. Chapter 5. This is what a guard should be. After the initial shock came the applause. The fans in the main arena seemed to gradually acknowledge this brash young man. James, however, was displeased. This was Cleveland, and he alone was its rightful king. Receiving the ball from Jefferson at the baseline, James elegantly spun past Jones in the paint, then took 3 powerful steps towards the hoop, his overwhelming presence seemingly intent on unleashing all the frustration from that earlier rejection upon the basket before him. Boom. With a force that could topple mountains and an aura that commanded respect, the entire arena erupted once more, with MVP chants echoing to the heavens. Satisfied, James celebrated with a triumphant stride, casting a glance at Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang's reaction was quite deferential. His pale face gazed at the hoop, his awe palpable. As possession shifted, it was once again B team's turn to attack. This time, Mozgov, tasked with inbounding from the baseline, found himself in a quandary. After Zhou Pang's spectacular defensive display, could he refrain from passing the ball to him? Yet, upon meeting JR's fierce gaze, all thoughts dissipated, and he dutifully passed the ball to JR. As he passed by Zhou Pang, Mozgov cast an apologetic glance. Zhou Pang merely smiled faintly and lowered his voice, stating, "As long as you provide me with the ball, I will showcase your prowess to everyone." Mozgov was momentarily taken aback before sighing and sprinting towards the restricted area. He understood that JR had just sunk a 3-pointer, and this possession would undoubtedly lead to another attempt from beyond the arc. As the center, his only duty was to battle inside for rebounds. Sure enough, JR positioned himself at the arc's apex, once again confronting Shumpert's defense. Unfazed, JR allowed Jones to set a rather subpar screen and then shifted right, launching another three-pointer. A saying circulated within the league, as long as JR is not erratic, he could be an all-star every day. This perfectly encapsulated JR's nature, characterized by extreme inconsistency. Just moments ago, he had executed a jump shot flawlessly. Yet this attempt resulted in a complete airball. Down low, TT, bewildered, received JR's pass and desperately flung the ball to LeBron, who had mysteriously crossed the midcourt line. Receiving the pass, accelerating, and executing a dunk happened in seamless succession. JR seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to act recklessly in the subsequent possessions, having only passed the ball twice and failing to score a single shot. To say the least, Zhou Pang had not even touched the ball. With just a minute remaining in the first quarter, the score had escalated to 23-8, a daunting 15-point deficit. Team B called their first timeout, a move that should have been made much earlier. In the VIP section, David Griffin adjusted his glasses, observing the beleaguered Zhou Pang with a smile, his mind possibly concocting some mischievous scheme. It's all right, my friends. Team A is inherently stronger than us. This match is merely a chance for the management to showcase their talent, so do not dwell too much on the outcome. JR reassured his teammates with a carefree demeanor. Despite their grievances, the teammates dared not voice their thoughts, nodding along with forced smiles. I see now. It appears the guard's role is not to facilitate the team, but to concoct feeble excuses for its failures, Zhou Pang remarked astutely from the corner. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with other teammates hesitating to breathe, retreating a step in silence. JR fixed a steely gaze on Zhou Pang, gritting his teeth and demanding, "What did you say?" "I said you are unworthy of playing the guard position. Do you understand?" Zhou Pang retorted, then discreetly moved toward Moskov, seemingly seeking to use his body as a shield. JR, incensed, lunged toward Zhou Pang, gripping his collar tightly, nearly resorting to violence. Fortunately, other teammates intervened just in time, sparing Zhou Pang from physical harm. JR, you may hold grievances against me, and that is your prerogative. But you could choose to confront me on the court directly rather than acting impulsively and jeopardizing the entire team. This speech brought tears to the eyes of his teammates, resonating deeply with their sentiments. JR, however, merely smirked, pointing at Zhou Pang and declaring, "Fine, if I don't play, the team is yours to lead. Let us see how you fare." The commotion here is quite significant, and Griffin had long been aware of it. However, this old rascal deliberately refrained from intervening. His astonishment grew when he noticed that JR had not returned to the court after the timeout. Could it be that Zhou Pang had managed to subdue him? As the game resumed, the A team's lineup remained unchanged, while the B team replaced JR with Joe Harris. Zhou Pang was immensely excited to see Joe Harris. Despite currently being an unknown, in a few years, he would undoubtedly emerge as the Nets' most sought-after three-point shooter. The whistle blew, and the game continued. Zhou Pang received the basketball sent from the baseline by Mozgov, and an exhilarating sensation coursed through him. Such a delightful touch was indeed a rarity. He accelerated, maneuvering the ball into the front court, settling into position at the arc's summit, where he swiftly gestured towards his teammates. "Mozgov, step forward to set a screen for me," he instructed, as Jones positioned himself in the right corner and Harris took his place in the left corner, while Williams stood poised at the right 45-degree angle. With the command issued, Mozgov immediately advanced, employing his substantial frame to execute a robust pick. "Pay attention to Harris's position," Zhou Pang whispered into Mozgov's ear. And with the screen in place, he surged toward the paint with determination. Truly, TT exemplified the Cavaliers' championship puzzle, as he managed to keep pace with Zhou Pang after a mere second's delay. There was no doubt that if Zhou Pang attempted a forceful layup, he would undoubtedly face a formidable rejection from TT. Zhou Pang, fully aware of the situation, suddenly pivoted as he approached the restricted area, deftly returning the ball to Mozgov positioned at the top of the arc. Following his pass, Zhou Pang did not remain idle. He promptly dashed to the left corner, setting a screen for Harris. Caught off guard, Harris quickly shifted towards the right side at a 45-degree angle. Recalling Zhou Pang's earlier reminder, Mozgov swiftly passed the ball to the open Harris. At that moment, the nearest defender was 3 steps away from Harris. Without hesitation, Harris executed a jump shot, and the basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. From the outset, Zhou Pang positioned Jones in the right corner to restrain James, rendering James powerless during this defensive play, truly provoking his frustration. The score stood at 23-11, with a 12-point deficit remaining. It seemed that Zhou Pang had ignited the competitive spirit within the point guard. This time, James opted not to take the shot himself, instead orchestrating a play to create an open three-point opportunity for Shumpert. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. The chance to narrow the deficit to single digits had arrived. Casting a glance at the scoreboard and then at the 15-second countdown, Zhou Pang had already formulated a plan for the final possession. Positioned 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he dribbled with his right hand, raising his left to signal his teammates to spread out, indicating that he intended to take on Dellavedova in a one-on-one confrontation. 11, 10, 9, 8. Finally, with just 5 seconds remaining, Zhou Pang unleashed a powerful shot with his right hand, then swiftly executed a crossover, misleading Dellavedova's defense. With 3 seconds left, Zhou Pang stepped towards Dellavedova's left rear, and before Dellavedova could react, he elegantly retreated 2 steps backward, employing Harden's signature step-back maneuver. As Zhou Pang released the three-point shot, the countdown concluded, and Dellavedova was left bewildered on the floor. Half the arena erupted in excitement, eagerly watching the descending basketball. Swish! The step-back three-pointer found nothing but net. Chapter 6. The counterattack begins. In the first quarter, Zhou Pang's offensive display was confined to that brief final minute. Yet it left a profound impression on Griffin and JR. From these 2 offensive plays, it was evident that Zhou Pang was keen on facilitating his teammates while possessing remarkable self-scoring ability, marking him as a potential candidate for the 6th Man award. With a slight smile, Griffin had already made up his mind. Of course, this decision was known only to Griffin himself. As for Zhou Pang, he was busy engaging in a battle of wits with JR in the sidelines. Am I right? As long as the potential of the teammates is unleashed, the game can still be played, Zhou Pang earnestly advised JR. In truth, JR understood all of this. His discontent stemmed from a simple reason. Why should this newcomer be so arrogant? Wasn't it said that people from Huaxiao are always humble? How could this young man be devoid of such humility? In short, JR needed a way to save face. As an emotionally intelligent young man, Zhou Pang was certainly aware of JR's sentiments. Thus, he waved his hand towards his teammates, saying, "Let's go." Allow JR some time to cool off. JR was taken aback. Was he really being sidelined like this? Wait, he was the legitimate player on the Cavaliers. Why should he take orders from this newcomer? Oh dear. Why were all his teammates following Zhou Pang onto the court? In a moment, JR felt utterly defeated, as though his beloved had been snatched away by Zhou Pang. As the second quarter commenced, the intensity of the game was rather subdued, and thus, the opposing team showed no inclination to substitute players. Casting a glance at the scoreboard displaying 23-14, Zhou Pang received the ball and gradually advanced it to the front court, positioning himself at the right side, 45 degrees. To assess the situation, Team A employed a man-to-man defense, which is the most fundamental defensive strategy. The defender merely needs to keep a vigilant eye on their assigned opponent, minimizing the chances of leaving anyone unguarded. However, when faced with a player of exceptional individual skill, this approach can appear rather inadequate. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Pang gestured with his left hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He was determined to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Dellavedova. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 91 kilograms, Dellavedova was known for his tenacious defense, making him far from a soft adversary. Zhou Pang, standing at a height of 198 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, may not possess significant physical advantages. However, does this truly matter? The reason for selecting Dellavedova for singles matches lies in Zhou Pang's appreciation for his unwavering dedication to defense. It is important to note that an overly meticulous defense can often lead to being outmaneuvered. Zhou Pang, dribbling slowly with a dragging step, awaited an opportunity to break through. While Dellavedova's defense was indeed tenacious, his speed was lacking. As he transitioned the ball to his right hand once more, Zhou Pang swiftly executed a crossover step and then, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled the ball sharply forward to his right. Was he attempting to break through purely with speed? Dellavedova was taken aback, realizing that, due to the man-to-man defense, the interior was undoubtedly unguarded. Without time to deliberate further, Dellavedova quickly sidestepped to the right, attempting to thwart Zhou Pang's advance. At that moment, Zhou Pang astonishingly performed another crossover, then deftly pulled the ball to the left with his left hand. It was reminiscent of a move by Sam Gold. In the face of the formidable Dellavedova, Zhou Pang audaciously employed street ball techniques reminiscent of Sam Gold, achieving remarkable success. Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. Dellavedova felt both embarrassment and regret, questioning how he had been outmaneuvered by such a tactic. With a smirk, Zhou Pang accelerated, effortlessly penetrating the lane from the left. In the presence of an unguarded basket, one would expect a typical player to opt for a dunk. The audience shared this anticipation, with some even rising to their feet, ready to cheer. Yet, as Zhou Pang approached the hoop, he surprisingly decelerated, opting instead for a leisurely three-step layup to finish. The arena fell silent, only to erupt seconds later with exclamations beginning with the letter F. Confronted with such a scenario, Zhou Pang merely smiled, then surprisingly gestured for silence towards the audience. This demeanor left the fans momentarily baffled. This young man was indeed intriguing. Such was the collective sentiment of everyone present, including JR on the bench. In the ensuing possessions, Team A chose to maintain their faith in Dellavedova's defense, sticking to their man-to-man strategy. This proved advantageous for Zhou Pang, who seized the opportunity to score 10 consecutive points, showcasing his offensive prowess. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 48-41, with a 7-point deficit. Why was Zhou Pang able to score so many points yet still be trailing? One player like LeBron James was sufficient to challenge Team B. Not to mention that Shumpert and Jefferson were formidable opponents. They were not easily overcome. During halftime, both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms. JR's expression had softened considerably. In truth, he was eager to take the court, though he found it difficult to articulate. JR, we need your shooting, Zhou Pang finally voiced. Upon hearing this, his teammates gathered around, looking at JR with anticipation. After a moment of silence, JR smiled and replied, okay. As the second half commenced, Team B finally took to the court with their full starting lineup, launching their counterattack. Gazing at JR and Zhou Pang engaged in hushed whispers, James displayed a complex expression. His thoughts obscured. The whistle sounded, and Mozgov effortlessly passed the ball to Zhou Pang. As he advanced past half-court, Zhou Pang's demeanor darkened. Good grief. How audacious of James. Although he was ostensibly a small forward, why was he defending me, a mere guard? It was that Zhou Pang could not hold his own against James, but it seemed unnecessary. Firstly, to match up against James without losing ground would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of his talent index. This was merely a practice game, and such an endeavor was hardly worth the effort. Secondly, even if he were to hold his own against James, or even surpass him, would he truly enjoy a favorable position upon joining the Cavaliers? Let us not forget that this nation harbors deep-seated discrimination. The Cavaliers would invariably side with James. Having weighed the pros and cons, Zhou Pang relinquished the notion of a one-on-one confrontation. In a man-to-man defense scenario, Zhou Pang possessed skills that extended beyond mere isolation plays. Utilizing a center for offensive strategies could prove equally effective. Positioning himself on the right wing, Zhou Pang quickly issued commands. Mozgov moved to the free throw line. Jones stationed himself in the left corner, JR positioned himself on the left wing, and Williams settled in the right corner. Once everyone was in place, Zhou Pang lofted the ball to Mozgov at the free throw line. Simultaneously, Williams swiftly moved from the right corner to the right wing to set a screen for Zhou Pang. Leveraging the pick, Zhou Pang rapidly shifted toward the right corner, creating a fleeting opportunity. Williams, poised to pass, prepared to deliver the ball to Zhou Pang. It appeared that James was intent on smothering Zhou Pang as he spun around to evade the screen and closely pursued him. In the ensuing exchanges, Delhi, tasked with guarding Williams, failed to keep pace with him, while Williams had merely faked a pass, still retaining the ball. Such a prime offensive opportunity was not one Williams would squander. As he approached the paint, Jefferson, defending Jones, lost his footing and hurriedly dashed from the left corner toward the interior. Williams, not lingering on the ball, immediately shifted it to Jones in the left corner. Jones found himself unmarked within a three-step radius, effortlessly rising for a jump shot, sinking the three-pointer with ease. Such orchestration, one could hardly say that the audience was not captivated. Even the coaching staff could not suppress their applause. What is true organization? What defines a guard? It is precisely exemplified by Zhou Pang. Chapter 7. The Nuances of Human Relations. With JR's return and Zhou Pang's orchestrations, the fully realized B team managed to narrow the score gap to a mere 5 points. Alas, the 18 boasted James, and who could forget the Cavaliers of 18? Through sheer personal prowess, James managed to lead a beleaguered team to the finals. Neither the Raptors nor the Celtics could thwart his advance, and the B team stood little chance. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 111-95. James recorded an impressive triple-double with 32 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds, while Zhou Pang also performed admirably, contributing 18 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds. Let us not forget that Zhou Pang is merely an ordinary second-round rookie. Leading the B team to such a commendable performance is akin to discovering a gem radiating with potential. As he ambled towards the locker room, Zhou Pang felt a tinge of discontent. He had aimed for a stat line of 15 points, 10 assists, and 2 rebounds, but had been hindered by his turnover control. Alas, he mused, he must remain vigilant in managing both his scoring and assists. Shortly after the game concluded, a notification from the soft egg system chimed in. It detected that the host had just completed a match with a physical strain of 18 and a remaining talent index of 82. An injury percentage of 18 necessitated careful recuperation in the coming days. The team's performance today was commendable, marking the conclusion of the season. He hoped everyone would continue to strive this summer in preparation for the next season. Once manager Griffin finished his debriefing, the players hastily made their way to the showers, eager to wash off the sweat before encountering a throng of female fans clamoring for autographs outside. "Hey, Pang, I heard you're with the Hornets. Why haven't you shown such prowess before?" This question from Shumpert carried a hint of provocation. But who is Zhou Pang? He is a man unafraid to confront challenges head-on. Could such a question truly stump him? Turning off the shower, Zhou Pang lathered himself with herbal body wash and replied, "Perhaps the coaching staff deemed no team worthy of my efforts. Otherwise, your opponent in this year's Eastern Conference Finals would have been the Hornets." "Oh, that is utterly outrageous," his teammates exclaimed, astonished. Even Kemba Walker would hesitate to voice such audacious claims, yet Zhou Pang spoke with unbridled confidence. This was not the first time Zhou Pang had exhibited such bravado in their presence. His teammates simply chuckled, taking it in stride. As for the veracity of his statement, that remained known only to Zhou Pang himself. James was the first to finish his shower, hurriedly making his way outside. It was evident he was off to the cryotherapy chamber, a long-standing ritual of his post-game routine. This practice aids in reducing physical strain, serving as a key to James's sustained excellence. This raises a question: why does Zhou Pang, who is so diligent about his physical well-being, not follow suit and indulge in the cryotherapy chamber as well? This exemplifies the cultural disparities between the East and the West. Foreigners, having grown accustomed to drinking icy water, naturally prefer to utilize low-temperature chambers. However, Zhou Pang, a true descendant of the dragon, has been nurtured on Longjing tea. Thus, his approach to care for his body involves indulging in warm baths, perhaps with the addition of some herbal remedies. Is this not more comforting than a low-temperature chamber? The preceding content is purely the author's whimsical musings. If anyone chooses to believe it, so be it, for indeed, a warm bath is undeniably pleasurable. "Hey, Pang Cho, do you have any plans for tonight?" In the changing room, as Zhou Pang donned his suit in preparation to depart from the arena, the voice of James suddenly rang out. Zhou Pang was taken aback. Alas, was James truly still brooding over that recent block? Well, it could be something significant, or perhaps nothing at all. Zhou Pang offered a deliberately ambiguous response. James, momentarily stunned, continued, "If it's nothing, let us have lunch together and discuss your thoughts on the team." So that was the reason. He had assumed James intended to confront him about something more personal. Wait, that is not right. My thoughts on the team? Does this imply that I have already garnered recognition from the Cavaliers? Upon this realization, Zhou Pang's expression shifted dramatically, and he eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. All right, I will step out to handle the reporters for a moment. You can wait for me at the restaurant across the street. Just mention my name." After speaking, James unnecessarily adjusted his thinning hair and turned away with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, when will I ever be pursued for an interview by reporters?" Amused by his own thoughts, Zhou Pang clicked his tongue and shook his head. If his sole ambition were to become a star player, wouldn't that be a trivial pursuit? Yet, what value would it hold if he alone flourished while countless young basketball enthusiasts remained overlooked, lost in contemplation of his grand aspirations? Zhou Pang felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, turning abruptly to strike a fist against the wall with all his might. The once smooth surface indented by 2 or 3 centimeters, and Zhou Pang suffered a diminishment of 1% in his talent index. At the Plus restaurant, located in the uppermost dining area, there were few patrons, and at noon, it was merely Zhou Pang and James sharing the space, gazing at the steak, chicken wings, and lasagna before him, then glancing at the salad, tortilla chips, and potato lemonade in front of James. Zhou Pang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known James favored such a light diet, he would have ordered more meat to tantalize him. "Zhou, you performed remarkably well this game. I noticed your organizational skills and offensive prowess. To be frank, The Cavaliers need players like you. Zhou Pang had long anticipated such an outcome. Thus his expression remained unfazed. With a gentle smile, he lifted a Coca-Cola produced on May 1, 2005, and declared, "Pleasant cooperation." James raised his lemonade, clinking glasses lightly with Zhou Pang before finishing the drink in one gulp. With business matters concluded, the ensuing conversation turned more relaxed. "Your seal today was truly astonishing." "Don't even mention it. My wrist still aches." "Boss, you must take responsibility." The exchange of pleasantries in the business realm hardly warranted documentation. Meanwhile, David Griffin was not idle. Following the conclusion of the match, he boarded a flight to Charlotte. At the Hornets headquarters, in the general manager's office, Jeff Bower exclaimed in shock. "What? You wish to exchange next year's first-round pick for Kemba Walker?" Adjusting his glasses, Griffin replied softly, "Yes. We require a guard who can orchestrate the team's offense while James rests. Walker is the only star player on our roster. Do you not find such an offer absurd?" Bower retorted with a cold smirk. Griffin's face contorted with distress. "We still aspire to pursue the championship. This is the utmost sincerity we can extend. I implore you." After half an hour of procrastination, Bower did not acquiesce to the trade. Suddenly, Griffin shifted his approach. "Regardless, I must return with a guard. How about the young guard you selected last year, Pango? Is he available for trade?" "Certainly." Bower was keen to avoid an entire afternoon of fruitless negotiations. Griffin clenched his teeth. "Then I shall take a gamble. We are willing to exchange a second-round fifth pick for Pango. What do you think?" The Hornets had selected Zhou Pang with the 13th pick in the second round, and given that he had not demonstrated significant potential that year, trading him for a second-round fifth pick seemed a prudent decision. Thus, under Griffin's strategic maneuvering, the Cavaliers easily acquired Zhou Pang, this awkwardly developing guard. Chapter 8. The First Battle, the Rose of the Windy City. This summer, aside from the NBA Finals, the most significant event undoubtedly was the draft. On June 26th, the draft commenced as scheduled at the Brooklyn Nets home arena. This draft class boasted numerous promising talents, including Towns, Russell, Porzingis, Turner, Rozier, among others. Having traversed from the future, Zhou Pang was well acquainted with them, albeit limited to this knowledge alone. Unfortunately, in their quest to assemble a championship-caliber roster, the Cavaliers had sacrificed so much that they found themselves devoid of high draft picks. After a restful summer, the new season finally dawned. On October 27th, the regular season opener commenced, with the Cavaliers facing the Chicago Bulls on their home court, a team steeped in legendary lore. It flourished with the emergence of Jordan, yet fell into desolation with his retirement. The team that once dominated the entire league found itself devoid of the capital to contend for the championship after Jordan's departure. However, at this critical juncture, a resplendent rose blossomed magnificently in the Windy City. In the 2010 to 2011 season, the remarkably gifted 22-year-old Derrick Rose was awarded the NBA regular season MVP, becoming the youngest recipient of this honor in the annals of NBA history. His exceptional performance led to the introduction of the Rose Rule, establishing guidelines for young players to secure maximum contracts. Furthermore, he was named to the NBA first team and selected as a starter for the All-Star game that same season. Remarkable feats for a rookie. Alas, fate can be cruel. Just when everyone believed that this Windy City Rose could inherit Jordan's legacy and lead the Bulls to resurgence, injuries, like a malevolent specter, besieged Rose. Ankle sprains, torn menisci, and ruptured ligaments. These chillingly named afflictions beset a single individual, evoking profound sorrow. When Zhou Pang first encountered the NBA, Rose had already passed his prime, tirelessly traversing various teams. Yet, from the footage of past games, Zhou Pang still held deep admiration for this dazzling point guard, whose agility and explosive playing style remained unparalleled. Zhou Pang cherishes his body for two primary reasons: the mechanism of the soft egg system and the lessons learned from Rose, vowing never to repeat past mistakes. At 9:30 in the morning, the United Center was alive with exuberant cheers, a sea of red filling the arena. As the DJ announced the players, they entered one by one. When Rose made his entrance, Zhou Pang could not help but steal a few glances. He was wearing protective gear, reportedly injured by a teammate during a practice match. After exchanging the customary greetings with his teammates, they proceeded to the warm-up phase. Today, Zhou Pang refrained from overconfidence and diligently prepared for the game, understanding that this was a legitimate regular season match, with intensity far surpassing that of a practice game. Zhou Pang's emotions regarding today's match were mixed. What brought him joy was the fact that Irving's injury had yet to heal, allowing Zhou Pang to start as a guard in the Cavaliers' first game, an ideal opportunity for a newcomer. However, his concern stemmed from LeBron's persistent back injury, which remained unresolved. Just before stepping onto the court, LeBron had to receive a pain relief injection in the locker room. There was no doubt that his playing time today would be limited, and his performance might be significantly hindered. When the moment came for LeBron to exit the game, Zhou Pang's role would be amplified. Yet any mistakes he made would also be magnified. For a newcomer like him, a single misstep could lead to a swift fall from grace. Beep, beep, beep. The resounding buzzer interrupted Zhou Pang's contemplation. The match was about to commence. The starting lineups of both teams gradually advanced to the center of the court. The Cavaliers' starting lineup included James, J.R., Love, Zhou Pang, and the towering center Mozgov. The Bulls' starting lineup featured Rose, Butler, Snell, Mirotic, and Gasol. Merely from the perspective of lineups, the Cavaliers held a slight advantage, albeit a negligible one. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Gasol. As a former champion with the Lakers, Gasol, despite his advancing age, retained his experience and maintained a commendable level of competitive form, thus gaining the upper hand in the jump ball. Butler swiftly received the pass and advanced the ball into the front court, catching a glimpse of Mirotic, who had positioned himself well at mid-range and delivered the ball accordingly. In the opening offensive play, Mirotic did not overthink. After receiving the pass, he took a half step back and, with Love defending closely, executed a mid-range jump shot. After an entire summer without gameplay, it was indeed fortunate that his first shot found the net. Mozgov secured the rebound and handed it off to Zhou Pang, indicating a good rapport between them. As Zhou Pang dribbled past half-court, he had no intention of strategizing just yet. In the first quarter, his priority was to help his teammates find their rhythm. Upon receiving Zhou Pang's pass, James feigned a drive against Butler, while his attention was focused entirely on the moving teammates. Suddenly, Love made a reverse cut, creating separation from Mirotic and finding himself open at mid-range. In the next instant, the ball miraculously found its way into his hands. Without hesitation, he took the shot, and 2 points were secured. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Rose dribbled past half-court and positioned himself at the arc's top, signaling for Mirotic to set a solid screen. Seizing the opportunity, Rose attempted to penetrate towards the paint, ultimately hindered by past injuries. Rose's first step lagged significantly compared to his former self, failing to surpass J.R. In desperation, Rose altered his rhythm, abruptly stopping mid-stride to execute a jump shot. Thud. The rebound was claimed by Mozgov, who then passed the ball back to Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang swiftly carried the ball past half-court before passing it to James. Positioned at mid-range and guarded by Butler, James displayed no hesitation, decisively executing a fadeaway jump shot that swished through the net. The game commenced with a promising score of 4-0. The two teams appeared to have tacitly agreed to take their time, refraining from rushing their plays in this inaugural match of the new season. Instead, the players took turns attempting shots, whether from beyond the arc or mid-range, reminiscent of practice drills. However, it was evident that the Cavaliers were enjoying a better shooting touch today. After 6 minutes, the score had escalated to 12-4, leaving the Bulls trailing by 8 points. At last, Rose could no longer remain passive. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, he swiftly signaled to his teammates, prompting the other 4 Bulls players to spring into action, presumably to execute a play. Mirotic, known for his three-point prowess, drifted to the right wing beyond the arc, compelling Love to follow him. Gasol, with his mid-range capabilities, moved a few steps to the right side of the basket, forcing Mozgov to trail behind. Meanwhile, Butler and Snell stealthily occupied the left area, suggesting mischief was afoot. As anticipated, just as Rose retreated while feigning a shot, Snell promptly set a screen for Butler on the inside. Exploiting the pick, Butler swiftly maneuvered to the left side of the basket, while Rose's perfectly timed alley-oop pass soared directly above the hoop. Zhou Pang found himself completely thwarted by Snell, helplessly watching as Butler soared for a thunderous dunk. "Damn it! Aren't you all just undermining my livelihood?" He muttered a few curses in Chinese under his breath and discreetly signaled to James for an alley-oop, then dribbled past half-court. Chapter 9. A thrilling exchange. Unlike Butler, James did not require an elaborate tactical setup to execute an alley-oop. In plain sight of all, he accelerated from the left corner towards the basket, his intentions unmistakable. In an instant, Gasol positioned himself within the paint, while Mirotic stationed himself in the left area, poised to thwart the alley-oop pass. Indeed, this presented a dilemma for Zhou Pang. Given the current scenario, a straightforward pass to James for a dunk was certainly out of the question, unless Zhou Pang's mind sparked with inspiration. He had an idea. Knowing full well that there were tigers in the mountains, he boldly ventured towards them. As James was poised to leap, Zhou Pang swiftly flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. However, he directed it not to the upper left where James could easily catch and dunk, but rather to the upper right. Oh, what a dreadful pass. It seemed that players of Asian descent were indeed more suited for the paint, as playing guard proved to be a challenge. Just as the commentator was about to unleash a torrent of mockery, the ensuing moment rendered him utterly speechless. James, understanding the intent, soared upwards and glided beneath the hoop, deftly receiving the ball from the upper right and executing a flawless pull-up, sending the ball through the net with exquisite precision. Oh my God! The crowd was left in sheer astonishment. How audacious was this pass from the newly arrived Asian guard on the Cavaliers? What a stunning play! Upon landing, James immediately high-fived Zhou Pang, expressing his admiration for the extraordinary pass. Zhou Pang playfully patted James's sturdy chest and chuckled, "It's only you. I would pass to anyone else in this situation." With a daily tip on evading trade rumors, how delightful. In less than a minute, both teams executed an alley-oop. And the atmosphere was charged with intensity. The real competition was about to commence. Butler dribbled past half-court and, after passing to Rose, swiftly darted towards the right corner. Confronted by JR's defense, Rose repeatedly threatened but failed to find a suitable opportunity. Inside, Mirotic seemed to perceive Rose's predicament and immediately stepped out from the paint to set a screen on Rose's right side. Utilizing the pick, the defender was switched to Love, presenting a size mismatch, which sparked an idea in Rose's mind. With only 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Love maintained a half-step distance from Rose, wary of an unexpected drive. Suddenly, Rose executed a crossover move, causing Love to instinctively retreat a step. Seizing the moment, Rose gathered the ball and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball ricocheted off the front rim, soaring high before descending perfectly into the net. A 7-point skill complemented by a stroke of luck, a flawless shot. The visiting fans were roused by this play, erupting into deafening chants of MVP. Zhou Pang thought to himself, "I must silence them." Dribbling past half-court and settling at the arc's apex, Zhou Pang assessed the situation. The Bulls were employing a 2-to-3 zone defense, evidently aiming to contain James. However, it is well known that dismantling a 2-to-3 zone is relatively straightforward, especially for a Cavaliers team boasting Love. Dribbling with his right hand, he signaled to his teammates with his left. Love positioned himself at the free throw line, while James moved to the left wing at a 45-degree angle, and JR stationed himself at the right wing. Mozgov prepared to secure a rebound beneath the basket. Within moments, a 1-3-1 offensive formation emerged. Without unnecessary dribbling, Zhou Pang lofted the ball to Love at the free throw line. It is important to note that in a 2-to-3 zone, each player is assigned a specific defensive area. Yet the ownership of the free throw line remains ambiguous. If it were another rebounding forward, it might be acceptable, but now the ball was in Love's hands. A sharpshooter, who would dare leave him open at the free throw line? In a moment of panic and miscommunication, the two perimeter defenders, Rose and Butler, simultaneously converged towards the free throw line. This created an intriguing scenario. Both James and JR found themselves unmarked. Love was in a dilemma. On one side was the shooting guard, open for a three-pointer. How could he neglect the pass? Yet on the other stood the team's leader. This Cavaliers squad revolved around James. Would he dare to withhold the ball from him? Contemplating the swift approach of the defenders, Love still could not come to a decision. He ultimately passed to James. At a critical moment, Zhou Pang's voice erupted in Lefty's mind, instantly awakening him. He deftly passed the ball to the left wing. LeBron, living up to expectations, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Regardless of JR's thoughts on the play, Zhou Pang pointed emphatically behind JR. Turning around, JR was taken aback to find Mirotic had stealthily advanced ahead. Had that ball been passed to him, it would have indeed caused a significant delay. Amidst his astonishment, JR elevated his assessment of Zhou Pang to new heights. In the face of the Cavaliers' relentless offensive onslaught, the Bulls were clearly unwilling to concede. "Hey, have you noticed a shift in the Bulls' offensive strategy?" JR suddenly posed this question to Zhou Pang during their transition back on defense. Zhou Pang rolled his eyes and remarked, "When you have spare time, refrain from frequenting nightclubs and pay more attention to the news. This season, not only has our head coach been replaced by Tyronn Lue, but the Bulls coach has also transitioned from Thibodeau to Hoiberg." JR suddenly comprehended. It was no wonder the Bulls' offense appeared so fluid today, a stark contrast to their previous rigidity. Rose controlled the ball from the perimeter, while Mirotic once again moved from the paint to receive a pass beyond the three-point line. Mirotic matched against Love, showcased an offensive capability that would have been inconceivable under Thibodeau's coaching. Clearly, Mirotic relished the opportunity to handle the ball, facing Love with ease. After a deceptive move, he audaciously launched a three-pointer. This was unexpected. Such an audacious shot. Swish. What a splendid three-pointer. This shot did not capture the Cavaliers' attention, especially with Rose on the court. His MVP aura undeniably overwhelming. Nevertheless, Mirotic seemed undeterred by fate. He was determined to prove himself in this matchup. Once more, receiving a pass from Rose, Mirotic promptly returned the ball to him and swiftly set a screen. Rose drove towards the basket, drawing Love into a double team, leaving him no choice but to pass the ball back to Mirotic beyond the arc. Without hesitation, Mirotic took the shot. Bam. Swish. Hey. A bank three-pointer. Love was displeased. He was now intent on tightening his defense. However, the nature of shooting can be perplexing. Once a player finds their rhythm, even Howard could make a three-pointer. Yet, if one is off, even Curry could go 0 for 9. Today, Mirotic was clearly on fire, receiving another pass beyond the three-point line on the right wing, disregarding Love's defense as he executed a fadeaway jump shot once more. Love's muscles tensed in anticipation. Swish. Love was deflated. What on earth? How could that possibly go in? Chapter 10. Wellness basketball unable to endure any longer. Love shot Zhou Pang a fierce glance. I am going to take him down. Understanding the signal, Zhou Pang deployed a 1-3-1 defense against the Bulls, swapping Love and James positions this time. James moved to the free throw line to draw attention, while Love positioned himself on the left wing, waiting for an opportunity. However, Rose and Butler on the opposing side were not foolish. They would not fall for the same trick twice. Thus, when James received the ball at the free throw line, Butler, who was guarding JR, remained stationary, while Rose went over to disrupt Love. This was truly a divine opportunity. Receiving the pass from James, Love smiled faintly and immediately launched a three-pointer. In the next moment, Love's smile vanished. The shot was off. Thud. This was undoubtedly the most painful sound Love had heard all day. Bang. Huh? What was that sound? As Love turned around midway during his defensive retreat, he was taken aback to see LeBron soaring directly from the free throw line, catching the ball that had ricocheted off the rim, and then emphatically slamming it down. The visiting crowd fell silent. Indeed, the reputation of the home crowd as a sound-dampening force was well-deserved. Astonishing. How remarkable. Witnessing such a dunk from such proximity left Zhou Pang exhilarated, prompting him to exclaim in Chinese. To his surprise, LeBron seemed to grasp the sentiment, responding with a smile and a fist bump. However, as Zhou Pang continued his defensive pursuit, he distinctly heard LeBron's labored breaths. It appeared that there was something amiss with his body. Are you all right? Zhou Pang, maintaining a calm demeanor, leaned in with a smile and lowered his voice to ask a question. James, gritting his teeth, nodded uncertainly. The dynamics of the game did not permit them to engage in lengthy conversations, as the Windy City Roses once again advanced the ball to mid-range, eyeing the hoop with predatory intent. In the inaugural match of the new season, both teams exhibited tremendous vigor during the first half, with a total of 6 alley-oop dunks and a three-point shooting percentage hovering around 45%. For the spectators present, witnessing such an exhilarating opening game was undoubtedly a source of joy. However, for the players on the court, the experience was rather excruciating, especially for those nursing injuries, such as Rose and James. With the halftime whistle echoing, the score settled at 40-46. With the Cavaliers trailing by 6 points as both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Oh dear, I'm in agony, James lamented, lying flat on the floor in the Cavaliers' locker room, writhing in pain. The team physician rushed over to administer emergency care, applying ice packs and other remedies. This sight alarmed Zhou Pang, reinforcing his resolve to take care of his own health. Everyone, do not let the score affect you. You executed your first half tasks beautifully. Believe in yourselves, Tyronn Lue asserted as he addressed his players, clearly aware of the significance of morale for a team. However, we must refine certain details, particularly in our defense against Mirotic. He is the hottest player for the Bulls today, and we cannot view him through the lens of past performances. Conversely, Derrick Rose is having an off day. I urge you to ease up on Rose's defense and intensify your focus on Butler and Mirotic. Do you understand? With the coach's words ringing in their ears, the players had no choice but to comply. After discussing tactics for a while, the break was nearly over. During this interval, James managed to alleviate some of his pain and donned his number 23 jersey, resolutely making his way back to the court. What was Zhou Pang doing, you ask? To admit it is somewhat embarrassing, But in that brief span, this fellow had sipped half a cup of goji tea and, somehow, found a foot bath in which he dozed off. Fortunately, Mozgov had played a rendition of Katyusha before leaving, or Zhou Pang might have remained blissfully unaware. As the halftime concluded, the battle resumed. Zhou Pang skillfully maneuvered the ball across half-court, and it appeared that the opposing team had discerned James's discomfort. Opting to shift from a zone defense to a man-to-man strategy, seemingly intent on preventing the Cavaliers from making three-point attempts. This development brought joy to Zhou Pang, for he had yet to initiate an offensive play, with his statistics merely reflecting 0 points, 5 assists, and 1 rebound. Such figures were evidently insufficient to capture the team's attention, thus he was determined not to squander this prime opportunity to score. Standing at a mere 188 centimeters, Rose was significantly shorter than Zhou Pang, and with his current condition at only 70%, Zhou Pang held a distinct advantage in their matchup. Dribbling with his right hand, he gestured with his left, prompting his teammates to spread out. With 2 consecutive hesitation dribbles, the basketball returned to his right hand, and Zhou Pang unleashed a powerful drive, suddenly accelerating towards the right front, challenging Rose in a race of speed. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue observed Zhou Pang's bold move with a faint sigh. Shaking his head gently, seemingly perceiving Zhou Pang as too youthful and inexperienced, Zhou Pang, indifferent to the opinions of others, pressed the accelerator to the floor, disregarding all else, and charged toward the inner lane with his head down. With his first step, Rose was a beat behind. By the second step, Rose had lost half a body's length. By the time the third step was taken, Rose could only catch a glimpse of Zhou Pang's back. In a mere breath, Zhou Pang had already surged beneath the basket. Confronted with an unobstructed hoop, he remained, well, how should one put it, remarkably composed. With a flawless 3-step layup, he executed the final act. This left the visiting crowd in dismay. Who plays basketball like that? Is it a lack of vitality or something else? How could it leave them breathless? Rose too was taken aback. It wasn't he that he deemed Zhou Pang weak, but rather, he found himself in a moment of self-doubt. Could it be that my appearance suggests age? Otherwise, why would this young man treat me with the respect typically reserved for veterans? However, after just 3 exchanges, Rose's self-doubt dissipated completely. He had come to a clear understanding of Zhou Pang's true nature. This fellow was simply a survivor. Just take a look. On the right flank, Zhou Pang received the ball, utilizing Mozgov's screen to seamlessly penetrate into the paint. With a mere 4 or 5 steps separating him from the defending Mirotic, he launched an audacious jump shot. Good grief. What kind of play is a free throw line jumper? To make matters more infuriating, it swished through the net. After a few exchanges, it was once again Zhou Pang's turn to attack. This time, the Bulls were united in their defense, closely monitoring Zhou Pang, who was stationed at the left corner. Rose was vigilant in his guarding, while Mirotic was poised to position himself behind Rose to thwart any potential jump shot from Zhou Pang. Snell remained ever watchful beneath the basket, ready to prevent any leisurely layup attempts from Zhou Pang. Let us see how you maneuver, you sly one. Zhou Pang found amusement in the situation, realizing that he was not allowing himself to advance even a single step. With this in mind, he concluded that retreating might be a viable option. Under the broad daylight and the clear sky, Zhou Pang forcefully executed a jump shot, taking a decisive step backward as he launched a three-pointer. It is essential to note the details. He did not perform a jump shot. Rather, he executed the three-pointer from a stationary position. It was not that he doubted Rose's character or feared an accidental trip. He was simply concerned that the camera might not clearly capture whether he had stepped out of bounds. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. As expected, at the unanimous request of the Bulls, the referee reviewed the replay. It was unavoidable. The space near the baseline was inherently limited, and his backward movement raised significant concerns about stepping out of bounds. Observing the referee's busy demeanor, Zhou Pang merely smiled. I have practiced this maneuver hundreds of times. I will not even grant you the opportunity for a misjudgment. How considerate of me. Beep. The whistle blew, the three-pointer was deemed valid, and the game continued. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Tyronn Lue wore a perplexed expression tinged with a hint of joy. Today he truly gained insight, realizing that such a style of wellness basketball could indeed be played in the NBA. Chapter 11. Injury withdrawal with Zhou Pang's unexpected brilliance. The Cavaliers surged with an 8-0 run, finally establishing their footing in the second half. As the third quarter progressed to its midpoint, LeBron had barely controlled the ball, thus preserving his stamina quite well. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind craves ambition. After a lengthy respite, LeBron could no longer contain his competitive desire to score. In the ensuing offensive possession, seizing the opportunity before Zhou Pang initiated the play, LeBron swiftly shook off his defender and positioned himself at the left wing. Extending his hand for the ball, with someone willing to shoulder the offensive burden, Zhou Pang eagerly passed the ball to LeBron. Confronted by Snell's defense, LeBron was filled with exhilaration. He executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles before launching a powerful drive, leaning forward with determination as he took a significant step. Remarkably, the speed of that step was impressive, especially for a player like Snell, who found it utterly excruciating. LeBron did manage to bypass Snell. However, the ball, regrettably, remained stationary. Goodness, the separation of man and ball was an embarrassing display in Chicago. Resigned, LeBron shrugged his shoulders and sprinted back toward the defensive end, with a singular objective, to chase down Snell, who was fast breaking with the ball. Ahead lay an unguarded hoop, while behind loomed the relentless LeBron. Undoubtedly, Snell was the most conflicted man on earth at that moment. If he refrained from attacking, what could he do? Relinquish the ball to LeBron and utter an apology? Yet, if he attempted to score, the likelihood of being blocked was high, and he might become the subject of widespread ridicule on social media. Originally, there existed an insurmountable chasm of skill between Snell and James, and now, with wavering resolve, the fate of this play had already been sealed. Just 2 steps away from the basket, Snell launched himself for a dunk. With 2 body lengths separating them, James sprang into the air. Bang! Both players landed. And the ball soared. A clean and decisive block, devoid of any hint of a foul. Although the stands were filled with Bulls fans, they could not suppress their excitement in this moment. This is the essence of the game, pure enjoyment. However, it seemed that the drama was far from over. Upon landing, James did not celebrate. Instead, he lay on the ground, a visage of agony. As the pivotal core of the Cavaliers lineup, his fall sent a wave of anxiety through the entire Cavaliers management. In less than half a minute, a throng of people encircled James. The players on the court, including Zhou Pang, were bewildered. Shouldn't they be the ones rushing over? Following a hasty diagnosis by the team physician, it was ultimately decided that James should return to the locker room for further evaluation. After all, this game was merely the season opener and not of paramount importance. If this match were to jeopardize an entire season for James, the Cavaliers owner would surely have to woo countless supermodels and celebrities to recover from such a loss. The whistle blew, and the game resumed, with Shumpert temporarily taking over James's small forward position, having endured relentless pressure from the Cavaliers for an extended period. The Bulls were already on the brink of collapse. Now, with James sidelined, it was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for them to strike back. The young Jimmy Butler swiftly crossed half-court, eager to take advantage of James's absence, and quickly orchestrated the offense, using Gasol's screen to advance to the mid-range, where he decisively pulled up for a jump shot, netting 2 points. The red-hot Mirotic was undeterred, continuously supplying firepower from mid to long range. Seeing his teammates stepping up, Rose felt compelled to join the fray. Matched against Zhou Pang, Rose recognized that while the young man was clever, he was not a pushover, and taking him on one-on-one in his current form would be a challenge. Understanding the stakes, Rose pulled Gasol out for a screen, successfully switching his defender to the formidable Mozgov. The advantage of size was now in his favor. With rapid, rhythmic changes of direction, Rose began to exhaust Mozgov's stamina, followed by a deceptive move to mislead him. In the final moments, Rose surged forward, effortlessly bypassing Mozgov, and executed a delicate layup. As the clock wound down, JR sank a buzzer-beating 3-pointer, concluding the third quarter. The score stood at 61-57, with the Cavaliers trailing by 4 points. Upon returning to the sidelines, the players exhibited no inclination to rest. Instead, they hurried to the assistant coach to inquire about James's condition. The response was somewhat reassuring. James's back injury had not worsened, but it was clear he would not be returning to this game. From here on out, it's all on you. Tyronn Lue emphatically patted Zhou Pang's shoulder, his gaze laden with significance. Faced with the coach's trust, Zhou Pang sipped his goji berry tea, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Damn it, I came to lean on others, not to be the one they lean on. Now, with Irving still injured and James out, what does this mean? With a heavy sigh, Zhou Pang began to scan the room. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on Love. Of course, Love has yet to make his mark in the first 3 quarters. As one of the big three, it would be reasonable to let him take the lead in the fourth. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Pang offered a reassuring smile to Love, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events of the final quarter, merely perceiving Zhou Pang's smile as benevolent. The final quarter commenced with the sound of the buzzer, signaling the start of the decisive battle. The Bulls initiated play, with Butler dribbling across the half-court and passing to Rose. Positioned at the top of the arc, Rose executed a high-quality pick-and-roll with Mirotic. Simultaneously, Gasol set a screen for Butler, allowing him to reach the arc's apex. Due to defensive switches, JR found himself tasked with guarding Mirotic. As Mirotic received the ball and advanced toward the paint, Mozgov and Zhou Pang had to collapse inward to prevent JR from being overwhelmed by Mirotic. Once Mirotic entered the paint, Gasol surged in from behind, effectively obstructing Zhou Pang and Mozgov. Mirotic swiftly passed the ball to Butler, who stood wide open beyond the arc. The result was inevitable, a three-pointer scored. Damn it, we fell right into their trap. With indignation, Zhou Pang immediately initiated a counterattack. With the presence of JR and Love, executing a three-point strategy for the Cavaliers was a mere trifle. As Zhou Pang signaled, Love swiftly dashed from the paint to the right wing, while JR gradually maneuvered towards the right flank. Upon their convergence, Love deftly set a screen for JR, enabling him to seamlessly glide to the right corner. At this juncture, Mirotic and Butler found themselves in a quandary: either concede an open three to JR in the corner or allow Mirotic to rotate over, which would result in a mismatch for Love against Butler. Weighing the pros and cons, Mirotic opted to defend JR, as leaving him unguarded was simply unacceptable. Thus, Zhou Pang passed the ball to Love. Matched against the youthful Butler, Love felt no pressure, lifted the ball, and effortlessly made the shot. Chapter 12. Eastern Power. With 2 3-pointers to start, the atmosphere in the fourth quarter ignited. Meanwhile, the Bulls executed a flurry of tactics, hitting mid-range shots with precision. On this end, Zhou Pang relentlessly utilized Love, crafting various scoring opportunities for him. Fortunately, Love showcased his prowess, racking up 13 points in under 6 minutes. Initially, Love was quite pleased, silently commending Zhou Pang for his adeptness. This new guard certainly knew how to play the game. However, as the game progressed, Love found himself less amused. Why was he the one doing all the scoring? Thus, in a subsequent play, a rather comical scene unfolded. Mozgov was relegated to the right corner by Love, who then stealthily concealed himself in a ghost position. Seeking an escape, Zhou Pang smirked and, in the next instant, utilized a screen to drive forcefully towards the paint. As Pau Gasol lunged at him, Zhou Pang decisively lofted the ball high into the air. "It's right above your head. I refuse to believe you won't catch it." A splendid tactic of forcing the opponent's hand. Originally expecting to take it easy during this possession, Kevin Love was compelled to leap high and concluded the offensive play with a feeble alley-oop dunk. With only 35 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 81-79, with the Cavaliers trailing by 2 points. At this juncture, Zhou Pang held the ball, aware that this shot was crucial as the point guard. His focus was on how to facilitate the pass. He scanned his teammates. Love, having been utilized extensively throughout the quarter, appeared listless and vacant, likely rendered ineffective. Looking at Shumpert and Mozgov, they too seemed lackluster. In stark contrast, JR was bursting with energy, as if invigorated. "You're the one." With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock and 26 seconds on the game clock, Zhou Pang and JR executed a seamless give-and-go on the right wing. Upon receiving the ball, JR made no unnecessary dribbles. He rose up for a 3-point shot. The arena held its breath, awaiting the outcome. Swish. That was the sound of a child on the sidelines playing Fruit Ninja. Swish. That was the sound of Tyronn Lue sneezing. Bang. Unfortunately, the shot clanked off the back rim, failing to find the net. The Cavaliers attempted several tactical fouls, but regrettably, the final outcome did not alter. The final buzzer echoed, signaling a defeat for the Cavaliers at 85-79. For Zhou Pang, this bore little significance, as he had achieved a double-double with 12 points and 10 assists. In the shower room, chatter filled the air as everyone discussed the day's game, including LeBron James. "I think Jimmy Butler would make a splendid player. His attitude is commendable, and his style of play is robust," LeBron suddenly remarked, seemingly lost in thought. The other players held varied opinions on this perspective. Only Zhou Pang staunchly sided with LeBron, recalling how Butler had astonishingly led the Heat to the finals in 2020. After changing clothes, the team collected their belongings and exited the arena, navigating through throngs of reporters and fans to the bus. Gazing at the people and scenery outside, a wave of melancholy washed over Zhou Pang. In a foreign land, unvoiced worries creased his brow. Following their game on the road, the Cavaliers did not linger in Chicago but headed straight for the airport, where their chartered flight awaited. As soon as he lay back on the plane to catch his breath, Zhou Pang heard the familiar voice of the soft egg system. Detected that the host has just completed a game. Physical damage level is 8. Remaining talent index is 92. Indeed, I have not erred, nor have you misread. Zhou Pang had not even tapped into 10% of his potential today. In truth, he had yet to harness over 50% of his ability. It wasn't that he lacked the desire. Rather, it was a matter of trepidation. Who can fathom the consequences of an excessive decline in talent index? What if one were to become utterly incapacitated? Moreover, he harbors no desire to assume the role of the team's leader. He merely seeks consistent playing time. It is imperative to cherish one's own health. Contemplating this, Zhou Pang furrowed his brow once more. Irving's injury is likely to require a considerable duration for recovery. And if James' back ailment remains unresolved during this period, it could spell considerable trouble. Following this trajectory, it is evident that Zhou Pang's playing time and pressure will inevitably escalate, leading to greater strain, an outcome that he finds hard to accept. No, it is essential to assist James in resolving this dilemma. After much deliberation, Zhou Pang finally devised a conclusive plan. Once the plane landed, the players were granted their freedom, each returning to their homes to seek their partners, or even recklessly pursuing the partners of others. Zhou Pang is unlike anyone else. He cannot seek help from just anyone, only from James. Do not misunderstand. Zhou Pang's visit to James is indeed a serious matter. What? You possess the means to heal my wounds? James expressed a hint of skepticism. Zhou Pang nodded resolutely, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not forget, I am the little dragon man, endowed with the mystical powers of the East." At the mention of this, James became exhilarated, erupting into a fit of giggles, jijijijijai. Fearing that he might be lured by James into indulging in Mexican tortillas, Zhou Pang swiftly took the initiative, grasping James's hand and leading him towards Chinatown. By 4:30 in the afternoon, the streets of Chinatown bustled with activity, among which two notably tall figures donning masks captured considerable attention. The duo meandered through the thoroughfare, ultimately slipping into a narrow alleyway. After traversing a few dozen steps, they stumbled upon a medical establishment named Old Zhao Acupuncture. Zhou Pang entered the clinic with an air of familiarity, only to find it deserted, suggesting a lack of clientele. At the center sat an elderly man with white hair, engrossed in an ancient tome. Upon noticing Zhou Pang, a faint smile graced his lips. "Ah, young man. Back for acupuncture again. I must ask, is such a preoccupation with health truly necessary for someone your age?" Zhou Pang pulled James, who was standing at the door, into the room with a smile, saying, "Let's set aside my matters for now. Today, I primarily wish for you to assist him with his back injury." "Oh, isn't this LeBron?" The elderly gentleman rose and inquired in English, nodding as he remarked, "It's a sprain that is not difficult to treat. Please lie down." Doubt lingered in James's mind. After all, this clinic appeared rather unorthodox. With a confident wave of his hand, Zhou Pang proclaimed, "Absolutely no problem." Despite his lingering doubts, James reclined upon the bed in the inner room. Moments later, the old man entered with a box of golden needles, extracting one with the intent to pierce James' skin. This sudden action startled the elder James, causing him to spring up in alarm. "Fear not," Zhou Pang reassured him. "This is acupuncture, a truly remarkable method. I assure you that you will recover swiftly." Yet, James remained apprehensive, vehemently shaking his head in refusal. Zhou Pang wished to further elaborate, but the old man, growing impatient, pinched the golden needle between his fingers and swiftly pierced James's back. Initially, James intended to cry out, yet to his astonishment, the moment the needle penetrated, a wave of clarity enveloped him. What a delightful sensation. Once James obediently lay down, the old man, with remarkable agility, delivered several more needles in quick succession. An hour later, after completing the acupuncture treatment, James and Zhou Pang joyfully departed from Chinatown, hand in hand. In the words imparted by Zhou Pang to James, this place is worth frequent visits. Chapter 13. Elegant Prose bidding farewell to James. Zhou Pang took a cab back to his apartment near the arena. In Cleveland, where housing prices were still relatively reasonable, acquiring a private apartment was a simple endeavor. However, he opted instead for a modest two-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom. His choice was not driven by frugality, but rather by the understanding that his stay in Cleveland would be brief. After all, aside from the triumph in 2016, the Cavaliers were unlikely to secure another championship in the coming years. Moreover, Zhou Pang was not a permanent resident of America, and he had no desire to linger in a nation marked by double standards. Slumped on the living room sofa, with his back against a massage chair and his feet soaking in herbal remedy, Zhou Pang quietly sought to restore his diminished talent index. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a phone call abruptly interrupted him. "Hey, Pang Cho, you performed exceptionally in the first game. The entire management team has witnessed your potential." Upon hearing David Griffin's voice, Zhou Pang felt little interest and replied dismissively, "This is merely what I ought to do. No need for gratitude. That's the right attitude. As long as you maintain your current performance, the team is eager to extend your contract for the next season, and perhaps even offer a raise." Zhou Pang found Griffin's grandiose promises even less appealing and exchanged a few perfunctory remarks before abruptly ending the call. Did he think he could dangle such illusions before him? Zhou Pang does not subscribe to the notion of loyalty. After all, the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league where relationships are driven by economic interests. Who truly harbors genuine feelings? If loyalty is to be discussed, it is only Zhou Pang's allegiance to his country and family that holds any weight. After a moment of introspection, Zhou Pang opened his computer to check the details of the upcoming match. To his surprise, the game was merely 2 days away. The opponent is the Grizzlies. In an instant, Zhou Pang's mood oscillated between two starkly contrasting states. He had initially intended to invest effort into preparation, but the opponent turned out to be the Grizzlies. A team as lackluster as the Hornets, leaving little room for preparation. Lights out, time for sleep. 20 minutes later, Zhou Pang's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling like saucers. He could not help it. He felt no fatigue from the day's events. Simply staring was not an option. He decided to engage with his phone instead. During his time abroad, Zhou Pang had succumbed to the trend and started using social media platforms like Twitter. As an NBA player, he had a verified account. Since most of the accounts he followed were basketball-related, his feed was inundated with various basketball news. For instance, there were updates about which basketball star the Kardashians were currently involved with or how much money Harden spent at a nightclub. As he scrolled through, Zhou Pang came across comments regarding the day's match, including foreign commentators' assessments of him. The newly signed Cavaliers guard had performed admirably, achieving impressive statistics in his debut, promising a bright future. He had previously heard about the Cavaliers signing a Chinese player, mistakenly assuming it was a center, only to discover it was a guard. Given historical precedents, he doubted this player would go far. This yellow-skinned monkey is nothing but a pile of excrement. He plays with no passion, relying solely on cunning tricks. He should just leave. Upon reading this, Zhou Pang could no longer remain reclined. He instantly sat up, filled with indignation. How dare they speak so? When Zhou Pang opened this comment, the replies below presented a myriad of opposing views. Some were rebuttals, while others offered support. This group of brawny brutes dared to instruct me on the art of basketball? Though angered, Zhou Pang would never stoop to exchanging insults with that individual in the comments section. Such behavior would be rather undignified, wouldn't it? After a brief moment, Zhou Pang exited his primary account and logged into his newly registered secondary one, seeking out that very comment. Let the hunting commence. Hey, I bet your household registration only has one page, right? You know, you share a striking resemblance with Shakespeare. Oh, where's the similarity? Shakespeare, you must be from that land of Styx, right? By the way, the weather has turned chilly lately. Remember to cover up well. He unleashed a verbal tirade for a solid half hour, and as he neared the end, Zhou Pang even shared a song from Orphan's Paradise with him. Dare to challenge me? Zhou Pang? Do you not recognize that I am a player from Zhuan? After shutting off his phone, Zhou Pang felt invigorated, anticipating that tomorrow a keyboard warrior might reform, filling him with a sense of virtuous joy. The following morning, Zhou Pang awoke promptly at 7:30, completed a full set of eye exercises and calisthenics, and sat at the dining table, enjoying a hearty grain meal while scrolling through his phone. Upon opening Twitter, he was astonished to find that his remarks from the previous day had gone viral. A plethora of inexperienced individuals were pleading for Zhou Pang to teach them how to curse without resorting to profanity. How sophisticated. As for the individual who had been insulted, well, he displayed maturity by deactivating his account. Zhou Pang's apartment is situated in proximity to the Rocket Mortgage field house, requiring approximately half an hour's journey to reach the training facility. The Cavaliers Training Center, formerly known as the Cleveland Clinic Courts, spans an impressive 6,500 square meters and boasts a comprehensive array of state-of-the-art training equipment along with the most opulent court amenities. The location of the training center was strategically chosen in the suburbs of Cleveland, offering both cost-effectiveness and tranquility, with a cemetery nearby, providing an ironic convenience should any training injuries occur. To return to the matter at hand. At 8:30, Zhou Pang arrived at the arena by taxi. Indeed, it was the same excitable driver who, now aware of Zhou Pang's status as a player for the Cavaliers, displayed even greater enthusiasm. Zhou Pang was genuinely apprehensive. He harbored an incessant suspicion that riding in this driver's vehicle would inevitably lead to complications. The assembly time stipulated by Tyronn Lue was 9 o'clock. Yet Zhou Pang arrived a full half-hour in advance. This was not out of enthusiasm. Rather, it was merely a fade. If LeBron or Tyronn Lue happened to arrive early, he could leave a favorable impression on the team's star and coach. Conversely, if they did not show up, Zhou Pang would simply find a chair and indulge in browsing the P station, pushing open the door and traversing through the media room, the aerobic training area, and a myriad of disarrayed spaces. Zhou Pang strode into the arena, imbued with the essence of the Cavaliers. Upon opening the door, to his surprise, he indeed caught sight of LeBron practicing his free throws. "Good morning," he exclaimed. Zhou Pang approached with a cordial greeting and began his warm-up exercises by the sidelines. "Good morning." James, evidently impressed by Zhou Pang's diligence, greeted him enthusiastically. As one of the league's premier stars, James was perpetually surrounded by a throng of individuals, including trainers, body managers, and nutritionists. Although Zhou Pang was eager to bask in the glow of his presence, he resolutely made his way to the other half of the court. He was engaging in a psychological strategy. One must understand that the distinction between approaching voluntarily and being summoned is significant. Indeed, after attempting a few shots and noticing Zhou Pang's absence, James could no longer contain himself and called out, "Hey, Pang Cho, come over and train with me. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you." As Zhou Pang made his way toward him, his mind raced with thoughts. What could James possibly want to say? Words of encouragement? Perhaps some insights into his skills? Chapter 14. Stirring Emotions. Pang Cho. When I first entered the league, I too felt lost. I was uncertain about my playing style, for every approach has its critics. "Do you understand?" Zhou Pang nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether to indulge in braised chicken or the delights of Shaw County snacks for lunch. "You have stepped into the role of starting guard for the Knights upon your arrival, a challenge I am aware of, yet you have excelled remarkably. The entire team is elated by your presence." Zhou Pang smiled and resolved to indulge in some yellow braised chicken. "I have seen the comments about you on Twitter. Many have remarked that your playing style lacks toughness, using this as a pretext to launch personal attacks against you. In response, I simply wish to say, let them be. For ultimately, the future is yours to shape." Zhou Pang executed a flawless mid-range shot and chuckled. "Thank you, LeBron. There's a saying in our homeland, though I seem to have forgotten it. In any case, I am utterly indifferent to such banter." LeBron responded with a smile and playfully punched Zhou Pang on the shoulder. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, their teammates gradually joined, signaling the impending commencement of their monotonous training session. With a game against the Grizzlies looming tomorrow, the Cavaliers' practice was confined to the morning. The players would enjoy a brief respite at noon, gathering at the training facility at precisely 3:30 in the afternoon to board the team bus destined for the airport, where they would take a charter flight directly to Memphis, Tennessee. It is somewhat ironic that Memphis is renowned not for its NBA team, the Grizzlies, but rather as the birthplace of rock and roll and the hometown of Elvis Presley. As a city beloved by music enthusiasts and aspiring artists alike, Memphis boasts a vibrant entertainment industry offering an abundance of leisure activities. At 9:30 in the evening, in the hotel where the Cavaliers were staying, Zhou Pang sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating as he had discovered this practice could help restore his talent index. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was evident who it was. TT and a few others were undoubtedly seeking his company for a night out. Reluctantly, he opened the door to find TT grinning mischievously at him. "Hey, Pang, care to join us for a bit of fun?" Zhou Pang shook his head and replied, "I have just taken a shower, so I shall not join you. Enjoy yourselves." They did not press the issue further, merely expressing their profound regret, lamenting the spirited nature of the girls from Memphis. Returning to bed, before Zhou Pang could settle in, there came another knock at the door. Having declared his absence, why was there yet another knock? Zhou Pang was in a state of agitation. He had yet to recover the talent index he lost in the last competition, leaving him with a mere 98%, an unsettling figure indeed. Impatiently, he swung open the door, only to be taken aback by the stunning sight before him. A voluptuous blonde beauty clad in scant attire stood at his threshold. Fortunately, Zhou Pang, having studied the annals of history, managed to regain his composure after a mere half-minute, swallowing hard as he inquired, "What brings you here?" The enchanting maiden was unabashed, her hand resting upon Zhou Pang's shoulder as she smiled and said, "I have heard that Asian men are particularly vigorous. Might you allow me to witness that for myself? This was quite the predicament. A beautiful girl had presented herself, and how could he possibly resist? With her striking looks and alluring figure, clad so lightly. It would be a crime against humanity not to engage. Yet, suddenly, Zhou Pang found himself flustered, fidgeting as he stammered, "I'm afraid I must apologize. But my preference lies with men." The myriad of emotions and expressions that crossed the beauty's face in that moment cannot be adequately conveyed. One could only say that Zhou Pang had narrowed the path before him. Cursing under her breath, the beauty turned and departed, seemingly heading towards LeBron's room. Once the door was shut, Zhou Pang couldn't help but shudder, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. It is worth noting that he rarely perspired even during competitions. Resolutely, he decided a cold shower was in order. Half an hour later, on the top floor of the hotel, a middle-aged man lounged casually on a sofa, puffing on a cigar, while a similarly clad maiden stood before him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the very same beauty from earlier. "Boss, the other starting players of the Cavaliers have all gone to the nightclub, and I simply cannot manage the last two." The middle-aged man's interest was piqued. He set down his cigar and asked, "What do you mean? Is there truly a man who finds you unappealing?" The Asian guard claimed he prefers men. And as for LeBron, he didn't even grant me a moment to speak before promptly shutting the door. The beauty felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her, questioning her allure and physique for the first time. The middle-aged man, too, felt a sense of despondency. He had initially hoped to undermine the Cavaliers with some cunning tactics. But it now appeared that the forthcoming match would prove to be quite challenging indeed. After a night of grand adventures, the Cavaliers assembled at the FedEx Forum at 9:30 the following morning. Although the Grizzlies may not possess formidable strength nor exceptional management, their home arena is quite impressive. This FedEx Forum, with an investment of $250 million, stands as the largest public facility in Memphis's history, accommodating 18,300 spectators. Replete with top-notch amenities. Tickets for today's game sold exceptionally well, not solely due to the Grizzlies, but at least half were drawn by the Cavaliers and the allure of LeBron James. Nevertheless, the Grizzlies this season are not entirely weak. They boast a strong front court with Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph, and should they perform well, the game holds promise. Yet, against the current Cavaliers, the odds of that are rather slim. As the players entered and completed their warm-up rituals, the match was poised to commence. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured Zhou Pang, JR, James, Love, and Mozgov, while the Grizzlies fielded Conley, Courtney, Jeff Green, Randolph, and Marc Gasol. The previous match showcased Marc Gasol, and today it was his younger counterpart, adding an interesting twist. As the whistle blew, both centers approached for the jump ball. This season marks the pinnacle for Marc Gasol, a level at which Mozgov cannot even begin to compare. Receiving the ball passed by Marc Gasol, Courtney rushed across half court and promptly handed it to Conley. Confronted by the newcomer Zhou Pang, Conley exhibited the confidence befitting a veteran, executing a series of crossovers at the arc, before suddenly stepping forward for a clean jump shot. Such a maneuver is no simple feat, easily classified as an A-level difficulty. In response, Zhou Pang remained unfazed, merely retreating a step while gesturing dismissively. As if to say, "You think that shot will go in? You wish." To Zhou Pang's surprise, the shot indeed missed, and Love secured the rebound effortlessly. The initial minutes of the first quarter primarily served as a rhythm test for the scorers, with the sequence almost identical. JR received a pass, utilized a screen, and attempted a mid-range shot, which clanked off the rim. On the other end, Randolph challenged Love from mid-range, only to miss as well. James attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc, yet it too failed to find the net. After 2 minutes, the scoreboard remained at a dismal 0-0, almost causing the fans in the arena to doze off. Some even resorted to playing 2K on their phones. This was a perfect opportunity to establish momentum on the road. How could Zhou Pang let it slip by? Stealing a glance at James, he was surprised to find James looking back at him. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and thus, their plan commenced. Chapter 15. Domination. In the hushed silence enveloping the arena, Zhou Pang maintained an impassive demeanor as he skillfully maneuvered the ball across the half-court. Positioned at the arc's apex, he engaged in frequent exchanges with his teammates on the left side of the court, namely Love and JR. The content of their conversation shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the attention of the Grizzlies was entirely captivated by this side of the court. On the right, however, James lurked like a lion prowling in the night, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. With merely 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Zhou Pang signaled to Love, who instinctively executed a pick-and-roll with JR. This frantic movement sent the Grizzlies scrambling to the left side of the court, leaving only Jeff Green to defend against the formidable James on the right. While I acknowledge Jeff Green's commendable character, the paramount factor on the court remained sheer talent. As the moment struck noon, Zhou Pang unleashed a high arc towards the basket. Although Jeff Green was vigilant against a potential alley-oop from James, he found himself utterly powerless when the moment arrived. In a mere step, James brushed aside Green, soared into the paint, and with Zhou Pang's exquisite assist, executed a thunderous one-handed dunk. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Even amidst the sea of Grizzlies fans in Memphis, the exultation resonated throughout the arena. The execution of that play by James was nothing short of perfection, yet we must not overlook the orchestrator behind it all, Zhou Pang. One might even say he was the mastermind of this offensive maneuver, his basketball IQ astonishingly high for a mere second-round draft pick. It is indeed unfathomable. Amidst the ongoing praise from the commentary booth, Zhou Pang felt a tinge of discontent. His intention was to conceal his prowess, to avoid drawing the attention of his adversaries. He wished for the onlookers to continue their festivities without disrupting his strategic plans. The recent alley-oop not only roused the fans but also caught the Grizzlies' attention. Conley, wearing a grave expression, advanced the ball to the right wing, swiftly gesturing to his teammates. In confronting Zhou Pang, Conley executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, finding his rhythm before forcing his way past Zhou Pang to create an opening, then seamlessly transitioned into a jump step towards the paint. Such an illogical maneuver could only be justified by the advantageous positioning of the Grizzlies' other players in the paint. Sure enough, Randolph proved his mettle, carving out space between Mozgov and Love with sheer determination. Now, that is what one calls a true tough guy. Receiving the ball from Conley amidst the tight confines, Randolph, without raising his wrist, skillfully utilized the strength of his fingers to execute a bank shot. Attempting to struggle, Zhou Pang sneered. He was utterly determined to deny the Grizzlies any respite. As he dribbled past half-court, he guarded Conley with his right hand while swiftly gesturing to his teammates with his left. In that fleeting moment, LeBron swayed back and forth beyond the three-point line on the left, while Love and JR engaged in a series of screens on the right corner. Yet their efforts fell short due to a lapse in timing. The Grizzlies' defense demonstrated a commendable tenacity, employing a notably robust strategy. Realizing the futility of containing Love and JR's screens, they resolved to entirely lock down the area occupied by these two players. Indeed, the Grizzlies dispatched 3 defenders, effectively encircling Love and JR in the right corner, rendering them immobile. Zhou Pang furrowed his brow slightly. On his left, James had no favorable opportunity to receive the ball, while on his right, the defense was suffocating. It seemed he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Extending 2 fingers to signal, Mozgov understood immediately, swiftly moving from the right wing to the top of the arc to set a high-quality screen for Zhou Pang. Conley instinctively retreated, attempting to block Zhou Pang's path to the basket once more. However, he evidently did not fully comprehend Zhou Pang's capabilities. With a screen in place, why rush into the paint? How exhausting. Positioned behind Mozgov, Zhou Pang planted his feet firmly and launched a 3-point shot from the spot. With such an unpressured attempt, he would never let the opportunity slip away. As the transition unfolded, Conley held the ball, while the other 4 players rushed forward with fervor, unwilling to waste even a second, displaying remarkable energy. In stark contrast, JR and his companions appeared sluggish, barely managing to keep pace with their opponents. Mozgov fared even worse, being outmaneuvered by Marc Gasol, ultimately allowing Gasol to find an open mid-range shot at the free throw line. Just as everyone anticipated Gasol to effortlessly complete the shot, James descended like a bolt of lightning, his powerful hands sweeping across, emphatically blocking the ball from Gasol's grasp. The Grizzlies players were left in stunned disbelief. Was this some sort of cheat code? Were they even allowed to play? LeBron, indifferent to the commotion, regained possession and glanced forward before launching the ball ahead. Randolph, taken aback, turned to see, what on earth? How did Pang already make it to the front court? In full view of everyone, Zhou Pang maintained his nonchalant demeanor, gently guiding the ball into the hoop. His attitude towards the basket was the complete antithesis of Shaquille O'Neal's. One might think he was concerned about damaging the rim and incurring the costs. As Conley faced Zhou Pang once more, his mindset underwent a dramatic transformation. This second-round draft pick seemed far from ordinary. Furrowing his brow, Conley reflected on the previous offensive plays. It appeared that the only reliable scoring options were Gasol and Randolph. Having devised a plan, Conley promptly directed his teammates to reposition, once again facilitating Gasol's opportunity to receive the ball near the free throw line. employing the same strategy in the same location. This time, however, Gasol hesitated to shoot, not for any other reason than the absence of James in his line of sight. He certainly did not wish to experience that kind of block again. As he had anticipated, James had indeed locked onto him, fully prepared for another rejection. Yet, as fate would have it, Love in the Paint was also monitoring Gasol, inadvertently stepping outward, thus granting Randolph an opportunity to cut in. Gasol, quick-witted, instantly executed a bounce pass. Thanks. What resonated was not the sound of Randolph's triumphant shot, but rather the mischievous voice of Zhou Pang. Indeed, Zhou Pang had anticipated this play and preemptively executed an interception. Before Gasol and his teammates could utter their grievances, Zhou Pang swiftly launched the ball towards the front court. The players of the Grizzlies felt a tremor of apprehension. Could it be? A glance revealed that James had already received Zhou Pang's pass beneath the basket, effortlessly delivering a resounding dunk. With over 8 minutes played in the first quarter, the score soared to 22-8, creating an utterly dominant atmosphere. Grizzlies head coach Dave Joerger could no longer remain seated, his frustration boiling over as he called for a timeout. From the bench, Zhou Pang observed the Grizzlies side with a smile, while Gasol, berated and agitated, was visibly distressed. An impeccable first quarter. In contrast, Tyronn Lue was exuberant, his voice pitched higher than usual with delight. Chapter 16. The Trade. Hey, do you wish to finish the first quarter or take a breather with James and the others? Tyronn Lue inquired with a gentle tone. To have the head coach converse with you in such a manner is indeed a comfort. Zhou Pang patted his robust chest muscles and declared, I am completely unexhausted and can finish the first quarter. Such a statement did not stem from Zhou Pang's lack of seriousness, but rather from his tactical acumen. Consider this. In the past 8 minutes, the Memphis Grizzlies guards, Conley and Courtney, had performed rather mediocrely, to the point where their substitution seemed imminent. In light of this, Zhou Pang would undoubtedly find himself matched against the Grizzlies' bench players. How could he possibly miss such a golden opportunity to conserve energy while enhancing his statistics? Beep. The whistle sounded, and the game resumed. The Cavaliers' lineup shifted to Dellavedova, Zhou Pang, Jefferson, TT, and Varejao. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies also made adjustments. Jordan Adams, Tony Allen, Jeff Green, Randolph, and Marc Gasol. One must admit that Zhou Pang's intellect was indeed sharp. The Grizzlies had merely altered their perimeter players. Jordan Adams? Zhou Pang silently mused, his smile gradually becoming more audacious. At last, I have awaited your arrival, you unfortunate soul without a guaranteed contract. Adams brought the ball across half-court, and it was evident that he possessed some foundational skills. At the very least, he could dribble. Stationed at the top of the arc, he executed a premeditated gesture, prompting his teammates to reposition themselves. Hey, do you wish to perform well in this game? Zhou Pang suddenly inquired in a low voice. Adams paused, seemingly taken aback, and ignored Zhou Pang, opting instead to pass the ball to Marc Gasol for a low-post isolation play. Although Gasol was one of the formidable duo, his physicality was lacking, and low-post play was not his forte, allowing Zhou Pang to continue his conversation with Adams without concern. If you desire to showcase a commendable performance, I can assist you. Perhaps by the end of this game, you'll secure a guaranteed contract, Zhou Pang coaxed, resembling a seasoned salesman. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase guaranteed contract, Adams was unable to maintain his composure, casting a glance at Zhou Pang and asking, Why do you wish to help me? I merely believe you require such assistance. Naturally. In return, I hope you could ease your defensive pressure on me, Zhou Pang elaborated. At this moment, Gasol had completed a turnaround jumper in the paint, which unfortunately did not find its mark. Regrettably, Zhou Pang and Adams' dialogue was interrupted. Receiving a pass from Varejao, Zhou Pang advanced directly to the top of the arc, dribbling with his right hand while signaling his teammates to spread out. This time, the spacing was not an indication of Zhou Pang's desire for a one-on-one. Rather, he sought to create an opportunity for further communication with Adams. No, if discovered, I might be dismissed outright. Adams, already enduring a tumultuous season, could hardly afford to take risks regarding his position. Do not misunderstand. When I say ease your defense, I mean you may allow me to shoot three-pointers, and I will not only grant you the three-point shot, but also the mid-range. Brother, you need a highlight performance more than I do. It's up to you. As the time for the offensive play dwindled to a mere 6 seconds, Zhou Pang suddenly took a decisive step to the right front, executing a series of retreating dribbles to position himself beyond the three-point arc. With a swift motion, he released the ball, sending it soaring through the air and into the net with an effortless swish. This shot epitomized Zhou Pang's attitude, engaging in this contest was a mere trifle for him. A transaction that would yield only benefits for you, devoid of any detriment. With the basket made, the last vestige of psychological defense from Joya crumbled. And he offered a subtle nod towards Zhou Pang. Positioned at the arc's pinnacle, Joya prepared for action while Randolph on the right wing was poised for a backdoor cut. And Marc Gasol loomed in the mid-range, eagerly anticipating the ball. As Zhou Pang signaled for a right-side drive, he delayed for a moment, urging Joya to swiftly execute a mid-range jumper. Without a hint of hesitation, Joya seized the ball and lunged decisively to the right, executing a clean jump shot. Zhou Pang is indeed a man of integrity, arriving fashionably late only after Qiaoya had fully committed himself. With a swift motion, the ball found its mark. And a radiant smile illuminated Qiaoya's face. "You help me, I help you. We are good brothers." As it was Zhou Pang's turn to attack, Qiaoya fulfilled his duty, maintaining a distance of one step to ensure he did not interfere with Zhou Pang's three-point shot. With a chuckle, Zhou Pang positioned himself on the right wing and unleashed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Without any pressure, it felt just like practice. How could he possibly miss? The final 4 minutes of the game passed in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the score rising to 31-16. Zhou Pang had scored 9 points, while Qiaoya contributed 8, with little change in the gap. The Cavaliers showed no signs of concern, as they held a firm advantage. However, the head coach of the Grizzlies, David Yerger, was left bewildered. Consider that in the first 8 minutes, the starting lineup had managed only 8 points, averaging a point per minute. A feat more challenging than childbirth. Yet, in those last 4 minutes, Qiaoya, a player on the brink of being cut, miraculously scored 8 points. It was utterly astonishing. As he gazed at the somewhat dazed young man before him, Coach Yerger began to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that his perception was flawed? After all, Jordan Adams bore the name Jordan. Perhaps there was indeed undiscovered potential within him. Under the influence of this illusion, Yerger resolved to extend Qiaoya's playing time, allowing him to continue into the second quarter. With a favorable lead, the Cavaliers opted to field their bench at the start of the second quarter, and Zhou Pang was substituted by Shumpert. Catching a glimpse of Zhou Pang in the resting area, Qiaoya couldn't help but steal a few more looks, his gaze seemingly conveying, "Don't worry, my good brother. I've got this." Confidence is a curious thing, particularly for athletes who have long struggled with their form. Once they rediscover their self-assurance, they can indeed deliver extraordinary performances. Take Qiaoya, for instance. After scoring 8 points in the first quarter, he had completely regained his confidence. Faced with Delhi's aggressive defense, Qiaoya continued to assert his scoring prowess, first sinking a three-pointer off a screen, then hitting a mid-range jumper with ease. These remarkable displays served as a reassuring tonic for Yerger, affirming that players named Jordan truly possess exceptional skills. Zhou Pang, however, could only smile disdainfully. In the face of absolute talent and strength, any miracle is but a fleeting illusion. Following a timeout, the Cavaliers reintroduced their starting lineup. Tyronn Lue was intent on quickening the pace, eager to conclude the contest. "Brother, congratulations on your performance. It seems our collaboration is drawing to a close," Zhou Pang remarked with a smile. Qiaoya nodded in agreement, his face aglow with confidence. Remember this expression of Qiaoya's, utilizing a screen from James. Zhou Pang gracefully descended and executed a mid-range jumper that found its target. The 1-3-1 formation spread out, as Love facilitated from the free throw line to the left wing, where James effortlessly secured a three-pointer. Seizing the moment, JR, just 2 steps away from the three-point line, launched a jump shot that swished through the net effortlessly. The Memphis Grizzlies, who had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, were suddenly struck by this fierce blow, leaving them stunned, while the fans in the arena fell into a hushed silence. As for Joa, he appeared pallid, his face resembling that of a ghost. Chapter 17. The ruthless interview. The Grizzlies were not particularly formidable. Their only chance of victory lay in the hands of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph. In this match, Randolph performed reasonably well, displaying agile movements and successfully sinking several mid-range and three-point shots, embodying the essence of a team leader. However, Marc Gasol's performance was woefully inadequate. His low-post isolation attempts yielded no results, and his mid-range shooting was dismally off-target, ultimately hindering the team's progress. After much calculation, it was astonishing to discover that Joa had emerged as the standout player for the Grizzlies. In his 28 minutes on the court, Joa fervently amassed 25 points, far surpassing the contributions of the 2 star players, Gasol and Randolph. Zhou Pang, the architect of this outcome, remained indifferent. He was well aware of Joa's future trajectory and anticipated that he would soon be cut from the team, causing no ripples whatsoever. Otherwise, Zhou Pang would never have consented to the trade. With his cynical disposition, he would never allow a budding star to rise. Beep. The final buzzer echoed, with the score solidifying at 106-76 as the Cavaliers decisively triumphed over the Grizzlies by a staggering 30 points. In fact, by the midpoint of the third quarter, the outcome had already been determined, and a significant portion of the audience had departed. Zhou Pang was exceedingly pleased with his performance, boasting 18 points and 11 assists, an impeccable stat line for a point guard. Moreover, these figures were just the right balance, not overly extravagant, ensuring that they would not attract excessive attention from other teams who would merely regard Zhou Pang as a secondary player. As the game concluded and Zhou Pang intended to return to the locker room, he suddenly spotted a sign in the stands bearing Chinese characters. Could it be? Zhou Pang felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that compatriots from his homeland had come to offer warmth? He joyfully skipped towards the sign, only to discover that it was being held by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed European boy, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, with a somewhat daft expression. Hey, I really admire your style of play. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. After all, this young lad was a fan, and given that they were in the opponent's territory, Zhou Pang naturally opted for a gracious demeanor. Thank you for your support. Would you like me to sign something for you? To his surprise, the boy shook his head, then produced a brand new pair of LeBron James sneakers from beneath him. Grinning as he said, "Could you possibly help me get a signature from LeBron?" 3 minutes. Zhou Pang stood there in a daze for a full 3 minutes. How outrageous. Is this how they treat others? This is tantamount to considering oneself a paragon of virtue. Brother, I truly have feelings for you. However, I regret to inform you that I am to marry another man. Could you assist us in purchasing a home? These two matters are nearly identical in nature. Infuriated beyond measure, Zhou Pang could not suppress a cold laugh as he seized the latest pair of James sneakers from the boy's hands. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He aimed for the steel beams at the top of the gymnasium, gritted his teeth, and hurled the shoes with all his might. Lo and behold, the two shoes precariously dangled from the steel beams above. The boy was left bewildered, on the verge of tears. Zhou Pang, indifferent to the surrounding clamor, gracefully turned and departed. As he walked through the player's tunnel, the vivid scene lingered in his mind, prompting him to ponder. Should he consider collaborating with a company to release a signature sneaker? However, such thoughts seemed premature, given his current standing. It was highly unlikely that international brands would take notice of him, though a few domestic shoe manufacturers might be open to the idea. Nevertheless, Zhou Pang yearned for a partnership with Nike or Adidas, not solely for their advanced technology, but also to seize the opportunity to earn a fortune from overseas markets. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere brimmed with joy, as JR and TT danced exuberantly, fully immersed in the nightclub ambience. Just as Zhou Pang was about to grab a towel and soap in preparation for a shower, LeBron approached him, giving his shoulder a friendly pat and saying, "Hey, make sure you join us for the post-game interview." Oh, how delightful. Zhou Pang was elated. Having played only 2 games with the Cavaliers, he was already invited to participate in the post-game interview. It is worth noting that typically, only the core members of the team have the privilege at such times. Hastily adjusting his hairstyle, Zhou Pang followed LeBron James and Tyronn Lue to the interview stage. Once Tyronn Lue and LeBron concluded their interviews, it was finally Zhou Pang's turn. Faced with a myriad of reporters, he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, simultaneously anxious about their attendance and fearful of their unpredictability. In essence, he felt much like a bride on her wedding night, with a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. However, he was utterly unprepared for the questions posed by the reporters. "We noticed that you always drink from a thermos during your breaks. Is there a special beverage inside?" Slightly taken aback, Zhou Pang replied, "That is Chinese goji berry tea, which is beneficial for health and helps maintain my physical condition." "Is that really true? I find it hard to believe," he thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Aware that his current status was not yet elevated enough, Zhou Pang could only chuckle awkwardly. "By the way, do you know Yao Ming?" "Zhou Pang, we have yet to have the opportunity to get acquainted. Perhaps in the future, such an opportunity may arise." "So, who do you think is more formidable, you or Yao Ming?" "Zhou Pang, Yao Ming is a source of pride for our Chinese heritage. I am not yet worthy of being compared to him." "Haha, in truth, I do not concern myself too much with this matter." Zhou Pang was genuinely infuriated. Indeed, it seems that every nation has its share of inept journalists. Not just Zhou Pang, but even James and Tyronn Lue were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the reporter. By the way, Coach Liu, did you sign Zhou Pang primarily for the Chinese market? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Liu's heart skipped a beat. He licked his lips and replied, "The reason we signed Zhou Pang is that our team requires his organizational skills, his shooting proficiency, and his focus on the game." Ha ha. What a farce. To claim it's for the overseas market, and yet to say so much that I find hard to believe. The mystery is solved, my friends. This reporter is indeed here to stir trouble. As the team's star player and Zhou Pang's older brother, James could no longer remain seated. He stood up, eager to defend Zhou Pang, only to be interrupted as the reporter pressed on with another question for Zhou Pang. "Are you aware that the Hornets fans have been criticizing you lately? They claim you are merely feigning disinterest while with the Hornets." Zhou Pang remained expressionless, asserting, "I couldn't care less. Besides, the trade contract was personally signed by the Hornets manager. It wasn't my initiative." The question of why the Hornets would actively trade him loomed large. Was it because he was genuinely inadequate? Before Zhou Pang could utter a word, and without the need for James to speak, Tyronn Lue, the ever-diplomatic gentleman, could hardly contain himself. "Did you purchase your press credentials? Even a donkey kissed by Barkley possesses more intellect than you." With that, Tyronn Lue rose, taking Zhou Pang and James by the arm, turning to leave, his demeanor reminiscent of a parent standing up for their child. Chapter 18. Nightclub in the locker room. Upon hearing the details of the press conference, JR, infuriated, brandished a chair, ready to storm out. Moskov, his neck flushed with indignation, was about to follow suit until James intervened. The journalist in question was clearly up to no good. She might very well be waiting outside for us to act rashly, and we couldn't afford to grant her the opportunity to make headlines. JR, ever the straightforward type, protested vehemently. "Are we really just going to watch her insult Pang without doing anything?" James let out a cold laugh, retrieving his phone to dial Anthony, promptly relaying the name of the journalist and her affiliated publication. By the time James hung up, Zhou Pang felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the world I, Gua, inhabit? Well, it seems all is well. In stark contrast to Zhou Pang's shock, JR and the others remained composed, the atmosphere revitalized, especially after their recent flawless victory. Given their stellar performance, JR suggested, "Why not hit the nightclub tonight and celebrate?" The Cavaliers unanimously echoed his enthusiasm. James, however, decisively declined. Whether out of frugality or another reason was unclear, he simply refused to join. Zhou Pang initially had no intention of attending, especially since there was a complimentary team flight back to Cleveland. However, the repeated attempts to drag him to nightclubs had left JR and the others feeling quite frustrated. Thus, this time, JR resolutely disregarded Zhou Pang's wishes and forcibly pulled him along. Just picture the situation. Zhou Pang was utterly exasperated. Half an hour later, the music continued to play, and the revelry persisted. TT, with a handful of dollar bills in his left hand and a martini in his right, radiated an undeniable exuberance. After so many years of playing basketball, wasn't it time to indulge a little? JR, surrounded by companions of contrasting hues, held a cigar between his lips and was thoroughly enjoying himself. As for our dear Zhou Pang, he had never encountered such a scene before. Back in his university days, his meager living expenses meant that even purchasing a mechanical keyboard required months of saving. How could he possibly afford a nightclub? Although he had become acquainted with affluent women later on, their wealth did not extend to covering his nightclub expenses. Moreover, the young lady in question was indeed quite remarkable. And Zhou Pang was not one to indulge in frivolous pursuits, hence he had never entertained the idea of reveling in nightclubs. Were it not for JR's insistence today, it is likely that Zhou Pang would never have set foot inside one in his lifetime. "Sir, would you like to drink?" The bartender approached Zhou Pang, noticing he had yet to order. Zhou Pang cast a glance at the liquor cabinet, which was filled with an array of spirits, including even the esteemed Moutai. After much hesitation, he leaned in and whispered, "Do you have hot milk?" "Pardon me, what did you say?" The bartender stared at Zhou Pang in disbelief, then vigorously rubbed his ears, unable to fathom why a man would venture into a nightclub at such an hour for hot milk. "Can't understand hot milk? The kind that goes moo." Zhou Pang, unabashed, raised his voice, though the bartender was reluctant, as a gracious host. He retreated to the kitchen and soon returned with a generous cup of steaming hot milk for Zhou Pang. "See, you do have it." Zhou Pang smiled slightly as he casually slipped a $100 bill into the bartender's pocket. The young bartender was momentarily taken aback, but then his face broke into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, "Oh, sir, your taste is indeed exceptional. Please, allow me to serve you again should you require anything." Zhou Pang had no intention of acknowledging him further, casually waving his hand to dismiss him. While everyone else was inebriated, he remained sober, which set Zhou Pang apart from the crowd. It is well known that young ladies are often drawn to uniqueness. Thus, as Zhou Pang quietly enjoyed his warm milk in a corner while watching a cartoon about bears, a voluptuous blonde approached him, holding a glass of wine. "Handsome, would you care to share a drink?" Zhou Pang slowly raised his head, his gaze lingering upon the voluptuous figure of the blonde woman. With a crooked smile and a raised eyebrow, he jested, "Are you inviting me to partake in some milk?" The blonde, fully aware of Zhou Pang's lewd insinuation, surprisingly exhibited no signs of indignation. In fact, there was a trace of delight in her demeanor. "Of course," she replied, her anticipation growing as Zhou Pang's expression softened. However, to her astonishment, he called out, "Bartender, another cup of hot milk, and this lady will take care of the bill." The blonde trembled with anger, her composure shattered. How could this man remain indifferent to her alluring physique? It felt like a grave insult, drawing from previous experience. The bartender swiftly placed the milk before Zhou Pang without uttering a word, then turned to the blonde, extending his hand for payment. "Madness," she fumed, furiously tossing $100 bill at the bartender and storming away, her body swaying with indignation. The bartender chuckled, having earned $200 in such a brief span. For Zhou Pang was indeed his little fortune. As he watched the blonde woman depart, Zhou Pang sighed contentedly, relieved that the evening would be free from further disturbances. Yet, he was still too naive, having overlooked a crucial detail. "Hey, brother, care to join me for some fun?" Suddenly, a burly African-American man approached him. Zhou Pang's gesture of raising his cup abruptly ceased, and he mechanically shook his head. The burly African-American man assumed Zhou Pang was merely shy and, with a hearty laugh, wrapped his arms around him, exclaiming, "Stop pretending, brother. I just witnessed you turn down that enticing lady. What normal man would refuse such a fiery woman?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang found a semblance of logic in his words. What nonsense! Who decreed that disinterest in women necessitates an affinity for men? With a swift step back, he freed himself from the man's grasp and hurriedly made his way towards Mozgov. Only a robust figure could intimidate another of equal stature. "Why are you running so awkwardly?" Mozgov mocked, observing Zhou Pang's anxious demeanor. With little time for explanations, Zhou Pang quickly pulled Mozgov in front of him, shielding himself from the looming awkwardness of two men vying for one another's attention. "Hey, big guy, step aside. Don't ruin my fun," the African-American man bellowed. Mozgov, realizing that someone had intentions toward Zhou Pang, felt a surge of protectiveness. As a formidable center in the NBA, would he be intimidated by this? "You enjoy playing? Then allow me to join the game," he said with a grin as he approached. The burly man instinctively retreated 2 steps, trembling, for who could withstand Mozgov's imposing physique? At last, with Mozgov licking his lips, the African-American man turned and fled. After expressing his gratitude to Mozgov, Zhou Pang ventured deeper into the shadows, wary of attracting any more peculiar admirers. Just then, he noticed another man in the corner, sipping hot milk, mirroring his own beverage. A kindred spirit, Zhou Pang could not help but steal a few glances, eager to discern the identity of the individual. However, upon recognizing the person's visage, the novelty instantly faded, and he sighed, "So, it is that man." Chapter 19. The senior in the nightclub, sipping hot milk rather than mingling with the ladies. Aside from Zhou Pang, it could only be that esteemed gentleman. After much contemplation, Zhou Pang resolved to approach him. "Hey, Wiggins, you're here enjoying yourself as well," Zhou Pang said with a beaming smile as he walked over. Wiggins was engrossed in a magazine, which, if Zhou Pang was not mistaken, seemed to be about the 36 strategies of health preservation. Upon noticing Zhou Pang, Wiggins appeared somewhat surprised yet unsurprised, his expression a curious blend of emotions. He stood up and smiled. "I've watched your matches. You play quite intelligently." Those familiar with his games would know that Wiggins, often referred to as Mouth Brother, possessed a smile that radiated innocence and warmth, truly healing and pure. It is recommended that anyone feeling down should gaze upon Mouth Brother's smile. Feeling flattered by Wiggins's praise, Zhou Pang sheepishly scratched his head. His style of play, which could be described as wise in flattering terms, might also be deemed cowardly in harsher light. Yet, Zhou Pang was unconcerned. If being timid was his nature, so be it. "You may call me timid, but surely you cannot claim I am unskilled?" They exchanged knowing smiles, and Zhou Pang remarked, "I also admire your playing style. It's quite safe." They shared another smile, raising their hot milk in a toast. "By the way, I watched your interview today, and you mentioned goji berry tea. Is it truly as miraculous as you claim?" Wiggins suddenly recalled something and eagerly inquired. This prompted Zhou Pang to remember how, in his day, People often remarked on Wiggins's penchant for steeping goji berries in his thermos. Could it possibly relate to what he had just said? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Upon reflection, Wiggins's statistics each season, an average of 20 points and 4 assists, were undeniably impressive, and these numbers were effortlessly within his reach. Remarkably, this scoring target aligned with Zhou Pang's aspirations for the current playoffs, representing the data he aimed to achieve. In pursuit of this goal, Zhou Pang had even prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, willing to expend 12% of his talent index in every game. Lost in thought, Zhou Pang suddenly realized Wiggins was still standing there and explained, "Of course, whenever you visit Huaxia, you must see those middle-aged gentlemen with their thermoses. Most contain goji berries. If they were of no use, would they all be steeping them?" Zhou Pang remarked that Wiggins' smile grew increasingly radiant, to the point where it astonishingly occupied the majority of his face. Could you perhaps share a bit of that with me as well?" Wiggins said shyly, extending his hand. Zhou Pang patted his chest confidently and declared, "No problem, let's exchange contact information later." Having received what he desired, Wiggins expressed his gratitude, prepared to depart with the contact details in hand. "Oh, come now. Is there such a thing as an easy deal?" Zhou Pang called out to Wiggins just in time. "Do you have any other commitments tonight?" Wiggins paused, shaking his head in response. "Good, that's splendid." Half an hour later, within a gymnasium in Memphis, Wiggins held a basketball, his expression one of resignation as he sighed. "This is absurd. Engaging in vigorous exercise late at night is quite unhealthy, don't you think? It's a rare opportunity to see you. Quickly, take this chance to teach me some effective techniques, preferably ones that are safe, efficient, and allow for a bit of laziness." Zhou Pang chuckled. "I know you are quite the expert in this regard." Wiggins scratched his head and replied, "But I am a small forward, whereas you're a point guard. The responsibilities we bear differ significantly. Not by much. I merely carry an additional burden of orchestrating the play," Zhou Pang swiftly countered, seemingly anticipating Wiggins' response. Left without a retort, Wiggins could only smile in resignation as he began to impart his secrets for conserving energy on the court. "First and foremost, you must understand that you can afford to be lazy at any time, but never let your guard down on defense." Wiggins was indeed correct. The ultimate battles between elite teams hinge on defensive prowess. The presence of a formidable defender can render the opposing team one scoring threat short. Consider the likes of Tyronn Lue, who successfully contained Allen Iverson, or Andre Iguodala, who managed to limit LeBron James. Coaches may tolerate a deficiency in offensive skills, but they will never permit lapses in defensive performance. Just observe Wiggins. Despite his scoring being rather unremarkable, his defensive capabilities are undoubtedly top tier among small forwards. Otherwise, why would teams be willing to invest $20 million annually in him? Wiggins' perspective resonated with Zhou Pang, who held a deep appreciation for defense himself. In fact, 60% of Zhou Pang's talent index during each game was dedicated to defensive efforts. The other aspect, of course, is offense. No matter how one might attempt to conserve energy, scoring is an essential requirement, is it not? Wiggins suddenly emphasized this point. Zhou Pang nodded thoughtfully. Wiggins chuckled and remarked, "The notion of scoring carries significant weight. For instance, scoring 2 points while in a position of advantage is entirely distinct from scoring 2 points that serve to equalize the game. Do you grasp my meaning? Are you suggesting that I should concentrate my offensive efforts on those pivotal moments?" Zhou Pang's eyes widened in surprise. This truly was an enlightening perspective. Previously, Zhou Pang primarily seized scoring opportunities when the opposing team had bench players on the court, as this strategy minimized his own exertion. However, after hearing Wiggins' words, it felt as though a door to a new world had been flung open. Wiggins nodded slightly before continuing, "You needn't focus solely on critical plays. You could leisurely accumulate 10 points, then deliver a couple of key shots. You see, only those crucial moments will leave a lasting impression on the audience." Upon reflection, Zhou Pang recognized the wisdom in this assertion. The league thrives on highlights, doesn't it? If he could consistently find himself in the spotlight, surely he would amass a considerable following. The more he pondered, the more sense it made, prompting him to pull out his phone to jot down notes. Moreover, a vital point to consider is the necessity of fostering a good rapport with the team's core players. For you, that means coexisting harmoniously with LeBron. You must understand that the Cavaliers traded for me using the first overall pick, all to secure LeBron. As Wiggins recounted this past event, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this experience is what clarified the essence of the league for Wiggins. Forget loyalty. Everything revolves around self-interest. The management prioritizes ratings and revenue, Thus we players must also compete for our own benefit. Zhou Pang gently patted Wiggins on the back and remarked with a smile. Let it be. At least you still have the game to play and money to earn, which makes you more fortunate than many others. I understand that neither of us are homegrown players, and we are bound to face scrutiny in the league. You may not be famous yet, but the challenges you will encounter in the future will undoubtedly surpass mine. It is evident that Wiggins possesses a straightforward mindset, for he would not have expressed such sentiments to Zhou Pang otherwise. Zhou Pang smiled silently before such events transpired. He undoubtedly ensured that he possessed the leverage necessary for negotiations with the alliance. Chapter 20. Irving. Farewell to Wiggins. The following morning, Zhou Pang took a solitary flight back to Cleveland. Why was he alone? JR and the others were still at the hotel, embracing their companions. How could they bear to leave? Upon returning to Cleveland, it was only just past 9 o'clock, leaving a considerable gap before the scheduled team training. Zhou Pang has not been idle. He must accumulate strength for his future. Since the inception of the NBA, it has undergone a lengthy developmental phase. From the initial craze for shorter players to the subsequent rise of towering figures led by George Mikan, the league has evolved significantly. Initially dominated by Caucasian athletes, it later welcomed Nat Clifton as the first African-American player to sign with the NBA. It is evident that each phase of the NBA's evolution has been significantly influenced by its leading figures. Today, the NBA is a vibrant tapestry of players from various ethnic backgrounds, countries, and states. However, players from the land of Huaxia are a rare sight. The sole individual who has carved out a niche in the NBA is Yao Ming, the towering figure often referred to as the Great Wall. Unreservedly speaking, Yao Ming shattered the barriers of the NBA, showcasing the capabilities of Huaxia athletes to the entire league. Therefore, Zhou Pang is not in a rush to establish dominance. He need not tread the same path as Yao Ming. The door has already been opened. And what Zhou Pang must do now is to pave the way, a broad avenue that allows Huaxia players to access the NBA stage on equitable terms. Most importantly, Zhou Pang aims to lay a foundation for Huaxia players within the NBA, ensuring they are not subjected to discrimination and can stand tall while playing. Before his transcendence, Zhou Pang harbored a grand ambition to organize a team of Huaxia players to clinch the NBA championship. It is not merely the championship itself that he covets, but the exhilarating sensation of thriving in a foreign domain. In his previous life, such aspirations seemed unattainable, yet now they hold a glimmer of possibility. It is crucial to recognize that Zhou Pang's greatest advantage lies not in some so-called soft system, but in his keen grasp of future dynamics. To realize this monumental dream, Zhou Pang's most pressing need is substantial funding, an amount so vast that it defies imagination. Thus, he must seize the opportunity to profit from the prevailing trends. In the year 2016, Zhou Pang contemplates the lucrative industries of the future: new energy vehicles, 5G technology, healthcare, and Bitcoin. If Zhou Pang can seize the opportunity in a timely manner, multiplying his investment severalfold within a mere few years seems effortlessly attainable. With a heart full of youthful enthusiasm, Zhou Pang takes his bank card and hails a taxi to the Cleveland Stock Exchange. Curiously, the driver is the same loquacious young man from the previous day. You played magnificently in yesterday's match. What were you thinking with that pass? Could you possibly get me a signature from LeBron James? While Zhou Pang can tolerate the first few comments, the latter provokes an intense irritation, almost compelling him to treat the young man to a watermelon out of sheer frustration. Stepping out of the taxi, laden with grievances, Zhou Pang strides purposefully into the stock exchange, confidently navigating the process of opening an account. Zhou Pang, a graduate of a financial institution, had previously conducted research on American stocks. Thus, he casually selected several stocks, such as Tesla, Facebook, and Apple, which are poised for unprecedented growth in the future. Consider this. Currently, these stocks are merely priced in the tens of dollars per share. In 20 years, which of them will not have multiplied tenfold? After ensuring he retains sufficient funds for sustenance, Zhou Pang divided the remainder of his capital into two equal portions, one half allocated for stock investments, while the other half was designated for the acquisition of Bitcoin. Zhou Pang's forthcoming income is undoubtedly poised for substantial growth, complemented by various endorsements. However, his fundamental financial principles remain unchanged, namely, to invest all available funds while ensuring one's basic sustenance. Some may ponder why not directly invest in Bitcoin, as it seemingly offers greater returns than stocks. This reflects a disparity in perspective. It is essential to recognize that purchasing Bitcoin merely allows for straightforward profit. Conversely, Acquiring shares in companies such as Apple or Tesla bestows upon one a new identity, that of a shareholder. Consider this. If Zhou Pang were to seize the opportunity to invest heavily in these stocks before their prices escalate, he could emerge as a significant stakeholder, thereby aligning himself with the capital interests. Zhou Pang is not foolish enough to believe he can contend against the financial power of the NBA solely on his own merits. He understands that to triumph over capital, one must wield capital. If he cannot overpower it, he must join it, a principle he comprehends thoroughly. However, before all of this is unveiled, Zhou Pang must remain in the shadows. Otherwise, as the saying goes, the tall tree catches the wind. Silently departing from the stock exchange, Zhou Pang ventured to a local eatery, indulging in a duck leg rice and steamed dumplings. The flavors were not entirely authentic, yet they surpassed Western cuisine by a considerable margin. As the hour approached, he hailed a taxi to the training facility nestled by the cemetery. Fortunately, this time, a different driver was at the wheel. Armed with the experience of arriving early on his last visit, Zhou Pang opted to arrive half an hour ahead once more. Stealthily entering the gymnasium, he found it devoid of LeBron James, yet the presence of other players brought him joy. It was Uncle Drew and Kyrie Irving. If one were to encapsulate Irving in a single word, it would undoubtedly be flamboyant. To describe him in idiomatic terms, exceedingly flamboyant. There's a saying that Allen Iverson could execute the same move 100 times, while Irving could outmaneuver you with 100 different moves. This illustrates the breadth of Irving's offensive arsenal. However, it was peculiar that Irving was present in the training facility. Had he not sustained a knee injury during the finals, and was he not still in recovery? As Zhou Pang approached silently, he had yet to utter a greeting when Irving spoke first. LeBron was not misleading me. You are indeed quite diligent. Zhou Pang sheepishly scratched his head, wishing to express a few humble words. However, Irving offered him no opportunity to speak, directly passing the ball into Zhou Pang's hands and stating, I have come here today to challenge you to a one-on-one match. Our next opponent is the Heat, and neither Dragic nor Wade is to be trifled with. Zhou Pang was unperturbed by the prospect of a duel. Losing by a couple of points would merely serve as a formality. Yet, he reminded, but you are currently nursing an injury. Irving merely smiled, took the ball from Zhou Pang, and replied, let me initiate the attack. Given the circumstances, Zhou Pang ceased his reluctance. Due to Irving's knee injury, they opted against a traditional American one-on-one, placing no restrictions on the number of dribbles. Thus commenced the one-on-one between Zhou Pang and Irving. It must be said that Irving's ball handling was nothing short of mesmerizing. His dribbles were slick and fluid, featuring crossovers and changes of direction that left Zhou Pang scrambling on defense. Although his injury had temporarily robbed him of explosive power, the rhythmic transitions in his play continued to keep Zhou Pang on his toes. Zhou Pang yearned to witness the prowess of the league's premier scorer. Thus he closely shadowed Irving. At that moment, Irving suddenly took a decisive step forward, actively seeking physical confrontation. Once he made contact with Zhou Pang, he executed a swift and elegant spin. As Zhou Pang retreated to defend, Irving seamlessly altered his direction, effortlessly slipping past Zhou Pang. What was happening? Was Irving's hand coated with superglue? Filled with surprise and indignation, Zhou Pang lowered his head and charged towards the paint, intent on blocking Irving's shot. However, he was facing Irving. With a sidelong glance at Zhou Pang, Irving's speed remained unfazed. After disrupting Zhou Pang's rhythm, he leaped into the air, performing a grand, rounded reverse layup, skillfully banking the basketball into the hoop. The basketball court was drenched, and the dribbling and layups were truly exquisite. Chapter 21. Upgrade. With the rules of continuous play in effect, Irving seized the moment and once again held the ball. This time, Zhou Pang had learned his lesson, maintaining an optimal defensive distance and denying Irving the opportunity to execute his signature spin move. Irving remained unhurried, dribbling the ball twice with his right hand before unexpectedly switching to his left, his entire body leaning to the left, as if preparing to make a breakthrough from that side. Zhou Pang, unwilling to be careless, swiftly shifted half a step to his left rear. Yet, in the very next moment, Irving abruptly switched the ball to his right hand, instantaneously pulling it back to the right side, while his body followed suit. It was the Sam Gold maneuver. Zhou Pang had employed this very trick during training games with the Cavaliers. It was a street ball move. However, Zhou Pang possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that his execution paled in comparison to Irving's, which was undeniably more refined and practical. Once again, he found himself outmaneuvered by Irving's dribbling, sending an unsettling shiver down his spine. What an exasperating experience. To put it colloquially, Irving was like a slippery loach, gliding effortlessly, making him impossible to catch. Unlike other players burdened by a sense of shame, Zhou Pang felt no compulsion to prove himself nor any urgent desire to defend successfully. After all, Irving was a super scorer capable of averaging 20 to 30 points in the playoffs. What was there to be embarrassed about if he couldn't defend against such prowess? Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Zhou Pang willingly accepted defeat in their one-on-one match. Regarding this outcome, Irving offered no words of consolation or motivation, such was his nature, leading some to claim he could never truly be a leader. Fortunately, the lengthy duel had consumed a considerable amount of time, allowing other teammates and coaching staff to arrive gradually. After 2 consecutive away games, the Cavaliers finally had a moment to breathe, with their next match scheduled in 2 days, and at home no less. With an opportunity to recover and rest, the intensity of training naturally escalated. They began with 8 laps around the basketball court, followed by various high-intensity drills designed to exhaust their stamina. In the end, only Zhou Pang and James persevered through the grueling session. Irving did not participate in this training. In stark contrast, JR and the others were all nursing their lower backs, lamenting the consequences of their lack of discipline. Having just completed an extensive energy-draining workout, Tyronn Lue did not allow the players a moment's respite. Instead, he urged them to immediately transition into shooting practice. This was not due to any cruelty on Lue's part, but rather because practicing shooting under extreme fatigue proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did it simulate game conditions, but it also facilitated the formation of muscle memory. In summary, practicing shooting after exhaustion offered numerous benefits. "Hey, Pang, care to challenge me to a 3-point contest?" James proposed with a grin, increasingly admiring Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang had no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. If memory served him correctly, James's 3-point shooting percentage during the 2015 to 2016 season was a mere 39, a figure that undoubtedly seemed rather low. However, this did not imply that James's long-range shots were inherently inaccurate. After all, his clutch 3-pointers were not infrequent occurrences. The rules were straightforward. Each player would take 5 shots from the 2 corners, the 2 wings, and the top of the arc, with the one who made the most successful shots declared the victor. James, displaying no modesty, received a pass from his assistant and launched a 3-pointer from the left wing. Swish! The first shot found its mark, a promising omen. Perhaps James had intentionally honed his corner 3-point shooting, as he astonishingly made 4 out of 5 attempts from the left wing. Zhou Pang, undeterred by the pressure, remained calm, for even in defeat, there was little to fear. After all, it was unlikely he would be whisked away to a neighboring cemetery for interment. James, performing at a commendable level, managed to hit 3 out of 5 attempts on both sides. Unexpectedly, however, he faltered at the arc's apex, missing 3 consecutive shots. Fortunately, he redeemed himself with 2 successful baskets at the end. Otherwise, he would have been left with quite a bruised ego. Concluding with a tally of 15 successful shots out of 25, James's performance was, indeed, justifiable. Now it was Zhou Pang's turn, and he faced the moment with virtually no pressure. Everyone knew that this lad favored training methods that minimized contact and reduced the risk of injury, particularly honing his 3-point shooting skills with remarkable diligence. He was especially adept at executing shots from the corners, skillfully retreating 2 steps without ever stepping out of bounds. The moment to shoot had arrived. Zhou Pang's performance from the corners is remarkably steady and sophisticated. He scored 4 out of 5 attempts from the left and achieved a flawless 5 out of 5 from the right. His accuracy from the wings, however, was rather average, with 3 successful shots out of 5 on both sides. After all, as a point guard, his primary role is to direct his teammates for 3-point shots from the flanks. Nevertheless, from the top of the arc, Zhou Pang's precision far surpasses that of LeBron James, as he managed to convert all 5 of his attempts. Zhou Pang spends the most time at the apex during competitions. If accuracy falters here, how can one launch a sudden strike? Upon the conclusion of the match, Zhou Pang achieved an impressive score of 20 out of 25 attempts. With such a shooting percentage, transitioning to a role as a catch-and-shoot player would pose no challenge whatsoever. After practicing his shooting, he focused on honing his passing, coordination, and fast breaks. Meanwhile, Irving remained seated nearby, dribbling the ball while casting glances towards Zhou Pang. His thoughts a mystery. After a bustling training match, the day's practice finally came to an end. Upon returning to his apartment, Zhou Pang checked the soft-egg system, only to find that his remaining talent index stood at an unwavering 98%. This perplexed him, as that figure had not changed for several days. Following his last game against the Grizzlies, his talent index remained at 98%. As was his custom, He returned home and adhered to his various health regimens, eating what was necessary, soaking in baths, and undergoing acupuncture. However, he was taken aback to discover that, after completing the entire routine, his talent index had only returned to 98%. No matter how diligently Zhou Pang strove thereafter, there was not a sliver of progress, leaving him bewildered. He had intended to test his limits after today's training. Yet, after expending so much energy, he found his talent index still stagnating at 98%. It neither ascended nor descended. If it were to remain permanently at 98%, it would not be too grievous, for such talent is already exceptional. However, he feared the day when an unforeseen calamity might cause it to plummet. Hey, soft egg, what is going on lately? Are you slacking off and not functioning? Zhou Pang found himself at an impasse, compelled to attempt communication with the system in a state of resignation. A minute later, a familiar mechanical voice resonated. Beep, beep. The host's remaining talent index stands at 98%. Zhou Pang rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Nonsense. I am aware of that. What I truly wish to know is why my recovery cannot reach 100%. The system, having undergone 8 hosts, had never encountered someone as despicable as him. Thus it automatically upgraded, increasing the difficulty of his recovery." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang was taken aback and indignantly retorted, "What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Am I to be penalized for being prudent? Must I unleash my full strength and achieve a score of 100 or more to be considered normal? The upgrade has been completed. Regression is not an option." Faced with this reality, Zhou Pang could only accept the situation after cursing the system for an hour. So, how can I restore my full talent index? Zhou Pang remained concerned about this matter. Quite simple. Complete the tasks assigned by the system based on your existing foundation. For instance, you have met the repair conditions. You merely need to finish the task to fully recover. With a thought, Zhou Pang indeed saw a brand new taskbar in his mind, which was empty save for a singular task: receive a pass from James and dunk over Wade. Chapter 22. Home game against the Heat. The question marks perfectly encapsulated Zhou Pang's reaction upon hearing this task. Dunk over the great Wade? Or rather, dunk over him after receiving a pass from James? Was this not utter nonsense? Setting aside whether Zhou Pang could actually dunk over the physically explosive Wade, how could James possibly pass the ball to him for such a feat? It must be noted that the bond between Wade and James transcended even that of spouses. Of course, that was solely in an emotional context. Regarding their physicality, whether they had come out of the closet was not my concern. Could the task not be more conventional? This difficulty was simply insurmountable. Zhou Pang felt tears welling up. However, the system remained resolute, offering no opportunity for Zhou Pang to contest. The task has been generated and cannot be altered. With no other choice, he resigned himself to the challenge. 2 days later, at the Cavaliers' home arena, with an hour remaining before the game, the Cavaliers players were resting in the locker room. 20,000. Pong. 3 strips. 60,000. Bar. 1 tube. It was hard to believe that such terms could be heard in an NBA locker room. Yes, they had indeed formed 2 tables for mahjong. As the instigator of this gathering, Zhou Pang was busy instructing James on how to win. As novices, everyone was still learning, yet with Zhou Pang as his strategist, James quickly managed to win 3 rounds, unable to contain his peculiar laughter. Jijijijijijai. Hey, that's not fair. You have to help me too, JR complained, expressing his dissatisfaction. Zhou Pang rubbed his nose and chuckled. I wonder who initially chose not to play, yet now has suddenly remembered me? I was merely jesting. JR chuckled in response. Suddenly, Tyronn Lue strode in. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the mahjong on the table, quickly regaining his focus to announce, the starting lineup has been released. Just as we anticipated. As he spoke, everyone gathered around, showing utmost respect. Lue nodded and glanced at LeBron, saying, LeBron, you are well acquainted with the Heat. You must perform excellently in today's game. Zhou Pang chimed in with a mischievous grin. Indeed, boss, just don't hold back against Wade. LeBron retaliated with a playful punch at Zhou Pang before addressing Lue. You can count on me. The pregame ceremony commenced, and the Q arena resonated with rousing music, while the cheerleaders, clad in vibrant attire, intensified the electrifying atmosphere. Soon, the arena plunged into darkness as the DJ prepared to announce, from Cleveland, the prodigy, LeBron James. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting MVP. MVP. The shooting guard JR. The fans continued to roar, yeah, yeah, yeah. Finally, it was Zhou Pang's turn. The genius guard from the East, Pang Cho. The performance of Zhou Pang in these 2 matches has been nothing short of remarkable. And Cavaliers fans are justly proud to have such a guard on their team, quickly embracing Zhou Pang. The exuberant cheers of Pang Chou may sound peculiar, yet they undeniably convey the fervor of the crowd, do they not? As both teams have taken the court, the starting lineups are displayed on the screen. For the Cavaliers, Zhou Pang, JR, James, Love, and Mozgov. For the Heat, Dragic, Wade, Bosh, and Whiteside. On examining the starting lineups, one might conclude that both teams are evenly matched, with the Heat perhaps holding a slight advantage. As the opening whistle blows, the jump ball commences with Mozgov facing off against Whiteside. At this moment, the young Whiteside's leaping prowess is evident, and he gains the upper hand in the jump, directing the ball towards the backcourt. Receiving the pass, Dragic advances confidently across half-court, immediately distributing the ball to Wade, who is then set up for a screen, allowing him to match up against Zhou Pang. Clearly, this is a calculated first defensive move, as Wade intends to isolate Zhou Pang. This leaves Zhou Pang perplexed. He wonders what transgression he has committed against Wade. Could it be a hint of jealousy stemming from his recent camaraderie with James? Banishing such chaotic thoughts, Wade positions himself to back down Zhou Pang. He nudges and dribbles again. Although Wade possesses the agility and speed to attack, he opts to rely on sheer strength instead. Is he attempting to intimidate Zhou Pang? This physical confrontation carries no risk of injury, and Zhou Pang is resolute in not yielding to Wade. Lowering his center of gravity and planting his feet firmly, Zhou Pang silently braces himself, enduring Wade's post-up attempts. However, after a series of unsuccessful backdowns, Wade finds himself questioning how this newcomer possesses such formidable lower body strength. Yet, relying solely on strength will not suffice to restrain the lightning flash. Wade. After another attempt to back Zhou Pang down, Wade pivots sharply to the left, using his left hand to shield Zhou Pang from following. With just a moment's hesitation, Wade finds himself at mid-range. At this juncture, Love is preoccupied with Bosh in the left corner, while Mozgov is entangled with Whiteside, leaving no one available to contest Wade's shot. With 5 defenders spread across the court, Wade effortlessly sinks a jump shot. As he retreats on defense, Wade cannot resist casting a scornful smile towards Zhou Pang, the implication of his provocation unmistakable. Such arrogance! Who can bear it? Zhou Pang remains composed. A gentleman conceals his talents and awaits the opportune moment. As a person of profound depth, Zhou Pang is not easily swayed by such primitive provocations. As he advances the ball past the half-court line and positions himself at the arc's apex, Zhou Pang meticulously surveys the unfolding scenario, noting that the Heat have adopted a man-to-man defense. This presents a formidable challenge. JR is matched up against Wade, a matchup devoid of advantage. Love faces Bosh in an evenly contested battle. Mozgov is up against Whiteside, even finding himself at a disadvantage. While James enjoys a favorable matchup, the Heat players are exceedingly familiar with him. They can anticipate his every move, making the task all the more daunting. Zhou Pang can indeed face off against Dragic. However, it seems unnecessary to exert such effort right from the start. Scoring immediately can be quite exhausting. Furthermore, Wiggins has already emphasized the importance of scoring at the opportune moment, as this is where true value lies. After much contemplation, Zhou Pang promptly gestured for action. JR and Love meandered to the right wing, while Mozgov positioned himself at the top of the arc to set a screen. LeBron utilized Mozgov's screen at the arc to prepare for a mid-range catch. The court, which had been lethargic just a moment prior, sprang to life instantly following Zhou Pang's directive. 9 players dashed across the court. What a magnificent sight! Utilizing the screen, Zhou Pang strode forward confidently, and as Whiteside emerged to defend, Zhou Pang deftly shifted right, ball in hand, feigning a shot. Whiteside, startled, rushed forward. Seizing the moment, Zhou Pang made a one-handed pass toward the right wing, where JR had momentarily found an open opportunity. Yet Wade, not to be underestimated, swiftly positioned himself in the path of Zhou Pang's pass, intent on intercepting it. Fortunately, Zhou Pang anticipated Wade's defensive prowess and refrained from making the pass, instead flicking his wrist backward while retaining possession. Without looking, he executed a behind-the-back pass. Wade was taken aback and quickly glanced toward the free-throw line, where the unmistakable figure of an unguarded LeBron James stood. With a crisp swish, Wade's gaze toward Zhou Pang lost some of its previous disdain. Chapter 23. Little Green Tea. Wade advanced the ball into the front court and immediately signaled for Whiteside to set a screen at the free-throw line, eschewing any elaborate tactical maneuvers. After the screen, he drove straight to the basket. Whiteside, robust and imposing, obstructed Zhou Pang's path. leaving him to pray that Mozgov could at least apply a modicum of pressure on Wade, preventing an easy layup. However, the flash was not to be taken lightly. As Mozgov prepared to defend, Wade explosively launched the ball and swiftly took 2 steps forward. Before Mozgov could even react, Wade was already in the paint, effortlessly laying the ball in. Old MO, next time you encounter a screen, just stay put. It's better to let Wade take a jumper than to allow him a layup. Zhou Pang offered his sage advice. No matter how accurate your mid-range shooting may be, achieving a shooting percentage above 90% is nearly impossible. However, an open layup is a different story, as long as one retains their faculties. Even a momentary lapse in judgment is unlikely to result in a miss. Mozgov nodded, harboring a favorable impression of Zhou Pang, whether in competition or in daily life. Zhou Pang was a person adept at fostering harmonious relationships with his teammates. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Zhou Pang and James walked side by side on the court, sharing laughter and banter, resembling a couple in a park. Look at Wade, so fierce right from the outset. It doesn't bother me to be schooled by a veteran. However, this is Cleveland, your home court. James furrowed his brow, finding the remark somewhat peculiar yet not entirely erroneous. All right, I understand now. James nodded, signaling that he was ready to take action. With a sly grin, the green tee plan was put into motion. Positioned at the top of the arc, Zhou Pang made a sweeping gesture to the right, except for James. Everyone shifted to the right side to engage in man-to-man defense against the Heat. There was no simpler tactic than allowing James to face off against Lure. As he took the pass from Zhou Pang on the left wing at a 45-degree angle, James couldn't help but reflect on the young man before him, who had stepped in as the Heat's small forward. Young man, allow me to show you what it truly means to be a small forward, he mused. He executed a couple of somewhat stiff triple threat moves, but they yielded little effect. If one were to witness true triple threat prowess, they need only look to Anthony and Kobe. It was that James lacked skill. When he first entered the league, he was undoubtedly a technical player, showcasing a variety of dribbling and layup techniques. However, one day, a revelation struck him. The divine gifts bestowed upon him by the heavens were not meant to be squandered on mere technicalities. Thus, James unleashed his testosterone, sculpting a physique akin to a TNT powerhouse. Their essay saying that when Shaquille O'Neal receives the ball in the paint and James prepares for a 3-step layup, defense becomes futile. It simply cannot be stopped. This statement holds true, as you can see. Observing that the triple threat was ineffective, James refrained from launching a sudden attack and instead dribbled towards the left, utilizing his body to create space against Lure to prevent a steal. James then pushed the ball to the right with his left hand. In the blink of an eye, he was at mid-range, opting not to dribble again, but instead smoothly gathered for a 3-step motion. Whiteside, young and inexperienced, foolishly returned to the basket alone, attempting to block James. Rationally, this might not be a poor decision, akin to facing off against Faker. If you succeed in a solo kill, everyone will remember you. Yet, should you be bested by Faker, who would recall your name? Unless it's featured in a highlight reel, which could still garner attention. With the mindset that he had nothing to lose, Whiteside, the robust center, sprang into action, leaping high. As James drew nearer, Whiteside's mind fixated on a singular thought: ravage me, LeBron. Yet, James merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction before leaping from the baseline, evading Whiteside's block midair and effortlessly executing a delicate layup. As they landed, James swayed his hips while retreating to defend, leaving Whiteside in a state of bewilderment. Realizing that all his internal monologues had been in vain, it felt akin to being summoned by a girlfriend to a hotel only to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. LeBron is indeed formidable. Zhou Pang quickly approached, but Wade was sure to seek immediate retribution. Can you handle it? James smiled faintly and replied, I will show him what it means to be blocked. As Dragic crossed half court, he predictably passed the ball once more into Wade's capable hands. The strategy remained unchanged, employing a pick and roll to switch the defender to Zhou Pang. Turning back towards James, he made a pleading gesture, prompting Zhou Pang to immediately engage in defense. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. Should James successfully block Wade's shot, one could bet that Wade's fiery temperament would ensure a swift retaliation in the following play. Both players were ignited with competitive fervor, allowing Zhou Pang the opportunity to disrupt the play and perhaps even seize a pass to deliver a thunderous dunk over Wade. Zhou Pang suddenly felt that not pursuing a role as a third wheel was truly a disservice to his talents. In the face of Zhou Pang, Wade executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, followed by rapid changes in direction that altered the rhythm of his dribbling. Time ticked away second by second, and Zhou Pang's endurance and focus began to wane. Suddenly, Wade made his move. He lunged forward to the right, then explosively retreated a step back to his original position, his hands poised to capture the ball. Zhou Pang discerned that this was merely a feint, thus refraining from leaping and instead raising his hands to prevent Wade from executing a genuine move. For anyone else, this play might have concluded here, as the tactic had been unveiled. Yet, this was Wade, the Flash himself. For him, merely raising his hands sufficed, as his objective was to elevate Zhou Pang's center of gravity, and the height of that elevation was of no consequence. The ball descended sharply to the right front once more, and Wade unleashed his power with an astonishing swiftness that was truly insurmountable. Zhou Pang gritted his teeth and turned to follow. At that moment, Wade's attention was entirely focused on the basket ahead and Zhou Pang behind him, completely oblivious to the shadow racing in from the right corner. Realizing Zhou Pang could not catch up, Wade took 3 quick steps, cradled the ball in his hands, and prepared for a slam dunk. However, thud. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What seemed like a guaranteed basket was astonishingly blocked. Wade was momentarily stunned, and when he turned to see LeBron, it made sense. Just wait. Wade, never one to back down, muttered coldly as he retreated to the backcourt. Look at Wade. Why is he so irritable? He completely disregards brotherhood. Zhou Pang fanned the flames from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, James realized the truth in it. Damn it. I'm the #1 draft pick, the son of Cleveland. Why should I fear you? With a grunt, James positioned himself for a one-on-one against Lore. Faced with James's fierce gaze, Lore felt a deep sense of helplessness. Why must you two take your frustrations out on me? Chapter 24. The Dunk Over Wade. Lore thought his inner turmoil was a private affair, unaware that his expression had already betrayed him. In the commentary booth, Mike and Mark chuckled. Hey, folks. Look at Lore's face. It's as if he is staring down an oncoming train. Indeed, he is probably already contemplating what music to play at his funeral, they mused. Amidst their banter, the audience erupted in laughter. On the court, Zhou Pang patiently awaited his moment. To ensure the plan unfolded seamlessly, he had strategically positioned his teammates so as not to obstruct Wade's defensive efforts. Truly meticulous, more so than the Canadian sharpshooter. Ahem, back to the action. James, ball in his right hand, executed a crossover and swiftly switched to his left hand, using his body to push Lore aside as he surged forward towards the left front. Along the baseline, James clearly intended to replicate his previous maneuver and go for a layup. Everything mirrored the prior attempt. Lore trailed closely behind, while Whiteside positioned himself to block James once more. Perhaps this was the most genuine expression of rivalry that could spell doom. James gathered his strength and initiated his 3-step launch. The first step left Lore behind, the second brought him beneath the basket, and on the third, he leaped skyward, midair. He twisted his body to evade Whiteside's interference, feeling relaxed as he prepared to flick his wrist for the layup. Just when it seemed all was set, that man appeared. Wade, who had been defending JR on the right wing, suddenly materialized beneath the basket like a celestial guardian. At that moment, James found himself utterly cornered, with no room to evade. Thud. Wade executed a remarkable block against James, redeeming himself from past failures. Witnessing this moment, the Cleveland fans were devoid of any excessive emotions, only experiencing a pure thrill that electrified their senses. The clash between the Flash and the Little Emperor, still good brothers, resembled an exhilarating blend of the Avengers and the allure of returning home, a grand production of sci-fi ethics intertwined with hardcore emotions. Following the block, Wade wore a disdainful smirk, gazing arrogantly at James, taunting, I have completely seen through you. Your tricks hold no sway over me. But hey, it's premature to speak just yet. Look at the score. We are still leading. James pointed to the scoreboard, unfazed. The referee, however, showed no intention of intervening in their banter. It would indeed be a miracle if these two brothers ever came to blows. As expected, they merely exchanged barbs. And the game resumed. Basketball, after all, should be resolved on the court. True players must maintain a clear distinction between on-court and off-court matters. One must not allow basketball to intrude upon everyday life. Otherwise, one reveals immaturity. Boss, I can't bear to watch any longer. During the defensive transition, Zhou Pang stealthily approached James once more. Before James could speak, Zhou Pang continued, for the next offensive play, follow my lead. The relentless one-on-one battles had drained Wade's stamina, and at last, he missed a mid-range shot. It was now the Cavaliers' turn to counterattack, and Zhou Pang brought James and Love together. I will create an opportunity for Love to perform an alley-oop dunk, but Wade will undoubtedly see through it. He has that capability, so for the first chance, James. You must fake the pass. James nodded, while Love looked bewildered. So, am I really going for an alley-oop? Just cut into the paint and jump a bit. That's all that's needed. Be careful not to touch the rim, for in the next moment, I will receive a pass from James and complete the alley-oop. Upon hearing Zhou Pang's words, both James and Love were momentarily stunned, gazing at Zhou Pang in disbelief. James broke the tension first, asking, "Sorry. I didn't quite catch that. Are you saying you want to perform an alley-oop?" "Indeed," Zhou Pang replied resolutely. "There is simply no other way. If I don't dunk, I cannot cope with this weak system." Hearing the affirmative response, James was filled with excitement. "Exactly. You should have played like this from the start. You were able to block me during practice. Your physical ability is more than sufficient." The three of them were engrossed in conversation at the perimeter, entirely forgetting they were still in a game. Watching the grinning James, Wade's gaze towards Zhou Pang grew increasingly hostile as he silently clenched his fists. "My man can only be protected by me." Positioned at the top of the arc, Zhou Pang exchanged a knowing glance with James and Love. The spectacle was about to unfold. Observing the situation, Zhou Pang signaled several times in quick succession. LeBron James positioned himself at the top of the arc, while Kevin Love and Mozgov adapted on the left wing, and J.R. Smith settled on the right. The scene unfolded, leaving the Miami Heat somewhat perplexed. Could it be that they were allowing LeBron to take on a one-on-one? Gazing up at LeBron, Lou felt a sense of impending doom. How could they withstand another onslaught from that relentless man-to-man strategy? However, at that moment, the left wing suddenly sprang into action. Mozgov, utilizing his imposing stature, managed to block both Whiteside and Bosch entirely. Indeed, the greater the width of the column, the more miraculous the outcomes. With Love poised for an alley-oop opportunity, Wade cast a glance at LeBron and, without hesitation, the pain, immediately abandoned his defense on JR to sprint towards the paint. He understood LeBron all too well. There was no reason for him not to deliver the ball for an alley-oop. Wade's intuition seemed spot on. Yet he distinctly observed LeBron casting a flirtatious glance at Love, and LeBron's wrist indeed twitched. But when Wade leaped into the air, he was taken aback to discover that the pass had not been made. Astonishment, confusion, regret, all these emotions swirled within him. He quickly glanced towards the open JR, convinced that LeBron must be intending to pass to him for an open three-pointer. But wait, why was LeBron throwing the ball towards the basket at this moment? Was he attempting a three-point shot? How could that be? Only Zhou Pang would dare to do such a thing. Gulp. Remembering Zhou Pang, Wade swallowed hard, realizing how he had momentarily forgotten about the young man. At that moment, Wade stood under the basket, and Love shot him a kind glance before pointing upwards. Wade bit his lip and turned to look. My goodness! Zhou Pang had just caught LeBron's pass and was soaring towards the basket with arms raised. Bam! The entire arena erupted in applause. Zhou Pang, he just dunked over Wade. The crowd in Cleveland erupted with fervor, chanting Zhou Pang's name, while numerous admirers cast flirtatious glances his way. What just transpired? Wade was dunked on by someone. If my memory serves me right, it was LeBron's pass. What an astonishing alley-oop dunk this is. The commentators in the booth were ecstatic, finally having material to discuss. As for Wade, he appeared ashen. Surely this dunk would make the highlights of the day. Chapter 25, Beyond the Three-Point Line? The more Wade thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. ISNT the usual backdrop Paul George? And LeBron, have you truly forsaken me? You would side with a rookie to bully me, fueled by resentment. Wade held the ball at the arc, using a screen to switch his defender to James. Zhou Pang, who had anticipated this move, casually positioned himself in the left corner, grinning as he observed the scene at the top of the arc. His strategic plan was a resounding success, not only fulfilling the soft-hearted mission but also redirecting Wade's animosity toward James. Basketball, after all, requires cerebral finesse. In the 9th minute of the first quarter, the Heat called a timeout, allowing Wade and the other starters to take a brief respite. The Cavaliers did likewise. And this time, Zhou Pang did not remain on the court. After all, the great proponent of wellness, Wiggins, once remarked, scoring should be about timing. Accumulating points against substitutes lacks substance. As the team leader, James occupied a seat unlike that of ordinary players, enjoying ample space and a lavish cushion beneath him, exuding immense comfort. Due to both emotional intelligence and prowess, Zhou Pang unexpectedly found himself beside James. Glancing at the cushion beneath James, Zhou Pang chuckled, "Boss, for some reason lately, my backside has been quite uncomfortable. Look at this." James playfully punched Zhou Pang and then called for an assistant to provide Zhou Pang with a cushion. In truth, JR and the others also desired a cushion, but had previously hesitated to ask. Now, seeing a newcomer like Zhou Pang receive one, they had no reason to refrain from extending their hands. Hey, boss. We want one too. In an instant, JR, TT, and Love all crowded around. James was taken aback, displaying a classic expression, and remarked, "There aren't any left. I'm not here to sell cushions. Figure it out yourselves." Comfortably seated on the grand cushion, Zhou Pang leisurely sipped his goji berry tea, thoroughly enjoying the moment. This only made JR and the others more envious. Damn it, while they couldn't snag a cushion, they could surely steal a sip of that goji berry tea. Zhou Pang was just about to take a sip when he caught sight of JR and his companions, who were watching him with keen interest. Startled, he quickly closed his cup and gazed at them cautiously. However, how could one pair of fists withstand the onslaught of four hands? It was inevitable that he would succumb. Moments later, satisfied expressions spread across JR and his cohorts' faces, even prompting them to lick their lips in delight. Meanwhile, Zhou Pang found himself weeping on James's shoulder, his sorrow evident. The commotion drew the attention of numerous fans and media outlets, all of whom couldn't help but share a knowing smile at the camaraderie displayed among the Cavaliers players, which surely fostered a splendid chemistry on the court. The commentators also took note of the scene, making a lighthearted quip. Soon, the first quarter concluded with the score at 21-20, thanks to Wade sinking a buzzer-beating three-pointer. Otherwise, the Cavaliers could have led by 4 points. Beep. As the second quarter commenced, both teams reintroduced their key players. Receiving the ball from Mozgov, Zhou Pang calmly dribbled it to half-court. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Love quickly moved in to set a screen. Unfortunately, Bosch's vast experience allowed him to deny Zhou Pang any opportunity to penetrate the paint. Given that the first quarter had seen minimal pressure on both offense and defense, Love was particularly enthusiastic as the second quarter began. Having just completed the screen at the top of the arc, he hurriedly positioned himself at mid-range, vying for space against Bosch, eagerly reaching out for the ball. Let us not forget, Love had not been with the Cavaliers for long. He too needed to prove his worth. There is no reason for Zhou Pang not to pass the ball to him. With the ball held against his body, Love first swayed his shoulders left and right to confound Bosch, then lowered his center of gravity to execute a backdown. Once, twice. After the third backdown, Love suddenly pivoted towards the weak side and executed a fadeaway jumper. Remarkably, among the taller players, Love's fadeaway is quite exquisite. The form is beautiful, and the shot is flawless, nothing but net. Dragic, pushing the counterattack, suddenly accelerated towards the paint under Whiteside's screen, immediately drawing the attention of Zhou Pang and Mozgov. In the first quarter, Dragic hardly initiated any offense, primarily distributing the ball to Wade. However, this does not imply a lack of isolation capability. Do not forget, Dragic's playing style is also quite tenacious. Faced with a double team, Dragic remained composed. Without looking back, he deftly passed the ball to the left corner, where the ever-prepared Bosch awaited. In this instance, Love made a defensive error. Despite Zhou Pang and Mozgov already collapsing into the paint, Love irrationally retreated into the interior. An open corner three-pointer, Bosch had every reason to score. Focus on the game. Zhou Pang offered a reminder. In yet another fervent offensive sequence, Wade seemingly had no intention of making a significant impact in the second quarter, merely positioning himself on the left wing. Dragic, with the ball in hand, signaled as Bosch swiftly moved up to set a screen. Recalling Bosch's three-point prowess, Zhou Pang decisively called out to Love, "Switch." As anticipated, Dragic, utilizing the screen, maneuvered into mid-range, encountering Love before decisively passing the ball behind him. It must be said that Dragic indeed possesses basketball intelligence. Had anyone else attempted that pass, it would likely have been intercepted by Zhou Pang. However, Dragic first executed a fake pass, then lofted the ball with just the right height, ensuring Zhou Pang could not make contact. With the ball at the top of the arc, and Bosch not sparing him a glance, he took a direct jump shot. Swish. Another one down. As the second quarter commenced, the opposing team had already sunk 2 three-pointers. Had it been any other coach, a timeout would have been called by now. Yet, Tyronn Lue chose to trust his players, allowing them to adjust on the court. Relying on three-pointers to triumph over us? Zhou Pang scoffed derisively, "Old M.O. Set me a screen. I shall make them understand what a three-pointer truly is." Zhou Pang, indeed, had little temper. Yet Bosch surprisingly executed a jump shot without even casting a glance, which greatly displeased Zhou Pang. Mozgov, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but smile. His moment to shine had finally arrived. As he dribbled past half-court, Zhou Pang swiftly signaled twice before passing the ball to JR. James and Love, understanding the cue, immediately moved forward to set up a double screen for JR, who seized the opportunity to drive straight to the basket, drawing defenders in. Noticing Dragic approaching, JR executed a behind-the-back pass to the left wing, where Zhou Pang had just found open space thanks to Mozgov's pick. Without needing to adjust his stance, Zhou Pang launched a three-pointer from his spot, the ball swishing through the net effortlessly. After the opposing team hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, Zhou Pang retaliated in kind. On another offensive play, Zhou Pang opted against a pick and chose to isolate himself beyond the arc facing Dragic's defense. He remained unruffled, repeatedly feinting to create psychological pressure on his opponent. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Zhou Pang suddenly lowered the ball, causing Dragic to retreat a step. In that brief moment, Zhou Pang sprang up for a jump shot. No one was more accurate than him at the top of the arc swish. As he transitioned back on defense, Zhou Pang couldn't resist tossing out a remark that sent Bosch into a fit of frustration. Chapter 26. The battle in the paint. Initially, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers seemed like a perfect start for the Heat. But little did they expect Zhou Pang to emerge like a divine force, promptly answering with 2 three-pointers of his own. While it may superficially appear that both teams merely exchanged pairs of three-pointers, one must not forget that Zhou Pang's shots were consecutive answer balls. For the Cavaliers, those 2 three-pointers served to ignite the fervor on the court. Their strategic significance far surpassed that of Bosch's 2 three-pointers. Observing the excitement among his teammates, Zhou Pang nodded slightly. This was what Wiggins referred to as crucial scoring. Dragic advanced the ball across half-court, and the Heat called for a timeout. It was evident that this pause was to strategize against Zhou Pang. Well done, Pang Cho. Tyronn Lue approached with a beaming smile, giving Zhou Pang a hearty pat on the shoulder. The timeout was brief, and Lue quickly advised, Bosch possesses commendable three-point shooting skills. You all must be vigilant regarding the Heat's pick-and-pop plays. Love should also look to capitalize on mid-range or interior opportunities, and you, Mozgov, must be ready to provide timely support. Trust your teammates. If you get a good opportunity under the basket, the ball will find you. After a lengthy discourse, the timeout was drawing to a close. The team wiped the sweat from their brows and turned to head back to the court. Just then, Lue pulled Zhou Pang aside and said, Pang Cho, take a seat for a moment. Let Deli take your place. Zhou Pang was momentarily taken aback. Having just sunk 2 three-pointers, he was surprisingly benched. Under different circumstances, any other player would likely express frustration or even voice complaints to the coach. But who is Zhou Pang? He is the timid youth who goes to bed at 10:30 in the evening and rises at 7:30 in the morning. Such trivial playing time would hardly concern him. Primarily, Zhou Pang possesses a clear understanding of his own prowess, and he is acutely aware that the Cavaliers can hardly do without him now. Sitting idly on the bench, devoid of the banter shared by LeBron and Love, he could only watch the game unfold. As he glanced up, he caught sight of JR bypassing Dragic with remarkable speed, charging toward the basket. In such situations, JR typically either scores or draws a shooting foul, ensuring the opposing team pays a price. It is worth noting that JR's highlight reel rivals that of Jordan. Just as Zhou Pang awaited JR's moment of glory, the unexpected presence of Bosch materialized, delivering a forceful swat that sent the ball sailing out of bounds. The force of the impact caused JR to be flung away along with the ball. This incident was no trifling matter. Zhou Pang stood up in alarm, while Tyronn Lue furrowed his brow in concern for JR, and his teammates rushed to his side. Fortunately, Bosch's action was clean, and given JR's muscular build, he appeared to be unharmed. However, this incident escalated tensions between the two teams. Were it not for LeBron's intervention, JR would certainly have exchanged heated words with Bosch. JR, positioned at the baseline, passed the ball to Love, who, using his body as a shield, returned it to JR. With less than 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock, JR had to swiftly determine his course of action. Known for his fiery temperament, JR's reputation preceded him, and the Heat players, fully aware that he would not let the incident slide, subtly shifted toward potential paths of his attack. This maneuver, however, inadvertently created opportunities for other Cavaliers players, such as Mozgov. In a moment of urgency, JR's eyes lit up as he glanced toward Love. Yet the ball was deftly sent to the left side to the unguarded Mozgov. Seizing the moment, Mozgov leapt and emphatically dunked the ball, landing while letting out a triumphant roar directed at Bosch nearby. Thus, a rivalry was ignited. The opposing team quickly resumed play, with Dragic accelerating past half-court, his demeanor indicative of pent-up frustration. Once at the front court, he paused momentarily for his teammates to settle into position, before delivering a high lob pass to Whiteside, who had established position in the paint. Having just witnessed Mozgov's dunk, he was mentally prepared. As Whiteside received the ball, he bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity. After 2 rhythmic backing moves, Whiteside advanced only half a step into the paint, yet for a player standing at 6 feet 11 inches, that distance was ample. With a powerful pivot to the left, he disregarded Mozgov's defense, executing a beautiful right-handed hook shot that swished through the net. Another answer ball. The fervor among the spectators surged once more, for the clash of muscles in the paint was far more captivating than the mere spectacle of long-range three-point shots. Both teams engaged in an ardent contest within the key, and following a screen and roll, Delhi deftly delivered the ball to Love, confronted by Bosch's defense. Love may not have held the advantage in physical strength, yet his finesse was undeniably commendable. With a decisive dribble, he maneuvered into the paint, purposefully seeking contact, then swiftly elevated the ball in a feint, seamlessly executing a turnaround jumper. Swish. It found nothing but net, adding another score to the tally. As the first half concluded, both sides primarily accumulated points in the paint. This delighted Mozgov, for in an era dominated by outside shooting, showcasing prowess in the post was no easy feat. As the first half drew to a close, the score stood at 56-51, with the Cavaliers holding a slender 5-point lead. It must be said that Love performed admirably, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage of around 85% in the face of Bosch's defense. Upon returning to the locker room, Tyronn Lue glanced at the seemingly unfazed Zhou Pang and approached him, inquiring, "Do you understand why I brought you off the court?" Zhou Pang pondered for a moment, already harboring an answer in his heart, yet he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he feigned ignorance and jested, "Do you fancy me? Is that why you wish to linger a while longer?" James, Jr., TT, Mozgov. Alas, was there something amiss in this exchange? Tyronn Lue cleared his throat twice and remarked, as soon as the second quarter commenced, "You sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, following a timeout. The opposing team will undoubtedly tighten their defense against you. Yet, at that moment, I chose to take you off the court. Doesn't that render their timeout futile?" Impressive. Zhou Pang, who had long understood Lue's intentions, beamed with admiration, feigning sincerity. Lue nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Moreover, I am aware that it is improbable to determine the victor against the Heat in the first half. Hence, I deliberately allowed you and James a bit more rest, with the aim of enabling you both to seize the game in the second half. Do you comprehend?" Goodness. Zhou Pang was genuinely taken aback, realizing just how pivotal his strategic role was, equating his stature to that of LeBron. But wait, where had he inadvertently revealed himself? He had only utilized less than 10% of his talent index in every game. Why then was he still so outstanding? Could it be attributed to his handsome visage? Indeed, it must be so. There exists a notion within the league known as the star aura, referring to players who possess an innate ability to command the court merely by their appearance. Contemplating this, Zhou Pang felt bewildered, despite his efforts to conceal his prowess. His striking looks drew undue attention. What was he to do? Should he perhaps consider altering his appearance in South Korea? Chapter 27. Eruption, Extinguishing the Flames. Setting aside any thoughts of cosmetic alterations, the most pressing concern at hand was how to secure victory in the third quarter. We must accelerate the pace of the game in the third quarter. Mozgov, you take a breather while TT steps in. Tyronn Lue began to strategize. Both Zhou Pang and James nodded in unison at this arrangement. Mozgov primarily focused on defense while on the court. He possessed the weight to dominate the paint and the tenacity to safeguard the rim, both of which were crucial attributes. However, what the Cavaliers required in the third quarter was explosiveness, a rhythm capable of sweeping away the game. Mozgov, evidently, could not adapt to such an intense tempo. It was akin to singing. Jay Cho may excel in pop music without a hitch, yet asking him to perform death metal would clearly be a misfit. This is not to imply that Jay Cho is lacking. It is merely a matter of specialization. Why did thoughts of Jay Cho arise while writing about basketball? Ahem. In contrast, TT also boasted commendable physical attributes, yet compared to the bulk of Mozgov, TT's agility was distinctly superior. With TT's mobility, the Cavaliers' possibilities on both offense and defense would significantly increase. Beep. The showdown of the second half commenced. Zhou Pang swiftly maneuvered the ball across half-court, positioning himself at the arc's apex, just 2 steps away from the three-point line, thereby providing his defender, Dragic, with an unwarranted sense of security, which allowed him to better survey the court. Indeed, as a championship-caliber team, the Miami Heat's storied legacy had not dissipated with LeBron James's departure. Following the Cavaliers' successful isolation plays in the first half, the Heat promptly shifted their defensive strategy from man-to-man to a 2-3 zone at the start of the second half. It is well known that the most effective tactic to dismantle a 2-3 zone is the 1-3-1 formation. However, Zhou Pang hesitated to implement this strategy immediately, as he pondered why the Heat, fully aware of the vulnerabilities of the 2-3 zone, would persist in employing it. The strategic significance of widening the score gap in the third quarter was monumental. Despite his doubts, Zhou Pang resolved to signal his teammates to execute the 1-3-1 formation. Why? If Zhou Pang refrained from utilizing the 1-3-1 and the ensuing shot failed, one could only speculate whom Tyronn Lue and the Cavaliers would blame. Conversely, even if Zhou Pang's attempt at the 1-3-1 faltered, Lue would find it difficult to criticize him, attributing the failure to his own lack of preparation. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Pang swiftly conveyed several hand signals. TT positioned himself in the left corner, applying pressure to the opponent's cutting lanes. JR settled on the right wing, with LeBron stationed on the left wing. Love prepared to receive the ball at the free throw line. As the setup unfolded, Love confidently caught the ball at the free throw line. Initially, one might have expected either Wade or Dragic to guard Love, yet surprisingly, Bosh boldly advanced to the free throw line. Clearly, the opposing team possessed a superior tactical acumen. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Pang discreetly signaled for TT on the left wing. Following the directive, TT took 2 steps to the left, then swiftly changed direction, exploiting Whiteside's inattentiveness as he dashed along the baseline towards the basket. It was a prime opportunity for an alley-oop dunk. Love chuckled, raising the ball and accurately throwing it. However, the sound that resonated was not that of a thunderous dunk, but rather the dull thud of the basketball being swatted away. This pass was emphatically blocked by Bosh, who leaped high into the air. Fortunately, the ball ricocheted back to Love, who, seizing the moment while Bosh was still regaining his balance, decisively stepped right, inching closer to the basket. Just then, Love caught a glimpse of a lightning-fast figure, Wade. Wade's explosive athleticism was well known, and Love could not guarantee the basket would be secure. Moreover, with Wade's presence, it was evident that JR must have been left open. With this realization, Love grinned and deftly passed the ball to the right wing. His assumption proved correct. JR indeed found himself momentarily unguarded. However, as soon as JR received the pass, Dragic swiftly closed in on him. In a moment of desperation, JR had no choice but to cross the ball to Zhou Pang at the top of the arc, but in the very next second, Lue arrived to bolster the defense against Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang, holding the ball, did not rush to pass it to James, for Wade had already positioned himself in front of James. The coaching staff and players of the Heat are truly audacious, attempting to compensate for the flaws in their 2-3 zone defense with sheer physicality and vigor. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Pang scoffed dismissively. Thus, the farce came to an end. My apologies, Lauer, but you brought this upon yourself by attempting to guard me 2 steps away from the three-point line. Zhou Pang first glanced at Lauer, then at the basket, and finally turned to check on James. Lauer's gaze shifted along with Zhou Pang's movement. And as Zhou Pang turned his head, Lauer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that he was no longer merely a backdrop. At that moment, Zhou Pang abruptly straightened his head and executed a jump shot from his position. Swish. Before Lauer could comprehend the situation, the ball had already found its mark. Stunned in place, the poor Lauer felt his composure gradually unravel. Had there not been so many eyes upon him, he would have surely wept. As the transition from offense to defense unfolded, the opposing team chose to continue targeting the paint. After establishing a solid position, Bosh received a crisp pass from Dragic. Faced with Love's defense, Bosh showed no hesitation, leveraging his upper body strength to push Love back into the restricted area. After once again displacing Love, Bosh immediately raised the ball, feigning a shot. Possessing shooting prowess, Bosh compelled Love to remain cautious, yet he was still faked out. Just as Bosh was about to follow through, Love, displaying remarkable agility, leaped back into action and miraculously intercepted Bosh's attempt. JR swiftly caught the ball and passed it to Zhou Pang. This instinctive exchange had become a hallmark of the Cavaliers' synergy. Steadying himself, Zhou Pang surveyed the positions of his teammates and was pleasantly surprised to find James had somehow sprinted to midcourt, prompting him to launch a powerful long pass. Before the unguarded basket, James felt the urge to showcase his flair. As he entered the 3-second zone, he forcefully slammed the ball against the backboard, and as it descended, he accelerated, leaping to catch the ball perfectly before executing a backhanded dunk, a self-throw, and self-dunk. Nothing ignites the home crowd's fervor quite like such a display. The roar of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was deafening, a perfect moment to close the gap. Zhou Pang and James exchanged a knowing smile, signaling the commencement of their endeavor. Positioned at the arc's apex, Zhou Pang deftly maneuvered the game towards the left side of the court, thereby creating a one-on-one opportunity for James against Lol on the right. Indeed, that poor fellow again. Were this a game of 2K, Lol would have long since logged off. Alas, this is reality, and no one grants him that privilege. With a combination of force and finesse, James propelled both himself and Lol into the paint, subsequently executing a bank shot right before Lol's eyes. A heart-wrenching display. With Zhou Pang and James leading the charge, the remaining Cavaliers players gradually found their rhythm. Beyond the three-point line, JR and Love shot 4 out of 6, leaving the opposing coach visibly distressed. By the midpoint of the fourth quarter, the contest had long lost its suspense. A nod exchange between the coaches led to the substitution of the bench players. The final buzzer echoed, sealing the score at 106-98. Chapter 28, Sister? As the game concluded, Zhou Pang walked over to embrace the players of the Heat alongside his teammates. Upon reaching Dwayne Wade, it was evident that Wade's expression was far from pleasant. His embrace tightened with a trace of intensity, leaving one to wonder if he was reluctant to part with Zhou Pang. Next time we meet, I will show you what despair truly means, he spat, turning away with a fierce demeanor. Zhou Pang considered his bravado to be a solid 9 out of 10. Back in the locker room, as Zhou Pang was gathering his belongings in preparation for the shower, the soft prompt of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Your physical talent index has been restored to 100%. Damage detected post-match stands at 9%, leaving 91% of your physical talent index remaining. The next task for complete recovery, defeat JR in one-on-one training. 3 consecutive notifications followed, eliciting a spectrum of emotions in Zhou Pang. From joy to discomfort and back to joy again. This task seemed considerably more straightforward, after all. It was just JR. Defeating him would be as effortless as a trip to the restroom after consuming a Wallace burger. Returning to reality from the system, Zhou Pang clutched his clothes and headed towards the shower when an assistant suddenly called out to him. Pang, during your game, an international call came through over 30 times. It might be urgent, you should check it. Expressing his gratitude, Zhou Pang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. 30 calls in succession? Something was amiss. He didn't have a girlfriend, so how could he be the recipient of such alarming attention? And from overseas, no less. Could it be from an old classmate from elementary school back home? With this thought, Zhou Pang felt a surge of excitement. In a foreign land, the solitude could be quite burdensome. To deny wanting companionship would be unrealistic. Most often, Zhou Pang merely forced himself to remain detached for the sake of purity, however. Should a clean, beautiful, well-endowed, gentle, and considerate woman present herself, he would surely not turn her away. Unable to suppress a shiver, Zhou Pang immediately picked up his phone and dialed back. Hello, this is Zhou Pang. May I ask who is calling? Oh, it's you, Mom. Zhou Pang's smile abruptly faded. Alas, how could he have forgotten his parents back home? Nevertheless, he reassured, I am doing well, enjoying my meals and sleeping soundly, and getting along splendidly with my teammates. I have sufficient funds, so you need not worry about me. After hearing the concerned inquiries from this unfamiliar maternal voice, Zhou Pang felt a twinge of shame. It seemed he ought to fulfill his duties as a son. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, the tone on the other end suddenly shifted. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Pang felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression mirroring the classic bewilderment of Nick Young. What on earth? My sister has arrived in Cleveland? Seizing the opportunity while his mother continued her incessant chatter, Zhou Pang quickly rummaged through his memories and realized that he indeed had a sister. Her name seemed to be Zhou Shiru, and his recollection of her was frozen in childhood, her demeanor adorably naive. This year, she must be around 18, though he could only wonder how she had changed. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Pang's notorious mischief had rendered him unfit for even the most esteemed middle schools in the country, prompting his parents to send him abroad for his education. During that period, he developed a fervent passion for basketball, eventually exerting tremendous effort to become a second-round draft pick in the NBA. The subsequent events are well known. This young man who traversed into Zhou Pang's life effectively replaced him, morphing into the timid, yet steady Zhou Pang of the present. Thus, although he had scarcely met this sister of his and had little understanding of her thoughts, her sudden appearance in Cleveland warranted his attention. Reluctant to ponder further, he acknowledged that she was, after all, his biological sister, deserving of his care. After ending the call, Zhou Pang hurriedly took a shower, barely having time to share a meal with JR and the others before he rushed to the airport in Cleveland. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Pang stood at the arrivals area, his expression blank, holding an aluminum sign that read Zhou Xiaoru. As a professional athlete, his height distinctly set him apart from the average person, coupled with his well-toned physique. Zhou Pang exuded an effortless charm that made it apparent he was a man of both good looks and talent, akin to a soaring figure in the air. After politely declining yet another young woman's advances, Zhou Pang helplessly glanced at his phone to check the time, muttering, wasn't she supposed to arrive at 1:40? Why is it already past 2, and she hasn't shown up? Surely, this girl isn't playing tricks on me. Just as the words left his lips, he received a text message. Big brother, I've arrived. Grinning, this girl, it seemed, possessed a certain charm. Zhou Pang smiled faintly and replied, all right. The most handsome and impressive one here is undoubtedly me. With a sense of pride. However, moments later, a tinge of fear crept in. He realized that the voice of brother kept echoing near his ear, yet when he lifted his gaze, there was no one in sight. Goodness. Could it be that he encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Zhou Pang was in a state of panic. Muttering to himself, those who engage in battle shall array before me. His companion, bewildered, inquired, what on earth are you rambling about? To his astonishment, as soon as he uttered those words, a voice echoed back, causing Zhou Pang to crouch down in fright. Just at that moment, he spotted a petite girl clad in a JK pleated skirt. Her face was adorned with a myriad of question marks as she reached out her delicate, rosy hand to rest on Zhou Pang's forehead, asking, brother, when did your mind go awry? Why didn't you inform the family? Alas, it turned out that this little girl was simply too short. Zhou Pang awkwardly rose to his feet, looking down at his sister who stood at a mere height of approximately 1.50 meters. He couldn't help but wonder if they truly shared the same parents. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful. As a sister, being charming and lovely sufficed, her height seemed of little consequence, and he certainly did not expect to shoot hoops with her. I say, how old are you this year, and yet you dare to venture abroad all by yourself? Zhou Pang instinctively assumed the role of an elder brother, beginning to lecture her. To his surprise, the young girl proudly puffed out her chest and replied, I'm not small anymore. Humph, you little rascal. Zhou Pang couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Come on, let's drop off your luggage at my place. You can decide later whether to stay with me or at a hotel. Zhou Xiaoru's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she inquired, is that true? I wish to stay in a 5-star hotel. You seem just like a 5-star establishment. Zhou Pang replied with a hint of irritation, this girl truly has no sense of frugality for her brother. Trailing behind Zhou Pang, Zhou Xiaoru, with a pouting expression, pleaded, well, at least you could help me carry my suitcase. Zhou Pang turned back with a chuckle, saying, just a moment ago, you claimed to be all grown up. An adult now, so you should handle your own affairs. Zhou Xiaoru, visibly upset, pouted and exclaimed, you do not resemble an elder brother in the slightest. I shall return. Indeed, I will accompany you. Zhou Pang, beaming with joy, snatched the suitcase from Xiaoru's hands and hurried towards the airport. This left Zhou Xiaoru utterly bewildered, prompting her to sit down on the ground and burst into tears. Zhou Pang sighed. Grasping a suitcase in his left hand while intertwining his fingers with hers in his right, they slowly made their way toward the taxi. Chapter 29. The rift encounters in this world are often unexpectedly poignant. Some coincidences seem like fated unions, while others may very well be the product of human design. He hailed a taxi with a casual wave, only to find himself momentarily stunned upon catching a glimpse of the driver. Well, what a coincidence. Quickly, get in. Indeed. It was none other than the loquacious and irascible veteran driver, Jimmy. Initially, Zhou Pang intended to concoct an excuse to switch vehicles, but to his surprise, Zhou Xiaoru promptly hoisted the suitcase into the trunk of the taxi. This young lady, how did she suddenly possess such strength? With a wry smile, Zhou Pang resigned himself to the situation and settled into the back seat alongside Zhou Xiaoru, just as he had anticipated. The vehicle had scarcely traversed a few miles when Jimmy began his tirade once more. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Xiaoru and, with a knowing smile, inquired, Pang, is this your girlfriend? She appears quite youthful. What girlfriend? This is my sister. Zhou Pang replied with exasperation. Did he really strike one as the type who fancied younger women? Jimmy, however, was not swayed by this explanation. Instead, he donned an understanding expression and continued, Ah, I see, you prefer to keep things discreet in public, hence the brother-sister titles. Don't think I'm oblivious. I've watched plenty of Huaxia dramas, where even foster fathers and daughters exist. Zhou Pang, flustered, immediately exclaimed, "Do not speak carelessly. What you have watched cannot possibly be a drama from our glorious Huaxia. It must undoubtedly be from the land of the Koreans or the island nation. Only their minds could harbor such filth. But really, what is the difference? Were not these two countries merely your descendants a century ago?" Jimmy chuckled. Zhou Pang found himself at a loss for words during this conversation. "What are you all discussing?" Zhou Shiru, who likely hadn't even passed the CET-6, looked at Zhou Pang with a bewildered expression. Zhou Pang waved his hand dismissively, attempting to mask his discomfort with a casual remark, "It's nothing, just idle chatter." However, his deception faltered as the term girlfriend echoed in his ears. Though Zhou Shiru may have been naive, she was far from foolish. She swiftly retrieved a translation device from her bag. After inquiring with Jimmy, she stifled a laugh, her breath coming in quick gasps as she exclaimed, "What on earth is he thinking? How could I possibly be interested in a man of your age? An old man?" Zhou Pang's mindset shattered. He has yet to experience a romantic relationship. The matter remains unresolved as Zhou Shiru picked up the translation device and, unsure of what she input, played the message near Jimmy's ear. "Please keep our relationship confidential. Otherwise, it may adversely affect my brother's popularity." Zhou Pang was thoroughly exasperated. Did this little girl truly wish for her brother to remain a lifelong bachelor? Without a moment's hesitation, and despite the considerable distance remaining to their apartment, Zhou Pang instructed Jimmy to halt the vehicle, swiftly disembarking while carrying Zhou Shiru. Otherwise, who knew what sort of troubles might ensue? "Hey, Jimmy, hear me out. She is indeed my sister, my biological sister. She was merely jesting, so do not take it to heart." As a parting gesture, Zhou Pang pressed several $100s into the driver's hand and reiterated his plea. Jimmy, without hesitation, accepted the money, thumping his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will keep this under wraps." Watching Jimmy drive away, Zhou Pang felt utterly bewildered in the wind, muttering to himself, "What a ridiculous promise to keep." With a storm of anger swelling within him, Zhou Pang turned to find Zhou Shiru, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a woeful countenance that tugged at his heartstrings. Where could he possibly find reason in this chaos? Upon returning to the apartment with Zhou Shiru, Zhou Pang felt both mentally and physically drained, collapsing onto the sofa. It was then that he heard the voice of the soft-hearted system. Significant psychological fluctuations detected. Physical damage at 2%. Remaining talent index at 89%. What on earth? After laboring through a match that only depleted 9% of his talent index, how could a mere moment of frustration with his sister cost him 2%? It remained a mystery whether Zhou Pang had indeed been slacking in his performance or if Zhou Shiru was simply exceptionally formidable. Zhou Pang had yet to recover from the sorrow of losing his talent index when, suddenly, he heard the sound of something shattering in his bedroom. This sound, oddly enough, seemed somewhat familiar to him. Zhou Pang, in a state of panic, leaped to his feet, hastily abandoning his slippers as he rushed towards the bedroom, where he was met with the shocking sight of the crime scene. The once majestic life-size Lego sculpture of the Monkey King, which had proudly stood in the room, now lay in disarray, its pieces scattered throughout the space. Overwhelmed by a mix of shock and heartache, Zhou Pang found himself devoid of the energy to feel anger. Casting a glance around, he noticed Zhou Shiru seated on the floor, her face a mask of fear. "Brother, please let me explain," Zhou Shiru implored hastily. Zhou Pang, rubbing his fists together, chuckled coldly. "Very well, speak. You see, I initially intended to merely play with the golden staff in Sun Wukong's possession. To my surprise, it turned out to be a singular entity. I gave it a gentle tug, and it cracked." "A gentle tug, you say? And it cracked? Huh. It is not only the great sage, heaven's equal, that has been fractured, but also my heart. To perfect this great sage, I even expended 12% of my innate talent. After simulating in my mind 1,000 times how to discreetly eliminate Zhou Shiru, Zhou Pang finally regained his composure. With his left hand gripping a suitcase and his right hand holding Zhou Shiru, he promptly exited. "Sister, you cannot blame me. This is not the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, and I cannot withstand your antics." Zhou Pang decided against hailing a taxi and instead carried Zhou Shiru towards the nearest hotel. Zhou Shiru struggled incessantly against Zhou Pang, yet his muscular physique rendered her efforts futile. "You shall remain here at the hotel, and when I find some leisure, I will take you out," he instructed firmly. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Zhou Pang set Zhou Shiru down and promptly retrieved his identification to secure a spacious room with a king-sized bed for her. "All is well now, good night," he said, closing the door behind her and letting out a long sigh of relief. At last, the world was tranquil. It dawned on him how delightful solitude could be. Returning home, Momentarily disregarding the shattered figurine of the Monkey King, Zhou Pang leisurely prepared a foot bath, poured himself a glass of fresh milk, and arranged a massager on the sofa before reclining upon it. "Ah, how utterly blissful," he exclaimed, succumbing to the enveloping comfort that washed over him, drifting into slumber unbeknownst to him. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted him awake an hour later, causing him to shudder. That sound, could it be? Bang, bang, bang. Goodness! It truly was the sound of gunfire. Zhou Pang swiftly withdrew his phone to check the news. Indeed, a robbery had just occurred in the neighboring block, and the police were currently apprehending the criminals. In the land of the free, gun violence is an everyday occurrence. This is no trivial matter. Considering that Zhou Xiaoru in the hotel might be weeping helplessly, Zhou Pang was filled with regret. As an elder brother, he felt utterly inadequate. Chapter 30. 20% of talent index. After chiding himself, Zhou Pang hastily donned his Cavaliers jersey and set off on foot towards the hotel. Why the rush on foot? Those familiar with GTA would understand. During such moments, a vehicle is the most perilous choice. At this juncture, Zhou Pang could hardly afford to concern himself with preserving his talent index. His adrenaline was surging. Frankly speaking, not even Usain Bolt could catch up with Zhou Pang in this state. The system detected that you are exceeding your physical limits, predicting a depletion of 1% of your talent index every 30 seconds. What a stroke of bad luck, all converging at once. A typical game consumes merely 9% of the talent index over 48 minutes, yet now, 1% is vanishing in just half a minute. It is worth noting that even at Zhou Pang's current speed, reaching the hotel where Zhou Xiaoru was staying would take him 10 minutes. A quick mental calculation reveals a staggering 20% loss of talent index. Shut up, he muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Zhou Pang showed no signs of slowing down. After running a red light, he continued to accelerate, completely disregarding the rapidly depleting talent index. Finally, after 10 minutes, he spotted the hotel sign. Fortunately, this area remained calm, with a few young people rapping and breakdancing on the street. With no time to steady his erratic breathing, Zhou Pang ascended to the third floor and knocked heavily on Zhou Xiaoru's door. When it opened, he found himself at a loss for words. On the dining table inside, there lay a pile of KFC on the left, a mound of McDonald's in the middle, and a heap of Burger King on the right. "Brother, what brings you here?" Zhou Xiaoru's hands were covered in oil, yet she still clung to Zhou Pang's arm. "How many days have you been hungry?" Zhou Pang swore he had never encountered a girl with such an insatiable appetite in his entire life. Zhou Xiaoru chuckled and explained, "I have heard that fried chicken abroad differs from that in our country, which is why I asked the hotel front desk to assist me in ordering this takeout. By the way, I haven't settled the bill yet, so do not forget to remind me later." What a surprise! While I was at home, fretting over her being frightened by gunfire, she was instead comfortably indulging herself in a feast, using her own money no less. Zhou Pang let out a long sigh and took a seat, deciding to eat alongside Zhou Xiaoru. After all, since he had to pay for himself, he might as well indulge. "By the way, did you not hear the commotion just now?" Zhou Pang inquired. Zhou Xiaoru nodded and remarked, "I heard it. I was just pondering what festival it is today, with all the firecrackers going off." "What firecrackers?" "Those are gunshots," Zhou Pang replied. "Let me tell you, things are far more chaotic abroad than they are here." Zhou Pang furrowed his brow. "You should tidy up and come stay with me for a while. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoru chuckled foolishly and said, "Brother, are you showing concern for me? Don't flatter yourself. I'm merely worried about how to explain your mishaps to the family." Zhou Pang retorted stubbornly. After finishing their meal, Zhou Pang took Xiaoru back to the apartment. Normally, such a short distance wouldn't necessitate a taxi, but Zhou Pang was utterly exhausted. "Be mindful, your talent index has dropped to 69%, your lowest level yet." After arranging Zhou Xiaoru's room, Zhou Pang found himself devoid of any remaining energy. He took a quick shower and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Typically, Zhou Pang would awaken by 7:30, but today he slept until 9:30, only roused by the clamor outside. After taking a moment to gather himself, he noticed the noise still persisted. Suddenly recalling that Zhou Xiaoru was still there, a chill ran down his spine. Surely she hadn't blown up the apartment. He hurriedly got out of bed, opened the door, and to his astonishment, the dining table was adorned with an array of cakes and cookies, still steaming. With wide eyes, he approached and incredulously asked, "Did you make all of these?" Zhou Xiaoru nodded proudly and said, "Of course, you must try it. It is freshly baked." She casually picked up a piece of cake studded with raisins and took a bite. To her surprise, the flavor was delightful, akin to savoring a fine dessert. I never would have guessed you possessed such a talent. Zhou Pang exclaimed in genuine admiration. With his praise, Zhou Shiru beamed with even greater joy and replied, I often bake cakes for my teammates and coaches on the provincial team. They absolutely adore them. The provincial team? What provincial team? Zhou Pang was intrigued by this term. He realized he had yet to truly understand his younger sister. It was neither winter nor summer break. Why was she in Cleveland at her age? Brother, you've been away for too long. I am now a member of the swimming team from our province, and who knows? I might even make it to the national team someday, Zhou Shiru explained. Zhou Pang's countenance gradually darkened as he furrowed his brow and remarked, Why abandon your studies to pursue swimming? It is not that Zhou Pang adheres to traditional values. Rather, he himself is entrenched in the realm of sports and fully comprehends the hardships that accompany this vocation. Just observe the athletes at the recent Olympic Games. Which one of them is not riddled with injuries? Zhou Pang believes that he alone should bear the burden of suffering, and he fervently wishes to spare Zhou Shiru from a future plagued by ailments and injuries. Zhou Shiru lowered her head, biting her lower lip as she said, Alas, my grades have never been exemplary. Perhaps it is best to conserve educational resources for the nation. Besides, I have genuinely been selected for the provincial team. I am a force to be reckoned with. Given the circumstances, Zhou Pang felt he could say little more and could only impart his wisdom. Sister, let me tell you. When competing, one must prioritize safety and health above all. Do not push yourself beyond your limits, understand? But brother, shouldn't one give their all in every competition? Zhou Shiru replied, puzzled. Zhou Pang exhibited an expression of exasperation, lamenting, What is this notion of giving it your all? Consider this. If your fervent efforts lead to personal injury, will not the ensuing suffering fall solely upon your shoulders? And what of those who have supported me? Would my actions not betray them? Zhou Xiaoru remained unconvinced. Upon mentioning the spectators, Zhou Pang could not suppress a cynical laugh, retorting, We sweat and toil for our own growth. To whom do we owe anything? Do you recall Lu Xiong? He amassed numerous championships and made history. Yet when faced with injury, what did the audience do? They vilified him. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xiaoru mustered the courage to speak. Brother, I understand your intentions are for my benefit, yet I possess my own discernment. Rest assured, I shall take care of myself during inconsequential competitions. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Zhou Pang softened his demeanor, responding, Very well. In truth, Zhou Pang's stance was not entirely unwavering, currently competing in the NBA. He bore no psychological burdens, accepting losses with a nonchalant attitude. However, should the day arise when Zhou Pang dons the national team's jersey to vie for the honor of his country on the Olympic stage, would he still approach the game with such casual ease? Chapter 31. The beloved one. After indulging in a plethora of freshly baked cakes and cookies prepared by Zhou Xiaoru, the siblings decided to forego lunch. They lounged at home until 1:30 in the afternoon, at which point Zhou Pang resolved to engage in more serious endeavors. You stay here and relax. I am off to the gym for practice. When I return this evening, I shall take you out for a stroll. Grasping his training bag, Zhou Pang turned to leave. However, it was evident that Zhou Pang lacked an understanding of young women. At such a moment, how could Zhou Xiaoru possibly remain obediently indoors? Before Zhou Pang could even reach the door, Zhou Xiaoru instinctively followed him, clutching a box. Without waiting for Zhou Pang to inquire, she preemptively explained, I have prepared a considerable amount of pastries to share with your teammates. Zhou Pang, with an expressionless demeanor, picked up the box and stated, I will take it over. You should stay at home. But no, I will be quite bored here. Zhou Xiaoru began to pout playfully. Zhou Pang, steadfast and resolute, shook his head. Brother, why are you so reluctant to let me go to the gym? Are you perhaps worried about witnessing the spectacle of your defeat? Realizing that her attempts at coaxing were in vain, Zhou Shiru resorted to provocation. However, Zhou Pang, fully aware of his own prowess, remained impervious to her taunts. Ultimately, he decided to take Zhou Shiru along, not for any other reason but because he believed the girl would never remain peacefully at home. Rather than allowing her to roam aimlessly, it was far better to keep her close. To prevent a repeat of the previous taxi incident, Zhou Pang donned a mask and meticulously scrutinized the driver's appearance before feeling secure enough to enter the vehicle. This situation was untenable, and Zhou Pang began to entertain the idea of purchasing a car. After all, given his status, possessing a vehicle would prove to be quite convenient. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the night's training gym. Let us agree beforehand, he stated, that once we enter, you are not to speak out of turn. The fundamental principle that you are my sister must not waver, and do not be swayed by the sweet words of others. They are merely a bunch of wayward night owls. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoru, feeling impatient, nodded and couldn't help but ponder how her brother resembled an old woman. Rambling on and on. This time, Zhou Pang arrived half an hour early. As usual, for the advantages of arriving ahead of time were simply too numerous to ignore. Navigating through the cluttered rooms, Zhou Pang guided Zhou Shiru directly to the basketball court, where two individuals stood. It was evident they were James and Irving. Positioned at the center, they appeared to be competing to see who could make the first three-pointer from midcourt. Upon noticing Zhou Pang, both greeted him warmly, only to be momentarily taken aback by the presence of Zhou Shiru. "Wow, Pang Cho, why aren't you out at the nightclub with them? Turns out you have a girlfriend," James remarked with a pleased expression, affirming that a man should remain loyal to his partner. Before James could continue imparting wisdom on how to be a good man, Zhou Pang swiftly interjected, "Don't misunderstand. This is my little sister who just flew in yesterday." "Your sister? She certainly doesn't resemble you in height," Irving teased. Suddenly, James broke into a mischievous grin and added, "Not only that, but her looks are also quite different." "So, Pang Cho, did you trade your looks for your current athletic prowess? How dare you suggest there's something wrong with my appearance?" Zhou Pang could no longer contain his frustration and provocatively exclaimed, "Are you all competing in three-pointers from midcourt? Step aside. I need just one opportunity to score." "One opportunity?" James and Irving exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions betraying doubt. Oh dear. With his notorious temper, Zhou Pang approached midcourt to receive Irving's pass. Taking a deep breath to steady himself as he aimed for the basket and executed a jump shot. In truth, Zhou Pang was not merely boasting. When his talent index was above 90%, midcourt three-pointers posed little challenge. However, it seemed he had forgotten one crucial detail last night. His talent index had plummeted to a mere 69%, although he had managed to recover to 71% through sleep and a morning massage. This was hardly sufficient for him to effortlessly sink a mid-court three-pointer. As Zhou Pang leapt into the air, the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, for he could feel the weakness emanating from his lower back. The ball was deflected, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Swish! The onlookers were astounded. The shot had merely grazed the net, failing to even touch the rim. "Ha ha ha, Pang Cho, you truly are a humorous lad. The future is yours." In light of this spectacle, James and Irving could not help but laugh heartlessly. Since entering the arena, Zhou Shiru had activated her translator, thus comprehending the entire ordeal. Witnessing her brother's humiliation, could she simply stand by? Clearing her throat, Zhou Shiru approached midcourt, cake box in her left hand and translator in her right. Addressing James and Irving, "My brother has always been this way. He deserves a good beating, so please, don't hold back." "What the heck?" Zhou Pang exclaimed, astonished. "Are you actually my sister?" James seemed to grasp the situation and inquired, "Does Pang Cho often bully you?" Indeed, Zhou Xiaoru's acting prowess could easily rival that of domestic actresses. As she recounted Zhou Pang's misdeeds, tears welled in her eyes, evoking sympathy. James, a father himself and famously indulgent of his daughter, could not help but envision his son Bronny bullying his daughter Juju at home, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. This was not good. Zhou Pang mumbled under his breath. As expected, James instructed Irving to take Zhou Shiru to a nearby stand while he led Zhou Pang to midcourt. Grunting, "Come on, Pang Cho, I need to teach you how to be a good brother." "No way, LeBron. We are supposed to be close teammates. How can you take this little girl's word at face value?" Zhou Pang felt utterly speechless. James waved his hand dismissively, declaring, as a father, "I know a young lady wouldn't lie. A true man must stand by his actions. Let us go." Casting a glance at Zhou Shiru, he caught her making a cheeky face behind his back. Zhou Pang was overwhelmed with frustration, truly lamenting the difficulties of raising a sister in this world. With no other choice, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line to receive a pass from James. This marked Zhou Pang's inaugural face-off against James, and notably, he was operating with a mere 71% of his potential. Undoubtedly, this presented a formidable challenge for Zhou Pang. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have coasted through with ease. After all, we are speaking of the illustrious veteran James, who firmly holds a place among the top 3 active players. What shame would there be in falling short against him? Yet, casting a glance at the sidelines, Zhou Shiru clearly anticipated witnessing Zhou Pang's struggle. Would he allow her that satisfaction? Chapter 32, A Bloodletting Loss. In this American one-on-one game, victory hinged on 5 baskets. Confronted by James's formidable defense, Zhou Pang initiated with the standard 3 threats. The nature of American one-on-one demands precision in ball handling, as well as a rigorous rhythm and shooting accuracy from the offensive player. particularly when the defender is none other than James himself, elevating the pressure to an extraordinary level. After yet another feint shot, Zhou Pang suddenly pivoted the ball to his lower right, propelling himself forward with a burst of energy from his left foot. James remained unfazed, retreating a step while maintaining his position in front of Zhou Pang. At that moment, Zhou Pang deftly maneuvered the ball with his right hand to the left, his body following suit as if he were about to spin. James, anticipating the move, shifted half a step to the left. However, in an unexpected twist, Zhou Pang dribbled the ball once more with his back to James, pulling it back to the right. Seizing the half-step advantage, Zhou Pang decisively leaned back and executed a jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. What a remarkable shot. Even Irving on the sidelines couldn't help but silently admire Zhou Pang's display. It was both flashy and practical, reminiscent of Uncle Drew's finesse. "You're quite lucky, kid," James remarked with a mischievous grin, a lowly psychological tactic at play. Zhou Pang chuckled lightly and remarked, "LeBron, are you afraid of losing to me? Why the trash talk?" This remark caused James's face to flush with embarrassment, prompting him to pass the ball back to Zhou Pang. Drawing from his previous experience, this time James maintained a half-step distance from Zhou Pang, confident that he need not worry about an unexpected strike, given his exceptional shot-blocking skills. While other players might have succumbed to a moment of contemplation, Zhou Pang merely flashed a grin. "Is that all?" Suddenly lowering his center of gravity, he deftly maneuvered past James. Just as he lifted the ball above his head, James instinctively elevated his center of gravity. Seizing this moment, Zhou Pang unleashed a powerful shot towards the right front. It was indeed a splendid opportunity for a breakthrough. James recognized this as well, promptly lowering his center of gravity and retreating sharply to avoid being outmaneuvered by Zhou Pang. However, to his astonishment, Zhou Pang's powerful shot was merely a feint. He swiftly stepped back after the initial display. This shift in rhythm left even a defensive titan like LeBron momentarily off balance. With the pressure of a block removed, Zhou Pang effortlessly flicked his wrist and released a three-pointer. Unsurprisingly, it found its mark once more. On the sidelines, Irving was already on his feet in excitement, having witnessed James nearly being outmaneuvered by Zhou Pang. What a remarkable and thrilling moment. Zhou Xiaoru may not grasp the intricacies of basketball, yet upon witnessing Irving's demeanor, she could discern that Zhou Pang held the upper hand, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips. This moment did not escape Zhou Pang's notice. Though his expression remained inscrutable, his heart was already alight with joy. After Zhou Pang scored 2 consecutive points, James began to feel the pressure, masterfully attuned to James's psyche. Zhou Pang deliberately slowed the pace in the third round, incessantly employing the triple threat to wear down James's patience. As anticipated, after the 6th instance of the triple threat, James faltered in his footwork. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Pang lunged decisively to his left, executing a sudden stop for a mid-range jump shot. His form was picturesque, and the ball kissed the backboard before finding its mark. With a score of 3-0, James found himself with no avenue for retreat. Under such circumstances, Zhou Pang understood that James's performance would inevitably escalate. Thus, he could not afford to grant him a moment's respite. As the 4th round commenced, James initiated a bounce pass. The instant Zhou Pang received the ball, he executed the shot without hesitation. Before James could react, the basketball was already soaring through the air. "Oh no," James silently prayed. Alas, this time, fate resolutely favored Zhou Pang, and he sank another three-pointer. The score now stood at 4-0. Irving's expression shifted from excitement to disbelief. The unfolding drama was truly astonishing. By the time the 5th shot was taken, other players had gradually filled the gymnasium, and the onlookers were now a sea of spectators. "Hey, do you think Pang Cho can really shut out the boss?" TT inquired cheerfully. JR shook his head, confidently asserting, "Just watch. The next shot will surely have the boss serving Pang Cho a grand hat." "I don't believe it. I think Pang Cho has the odds in his favor," Mozgov remarked, harboring a fondness for Zhou Pang. JR, invigorated by the banter, proposed, "Let us place a bet, $100. I'll back the boss, and you support Pang Cho. Deal?" "Absolutely. It's just $100, Mozgov replied without hesitation. Amidst their chatter, Zhou Pang received another pass from James. The final attack commenced. Up to this point, all of Zhou Pang's points had been garnered through shooting. He had yet to attempt a layup. While attempting a layup against James's defense might not have been the wisest choice, Zhou Pang felt compelled to give it a try. With no flamboyant maneuvers, he dribbled decisively to the right and took a powerful step forward. Encountering James's physical challenge, Zhou Pang braced himself and pressed on, advancing another step to the right. At this juncture, he was still 2 steps away from the basket. Resolutely, he gathered the ball, using his body to withstand James's pressure as he continued to push right, elevating the ball high, seemingly intent on a floater. But how could James possibly let him off so easily? As he bolstered his upper body strength in preparation for the impending confrontation, James raised both hands, poised to leap and ready to contest any shot. At that moment, Zhou Pang unexpectedly sought physical engagement, colliding with James before swiftly stepping to his left, transferring the ball to his left hand, and executing a bank shot that found its mark, a counter to the Euro step, a signature maneuver of Wiggins. That evening in Memphis, Zhou Pang gleaned not only experience from Wiggins but also a wealth of offensive techniques. 5-0, LeBron was thoroughly silenced by Zhou Pang. The entire arena was in awe, and Tyronn Lue found himself at a loss for words. Such an occurrence was indeed beyond the realm of reason. Fortunately, James was not one to harbor grudges. After chasing Zhou Pang with a few jabs, he released the pin-up frustration within. It must be mere luck. JR, having lost a bet, shouted in indignation, not out of concern for $100, but rather for his pride. Hearing JR's voice, Zhou Pang was reminded of his own task at hand. Well, this was indeed delivered right to him. Oh, JR, if you're dissatisfied, why not challenge me to a one-on-one instead of bellowing from the sidelines? Zhou Pang skillfully employed a strategy of provocation, and JR, predictably, fell for it. Clutching the ball and walking over to face Zhou Pang. There is no need to elaborate on this one-on-one duel. Zhou Pang has managed to silence even LeBron. And while luck may play a role, his prowess is undeniable. Engaging JR in a challenge was as effortless as a trip to the restroom. Observing Zhou Pang's consecutive victories, Zhou Xiaoru was positively beaming. Her triumphant expression was truly something to behold. Once the crowd dispersed, Irving discreetly pulled LeBron aside and inquired softly, "You could have easily defended against those 2 shots. Why didn't you?" LeBron chuckled lightly and explained, "Always remember, in the absence of personal gain, never defeat a father or brother in front of their daughter or sister." Upon hearing this, Irving's perspective was instantly elevated. After sending Irving on his way, LeBron couldn't help but smile wryly. Initially, he had indeed allowed Zhou Pang to score those 2 points, thinking it would suffice for Zhou to triumph over him with a score of 5-3. Who could have anticipated Zhou Pang's ferocity in the later stages? That step-back 3-pointer was utterly outrageous. Now, Zhou Pang had established a glorious image before his sister, while he would forever be remembered by his teammates for being shut out by Zhou Pang. This maneuver was indeed a substantial loss. Chapter 33. The King of New York. After enduring 2 days of torment from Zhou Xiaoru, Zhou Pang was finally liberated from this ordeal. At Cleveland Airport, Zhou Xiaoru expressed her regret, saying, "It's such a pity that the provincial team only granted a few days off. Otherwise, I would certainly stay here to watch your live game tonight." Zhou Pang expressed his regret with a sigh, saying, "I will certainly do better next time. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself while you remain here. Do visit when you have the time." Zhou Xiaoru waved her hands. Zhou Pang nodded and said, "Yes, let us hurry." After bidding farewell to Zhou Xiaoru, he did not return home immediately, but rather made his way to the training facility. His purpose was not to partake in team training, but to engage in rehabilitation exercises. The Cavaliers were set to face the Knicks at home tonight, and the pressure on Zhou Pang was considerable. The current Knicks boasted formidable talents, including Carmelo Anthony and Kristaps Porzingis, making them a team not to be underestimated. So far, Zhou Pang's talent index had only recovered to 79%, indicating a long journey ahead. Utilizing professional equipment and the guidance of a physiotherapist, Zhou Pang managed to push his recovery to 81% before the match commenced. It was passable, yet given his current condition, he could hardly claim to be capable of taking on 5 opponents. Even 4 would be a stretch. As night fell, the game between the Cavaliers and the Knicks officially began at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The Knicks had recently suffered a defeat to the Spurs at home, leaving them in a state of low morale and fatigue, a favorable circumstance for the Cavaliers. Nonetheless, from LeBron to Tyronn Lue, no one dared to underestimate the Knicks. Carmelo Anthony was a veritable offensive dynamo, possessing a diverse and highly effective array of scoring techniques. Not to mention, his triple threat ability was something many players would take years to master. Furthermore, this year the Knicks had drafted Porzingis with the 4th overall pick. A tall player with an exceptional shooting touch from beyond the arc, coupled with the imposing Robin Lopez and the aesthetically pleasing Zaza Pachulia. The Knicks were both striking and formidable. A team led by LeBron has never had to worry about attendance. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse had been filled to capacity for the past 2 years. After completing a relaxed warm-up, the opening ceremony commenced. The DJ, with a spirited tone, introduced the visiting New York Knicks. Coach Derek Fisher set his lineup with Calder in and Pachulia on the perimeter, Anthony and Porzingis on the wings, and the towering Lopez in the paint. The crowd showed little enthusiasm during the guest introduction, with only a smattering of cheers when Carmelo took the court. Next came the home team's introduction. The DJ, as if fueled by excitement, exuberantly announced each player, almost eager to divulge their kindergarten names. Despite being a seemingly inconspicuous bench player, every member of the Cavaliers enjoyed the enthusiastic cheers of the home crowd. With Kyrie still sidelined due to injury, Tyronn Lue maintained his lineup, featuring Zhou Pang and JR in the backcourt, LeBron and Love on the wings, and the rim-protecting Mozgov in the paint. "Why do you seem a bit nervous?" LeBron teased. Zhou Pang glanced at Anthony and whispered, "Do you think if I accidentally bump into Anthony, he would have his minions kill me? Have you watched too many movies? Come back to reality, my friend. Besides, I'm here, what is there to fear?" James found Zhou Pang's words amusing. Beep. The whistle blew, signaling the entrance of the starting players. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Little Lopez. These two were quite similar, both embodying the archetype of robust Caucasian figures, guardians of the paint. They leaped into the air, the sound of their muscles colliding resonating clearly, filled with raw masculinity. Ultimately, Little Lopez gained the edge, redirecting the ball into Calderon's hands. As Calderon dribbled past half-court, the Knicks' positioning appeared quite scattered, most players moving along the perimeter. Settling at the top of the arc, Calderon did not signal for a play, instead patiently awaiting the moment. Soon enough, Anthony established himself in mid-range, positioning himself against James and reaching out for the ball. With the star requesting the ball, how could Calderon refuse? Receiving the pass with his back to the basket, Anthony first grounded himself, allowing him to choose either foot as his pivot, significantly broadening his offensive options. However, James was no pushover, and being well acquainted with Anthony, he knew each other's moves intimately. Maintaining a half-step distance from Anthony, James slightly elevated his center of gravity, allowing him to defend against both drives and jump shots. Noticing the lack of favorable opportunities while posting up, Anthony pivoted on his left foot, facing the basket, preparing to shoot. With Anthony's jump shot accuracy being notably high, James remained vigilant, raising his center of gravity further. At that moment, Anthony abruptly faked a pass to the right. Unperturbed, James continued to contest Anthony's shot. Seeing his ruse exposed, Anthony cleverly played along, dribbling the ball to his right before driving towards the basket. James had no choice but to shift his weight back, retreating defensively. This was the moment Anthony had been waiting for. He quickly pulled the ball back, ready to shoot. Oh no. James was startled and rushed to contest. However, Anthony merely executed a feigned prayer gesture, then decisively took a half step to the right and unleashed a jump shot. Swish. There's a humorous saying about Anthony's shooting: either it's nothing but net, or it doesn't go in at all. Once again, it was the Knicks' turn to attack, and their strategy remained unchanged, allowing Anthony to face off against James in mid-range after a series of pick-and-rolls. Initially, Love contemplated joining James for help defense, but James firmly instructed him to stay put. After all, if James relied on assistance to contain Anthony, he would surely be ridiculed by Paul, Wade, and Anthony after the game. Do not say a word. Given the camaraderie among the four heroes of the wind and dust, such an occurrence is indeed plausible. To avert such complications, James resolutely opted to defend Anthony one-on-one. As Anthony received the ball with his back to the basket, he executed a swift series of rhythmic dribbles, alternating hands with finesse. With merely 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Anthony abruptly lowered his center of gravity and simultaneously changed direction with fluidity. In an instant, he switched the ball to his right hand and stepped toward the baseline. Was he about to breach the baseline for a layup with a deft finish? This was the consensus shared by all, including James. However, in the very next moment, Anthony pressed his left hand against James's waist, pivoted sharply to the left on his left foot, and seamlessly transitioned into the paint. In doing so, he effectively sealed off James and completed a flawless jump shot. That turn was truly breathtaking. Spectators outside were left in awe. Is this the King of New York? Such an ordinary move executed with such exquisite grace. Chapter 34. Here in Cleveland. After being soundly defeated 5-0 in their previous one-on-one, and now facing 2 consecutive successful shots from Anthony at the start, James's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. This is Cleveland, where I am the true king. He cast a serious glance toward Zhou Pang, a rare display of solemnity crossing his features. Marvelous. Zhou Pang quietly muttered to himself, sensing that James was taking this match seriously, which in turn afforded him a moment of respite. Advancing with the ball into the front court, Zhou Pang glanced at his teammates' positions, noticing that JR was effectively setting a screen for James. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively executed a long pass, delivering the ball into James's hands. Positioned at the left wing at a 45-degree angle, James found himself in a one-on-one scenario. He dribbled slowly to the left, suddenly lowering his head. The typical pre-shooting motion was too predictable. He unleashed a sudden strike. However, even if Anthony anticipated James's intention to shoot a three-pointer, he still could not manage to block it. James's height provided him a distinct advantage, and with his remarkable leap and slight lean back, all Anthony could do was attempt to disrupt the shot, leaving the rest entirely dependent on James's shooting touch. Swish. The three-pointer was scored. It appeared that James's shooting form was quite favorable today. The opposing team, evidently oblivious to the fact that this three-pointer signaled the Cavaliers' counterattack, remained insufficiently vigilant. After all, who would particularly focus on defending James's three-point shot? One-on-one play is exceedingly taxing on both stamina and energy, and since the game had only just begun, Anthony chose not to continue with low-post isolation, instead allowing Calderon to orchestrate the play. Positioned at the top of the arc, Calderon showcased his capabilities as a point guard for the first time in the game, deftly signaling his intentions. In an instant, Anthony maneuvered to the right corner to occupy James, while Vujasic stationed himself at the left wing, poised for action. Meanwhile, Porzingis and Lopez hesitated in the paint, uncertain of their next move. Observing Calderon, Zhou Pang's mind raced with thoughts. Clearly, this strategy was not yet concluded. What exactly were the Knicks aiming to accomplish? Before he could decipher this, the Knicks initiated their play. With 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Lopez adeptly used his physique to block Love and Mozgov, allowing Porzingis to break free from the paint. As Porzingis positioned himself at the right wing, Calderon's pass swiftly followed. Surprisingly, it was the rookie Porzingis who brought this play to fruition. One must admit, this strategy was audacious and unexpected. With a wide-open three-pointer, Porzingis took his shot from a stationary position. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from the ball, the arc of his shot was not flawless, clanging against the back rim. It was now the Cavaliers' turn to attack. Zhou Pang quickly pushed the ball forward, settling at the top of the arc, skillfully executing a series of hand signals. Upon witnessing the gestures they had practiced countless times, his teammates immediately understood and swiftly repositioned themselves. Following 2 consecutive screens, James once again found himself with an opportunity for an open three-pointer near the left corner. Zhou Pang, without a backward glance, executed a swift behind-the-back pass. James received the ball and, catching sight of Anthony, who had just navigated around a screen in pursuit, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips before launching into a jump shot. Swish. The second three-pointer found its mark. Hey, if you have the skill, go one-on-one. Relying on teammates for screens isn't impressive, Anthony taunted. Having traversed the court for over a decade, James was unfazed by such jibes. Brother, let us not jest. Basketball is a team sport. I certainly wouldn't want my teammates catching a chill out here. The banter escalated, intensifying the competitive atmosphere. In an instant, the score closed to a mere 6 points, and the Knicks players began to show signs of desperation. Desperation often leads to chaos. Seizing the moment as Calder-N became distracted while assessing his teammates' positions, Zhou Pang swiftly relinquished his defensive stance and lunged forward. His gamble paid off. He successfully intercepted the ball from Calder-N. As the league's most astute small forward in fast break situations, James surged forward, racing toward the opposing basket, forming a 2-on-1 scenario against Calder-N alongside Zhou Pang. Faced with the dual threats of Zhou Pang's layup and James's potential alley-oop, Calder-N was left in a quandary. What to do? Committing a foul was not an option, with no Knicks player obstructing Zhou Pang's path. A foul would result in an offensive path violation, leading to 2 free throws, a blunder no player would be foolish enough to make. Casting a glance at James, Zhou Pang conceived a highlight-worthy moment. From 2 steps away from the hoop, he sprang into action, leaping high as he forcefully slammed the ball off the backboard, sending it in James's direction. Calder-N leaped in vain, attempting to disrupt the pass. Unfortunately for him, Zhou Pang's delivery was executed with flawless precision, evading Calder-N while perfectly landing in James's hands. In midair, James caught Zhou Pang's bank pass and unleashed a ferocious tomahawk dunk over Calder-N. causing the entire basketball hoop to tremble. Gliding down, James exuberantly celebrated with a chest bump against Zhou Pang before striding towards the audience, proclaiming with booming confidence, "This is Cleveland. This is my home court." Indeed, when it comes to energizing the atmosphere, James possesses an unmatched flair. His words ignited the home crowd's emotions, elevating the noise to feverish heights. MVP, MVP, MVP. The overwhelming home advantage compelled the Knicks to call for a timeout to catch their breath. Otherwise, they would struggle to compete in the next play, as the raucous cheers from the fans had effectively imposed a debuff on the Knicks' offense. In the timeout area, Tyronn Lue enthusiastically grasped the hands of James and Zhou Pang. His expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, "What a beautiful steal. What a magnificent pass. What a stunning dunk. Honestly, coach, could you perhaps tone it down a notch? After a few more games, you might not be this animated." JR chuckled, and TT followed closely, remarking, "You don't understand. The coach has just begun his tenure with the Cavaliers, much like our initial awe when playing alongside LeBron." The three engaged in light-hearted banter, reveling in the delightful camaraderie. Zhou Pang was evidently displeased. "Hey, young man, have you completely overlooked my passes?" he exclaimed. JR raised an eyebrow and jested, "Is that all? I could do that too." "All right, JR, I observe that the Knicks' defensive formation is ill-suited for a three-point strategy. You shan't expect to receive the ball in this game," Zhou Pang remarked with a smirk. "Joking aside, can I, JR, be intimidated by Zhou Pang?" he retorted. "Honestly, I believe your recent steal and pass were far more crucial." Upon hearing this, the Cavaliers bench erupted in laughter, much to the chagrin of Anthony, who was not far away. Chapter 35. Fierce battle. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. With the initial plays setting the tone, the Knicks returned to the court with heightened aggression. In the paint, Lopez wasted no time in forcefully pushing Mozgov out of position. Oh my goodness! Could Mozgov truly endure such indignity? With a disdainful snort, he lowered his center of gravity, clenched his fists, and his arm muscles bulged intimidatingly. The sound of muscles colliding echoed throughout the interior, leaving Zhou Pang momentarily stunned. Moreover, the situation beyond the arc was no better. Look at JR, who had circled the half-court twice, yet Vujasic remained steadfastly on his heels. JR was nearly at his wit's end. "I'm merely a shooting guard, not some cough syrup." On the other hand, Love's performance was stable. It wasn't that he was particularly exceptional, but facing a younger player like Portzi he felt little pressure. Casting a glance at the lethargic Calder in, Zhou Pang shifted his focus back to the central action on the court. In the mid-range, Anthony once again went one-on-one against James. Unlike his previous technical maneuvers, this time, Anthony exhibited remarkable strength. He relentlessly backed down his opponent. It is worth noting that Anthony was up against James, a player endowed with unparalleled physical prowess. Yet, in such circumstances, Anthony managed to create an opportunity for a turnaround jump shot through sheer backing down. As Zhou Pang gazed at his chest, a faint sensation of pain coursed through him, a testament to the solid collision he had just experienced. Remarkably, the ball found its way into the basket. With the transition from offense to defense, Zhou Pang was determined not to allow the Cavaliers to be ensnared in the frantic tempo exhibited by the Knicks. Calmly, he brought the ball to the front court, deliberately slowing the pace. Zhou Pang leisurely observed the defensive setup across from him, noting that the Knicks were employing a man-to-man defense, which was easily manageable. He promptly signaled to his teammates, and LeBron James and Kevin Love swiftly moved into position to execute the strategy. The trio quickly converged at the top of the arc, where Zhou Pang deftly passed the ball to James before positioning himself behind Love to execute a series of screens for James. An opportunity arose. With tremendous force, James lunged forward, unleashing a powerful dribble, and then, in one fluid motion, took 3 steps to launch his shot. Witnessing the unstoppable momentum of James, the diminutive Lopez in the paint lacked the courage to leap and gracefully yielded to the side. In a post-game interview, Lopez later explained that he feared being subjected to a 3-point play by James. However, these details are merely a footnote to the excitement that followed. With unyielding determination, James soared into the air, his body fully extended, executing his signature tomahawk dunk. Who could possibly impede such a force? Carmelo Anthony could. In truth, many could rise to the challenge, yet most lacked the audacity to commit fully. As James prepared to slam the basketball through the hoop, Anthony, with several quick steps from the left side of the rim, gathered his strength and leaped with all his might, extending his right hand in a valiant effort. Zhou Pang could scarcely bear to look, for the scene was truly terrifying. Bang! Boom! The basketball was sent soaring by Anthony's powerful slap. And in a moment of lost balance, both players crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The danger of that play was palpable, though both fell on their backs. The risk involved was undeniably high. One was playing for his life in the offense, while the other was defending with equal ferocity. What was even more astonishing was that Anthony had committed no foul. How many could claim to have blocked James's ferocious dunk without transgressing the rules? After a brief pause on the ground, James was the first to rise. Rather than complain to the referee, he walked directly to Anthony and helped him up. "Brother, that was truly ruthless," James said, playfully punching Anthony's arm and laughing as he expressed his mock grievance. Anthony chuckled in response. Glancing at the scoreboard and realizing there was no foul called, his smile widening as he remarked, "Hey, at least now we have some teasing material for our next gathering." Since the ball had ultimately ricocheted off James's knee, possession shifted to the Knicks. Having been blocked and losing possession on home turf, LeBron's embarrassment was monumental. How could he not seek to reclaim his honor? With prior experience of being intercepted by Zhou Pang, Calder approached the dribble with utmost caution, almost sideways. His gaze fixated on Zhou Pang as if guarding his own meal. Positioned on the left wing, Calder swiftly orchestrated a strategy. In the ensuing tug-of-war, the formidable Lopez managed to physically push Mozgov out of the restricted area, creating an excellent opportunity for a score. Faced with this situation, Calder decisively abandoned the initial play, delivering the ball with precision into Lopez's hands, who effortlessly secured 2 points. The Knicks, bolstered by Anthony's presence, indeed exhibited an extraordinary caliber, showcasing an impressive and robust style of play. Zhou Pang continued his offensive maneuver, meticulously observing the positioning of his opponents and potential defensive gaps as he advanced. After making 2 precise passes, he created an opportunity for James to engage in a one-on-one against Anthony. At this juncture, Zhou Pang was not inclined to devise any tactical schemes. After all, a star player engaging in isolation is inherently a commendable strategy. Wouldn't you agree, Tyronn Lue? James, holding the ball at mid-range with his back to Anthony, leveraged his upper body strength to push Anthony back slightly. Unexpectedly, despite appearing somewhat leaner than James, Anthony exhibited considerable strength, denying James the opportunity for a straightforward jump shot. Unable to find a suitable moment to shoot, James pivoted to face the basket, executing a series of feints and deceptive movements. With only 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock, observant spectators noted that James's sequence of actions closely mirrored Anthony's earlier movements, albeit Anthony's were more aesthetically pleasing while James's appeared somewhat rudimentary. With time running out, James dribbled forward with his right hand, preparing to land on his left leg. Anthony swiftly shifted to his right, only to be caught off guard as James's left foot remained unplanted. Instead, he crossed his legs, utilizing the power from his rear leg to explosively break to the left with a classic scissor step maneuver. It seemed that Anthony indeed pressured James, prompting him to resort to dribbling techniques reminiscent of his early career. Having lost his defensive positioning, Anthony hurriedly pursued to the left, almost losing his balance in the process. Seizing the moment, James advanced to the basket. Inspired by his previous encounter with Anthony's block, the younger Lopez did not shy away this time. Instead, he resolutely leaped into the air, exuding an aggressive demeanor indicative of a player determined to block James's shot. Continuous one-on-one plays were already taxing James's stamina, and having just been thwarted by Anthony, he opted not to confront the younger Lopez head-on. Instead, he lowered the ball and passed it beneath the basket to Mozgov, effortlessly securing an assist. In essence, James was running low on energy. Anthony, too, was not faring much better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been outmaneuvered by James. Chapter 36. A dunk over the dominant center. Following the basket, the Cavaliers scarcely had time to celebrate before the Knicks mounted their next offensive. Durant, wary of entangling with Zhou Pang, orchestrated his teammates' movements before lofting the ball to Anthony at mid-range. Receiving the ball, Anthony attempted to back down his defender. However, his energy was severely depleted, rendering him incapable of moving the steadfast James, and in a moment of desperation, he passed the ball to the interior's younger Lopez. Though Lopez lacked the height and weight to contend with Mozgov, he cleverly utilized his agility and subtle movements to his advantage. In a final maneuver, he discreetly nudged Mozgov's armpit with his elbow, then used his back to shove Mozgov out of bounds. He turned and leapt for a thunderous dunk, casting a disdainful glance at Mozgov. Such indignity was not something Mozgov could easily tolerate. Just as I was about to confront him with a few words, I was abruptly restrained by Zhou Pang. "Do not rush. Leave it to me for now," Thus, the fierce battle continued throughout the first half, with both teams' starting lineups returning to the locker room, breathless and exhausted. Of course, this did not apply to Zhou Pang. This fellow had spent the entire first half merely dribbling, passing, and occasionally celebrating with teammates, engaging in little else. He was hardly fatigued, in fact. He barely broke a sweat. "We are in need of a new scoring option, Pang Cho. Do you understand my meaning?" "Indeed." Tyronn Lue has set his sights on the leisurely Zhou Pang. "No problem, I will give it my all." Zhou Pang spoke with fervor. Yet Tyronn Lue's expression was decidedly intricate. It is often said that those involved are blinded by their own perspectives while observers see clearly. While James and his teammates may have been oblivious, Tyronn Lue acutely sensed Zhou Pang's nonchalance. To put it plainly, Zhou Pang's performance in the first half could easily lead many spectators to believe they too could compete in the NBA. Following a brief halftime intermission, both team starters returned to the court for a renewed confrontation. Before departing, Zhou Pang approached James, leaning in to exchange a few words, leaving James momentarily stunned. Before he nodded in acknowledgement, the Cavaliers initiated the play, and to everyone's surprise, James confidently advanced the ball up court, while Zhou Pang anticipated the play by positioning himself ahead. This unusual sequence inevitably added pressure on the Knicks players. As James reached beyond the three-point line, he glanced at Zhou Pang, who signaled him with a subtle look, prompting James to immediately direct his teammates into a tactical formation. Kevin Love and Mozgov were drawn out, providing Zhou Pang with a dual screen. Utilizing the screens, Zhou Pang found himself in a favorable position, and without hesitation, James delivered the ball to him. Zhou Pang received the ball, his gaze fixed upon the hoop as he assumed the stance for a shot. Just as he broke free from his defender's grasp, Calder-In accelerated towards him, leaping into the air when he was merely 2 steps away. It would be unjust to place the blame solely on Calder-In, for one. Zhou Pang indeed had the option to take a 3-point shot, and 2, he had previously demonstrated remarkable shooting prowess in earlier matches. Moreover, even if Zhou Pang's move was merely a feint, there was still the formidable Lopez ready to provide support within the paint. Calder-In would hardly be convinced that this second-round rookie guard could pose a challenge to a seasoned center. Zhou Pang, without even glancing at the ascending Calderon, surged forward with unrelenting momentum. As Calderon anticipated, Mozgov swiftly reacted, positioning himself for defense. Observing the mockery aimed at Mozgov by the diminutive Lopez, Zhou Pang could not suppress a cold smirk. He had been waiting for this moment. Should this dunk succeed, it would not only strengthen team camaraderie, but also amplify the Cavaliers' home court advantage. Tyronn Lue, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. The risk associated with this dunk was monumental. Opposite him, the towering and robust Lopez posed a formidable challenge, and should Zhou Pang lose his balance, the consequences could be dire. The audience was already on their feet, many producing their mobile phones, ready to capture the imminent spectacle. There was no doubt that if this dunk were to succeed, it would undoubtedly become a viral sensation. Fueled by indignation at the audacity of Zhou Pang attempting to dunk over him, Lopez leaped with all his might, extending his right hand in a desperate attempt to thwart the impending dunk. What a joke. I am a true center. Perhaps LeBron can ride me, but you, a mere second-round guard, have no right to challenge me. Meanwhile, Zhou Pang's vertical leap reached its zenith, and with his overwhelming presence, not even the great JaVale McGee could escape the fate of being posterized. Did he truly believe that his earlier lackluster performance reflected his true capabilities? With a resounding smack, Zhou Pang emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop, sending Lopez crashing to the floor. Zhou Pang firmly grasped the rim with both hands, stabilizing his center of gravity before descending, casting a disdainful glance at young Lopez as he gently shook his right index finger. This slam dunk ignited the fighting spirit of his teammates, amplified by the thunderous cheers from the audience, creating an atmosphere charged with excitement. Incredible! Utterly impressive! Oh my God! The fans on site found themselves at a loss for words to encapsulate their emotions. They had never anticipated that the Asian guard could execute such a spectacular dunk. The towering Mozgov, with tears welling in his eyes, rushed to Zhou Pang's side, warmly embracing him. Zhou Pang had previously vowed to avenge himself, and he certainly did not waver in his promise. Not only did he fulfill his word, but he also did so in the most explosive manner possible. How could his teammates not adore Zhou Pang like this? However, this act did not diminish the confidence of Zhejiang University. On the contrary, it stirred the resolve of their opponents, as evidenced by their serious expressions. Calderon from the opposing team confidently brought the ball to the front court, without hesitation passing it to the now rejuvenated Anthony. As the third quarter commenced, Anthony, hesitant to force a play, glanced at his teammates' positions and called for Vujasic to set a screen, seizing the opportunity to drive towards the basket. LeBron did not follow, as the Cavaliers employed a 2-3 zone defense, making it unlikely for Anthony to penetrate successfully. Indeed, as Anthony approached the paint, he found no viable shooting opportunity and promptly passed the ball to Porzingis in the right corner. Although LeBron anticipated the play, Porzingis' height and rapid shooting ensured he still secured the three-pointer. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Zhou Pang took on the mantle of responsibility for the attack. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Zhou Pang instructed his teammates to spread out, with the Knicks employing man-to-man defense. Zhou Pang had every reason to take on Calderon one-on-one. Come on. Faced with Zhou Pang, Calderon was excessively provocative, seemingly having forgotten the recent highlight of Zhou Pang's dunk over Lopez. If that were the case, Zhou Pang felt compelled to teach him a lesson, initiating his triple threat stance. He baited Calderon into raising his center of gravity, then suddenly stepped forward to the right. As Calderon retreated, Zhou Pang swiftly executed a step back beyond the three-point line. Calderon, taken aback, stumbled forward before he could even plant his left foot, losing his balance and falling. In that case, apologies were in order. Zhou Pang cast a fleeting glance at Calderon, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he executed a three-point shot from his position. Without awaiting the outcome, Zhou Pang confidently turned away. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, marking yet another highlight reel moment for Zhou Pang. Oh, so it was a deliberate choice for him to coast through the first half, leaving his opponents with the misconception that he was merely a passive player. Chapter 37. Mutual bullying illusion. It must be an illusion. Coach Fisher of the Knicks erupted in the sidelines, as Anthony and James engaged in an evenly matched contest on both ends of the court, a rare piece of good news for the Knicks. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Pang, an unheralded second-round rookie, emerged from obscurity, scoring with remarkable finesse. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the Knicks players. Glancing at the scoreboard, it read 62-57, with the Cavaliers holding a modest 5-point lead. It was not a significant advantage, but given the current momentum, who could predict whether Zhou Pang would continue his extraordinary performance? Calderon, if you cannot contain this kid, speak up early, and I will send someone else to do the job. Fisher showed no mercy, shouting directly at Calderon in front of the entire team. As he observed the grinning Zhou Pang, Calderon instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, only to find it chillingly cool. Nodding at his coach, Calderon understood that his opportunities were dwindling. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Zhou Pang brought the ball past half-court, positioning himself on the right wing to assess the situation. Love and Porzingis remained on the left wing, engaged in cheerful banter, as if they were on their honeymoon. Meanwhile, JR was still being pursued by Vujasic, prompting even Zhou Pang to question whether JR was indeed hiding cough syrup within his jersey. To his surprise, the referee's whistle pierced the air before Zhou Pang could fully analyze the unfolding scenario. Zhou Pang cast a glance at James, who shook his head before glancing at JR. JR mirrored the gesture, then turned to look at Love, who was preoccupied with chatting with Porzingis, impatiently gesturing towards the paint. The group soon noticed Mozgov grinning foolishly. Oh, he had kept little Lopez trapped in the key for over 3 seconds, leading to an offensive 3-second violation. How delightful. With a cheerful thumbs up directed at Mozgov, Zhou Pang boldly stepped up to the free throw line. Did he refuse an opportunity to score? Unsurprisingly, he sank the shot, maintaining possession for the Cavaliers. At the top of the arc, Zhou Pang dribbled while observing Calderon, his mind concocting devious plans. Since Fisher appeared so dissatisfied with Calderon, why not take advantage of the situation and deliver another blow, sending him off for a breather? TSK, what a virtuous deed this would be. Resolving in his heart, Zhou Pang gestured for his teammates to disperse. He was ready to make his move. With a deft motion to the left and then the right, Zhou Pang elegantly executed a drag step. In truth, this maneuver bore little deceptive quality. Zhou Pang lacked Durant's imposing stature and thus posed minimal threat. Yet, the psychological pressure on Calderon was immense. He had previously succumbed to Zhou Pang's relentless one-on-one attacks, and now Fisher was on the sideline shouting, "Focus. Defend well." Under the dual burden of pressure, Calderon inevitably faltered, swaying back and forth in response to Zhou Pang's drag step. A defender's greatest folly is to fall into the rhythm of their opponent. Witnessing how effortlessly Calderon exposed his weakness, Zhou Pang chuckled, and after another drag step, he suddenly altered his pace, taking a large step forward to the right while using his left hand to brace against Calderon's ribs, stepping forward once more. In 2 decisive strides, Calderon was completely outmaneuvered. No, no, no. Calderon's mind was teetering on the brink of collapse as he recklessly lunged towards Zhou Pang. Hiss. Zhou Pang, rather than feeling alarmed, reveled in the splendid opportunity for a 3-point play. As he executed a 3-step layup, he deliberately concentrated all his force in a vertical leap during the 3rd step. This subtle adjustment slowed his forward momentum just enough to catch Calderon off guard, who collided unexpectedly with Zhou Pang from behind. The impact was perfectly calibrated by Zhou Pang, resulting in a foul against Calderon without hindering his shot. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling the successful 3-point play. Upon landing, Calderon remained slumped on the court, his expression one of despair. The other Knicks players, startled by his pallor, rushed to assist him, fearing he might be seriously injured. "Brothers, I'm done for," were Calderon's final words before being escorted off the court by the newly entered Galloway. Meanwhile, in a private villa in Minnesota, a reluctant-to-be-named Wiggins sat transfixed before the television, witnessing Zhou Pang's remarkable maneuver. "Wow," he exclaimed, astonished at the simultaneous 3-point play and the foul inflicted upon the opponent, all while expending minimal energy. What an ingenious tactic. Swiftly, he produced a notebook and meticulously recorded the technique. Upon closing the notebook, the prominent title read, "Zhou Pang Observation Journal." Indeed, after delving deeper into Zhou Pang's character, Wiggins found himself increasingly inspired by him as a role model. Look at him, an astute player, kind-hearted, handsome, and, most importantly, possessing a profound understanding of the game. Isn't the purpose of playing in the NBA to attain wealth and fame? Why toil excessively? With these thoughts, Wiggins lifted his gaze back to Zhou Pang on the screen, further convinced of the young man's brilliance from an early age. Now, let us return our focus to the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Witnessing his teammate being mercilessly harassed by Zhou Pang, Anthony's temper flared. "I can't overpower LeBron, surely. I can handle a mere guard." During the Knicks' offensive possession, Anthony utilized a screen set by his teammate to face Zhou Pang at mid-range. Zhou Pang, however, felt disconcerted. How absurd that he had unwittingly become Anthony's target. As he faced Anthony, Zhou Pang's heart raced. What if he inadvertently touched Anthony's face? Would he suffer the consequences afterward? Never mind. When weighed against the importance of his dignity as a defender, it paled in comparison to his well-being. After contemplating the risks, Zhou Pang prudently restrained his hands and refrained from distracting Anthony's line of sight. This concession allowed Anthony to feel at ease. After a sequence of 3 threatening fakes, he executed a jump shot that swished through the net effortlessly, securing 2 points. As the play transitioned, LeBron positioned himself for a mid-range shot, aiming to help Zhou Pang reclaim some pride. Yet, in the face of the newly substituted Galloway, Zhou Pang opted to handle the situation himself. "Damn it. I can't stand up to Anthony, but surely I can take out my frustrations on this little guard." Observing the spirited Galloway, Zhou Pang deftly dribbled between his legs, lowering his opponent's center of gravity, and then abruptly retreated while executing a deceptive prayer pose. Remarkably, Galloway managed to maintain his footing without being fooled. Zhou Pang was slightly taken aback, yet he chose to dismiss the moment. Regardless of whether he was momentarily distracted, he had already made his shot. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Pang ignored Galloway and leaped to take a shot from beyond the arc. Initially, he intended to turn and flaunt, but fearing that Anthony would take notice, he feigned anxiety while observing the ball gliding through the air. Swish. It was a perfect net. Chapter 38. The matter concluded. He departed in the Knicks bench area. Calderon, brimming with emotion, grasped Coach Fisher's hand, desperately pointing at the play, exclaiming, "Look, look. It's clearly not my defense that's at fault." Fisher awkwardly scratched his head, pretending not to hear, slowly diverting his gaze to the large screen. On the court, Anthony's displeasure deepened. This Zhou Pang was truly insufferable. He bore the brunt of Anthony's bullying without complaint, yet turned around to vent his frustration on his younger teammate. Thus, Anthony resolved to continue his intimidation of Zhou Pang. Galloway dribbled past half-court, signaling his teammates to adjust their positions, quickly setting up Anthony on the right wing at a 45-degree angle against Zhou Pang. Confronted by Zhou Pang's seemingly innocent demeanor, Anthony gestured for his teammates to clear out. "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Anthony scoffed suddenly. Such trash talk was less bothersome to Zhou Pang than a mosquito bite on his lips. With a series of alternating dribbles, Anthony displayed not only his shooting prowess but also remarkable ball-handling skills, moving with a rhythm that left Zhou Pang unable to react effectively. Consequently, Zhou Pang took a step back. Indeed, Under the glaring light of day, he completely relinquished his defense on Anthony's three-point attempt. Hold your critiques. This was all part of a strategy. As anticipated, Anthony paused, pondering the meaning behind Zhou Pang's actions. Did he think so little of him? Was he suggesting that Anthony could only shoot? Damn it. This is intolerable. Anthony, will not abide. Noticing the shift in Anthony's demeanor, Zhou Pang inwardly chuckled. He had succeeded. There was no way to effectively defend against Anthony's shooting. His success was contingent solely on his touch, and the defender could hardly impose any pressure. Recognizing this, Zhou Pang employed a tactic of provocation. Look, I'm letting you shoot. If you make it, it's merely an effortless basket, proving nothing unless you drive past me. At that moment, Anthony sprang into action, taking a bold step forward with the ball in his right hand, then seamlessly executing a crossover to switch the ball to his left. Anthony's dribbling, akin to that of James when they both entered the league, was fluid. However, over time, they diverged onto distinct paths. James honed his skills comprehensively, evolving into a versatile warrior. Anthony chose to embody the role of a pure scorer. Judging by the outcome, it is evident that LeBron's decision was indeed the right one. As Anthony opted for a drive, Zhou Pang had no reason to relent, shifting half a step to continue obstructing him. With a cold snort, Anthony executed a deft change of direction and surged forward, accelerating toward the paint. The proximity to his defender did not deter him from making a swift maneuver, catching Zhou Pang off guard, who faltered slightly in his pursuit. This was not mere theatrics, it was a genuine lapse in defense. Anthony's launch was swift as he stormed into the lane, taking 3 confident strides. Upon encountering the help defense from Mozgov, he did not hesitate. Leaping into the air to engage in physical confrontation, deftly using his left hand to shield the ball from Mozgov. Utilizing the time in midair, he elegantly executed a smooth reverse layup. Mozgov reached out desperately, but Anthony's finesse rendered him ineffective. The physical engagement had entirely neutralized Mozgov's threat. The Knicks bench leaped to their feet, ready to celebrate, while Coach Fisher's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape in anticipation of a roar. At that moment, however, an unexpected shadow darted from the free throw line to the basket with alarming speed. Bam! Anthony's layup was astonishingly swatted away by Zhou Pang's single-handed block. It was a clean rejection, devoid of any contact, leaving Anthony momentarily dazed upon landing, questioning how such a shot could be denied. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. The commentators were equally flabbergasted, exclaiming, "What on earth? Anthony's layup was blocked? This is absurd. That is the offensive virtuoso, Carmelo Anthony." Yet, there was no need for such astonishment. Everyone has their off moments. Even Jordan has faced rejections. But when has Jordan ever been blocked by a second-round pick? Yes, Zhou Pang is merely a second-round selection. At that juncture, Anthony finally processed the reality. He had indeed been blocked by that seemingly unassuming lad. Reflecting on the incident, he realized there had been no contact whatsoever. It was a pain-free rejection, leaving him with no grounds for complaint. Observing the fierce determination on Anthony's face, Zhou Pang understood that he needed to devise a means of escape. In yet another offensive possession for the Knicks, inevitably, Anthony found himself matched against Zhou Pang once more. As expected, Zhou Pang retreated slightly into the paint. This time, however, Anthony was not deceived. He rose up for a jump shot. Unfortunately, perhaps influenced by the recent rejection, the shot did not find its mark. Stealing a glance at Zhou Pang, who wore an expressionless facade, Anthony's temper flared. Surely, the lad must be laughing inwardly. Had Zhou Pang been aware of Anthony's thoughts, he would surely have been overcome with emotion, realizing that his innermost musings were so easily discernible. Casting a glance at the score of 81-71, Zhou Pang resolved to put his plan into action. Dribbling past the halfway line, he positioned himself at the top of the arc, assembling a formation of 4 players outside and 1 inside, preparing to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Galloway. Why opt for a 4-out, 1-in strategy instead of 5-out? This was an indispensable element of Zhou Pang's scheme. With deft dribbling and a series of hesitation moves, Zhou Pang relentlessly tested Galloway's patience. "Hey, do you think I will drive or shoot?" Zhou Pang inquired suddenly. Caught off guard, Galloway obediently replied, "Drive." "Unfortunately, you guessed correctly." Zhou Pang sighed. The initial part of his statement had elicited a moment of joy in Galloway, but the latter part swiftly plunged him into shock. Seizing the moment amidst Galloway's fluctuating emotions, Zhou Pang executed a swift spin, effortlessly bypassing Galloway. On the Knicks bench, Calderon wore a pained expression, silently fixated on Fisher. Having evaded his defender, Zhou Pang decelerated, intentionally allowing Galloway a chance to contest the shot. How considerate. As Zhou Pang slowed down, Lopez mistakenly assumed he was about to attempt a floater and lunged forward. Simultaneously, Galloway, infuriated and embarrassed, charged in. This scenario was indeed amusing. Zhou Pang found himself sandwiched between two opponents. The three players collided in a chaotic jumble in midair, leaving spectators unable to discern what transpired with Zhou Pang at the center. Upon landing, he crumpled to the ground, wailing, with his hands tightly clasped around his thighs. Tyronn Lue, alarmed, promptly urged the medical staff to attend to him. Zhou Pang's performance was indeed commendable, successfully evading the medical personnel and exiting the court without a hitch. After outmaneuvering the Knicks junior player and blocking Anthony, Zhou Pang's retreat could be likened to a discreet departure, concealing his contributions and accolades. In Chapter 39, Spring Water and Television Dramas, the situation on the court remained uncertain as the Cavaliers team battled fiercely, with fans fervently waving their arms in encouragement, matching the players' intensity. Upon entering the Cavaliers' locker room, one was greeted by a delightful aroma and the sound of music, heralding a shift in the atmosphere. To one's surprise, Zhou Pang was leisurely seated, peacefully sipping sesame paste while engrossed in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. While Zhou Pang may not ascend to the pinnacle of the league in every aspect, in terms of resilience, he is undoubtedly unparalleled, unfazed by the clamor outside. He felt no pressure, having already achieved impressive statistics of 15 points, 9 assists, and 1 steal in this match. With an annual salary of $3.5 million, his performance exceeded expectations. Moreover, having inadvertently crossed Anthony, it was prudent to make an early exit rather than linger and face the consequences. The scene shifted back to the court, which had lost its allure. In the first half, Anthony and James exchanged blows, depleting their energy reserves. However, in the third quarter, Zhou Pang emerged to sustain the Cavaliers' offensive momentum. Unfortunately, the Knicks failed to present a second scoring threat. Porzingis proved too timid, lingering on the perimeter instead of challenging inside. As for Vujasic, since departing from the Lakers, he seemed to have lost his touch, possibly affected by personal troubles. Zhou Pang's offensive stretches allowed James to recuperate significantly. Once Zhou Pang exited, James nearly seized control of the game, supported by formidable teammates like JR, Love, TT, and Jefferson, all of whom proved too formidable for the Knicks to withstand. With the final whistle echoing, the Cavaliers secured a 96-86 victory. Players from both teams exchanged embraces, and the overall atmosphere remained pleasant, albeit Zhou Pang's absence meant that Anthony, Galloway, and Calderon could not have their fun at his expense. Leaving the court, Tyronn Lue led James and Love to the post-game press conference. Had Zhou Pang not sustained an injury and left the game, Lue had intended to include him alongside James in the conference. Lue truly cherished this yellow-skinned guard for his clever play, timely emergence in critical moments, and ability to uplift team morale. Most importantly, he was a bargain. LeBron, how would you assess Anthony's performance today? Do you believe the rookie has significant potential for future development? Will that thunderous dunk, thwarted by Anthony, leave a psychological scar? The reporters clamored around James, eager to thrust their microphones into his mouth, incessantly bombarding him with questions. Normally, he might engage with them for a while, but his mind was preoccupied with concerns over Zhou Pang's injury. It was crucial to note that during Irving's prolonged absence from the court, Zhou Pang's performance would significantly dictate the amount of effort James would need to exert. One could assert that Zhou Pang bore at least 20% of the responsibility on James's shoulders. After offering a few perfunctory replies, James turned and strode into the locker room. Love followed suit, repeatedly uttering yes before hastily trailing behind James. In the blink of an eye, only Tyronn Lue remained in the seats, staring blankly at a bottle of water frozen solid. Coach Lue, from what we can see, Pang Chow's performance has been quite commendable. Yet all of this hinges on his consistent playing time. When Irving returns to full health, will he still enjoy such ample minutes on the court? It was a challenging predicament, as finally, a legitimate issue had surfaced since the commencement of the new season. Setting down the undrinkable ice-cold water bottle, Lue pondered aloud. Pang Chow's performance is indeed promising. I believe he possesses even greater potential. Irving does not conflict with him. I am confident that with Pang Chow's capabilities, he could certainly excel as the best sixth man. Lue's perspective was clear. Irving's starting position would remain unshaken, and Zhou Pang would not lose his opportunity to play. However, it was evident that between Irving and Zhou Pang, Lue favored Irving. This was not to suggest that Lue lacked insight. Consider the drafts. Zhou Pang was a second-round pick, while Irving was the first overall selection. leading to divergent career trajectories from the outset. Moreover, in terms of statistics and skill, Irving's scoring and offensive techniques surpass those of Zhou Pang at present. Furthermore, Irving boasted a substantial fan base, contributing to the Cavaliers' commercial value. Therefore, both logically and sentimentally, once Irving's injury heals, he ought to reclaim his starting position. Besides, given Zhou Pang's nature, he would likely prefer to come off the bench. During the third quarter, Pang Cho fell to the ground while attempting a layup and promptly returned to the locker room. What is the status of his injury? In response to this, Liu shook his head and stood, stating, "I share your concern regarding this matter, so let us conclude today's interview. I need to check on Pang Cho's condition in the locker room." Before departing, Liu glanced once more at the frozen bottle of water, muttering, "Damn it. It still hasn't melted. I'm parched." Upon pushing open the locker room door, Liu was taken aback by the sight before him. Why were these young men not showering? They were all intently gathered around Zhou Pang. Quickly grabbing a bottle of water to quench his thirst, Liu curiously approached them, discovering that they were engrossed in the tablet computer in Zhou Pang's hands. Wow, this person can fly on a sword. That girl in purple is quite impressive. No. I still think the girl in blue is better. You all fall short. I still find this chubby fellow rather endearing. Upon hearing Mozgov's perilous remarks, the Cavaliers collectively shuddered, each raising a middle finger in his direction. It appears they were all drawn away by the allure of the third installment of the Xianjin series. Hey, lads. While the television drama may be worthy of sharing in the group later, could you please pay heed to personal hygiene? The locker room is on the verge of becoming a cesspool. Hurry and take a shower. Tyron Liu can no longer endure the stench wafting through the locker room. As the group dispersed, only Tyron Liu and Zhou Ping remained in the locker room. "Ping, how fares your injury?" Zhou Pang switched off the tablet, patted his thigh, and chuckled. "It's nothing serious, just a cramp. But it did frighten me at the time. The sensation of a cramp in the thigh is truly unbearable." Hearing this good news, Tyron Liu couldn't help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, Zhou Pang encountered no significant issues. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. His performance today was exceptional. He encouraged Zhou Pang to maintain this momentum. After offering a few words of encouragement, Tyron Liu turned to leave the locker room, still preoccupied with whether the bottle of ice water from the press conference had melted. Chapter 40. Picking up the car after tidying up his personal belongings. Zhou Pang picked up his backpack and was about to head outside when he heard LeBron James' voice behind him. "Hey, Pang, I'm going to have dinner with Anthony later. You should join us." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang instinctively rejected the invitation, both internally and externally, waving his hand and saying, "No. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join you guys. Come on. Brothers are everywhere, right? Besides, Anthony specifically requested to see you. If you don't go, he might just pay you a visit in person." By the end of his statement, James wore a mischievous grin. With the situation at hand, Zhou Pang had little choice but to acquiesce. At 8 in the evening, at Cleveland's most prestigious restaurant, Zhou Pang arrived in style, riding in LeBron's Rolls-Royce. As he stepped out of the car and glanced at the restaurant, Zhou Pang smirked. "Not bad. LeBron, you're actually willing to treat us here this time." It was well known that James was a man who rarely parted with his resources. "What are you thinking? Tonight, it's Anthony treating us." James' response was indeed characteristic of him. The two entered the restaurant, chatting and laughing, and immediately someone recognized James, beaming as they escorted them to Anthony's private room. Anthony was already seated inside, having exchanged his jersey for a stylish trench coat. One could tell a person's character from their attire. Anthony's ensemble certainly exuded the aura of a streetwise leader. Upon seeing James, Anthony stood up with a smile, embraced him, and engaged in lighthearted banter. Zhou Pang stood awkwardly to the side, uncertain whether to join in the laughter or maintain a stoic demeanor, a situation reminiscent of his first visit to his father-in-law's home. "Come on, don't just stand there. Have a seat," Anthony said, extending a courteous hand, thankfully not intending to put Zhou Pang in a difficult position. After placing their orders and playfully teasing the waitress, Anthony fixed his gaze on Zhou Pang, staring intently for nearly 2 minutes, enough to cause chills to run down Zhou Pang's spine. At last, Anthony broke the silence, inquiring, "I heard from LeBron that you recently dunked on Wade." Goodness, was Anthony seeking vengeance? Everyone knew the profound camaraderie among LeBron, Paul, Wade, and Anthony, the famed Banana Boat crew. Just how close were their bonds? The friendship between LeBron and Wade was so strong that they could easily be mistaken for a married couple if their genders were swapped. Paul and LeBron were also steadfast companions. In fact, the first person LeBron's newborn child saw was not LeBron himself, but Paul. As for the relationship between LeBron and Anthony, it was even more extraordinary. They had known each other since high school, and LeBron had even saved Anthony's life at one point. Confronted with such a delicate topic, Zhou Pang took a deep breath, nearly letting slip a nervous laugh, and awkwardly replied, "It was just luck. That play was mainly due to LeBron's excellent pass." True to form, Zhou Pang managed to cleverly shift some credit to LeBron in this moment. Anthony shrugged and nodded, saying, "That was indeed a remarkable play. You even managed to block me tonight, which was quite impressive." He was evidently still preoccupied with that block. Zhou Pang sighed, expressing his predicament. There was no alternative. He needed to demonstrate his defensive prowess to the team's management, and nothing could provide more compelling evidence than successfully guarding Anthony. What a task. This statement not only praised Anthony but also revealed Zhou Pang's helplessness. At that moment, Anthony suddenly exchanged a knowing smile with LeBron, instantly lightening the atmosphere. "LeBron, you were indeed correct. This kid is quite clever, don't you think? Just observe his awareness on the court. He knows when to take it easy and when to be serious. He's a natural-born guard." Zhou Pang realized that the duo was jesting at his expense. "Boss, this isn't fair play." Zhou Pang shook his head in resignation. "You can't conspire against me just because you're envious of my talent." Anthony chuckled and replied, "You've got a bit of charm, my friend. From now on, I've got your back. Feel free to reach out whenever you face any troubles. Of course, if you wish to leave the Cavaliers, the Knicks would be more than happy to have you. I won't claim anything else, but your salary would double." LeBron, unable to contain himself, interrupted Anthony. "Brother, are you disregarding my presence? Are you trying to poach players right in front of me?" From their exchange, Zhou Pang sensed a glimmer of opportunity. "All right, Anthony, I will consider your offer. After all, I have neither house nor car in Cleveland, so I am unencumbered." After speaking, Zhou Pang shot a glance at LeBron. Indeed, LeBron promptly patted Zhou Pang's shoulder and proclaimed generously, "What do you mean you have no car? See you at the dealership tomorrow morning. Choose whatever you like." Without lifting a finger, Zhou Pang not only enjoyed an extravagant dinner, but also unexpectedly acquired a car. This was quite the windfall. The meal was delightful, with the trio occasionally discussing gossip from the league and listening to Zhou Pang recount tales of Chinese history, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The following morning at 7:30, Zhou Pang had just risen when the phone in the living room rang. "Hello? LeBron? Are you really going to pick up the car? Great. You haven't had breakfast, have you? I'll whip something up for you to take downstairs." In a short while, Zhou Pang arrived at the Ferrari dealership in LeBron's Lamborghini. As they stepped out of the car, they attracted quite a crowd, not merely because a Lamborghini was parked at the entrance of a Ferrari dealership, nor solely due to the fact that they were Cavaliers players, but because both of them were holding something resembling a wrap. Taking a hearty bite, LeBron could not help but exclaim, "Oh, what is this? It tastes incredible. This is called an egg pancake. Even our CBA players enjoy it. It's quite delicious." Zhou Pang explained. The more LeBron ate, the more he savored it, to the point that he hesitated to take the final bite. However, it was a dilemma. After arriving in a Lamborghini at a Ferrari dealership, he couldn't very well enter the establishment while consuming something so odorous, could he? With tears in his eyes, Zhou Pang finished his egg pancake as James led him into the store. Given that James owned several Ferraris, the staff recognized him immediately, and soon a knowledgeable representative approached him, inquiring, "Good day, Mr. LeBron. Are you considering acquiring a new vehicle?" No, James replied, gesturing to Zhou Pang beside him. "Today, he is the one selecting a car. I am merely here to settle the payment." The staff, surprised by James's generosity towards such a newcomer, realized that if LeBron valued this young man so highly, it must indicate a promising future ahead for him. Consequently, the staff warmly welcomed Zhou Pang, meticulously detailing the specifications and merits of each vehicle. Ultimately, Zhou Pang opted for a striking red Ferrari 458, which would likely cost around 4 to 5 million in local currency. However, it was indeed magnificent. Besides, it wasn't his own money being spent, so why feel remorse? Chapter 41. Setting trends within the team in the following days, Zhou Pang busied himself with the stock and cryptocurrency markets, utilizing his spare time to focus on his physical recovery. His talent index had not reached its peak for quite some time. After effortlessly dispatching the lackluster Philadelphia 76ers this season, Zhou Pang returned home to prepare, then headed towards Chinatown, driving his eye-catching red Ferrari. Zhou Pang garnered many admiring glances from beautiful women along the way. Yet, he remained cautious, aware of the potential dangers. After all, foreign locales could be quite extravagant. If he fell into trouble, it would be quite a predicament. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Zhou Pang felt an unusual atmosphere. Oddly, there seemed to be an abundance of luxury vehicles in Chinatown that day. Out of the 50 parking spaces available, 6 or 7 were occupied by cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, including Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Aston Martins, resembling a small auto exhibition. Could it be that today marked a special occasion in Chinatown? Muttering to himself, Zhou Pang dismissed the thought. He had serious matters to attend to, and the rest was inconsequential. Navigating through familiar streets and alleys, Zhou Pang arrived once again at the clinic bearing old Zhao's acupuncture sign. However, unlike before, old Zhao had inexplicably taken down the sign. What is going on with this old man? Zhou Pang felt a sense of unease and quickened his pace as he entered. Just as he reached the doorway, before he could step inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of exclamations from within. Woohoo, how delightful. Oh my, that is sharp. This thing has an astonishing suction power. The voices of these individuals struck a chord of familiarity within him. Zhou Pang pushed the door open, and to his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by players from the Cavaliers. What did I say? There was no need to call Zhou Pang. He would undoubtedly come. LeBron wore a proud expression, his back adorned with numerous cupping marks. Meanwhile, old Zhao was bustling about, sweat beading on his forehead, alternating between administering acupuncture to JR and providing a massage to Love, a stark contrast to his usual lethargy. Old Zhao, this must be the best business you've had since opening your shop. Zhou Pang teased. Though old Zhao's hands were occupied, his heart was filled with joy. After all, he was renowned for his expertise in health treatments, albeit less appreciated abroad. Now, presented with an opportunity to showcase his skills, old Zhao would never let it slip away. Zhou Pang genuinely felt delighted for Lao Zhao. As long as Lao Yao's skills garnered recognition within the league, it would significantly aid Zhou Pang's ambitions. Don't just focus on the new customers. I'm still the same old me, Zhou Pang chuckled. While other teams either indulged in nocturnal revelries or engaged in collective training, the Cavaliers, under Zhou Pang and LeBron's guidance, found themselves partaking in acupuncture and cupping therapy. The Cavaliers' recent match schedule was commendable, not only affording ample time, but also taking place at home. Indeed, on November 8th at 3 p.m., the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was once again inundated with fans. Only half an hour remained until the Cavaliers faced off against the Pacers. This season's Pacers should not be underestimated, as they boasted a premier forward in Paul George and had acquired the talented scorer and defender Monta Ellis through a trade with the Mavericks. Furthermore, the presence of George Hill provided the Pacers with stable firepower and organizational capabilities, while the tenacious Jordan Hill fortified their interior defense. On paper, the Pacers undoubtedly represented a formidable challenge. In the Cavaliers' locker room, one could not hear a whisper of merriment from outside. However, to assume they were fretting over the impending match would be a grave misjudgment. Upon entering, Tyronn Lue immediately noticed everyone gathered around Zhou Pang once more. He had grown accustomed to such scenes and needed no inquiry to discern that Zhou Pang was once again showcasing an intriguing Chinese drama. Well, how can this person remain airborne for 5 or 6 seconds? Even more absurd is how time seems to stand still when he drives to the basket. The opponents are utterly motionless. Could it be magic? Strangely enough, their dunks start from the three-point line. This isn't merely a dunk, it's a flight. Indeed. You may have guessed it, Zhou Pang was screaming basketball fire for them. Suddenly, LeBron recalled something, laughing heartily. If there were players like that in reality, I reckon Jordan would struggle to be a bench warmer. Forget basketball. With their physical prowess, they'd excel in any sport. JR chimed in. TT, the most engrossed, smacked his lips and remarked, thank goodness it's fictional. Otherwise, our interior players would be doomed, getting dunked on all day. Tyronn Lue, unable to bear it any longer, tilted his head and cautioned, hey, let's not become complacent after 6 consecutive victories. Tonight we face the Pacers. Paul George and Monta Ellis are no pushovers. Upon hearing this, JR glanced at LeBron, who in turn looked at Love, and Love at Zhou Pang. Though words were unspoken, their shared laughter conveyed a silent understanding. Tyronn Lue sighed in resignation, bemused by the camaraderie amongst the group. As time passed, the head coach appeared somewhat foolish. A few minutes later, both teams' players arrived on the court for warm-ups. From a distance, Zhou Pang noticed Paul George, a player known for his ostentatious demeanor. He recalled a memorable moment during a game between the Pacers and the Pistons, where George received a pass near midcourt. Facing a defensive challenge from Kyle Singler, George calmly extended his left hand, signaling for him to halt, and then executed a smooth jump shot that swished through the net. I cannot recall the defender's name, so please correct me in the comments if I'm mistaken. However, in this competitive arena, one must pay their dues. Ever since that flashy shot, George has firmly established himself as the best backdrop for individual performance. His skill set rivals that of the Spurs. This thought made Zhou Pang chuckle. A moment that was fortuitously witnessed by Paul George. Who is this guy? Why is he more audacious than I am? He is already laughing before the game even starts. Paul George clenched his fists, committing Zhou Pang's face to memory. As the warm-up concluded, the opening ceremony began, with the starting players from both teams making their entrance. The Pacers' head coach, Vogel, was the same man who had been overwhelmed by LeBron's prowess, only to later coach him with a smile at the Lakers. Vogel's coaching style emphasizes defense, and during his tenure, the Pacers transformed into a formidable defensive unit. His lineup for this game was predictable: George Hill and Monta Ellis as guards, Paul George and Jordan Hill on the wings, and Ian Mahinmi at center. The Cavaliers maintained their starting lineup, featuring Zhou Pang and J.R. Smith at guard, LeBron James and Kevin Love on the wings, and the imposing Mozgov at center. The game was about to commence. In the jump ball phase, Ian faced off against Mozgov. After several matches, Mozgov finally encountered an opponent weaker in stature. True to expectations, Mozgov effortlessly tipped the ball to Love. Upon receiving Love's pass, Zhou Pang confidently advanced past half-court. In the first possession of the game, Zhou Pang did not call a specific play. Noticing LeBron open from 15 feet away, he decisively passed him the ball. The game had just begun, and the Pacers' defense had not yet fully taken shape. At this moment, Monta Ellis, lost in his assignment, was guarding LeBron. With no defensive pressure, LeBron took a jump shot, which predictably clanged off the rim. Transitioning from offense to defense, George Hill brought the ball past half-court. The Pacers, while undeniably strong in their defensive prowess, struggled offensively. Their fast breaks were ineffective, their post-up capabilities lacking, and they primarily relied on Paul George for individual scoring. Thus, George Hill found himself in a predicament. The absence of offensive strength in the paint severely limited their tactical options. Relying solely on perimeter shooting would hardly suffice to secure victory. It cannot be said that at the very onset, Paul George should engage in one-on-one plays against LeBron James. Has one forgotten about Anthony from a few days prior? By the end of the third quarter, he was nearly exhausted like a husky. There was no alternative but to continue employing the Pacers' most proficient tactic of off-ball screens. Positioned on the right wing, Hill executed a series of gestures. At this moment, Paul George was stationed at the left corner, while Ian was contending with Mozgov in the paint. Upon receiving instructions, Ian promptly exited the paint, moving to the left wing to prepare for a pick and roll. Simultaneously, Paul George swiftly ran from the left corner to the left wing. Utilizing Ian's screen, Paul George momentarily evaded James, securing a brief open shot from mid-range. Hill, with remarkable swiftness, delivered the ball to George. Without a moment's hesitation, George took the shot. It was evident that George possessed the prowess to justify his confidence in shooting, as he effortlessly sank the mid-range jumper. Goodness gracious! LeBron was displeased, fully aware that it was his defense, yet Paul George still dared to entertain thoughts of scoring. How audacious! As possession shifted, Zhou Pang was dribbling past half-court, still struggling to gather his thoughts, when LeBron on the left wing extended his hand, demanding the ball. Zhou Pang blinked and passed the ball. It was not out of fear of LeBron James' imposing presence, but rather because the pass to James for a one-on-one was quite sensible. The Pacers were employing man-to-man defense, making a solo play reasonable. Moreover, passing to James alleviated Zhou Pang of any further concerns. It was commendable that he managed not to chuckle. Faced with Paul George's defense, James did not act hastily. Although George is famously known as a personal background player, having been bested by Lillard, Butler, and Leonard in clutch moments, one must consider that despite these instances, the head coach continues to entrust him with the responsibility of defending the final shot. This undoubtedly indicates George's exceptional defensive prowess. If he cannot contain the last shot, then it would be futile to rely on anyone else. Perhaps there lies a hint of insecurity in this notion. Regardless, we cannot deny George's remarkable defensive capabilities. Coupled with Vogel's defensive emphasis, George was likely at the peak of his defensive prowess at this moment. With the ball in hand, James probed left and right. But George expertly maintained his defensive stance, leaving James with no opportunity. With only 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, James was compelled to make a move. Holding the ball in his right hand, he stepped forward, suddenly pivoting sharply to the left, using his elbow to shield George's waist, creating a sliver of space. He then dribbled with his left hand, launching himself along the baseline towards the hoop, with reckless abandon. Only George managed to keep pace. Any other player from the Pacers would have been easily overpowered by James. As James approached the basket, he realized he had yet to completely shake off George. Resolutely, he initiated his three-step drive. To avoid obstructing James' path, Mozgov obediently vacated the paint. Ian, however, remained stationed, seemingly prepared to interfere with James' attempt. Had this been James in 2020, he would likely have opted to pass. Yet in 2016, his physical prowess remained formidable, leaving no reason not to attempt a dunk. Just 2 steps from the paint, every muscle in James' body tensed as he launched. Could he truly score against both Ian and George? The commentators echoed the doubts of everyone present. Bang! The resounding sound of the dunk served as James' finest retort. Against the double team, he effortlessly slammed the ball through the hoop. Upon landing, there was a hint of disappointment as he walked past Zhou Pang, boasting slightly. "I thought George would hold me back. I was ready to dunk with him on my back." Zhou Pang's lips twitched in frustration as he turned to leave, utterly speechless. Once again, it was the Pacers' turn to attack, and George Hill positioned himself at the right wing, signaling a familiar gesture. Indeed, Ian skillfully moved to the left wing, prompting George to follow suit. Having learned from their previous encounter, James was no longer deceived. Instead of pursuing George, he preemptively stationed himself at mid-range, biding his time. Consequently, Paul George found himself unguarded beyond the three-point arc on the left wing. Not only did he enjoy the space, but he also cast a calm glance at James before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc. With exquisite control over his force and a graceful arc, the ball swished through the net, a flawless execution. Witnessing James falter, Zhou Pang recalled the earlier boastful words of his. He cast a puzzled look at James, as if to say, "What is going on, my friend? Have you been outmatched by George?" Overwhelmed by his own temper, James could no longer contain himself. He received a pass from Mozgov in the backcourt and advanced to the frontcourt, positioning himself at the left wing against George. He dribbled left twice, then right twice. Suddenly, James lowered his head. "Look out, he's preparing for a step-back three-pointer." Even the commentators anticipated his move, yet he insisted on performing this futile feint. With a step back and a lean, interference was impossible. It all hinged on James's shooting touch. Undoubtedly, he clanked the shot once more. In the ensuing transition, George received a pass from Ian and confidently crossed half-court, facing James at the right wing. James was internally elated. Finally, a one-on-one matchup devoid of that pesky pick and roll. "Let's see how I defend this." He executed a series of crossovers, gradually advancing, while George showed no signs of intimidation. After a left-handed dribble, he abruptly retreated to the right and released a jump shot from three-point range. The deceptive sequence was so effective that even James was a beat late in his attempt to contest the shot. Alas, it was too late. When he turned to gaze at the basket, the ball had already swished through the net. Chapter 43. The love-hate relationship with James. How peculiar. What made the shot go in? James pondered silently, baffled by the extraordinary talents of today's youth. How is it that they all dare to challenge him? Who instills such courage in them? Is it the influence of Liang Jingru? In the face of Paul George's sudden surge, the Cavaliers remained unperturbed. Zhou Pang advanced the ball into the front court, taking a significant step to the right to shake off George Hill. Both Paul George and Ian, concerned about Zhou Pang's potential drive to the basket, hurriedly collapsed inward. Zhou Pang had numerous options to handle the situation, whether it was a mid-range jump shot or distributing the ball after drawing defenders. However, upon witnessing LeBron's eager expression, he opted for a rather imprudent choice of passing the ball to James. With George collapsing towards the paint, James received the ball on the left wing beyond the three-point line and immediately launched a jump shot. Pressured by George's three-point prowess, he was intent on responding with a three-pointer of his own. Yet, the three-point shot is often a blend of 7 parts skill, 2 parts luck, and 1 part touch. And it was evident that James was lacking both luck and touch that evening. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, prompting James to involuntarily utter a curse. What the hell? Securing the rebound, Paul George, now exhilarated, sprinted the ball past half-court. James, sensing urgency, hastily pursued him. Anticipating that George would either execute a fast break with his teammates or attempt a layup, James dashed towards the paint. As he ran, 1,000 scenarios of blocking George flashed through his mind. However, merely 3 steps from the three-point line, George surprisingly took a step forward with the ball, regained his balance, and executed a jump shot right from the spot. "If that goes in, I'll just head to the restroom." Before James could firmly establish his declaration, the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed throughout the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. "I'll just go to the restroom." Realizing the precarious situation, Tyronn Lue could no longer sit idly and promptly called for a timeout. LeBron, I believe you may need to reconsider your approach to the game. Tyronn Lue's words were gentle, yet if translated more directly, it would be, you are playing terribly tonight. This evening, Paul George's three-point shooting was exceptionally sharp, and I recognize the need to exert greater effort on the defensive end. However, if I focus solely on defense, I cannot ensure offensive firepower. James stated with a stoic expression. Tyronn Lue appeared to grasp the situation and tentatively asked, are you suggesting? Meanwhile, Zhou Pang sat nearby, blissfully sipping tea, completely unaware that he was about to bear the brunt of the blame. Pang is quite agile and possesses commendable defensive awareness. I believe he can effectively limit Paul George on defense. This way, I will dominate the game on offense, James declared, his voice resonating. Zhou Pang, overhearing this, felt a pang of distress. Why am I the one suffering? In the face of such unjust fate, Zhou Pang bravely stood up and resolutely said no. Unfortunately, his opposition proved futile. Damn it. When it comes to offense, you ask for the ball, and I give it to you, yet I don't even receive an assist. Offstage, you take me for acupuncture and cupping, treating me as one of your own. Yet here I am, transformed into the scapegoat. Zhou Pang was no longer content. He was ready to unleash his potential as a playmaking guard. Positioning himself at the arc, he disregarded LeBron's call for the ball and swiftly signaled with his hands. Love drifted to the left wing, JR moved to the right corner, and Mozgov emerged to set a solid screen. As for LeBron, he remained stationary. The Cavaliers players, initially taken aback by the directive, quickly sprang into action, recognizing the value of time on the offensive clock. Utilizing Mozgov's impenetrable screen, Zhou Pang deftly maneuvered past Hill and executed a sudden stop at mid-range, preparing for a jump shot. However, Jordan Hill, tasked with guarding Love, could not remain idle and rushed over from the left wing to provide assistance. This played perfectly into Zhou Pang's hands, as he deftly passed the ball to Love on the left wing. Strictly speaking, this was Love's first shot since the game began, and he cherished the opportunity. He adjusted his stance, focused intently on the hoop, and released the jump shot in one fluid motion. Swish. The Cavaliers finally answered Paul George's earlier three-pointer. The home crowd, long restrained, erupted in cheers, chanting Love's name. Yet, the commentators displayed a contrasting perspective. Noting LeBron's earlier missed attempts, they remarked on the need for improvement in his three-point shooting. Perhaps he was better suited to bulldoze his way into the paint for scores. LeBron chose to disregard such criticisms. After all, he occupied a lofty position, and the rumors surrounding him were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. If he were to heed every voice of dissent, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. Observing the Cavaliers gaining momentum, Paul George smirked. Before Zhou Pang could decipher the meaning behind that smile, George sank 2 consecutive open three-pointers in the ensuing possessions. This was utterly insane. Was this the same Paul George who often faded into the background? No, this was clearly a manifestation of superstar prowess. With 4 consecutive three-pointers, in addition to a prior mid-range basket, Paul George had already amassed 14 points at the outset. What an absurd scoring ability. Just when it seemed that George's performance was remarkable enough, the entire Pacers team began to exhibit a similar level of absurdity. Monta Ellis received a pass from Hill and nailed a three-pointer from the left wing, while Hill himself dribbled to the right wing and, without hesitation, drained another 3. One after another? Were they simply playing around? The entire arena was in chaos. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue wore a bewildered expression, failing to call a timeout. In the midst of this frenetic transition, Zhou Pang felt a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. The feeling of being continuously outscored by the opposing team was truly disheartening, especially when it came to their multifaceted offensive assault. Who could withstand such relentless pressure? If the modest Pacers could perform like this, how would they fare against the Warriors' onslaught? At this moment, Zhou Pang felt an unexpected sympathy for James. He has faced the formidable Spurs, the seasoned Mavericks, and the dynasty of the Warriors. Although he has had commendable allies by his side, he has always been the one to lead the charge. Countless eyes are fixed upon him, and many await his missteps. In 2018, he managed to guide a Cavaliers team, seemingly unremarkable, to the finals, a feat truly astonishing. We must strive for self-improvement. Zhou Pang cast aside the weakness that lingered within him, rejuvenating his spirit. Damn it! If James could achieve this, so could I, Zhou Pang. Moreover, anything he could not accomplish, I, Zhou Pang, surely can. Not far away, James, who had witnessed Zhou Pang's emotional transformation, wore a bewildered expression. Why did that kid look at me with such tenderness just now? Could it be that he has developed a fondness for me? The mere thought sent shivers down James's spine, prompting him to dart toward the left corner. Chapter 44. Fire. Beep beep. Just as Zhou Pang was poised to showcase his grand talents, the referee's whistle unexpectedly pierced the air. Turning to investigate, he realized that Tyronn Lue had called a timeout. That unfortunate fellow, why did he choose this moment, when Zhou Pang was mentally prepared to interrupt? Damn it, sooner or later, I will freeze all of Tyronn Lue's bottled water into ice cubes. The opposing team was on fire, and this timeout was primarily intended to disrupt their rhythm. Tyronn Lue's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Now, listen closely, this is my command, and no one is permitted to negotiate. Understood? Tyronn Lue suddenly exuded a newfound firmness. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Tyronn Lue had some remarkable strategy to unveil? Even Zhou Pang set aside his thermos, unable to resist leaning in closer. After all, Tyronn Lue was a championship coach, possessing undeniable expertise. As the crowd hushed, Tyronn Lue slowly articulated, at this juncture, I need LeBron to step up and stabilize the situation, while the others must do everything in their power to assist LeBron in scoring, understood? A collective silence enveloped the group. As they exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Zhou Pang shut his eyes, pondering. Tyronn Lue, do you truly rely solely on the star strategy? Simply passing the ball to LeBron to resolve all issues? In many scenarios, this may indeed work, but certainly not in the present circumstance. From the onset, LeBron's shooting touch from beyond the arc was lackluster. Although the Pacers employed man-to-man defense, their rotations were swift, consistently focusing on LeBron. Whenever LeBron posed a threat to drive, the Pacers players would adapt instantly, collapsing into the paint. Under any interpretation, it was unwise to allow LeBron to engage in isolation at this moment. Do you understand? Tyronn Lue's voice interrupted Zhou Pang's contemplation. You must create opportunities that favor LeBron's scoring. Faced with his head coach, Zhou Pang could only nod outwardly while internally dissenting. Tactics? What nonsense. As the timeout concluded, the Cavaliers returned to the court with fierce determination. During the inbounds play, Zhou Pang swiftly positioned himself at the top of the arc, signaling his teammates. In less than 5 seconds, Kevin Love moved to the right corner. JR positioned himself on the right wing. LeBron took his place on the left wing. And Mozgov hovered in the ghost position, posing a threat for a lob to the Pacers. Tyronn Lue on the sidelines appeared puzzled. This strategy hardly seemed suitable for isolation play. Against George Hill, Zhou Pang remained vigilant. This opponent was far from trivial. Despite several probing attempts, Zhou Pang failed to yield any significant results and thus began to dribble, seeking to exploit a change in rhythm to outmaneuver him. After a series of intricate moves, Hill finally shifted his weight. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Pang dashed forward to the left. Upon nearing the free throw line, he executed a sudden stop, instantly creating space between himself and Hill. With a deft maneuver, Zhou Pang shot effortlessly from the free throw line, the ball swishing through the net. Now it was the Pacers' turn to attack, with Zhou Pang defending Paul George on the right wing. In the previous 2 possessions, Zhou Pang had been subjected to consecutive three-pointers by George. But so what? George rhythmically executed crossovers, surveying his teammates' positions, completely disregarding Zhou Pang. As the saying goes, those who underestimate Zhou Pang shall reap no rewards. Indeed, the moment George's gaze diverted inward and the ball touched the floor, Zhou Pang grinned, sensing an opportunity arise. Extending his right hand, Zhou Pang swiftly reached toward George's lower body. Then, with a powerful grasp smack, Zhou Pang executed a precise steal from George during his dribble. Without pausing, Zhou Pang surged forward with great strides. Reacting swiftly, Paul George, filled with indignation, closely pursued Zhou Pang, determined to block the shot. Due to the relentless pressure, Zhou Pang had no opportunity to glance back to see if his teammates were following. Yet, an instinctive certainty whispered to him that LeBron would undoubtedly appear at the right moment. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Zhou Pang suddenly launched the ball high into the air behind him. This was a gamble for Zhou Pang, risking his reputation. If successful, he would be met with thunderous applause and a spot on the top 10 plays. If he failed, he would be met with boos from the crowd and perhaps become a laughingstock, immortalized in the bloopers. In an even worse scenario, he might face scorn from his compatriots, as keyboard warriors thrive on magnifying others' blunders. Fortunately, Zhou Pang's gamble paid off. In truth, when George underestimated Zhou Pang and shifted his focus elsewhere, LeBron had already positioned himself for a fast break. This was LeBron's innate talent, a remarkable ability to read the game. Initially, LeBron harbored concerns. Having not made eye contact with Zhou Pang, wondering if there was truly an opportunity for an alley-oop. However, upon witnessing the ball soaring towards him, he comprehended that Zhou Pang's skill and audacity were indeed extraordinary. Boom. Underneath the basket, George's face turned ashen. He had been posterized. The essence of basketball is deceptively simple. If you strike the ball with force, it will bounce back. The same applies in games when a team's morale surges. Their capabilities can elevate dramatically. Immersed in the cheers of the audience, Zhou Pang recognized that the moment for a counterattack had arrived. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, without needing to communicate, Mozgov instinctively set a screen for Zhou Pang. As he maneuvered past his defender, Ian finally acknowledged Zhou Pang's prowess and stepped up. Near the free throw line, Zhou Pang engaged in a dribble duel with Ian, occasionally teasing his opponent with playful moves. In this scenario, the attention of the entire Pacers team was fixated on Zhou Pang. The mismatch presented infinite possibilities, whether driving to the basket or shooting. Zhou Pang faced his greatest scoring opportunity against Ian. Alas, the Pacers were stationed at the second layer, while Zhou Pang operated from the third. Silently, Love on the right wing suddenly accelerated towards the basket. Jordan Hill was taken aback. Was he to be the next victim of a posterization? In a panic, he had no time to contemplate, immediately positioning himself in the paint, ready to thwart the impending pass. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Jordan Hill wondered why Zhou Pang had yet to pass, his worst fears materialized. Boom. With a player in the paint, the ball descended from above. The true terror lies not in being posterized, but in being completely unaware of the humiliation that has just unfolded. Jordan Hill turned to see LeBron James smiling at him. "My dunk is quite powerful. Brace yourself," he said, patting Jordan Hill on the shoulder before striding away, reminiscent of a scoundrel who, after donning his trousers, pretends not to recognize anyone. With 2 consecutive dunks over defenders, who else could rival him? The commentators, who had just been chirping, fell silent, eventually managing a forced chuckle after a long pause. What a flawless alley-oop dunk it was. Indeed, the sound was akin to the booming of mortars. Bang, bang, bang. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue clapped, yet he was perplexed. He had never encountered these particular strategies before. Was it possible he had forgotten them? Chapter 45. The difference between people. The first quarter of this game was undoubtedly the most thrilling of the season thus far, with the Pacers' outside shooting flourishing, as if three-pointers were falling like dumplings. The Cavaliers, in response, unleashed a barrage of attacks on the rim, creating a visual spectacle that was utterly captivating. During the break, neither team's starters appeared fatigued. Rather, they were brimming with excitement. In the rest area, LeBron and Paul George exchanged glances, each wearing enigmatic smiles, leaving one to ponder their unspoken thoughts. Tyronn Lue held a tactical board in his hands, hesitating to speak. He truly had no words. As Zhou Pang and his team had entirely disregarded the strategies he had devised, yet they had performed admirably. He couldn't very well reprimand them, could he? However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Tyronn Lue felt a twinge of sadness and an unsettling sense of impending crisis. At this rate, it seemed as though his role as head coach was becoming increasingly redundant. Before Tyronn could resolve his thoughts, the whistle for the second quarter sounded. LeBron and Paul George exchanged a knowing look and stepped onto the court simultaneously. "LeBron, you've arrived. Paul, let us rekindle our connection." Their words were tender. Yet the moment their eyes met, sparks flew. True stars indeed, their gazes crackled with electricity. Paul George received the ball in the backcourt, casually gliding across half-court to match up with LeBron at the top of the arc. In the first quarter, Paul George had been on fire, scoring effortlessly, which imbued him with immense confidence. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding both confidence and composure, before he suddenly retreated a step for a three-point jump shot. LeBron could no longer contain himself and quickly turned to look. It didn't go in. In the transition from offense to defense, Zhou Pang had a habit of not assigning a specific play for the first shot of each quarter, instead allowing a favorite teammate to take a one-on-one opportunity. This quarter, he found LeBron particularly appealing, thus passing the ball to him on the left wing. As LeBron initiated his first offensive play of the second quarter, the Pacers stood ready for his formidable approach. Paul George quickly closed in, denying LeBron any chance to penetrate. Aware that the distance between LeBron and the basket was directly proportional to his threat level, the closer one approaches, the greater the threat becomes. Although Paul George's physique may not appear particularly explosive, he undeniably possesses strength. His presence, positioned directly in front of LeBron, proves to be quite formidable. Shooting is clearly not an option. LeBron's performance throughout the first quarter has been scientifically validated. revealing that his shooting touch today resembles that of Shaquille O'Neal. With no alternatives, a drive to the basket is the only choice. Meanwhile, Zhou Pang watches with keen interest as a small forward among the league's elite. There are numerous techniques embodied by LeBron that merit study. However, Zhou Pang increasingly felt that something was amiss, and the more he counted, the more uncomfortable he became. Beneath the bright daylight and clear skies, James executed a layup while facing off against Paul George. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait, for steps? Zhou Pang was utterly bewildered. How could James only take off for the jump on the 5th step? Is it possible that holding the ball with one hand does not count as dribbling? Zhou Pang turned to glance at the referee, who remained unresponsive. Very well. Perhaps the referee is indeed exhibiting a hint of bias. However, why did none of the Pacers players react in the slightest? Where's Paul George? Did he not perceive that James took slightly more steps than permissible? And Hill? Monta Ellis? Are you all merely spectators to this unfolding situation? Meanwhile, glancing back at LeBron. After leaping, he executed a delicate pull-up, elegantly sinking the ball into the net. Upon landing, he displayed no signs of distress, effortlessly gesturing in celebration while basking in the rapturous applause of the crowd. Unbelievable. How can this be allowed? Zhou Pang seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world, and in that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. However, he overlooked a crucial fact. One cannot generalize individuals, especially in the dual-standard realm of America. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Zhou Pang recalled LeBron's recent maneuvers and swiftly devised a strategy to break through. Everything appeared flawless as Zhou Pang advanced with the ball in one hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4. Beep. Before he could complete his 4th step, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and his arms swiftly rotated, signaling that Zhou Pang had committed a traveling violation. How infuriating. Zhou Pang is utterly exasperated, harboring unexpressed grievances. In front of everyone, he simply cannot confront the referee and ask, why didn't you call a traveling violation on James just now? Should Zhou Pang dare to pose such a question, he would undoubtedly offend all parties involved. James and the referee are self-explanatory, but who is the third party? Naturally, it is the Pacers players. Just imagine, if Zhou Pang noticed James is traveling while the multitude from the Pacers remained oblivious, it would imply that the Pacers are blind. This exemplifies the astuteness of NBA referees. Players suffer in silence without daring to voice their discontent. What further troubled Zhou Pang was Tyronn Lue calling a timeout. It was evident that this timeout was intended to admonish Zhou Pang. In truth, Lue had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. Zhou Pang's failure to employ his strategies had irked him considerably. Regrettably, the outcome had been somewhat favorable, which had silenced Lue for the moment. But now, at last, you've made a mistake, and Lue could not let slip this chance to assert his authority as head coach. Gazing at Zhou Pang, Lue's expression became solemn as he whispered, Pang Cho, I expect you to strictly adhere to my tactics moving forward. I understand that you youngsters have your own ideas, yet they are rather superficial. Do you truly believe that your stellar performance in the first quarter was a result of your strategic prowess? Allow me to enlighten you. It was merely due to your unconventional approach. The opposition has now caught on, and your methods are rendered ineffective. I shall forgive your recklessness this time. But remember my words, execute my strategies from here on out. Observing Zhou Pang's silent demeanor as he bowed his head, Lue felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, he appeared to embody the role of a head coach. What a delightful feeling. Little did he know, Zhou Pang's bowed head had nothing to do with him. He was simply contemplating whether he should call Joe Cheru after the game. After all, since their last parting, he had yet to reach out as a brother. That girl should have at least called him once. Alas, how time flies. Beep. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Smiling as he watched the players return to the court, Lue was eager to witness the fruits of his strategies. However, the ensuing developments clearly took him by surprise. Bang. James missed a mid-range jump shot. Bang. James attempted another three-pointer, but it failed to find the mark. Bang. James's turnaround jumper clanked off the rim. The cacophony of missed shots turned Lue's face a deep shade of crimson, and recalling his earlier words to Zhou Pang, he found himself wishing he could vanish into the ground. Chapter 46. The Style of Paul George. Fortunately, the opposing Paul George did not disappoint. He missed 2 shots from the left wing, another from the top of the arc, and had a layup blocked. Compared to James, George's performance during this stretch was nothing short of abysmal. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, amidst the rhythmic clanging of iron. James once again locked eyes with George, their gazes laden with unspoken emotions and an air of intrigue. Indeed, we were evenly matched. It is true. Only you possess the ability to thwart me. Zhou Pang chose to depart, granting them a perfect two-person world. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 51-47, with the Cavaliers holding a slender 4-point lead. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. LeBron's shooting touch was as dismal as could be, and Love and others scarcely contributed any points. However, the most uncomfortable position belonged to our Tyronn Lue. Through the second quarter, Lue successfully conveyed a singular truth. His strategy was to relinquish the majority of ball control to LeBron. Who could withstand such a tactic? It was not merely that the other players were dissatisfied. Even LeBron himself was discontent. If his shooting was on point, that would be one thing. His combination of drives and shots typically resulted in commendable scoring efficiency. Yet, on this day, his outside shooting was abysmally poor. And Lue still insisted he take the shots. Wasn't he that tantamount to allowing LeBron to embarrass himself in front of everyone? Moreover, as a person of both high emotional and basketball intelligence, it was only reasonable for LeBron to focus on creating scoring opportunities for his teammates for the remainder of the game. Before Lue could further descend into silence, LeBron spoke up. Love, JR, and the others, I will reduce my attempts in the upcoming game, focusing more on driving to attract the defense and create scoring chances for you. LeBron's tone was sincere. He genuinely wished to win this match. Given the limited number of possessions in a 48-minute game and his poor shooting touch today, he believed it more beneficial to let his teammates score. LeBron possessed the humility to take joy in his teammates' success. Love and JR were nearly moved to tears. Finally, they would have the chance to touch the ball, especially JR, who felt increasingly marginalized lately, as if Lue had completely overlooked him in the strategic planning. Since LeBron himself had no objections, Lue felt compelled to say little more, offering a few casual instructions before sending them back onto the court. As the second half commenced, the Pacers prepared to inbound the ball. He'll advance the ball across half-court, and to everyone's surprise, Paul George drifted to the left corner, seemingly opting to coast through the game. Zhou Pang observed the scene and pondered whether the Pacers were about to relinquish possession. Indeed, as the Cavaliers initiated their man-to-man defense, Hill swiftly signaled for Ian to set a screen, while he himself made a decisive drive towards the paint. Faced with Mozgov, Hill wisely opted for a jump shot rather than challenging him directly, effortlessly securing 2 points. As possession shifted, Zhou Pang entrusted the ball to James. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. James maneuvered the ball from side to side before charging into the lane, overpowering George with determination. The ferocity of this assault was far beyond James's previous layup attempts. George appeared to be in distress, donning a mask of agony. Jordan Hill, unable to bear the sight, rushed over to provide assistance. Yet, James continued his advance, bearing down on the basket with 2 defenders in tow. Ian inside glanced at George, seemingly inquiring. Should I join in? George, contorted in frustration, shouted, Get over here and stop him. Ultimately, after enduring the challenge of 3 defenders, James found himself drained. However, with 3 defenders focused on one player, the Cavaliers had 2 others unmarked. Without needing to glance, James deftly delivered a behind-the-back pass to the left corner, where Kevin Love awaited in perfect isolation. With a swift motion, Love sank the three-pointer. The execution was so extraordinary that the entire audience fell silent. After a moment of stunned disbelief, the commentators broke the tension. Good heavens, is James carrying a bomb to demolish a fortress? That was simply phenomenal. Did you see that? The 2 defenders were utterly unable to contain him. There is no doubt that James could drive to the basket with 2 defenders draped over him. I believe the Pacers must exercise caution now. If they cannot devise a strategy to contain James, this game may very well be decided. At that moment, the fans in attendance finally reacted, erupting in chants of MVP. MVP. Zhou Pang was utterly astonished by that play, firmly believing that his talent was unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. However, it now appeared that the algorithm suggested otherwise. LeBron was a formidable presence. His physique brimming with muscle, even his palms bore the evidence of his strength. He resembled a heavily armored warrior, charging forth with relentless determination, utterly invulnerable. In contrast, Zhou Pang embodied a versatile sharpshooter, possessing an array of skills: aerial finesse, shooting accuracy, explosive leaping ability, and keen basketball intelligence. If Zhou Pang were to face the unstoppable force that is LeBron, he could not guarantee a successful defense. The sheer impact was rare in this world. Nevertheless, one certainty remained. If Zhou Pang unleashed his full offensive prowess, LeBron would be utterly incapable of containing him. Returning to the matter at hand, following that remarkable play. The Cavaliers had finally discovered the optimal strategy to leverage LeBron's abilities. In the ensuing possession, LeBron held the ball, while George trembled in trepidation. "Brother, people deride you as merely a physically imposing fool. Can you not silence them with your skill?" LeBron chuckled and replied, "How many envy this physique of mine? I shall make the most of it. Best keep your mouth shut, lest I inadvertently knock the wind out of you." This remark left George momentarily speechless. With powerful strides, LeBron barreled into the paint, while George muttered expletives under his breath. What sins have I committed in a past life to deserve this? The Pacers were genuinely perplexed. Entrusting George to single-handedly defend against a player like LeBron was a futile endeavor. The issue was that even two defenders might struggle, and once help defense was initiated, the Cavaliers' other players would find themselves with open shooting opportunities. The likes of J.R., Love, and Zhou Pang were all capable of sinking three-pointers at will. The third quarter passed delightfully, but George was at his wits' end, fearing he might expel the pizza he had consumed earlier. "Great teamwork, brothers. How do you like this approach? Is it not extraordinarily efficient?" LeBron proudly remarked, glancing at his robust pectorals. He delivered 8 assists in the third quarter, and Love, J.R., and Zhou Pang reaped the rewards of this strategy, naturally trailing behind LeBron in enthusiastic praise. However, Tyronn Lue's expression was far less favorable. Once again, the players had outperformed his tactical plans, a rather embarrassing predicament. Nevertheless, James undeniably led the Cavaliers to a significant advantage, leaving Tyronn Lue with little to say. Only weakly commenting, "This strategy is acceptable, albeit it exhausts Paul George." Chapter 47. The turn of events with a score of 72-63. The Cavaliers entered the second half with a 9-point lead. The fans in attendance were already electrified, and given the Cavaliers' gameplay in the third quarter, the Pacers appeared utterly perplexed. At this juncture, it seemed they merely needed to let time pass quietly before attending the winners' press conference. However, fate had other plans. As the fourth quarter commenced, it was finally the Cavaliers' turn to inbound the ball. With a scoring advantage on their side, Zhou Pang remained unperturbed, leisurely bringing the ball across half-court and spreading the formation. Seemingly invigorated, James called for the ball in the low post, aiming to continue his confrontation with George. Yet, receiving the ball in the low post was fraught with the risk of double-teaming. To illustrate, Ian was already eyeing James beneath the basket. Without a doubt, the moment Zhou Pang delivered the ball to James, Ian would swiftly move to assist in the double-team. Still, that was the issue. Zhou Pang recognized the situation. Yet he had no choice but to make the pass. After all, it was James who was calling for the ball, the Cavaliers' star player. And Zhou Pang possessed the requisite emotional intelligence. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket, James flashed a mischievous smile and began to assert his strength. "Hey, damn it." The sounds of James and George echoed within the paint, creating a harmonious din suddenly. As James turned to perform a fadeaway jumper after overpowering George in the post, Ian arrived just in time, forming a double team with George. This sight made Tyronn Lue tense. Could it be that James was about to lose the ball? However, a superstar is indeed a superstar. Anticipating Ian's impending help defense during his turn, James had adequately prepared, effortlessly gathering the ball as Ian lunged towards him. The fadeaway was merely a feint. Brilliant. As Ian appeared ready to collide with him, James leaped into the air, poised to draw a shooting foul. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded as expected. The Cavaliers players prepared to celebrate, while James strode gracefully to the free throw line. Yet, in the next moment, James was left bewildered. The referee's signal indicated an offensive foul. What the hell? James, perplexed, waved his arms and approached the referee demanding an explanation. "LeBron, you elbowed Ian on that play, hence it's an offensive foul, no doubt about it." Upon hearing the referee's words, James's fury escalated. He slammed the ball against the rim, shouting, "You can review the tape. I didn't touch him at all. Damn it." Fighting on home turf, and not only do the referees not support us, but they also slander me. Who can tolerate that? Moreover, Ian lunged entirely onto LeBron. How could this not constitute an infringement of the cylinder? Nevertheless, the referee exuded an air of unwavering confidence, asserting that there was no need to review the play. His vision was sharper than that of an eagle, declaring LeBron guilty of an offensive foul. Oh, good grief. Even James found himself laughing in disbelief at this referee's audacity. The opponent had already leaped, and I must wonder if I am losing my mind. Instead of drawing a foul, I resort to elbowing the opponent? Furthermore, who is Ian that he warrants an elbow from LeBron? Hey, you're profanity omitted. Zhou Pang was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that one could unleash such fervent insults in English? However, every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. In any competition, no one possesses more authority than the referee once the game is underway. Following an outburst from James, the previously confident referee's demeanor shifted dramatically. And in a fit of anger, he issued another technical foul against James. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, James showed no restraint, relentlessly pursuing the referee with further tirades. Eventually, the referee, on the brink of despair, tearily ejected James from the game. In Cleveland, at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, James was expelled. The crowd erupted in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, the audience roared in uproar, cursing the referee's lineage for generations. For whom did so many fans come to the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse? Was it not for this very star? Now, with his expulsion, what remained for the spectators to witness? A cartoon? At the commentary booth, two commentators reviewed the recent play. Yet from any angle, it was evident that James had committed no foul. There was no doubt, this was a grievous misjudgment. Tyronn Lue continued to argue passionately, yet regrettably. As head coach during the 15-16 season, he lacked the authority to challenge the call. Under the astonished gaze of all, James reluctantly made his way to the player tunnel. Damn it, that referee is truly blind. How could we endure such injustice at home? Discontent brewed within the Cavaliers, with many voicing their criticisms. Only Zhou Pang's perspective diverged from the others. Wow, it can be done this way too. How could I have forgotten? James had unveiled a new realm for Zhou Pang. By judiciously managing fouls, Zhou Pang could exit the game at his preferred moments. Well, that is Zhou Pang. A typical player would likely be preoccupied with avoiding fouls and maximizing their time on the court. It took a considerable duration for the chaos to subside. However, the Cavaliers now faced a precarious situation. Originally banking on a 9-point lead, coupled with the indomitable James, the Cavaliers only needed to maintain their composure to secure victory. But now that James was sidelined, the dynamics had shifted significantly. Fear not, young lads. Our advantage remains intact. As long as we perform as expected, victory shall still be ours. After absorbing Tyronn Lue's motivational words, the game resumed. Following a technical foul assessed to LeBron James, Ian found himself at the free throw line. Fortunately, this fellow's free throw shooting left much to be desired. However, luck was on his side this time, as he converted one of his two attempts. The crowd erupted in boos. But Zhou Pang remained resolute. Otherwise, he might have lost his composure. The score now stood at 72-64, with a mere 8-point lead. The possession still belonged to the Pacers, who saw Paul George receive the sideline pass from Ian, positioning himself on the left wing against Jefferson. With James absent from the defense, Paul George felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With no pressure, he executed a series of crossovers before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc, which swished through the net. Thankfully, his foot was on the line. The score read 72-66. Gazing at the scoreboard, Zhou Pang contemplated swiftly. James's ejection had inflicted a grievous blow to the Cavaliers' morale, while the Pacers' offensive fervor reached a fever pitch. Despite the advantage of home court support, Zhou Pang recognized that the Cavaliers, lacking their cornerstone player, were not a match for the current Pacers. If the Cavaliers persisted solely in defense, the outcome was all but predetermined. Their defeat was imminent. Thus, to secure victory in this contest, Zhou Pang found no alternative but to launch an aggressive offensive. He resolved to invigorate their spirits through attack rather than defense. Recognizing that the Cavaliers were in need of a leader, Zhou Pang, who had been in the shadows for far too long, stepped forward without hesitation. As he dribbled past midcourt, Zhou Pang encountered Hill's defense at the top of the arc. In their previous encounters, Zhou Pang had shown Hill a degree of gentleness. But this time he had no choice but to unleash his full force. With a series of crossovers, as Hill's center of gravity lowered, Zhou Pang suddenly straightened his posture, fixed his gaze on the hoop, and executed a swift motion with his fingers and wrist. Was he out of his mind? Who shoots like that? The rookie, it seemed, was still a rookie, panicking immediately after losing James. This was an utterly irrational shot selection. Were I Tyronn Lue, I would have benched this kid without a moment's delay. If this shot goes in, I would stand on my head. The audience and commentators alike filled the air with doubts and mockery. Yet what of it? Swish. Zhou Pang confidently glanced back, leaving Hill with a solitary and proud silhouette. This embodies one of the fundamental skills of a defender, a three-point shot from the arc. The score now stood at 75-66, with the lead extending to 9 points once more. The individual who had just been boasting found himself in an awkward predicament. As a young fellow discreetly retrieved his phone to Google, how to do a handstand without soiling oneself. Hill was taken aback, recalling that the last person who dared to shoot such a pointed glare at him was someone named Ku Hao. How peculiar that he would suddenly think of Ku Hao. A shiver ran through Hill's heart, yet he forcibly reassured himself, "Let us not jest. This person before me is merely a second-round draft pick, and being of Asian descent. He cannot possess any extraordinary talent." As the ball changed possession, the Pacers initiated their offense. Just when everyone expected Paul George to step up and take control of the game, he instead slipped to the right corner, hands on his hips, exuding an air of relaxation. What could this mean? Could it be that the Pacers had failed to remunerate him? Such thoughts were those of the ordinary fans. Yet, they were oblivious to the significant dilemma George's behavior posed for the Cavaliers. After all, everyone knew that George was the offensive linchpin of the Pacers, and the Cavaliers' defensive strategy in the fourth quarter revolved entirely around him. His sudden withdrawal from the fray left the Cavaliers momentarily perplexed, akin to discovering that the champion you had diligently mastered in a year of League of Legends had undergone a rework just as you sought to climb the ranks. It was indeed frustrating. Zhou Pang furrowed his brow, as this match had been fraught with unexpected changes. He found himself with no alternative but to take one step at a time. Hill dribbled the ball with his right hand while signaling his teammates to reposition with his left, suddenly passing the ball across the court. Zhou Pang turned around and saw that the player receiving the pass was Monta Ellis. Monta Ellis possesses a fascinating blend of characteristics from both the old and new eras of basketball. His shooting form bears a striking resemblance to that of DeRozan, embodying the quintessential two-timed rhythm shot, with a mid-range and pull-up game that is remarkably stable, albeit lacking in speed. Throughout his career, Ellis's proficiency in three-point shooting has been subpar, a common affliction of the bygone era, and it is not entirely his fault. Who could have predicted the emergence of Stephen Curry, which catapulted the NBA into the era of small ball? What makes him contemporary, however, is his swift ability to penetrate defenses, coupled with his penchant for pull-up jump shots, both executed with commendable efficiency. More importantly, Monta Ellis has the versatility to adapt to various offensive systems. With just a pick and roll, he can orchestrate highly effective scoring opportunities. The Pacers had kept him concealed for 3 quarters, finally unleashing him in the fourth. JR was tasked with guarding him, and to be frank, Zhou Pang felt a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, Monta Ellis signaled for Ian to set a screen and then adeptly cut towards the basket. JR had already done well to navigate the defense and closely trail him. However, he fell just short on the initial step, causing him to lag behind in subsequent movements. Such is the nature of work and study. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of delays. Ah, how melancholic that thought is. Clearing a slight distance ahead of JR, Monta Ellis, with his seasoned expertise, deftly decelerated rather than accelerating, effectively pinning JR down and denying him any opportunity to exert himself. He then executed a delicate floater to finish the play. In such scenarios, the defenders behind are often left feeling powerless, as any movement could easily result in a foul. It is often the astute players who employ such tactics. Take James Harden, for instance, who effortlessly finishes layups even while being pursued by LeBron. In contrast, our own Russell Westbrook finds himself blocked by LeBron 2 or 3 times in a single game. Alas, with less than 2 minutes remaining and the Pacers trailing by 7 points, they had no choice but to ramp up their intensity. Zhou Pang received the baseline ball and advanced towards the front court, while Hill executed a half-court press, attempting to force Zhou Pang into a mistake. However, Hill evidently overlooked a crucial detail. His speed paled in comparison to that of Zhou Pang. During the half-court defense, Zhou Pang made a swift change of direction, accelerating effortlessly and leaving Hill behind. The Pacers employed a man-to-man defense, which meant that for the ensuing moments, Zhou Pang found himself unguarded. It was a splendid opportunity to score. The chance arrived so easily that Zhou Pang was momentarily bewildered, pondering why Hill was being so accommodating, especially since he had bribed him prior to the match. Just as Zhou Pang prepared to shoot, Paul George suddenly appeared in front of him. No wonder. It turned out George was lurking behind. That recent three-pointer from the arc was quite impressive. Let us see if he can replicate it, George taunted with a cold gaze. Zhou Pang chuckled, shaking his head and remarked, "No wonder you're playing as a small forward. In a 5-man game, why should I handle everything alone?" Just as Paul George pondered the meaning of Zhou Pang's words, Zhou Pang abruptly sprang into action, accelerating towards the right front, only to come to a sudden stop, preparing for a jump shot. Paul George's defense was remarkably solid. He matched the speed of the point guard without faltering, lunging forward with a burst of acceleration. Meanwhile, Ian and Jordan Hill had positioned themselves perfectly beneath the basket, ensuring they could secure the rebound. In an unexpected twist, Zhou Pang's shooting motion halted abruptly. Without needing to look, he executed a behind-the-back bounce pass to the left wing. Standing there was the wide-open Jefferson. You might wonder where Hill had gone. Well, that confident lad had sprinted to the backcourt, ready for a fast break. Paul George was caught off guard, his mouth agape as he stared at Jefferson. Although Jefferson felt a bit nervous stepping in for LeBron, he was undeterred, having previously dunked over both Durant and Thompson. Regaining his composure, he launched a jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer was good, bringing the score to 78-68. Despite having reservations about Zhou Pang, Tyronn Lue couldn't help but applaud him. That pass was simply exquisite, calm, with a broad perspective and audacious. The Pacers players were on the verge of collapse after chasing the score for so long. Not only had they failed to close the gap, but the deficit had widened by a point. What was happening? Even with LeBron off the court, how could the Cavaliers remain so formidable? In silence, Paul George fixated on Zhou Pang, suddenly realizing that the Cavaliers' drive seemed to stem from this young man before him. This revelation stirred a mix of emotions within Paul George. A second-round draft pick could possess such immense potential. The Cavaliers had struck gold. With a wry smile and a deep sigh, Paul George acknowledged this truth. Meanwhile, the Pacers head coach called a timeout, substituting all the bench players. Thus, the game slipped into garbage time, with a minute and a half left and a 10-point deficit. There was no need to expend excessive energy so early in the season. The final whistle blew, and the Cavaliers triumphed with a score of 83-72. While Zhou Pang recorded commendable stats of 15 points and 9 assists, including the previous 6 matches, the Cavaliers had now achieved a remarkable 7-game winning streak. Chapter 49. Academic Discourse. This match exhilarated every member of the Cavaliers. They had maintained their advantage even after LeBron's departure, withstanding the Pacers' relentless onslaught. Tyronn Lue now regarded Zhou Pang with an emotion devoid of anything but admiration, akin to an adult male appreciating the strength and intellect of another male. Stealing a glance at the stands, Zhou Pang joyfully discovered that his fan base had grown to encompass 1/16 of the attending crowd. Never underestimate the fervor of even a small group of fans. It is essential to remember that Zhou Pang is merely a second-round draft pick and has only recently joined the Cavaliers. The presence of these fans is already quite commendable. As he shared an emotional embrace with the Pacers player, Paul George patted Zhou Pang on the shoulder and said, "You played exceptionally well tonight, my brother. I hope we have the opportunity to play together in the future." Zhou Pang expressed enthusiasm, yet his thoughts were tinged with doubt. It seemed that Paul George had not been particularly fortunate. Despite forming a trio with the Thunder, he did not secure a championship. And his partnership with Kawhi Leonard at the Clippers also failed to yield a title, rendering him a mere background figure. Zhou Pang made a mental note to maintain a distance from Paul George in the future, deeming him a source of misfortune. As he walked through the players' tunnel, Zhou Pang suddenly spotted a middle-aged man crouched there, grinning like a fool. Upon seeing Zhou Pang, the man excitedly rushed over, shaking Zhou Pang's shoulder as he exclaimed, "Pang, your performance in the final few rounds was absolutely magnificent. I witnessed that three-pointer and that brilliant assist. I am truly enamored with your talent. Goodness." It felt as though James had nearly shaken his brain out. Zhou Pang swiftly stepped back, freeing himself, and chuckled, "It's all part of the job. Besides, you just gifted me a Ferrari. I can't possibly take something and neglect my duties." The group bantered as they returned to the locker room, joyfully entering the shower area. After their refreshing baths, they emerged to find Tyronn Lue awaiting them. "LeBron, Peng Cho, you two come with me to the press conference." Zhou Pang found himself in a rather helpless situation. Despite not exerting himself during the game, he was nonetheless celebrated as a distinguished player. This was not Zhou Pang's inaugural appearance at a post-match press conference. Yet, in stark contrast to previous occasions, his prominence had evidently surged this time. In the past, he would stand there without a single camera trained upon him, but today, numerous media outlets, including reputable institutions, bestowed upon him close-ups. However, as long as LeBron remains in the arena, the dynamics in Cleveland will remain unchanged. He will forever be the center of attention. "LeBron, we are aware of your generally amiable demeanor on the court, and we are quite curious about what you conveyed to the referee today that led to your expulsion from the game." As soon as the question was posed, it piqued the curiosity of all present. LeBron, scratching his head awkwardly, chuckled and replied, "Well, it was nothing much. We merely engaged in a discussion regarding the process of human evolution and genealogical relationships, touching upon aspects of biology, genetics, and sociology. I suppose you wouldn't quite grasp the intricacies of it. Goodness. Zhou Pang was unable to contain himself. Who would have thought that invective could be articulated with such scholarly flair? The journalists present were equally amused by James's wit and ceased to pursue the matter further. In the final stages of the match, the Pacers managed to close the score gap, yet you deftly countered their advances. Was this a scenario you had meticulously prepared for? Such inquiries are far too effortless. Zhou Pang shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "If by preparation you mean preventing James from being ejected, I never anticipated such an occurrence." His American humor evoked laughter from the audience, including James, who joined in the merriment. Once the press conference concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Such is the difference in customs. Had this been back home, after a victorious match, wouldn't the brothers have gone out for a celebratory meal or a karaoke session? Speeding through the streets of Cleveland in a Ferrari, Zhou Pang relished the thrill that velocity bestowed upon him. During this exhilarating ride, he took a moment to check his soft egg system, noting that his talent index stood at 89. The upcoming task was rather peculiar. His playing time for the next game was limited to no more than 25 minutes. This requirement was not only excessive, it was exceedingly so. Did Zhou Pang truly believe that every game necessitated around 35 minutes of play? The Cavaliers were in dire need of a capable organizing guard. Moreover, given Zhou Pang's recent stellar performance and Kyrie's absence, Tyronn Lue had no justification for limiting Zhou Pang's playing time. Sighing deeply, Zhou Pang retrieved his phone and dialed an international number. Upon hearing the first 3 words of the automated message, he promptly ended the call, muttering, "They must be in training. Otherwise, why wouldn't they answer my call?" Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, the basketball community was in a state of upheaval. Zhou Pang had been performing exceptionally well, yet his name had previously gone unheard. It seemed he was a second-round draft pick by the Hornets a few years back. And given that he played in the United States, he was not of Chinese nationality. However, after a quick search, it was confirmed that Zhou Pang had not changed his nationality. He was an ally. What a revelation! Tears of joy filled the eyes of fans as they realized that China finally had a commendable guard. Mothers no longer had to worry about their children not being able to cross half-court. As fans discovered Zhou Pang's allyship, their excitement reached a fever pitch. Within mere hours, headlines across newspapers and various short video platforms were saturated with footage of Zhou Pang's games. Experts even predicted that Zhou Pang could be the hope for the resurgence of Chinese men's basketball following Yao Ming's legacy. During the Cavaliers' clash against the Pacers, commentators Lao Ming and Lao Yi offered a thorough analysis of Zhou Pang's performance. Currently, Zhou Pang displayed impressive shooting from beyond the arc and showcased excellent organizational skills, marking him as a promising talent. Notably, he maintained good relationships with other players on the Cavaliers, which would greatly benefit his future development. Thus far, no player of Chinese descent had made a significant impact in the NBA as a guard, but regardless of what the future holds, Zhou Pang had already etched his name in history with these recent games. As the commentators concluded their technical breakdown, the female host, Chi, shared her perspective on Zhou Pang from a woman's viewpoint, saying, "I think Zhou Pang is truly handsome, especially when he's serious in the final minutes of the game. No girl could possibly resist that charm." The competition concluded, and just as Chi was preparing to leave work, she unexpectedly received a notification for a meeting. The leader at the front of the conference room began to speak in a convoluted manner, leaving everyone speechless, pondering what could possibly be understood from such rambling. As usual, Chi sat in the back row, engrossed in her phone, watching the replay of the day's match. To put it plainly, she was watching Zhou Pang. Chapter 50, a serious interview. So, who among you would be willing to travel to Cleveland to conduct an interview with Zhou Pang? The leader inquired. But no one in the audience stepped forward. Why aren't any of you volunteering? I would love to hear your excuses. The leader was incensed, lamenting that these inept individuals merely collected a paycheck without contributing anything of substance. I apologize, but my grandmother is getting married tomorrow. I'm truly sorry. My brother is undergoing a hemorrhoid surgery the day after, and my presence is essential. Sorry, I cannot speak English. An array of absurd excuses emerged, infuriating the leader to the point of nearly dislodging his wig. Amidst this stalemate, the leader suddenly noticed a young girl in the last row raising her right hand, which brought him a sense of relief. Look at her. This young lady is not backing down. Let her go. Chi typically preferred to avoid business trips. But this occasion was different, as she was eager to meet Zhou Pang, a man whose looks and talent were nearly rivaling those of Ling Kong Jiao. At 7:30 the following morning, Zhou Pang awoke as usual, completed his morning routine, and was diligently practicing his eye exercises when his phone rang unexpectedly. Under normal circumstances, he would have ignored it. After all, since elementary school, teachers had emphasized the importance of focusing during eye exercises, warning that neglect could lead to myopia. This principle had served him well, allowing him to maintain impressive skills, capable of estimating a girl's measurements merely by sight. However, today's call was one Zhou Pang had been eagerly anticipating, as he had been unable to reach Zhou Xiaoru the previous day and was waiting for her to return his call. The absence of a response the night before had left him rather despondent, and if no call came in the morning, he might have to inquire with his family. "Hey, you little brat, do you completely disregard your brother's feelings? Not only do you ignore my calls, but you also take a day to respond. Have you been swept away by some pretty boy? Let me tell you, nowadays, men are unreliable, especially those who are handsome, unless, of course, it's me." Zhou Pang did not notice the caller ID. Upon answering the phone, he rambled on for 3 to 4 minutes. The person on the other end remained composed, refraining from interrupting him. "Hey, why aren't you speaking? You're not being held captive, are you? If you're in trouble, just blink, and I'll sense it." This amusing remark brought a chuckle from the other party, who playfully responded, "May I ask if this is Zhou Pang? Wow, what an adorable voice." Zhou Pang's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at his phone, discovering an unfamiliar call. Dismayed, he recalled his earlier words and felt an overwhelming urge to find a barbecue stall and indulge in some skewers. I suppose I should," he replied. "May I ask who you are?" Initially, Zhou Pang intended to hang up immediately, but the delightful voice on the other end, speaking in Mandarin, dissuaded him from doing so. "Hello, I am the host from Black Goose Sports. I just arrived in Cleveland by plane and would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you, if that is all right." Black Goose Sports, a subsidiary of the Black Goose Group, holds a monopolistic position in the domestic market, notorious for its unscrupulous practices, ruining every industry it touches. Were it not for its immense financial resources, it would likely have vanished long ago. Zhou Pang harbors a rather unfavorable impression of Black Goose Sports, primarily due to their exorbitant fees and their tendency to prioritize financial gain over genuine service, consistently devising ways to extract more money from users. However, it must be said that the female hosts of Black Goose Sports are undeniably striking. Given that this was a special interview, it was only natural to initiate some prior communication. Recognizing the broader implications, Zhou Pang realized this was a splendid opportunity to engage with his compatriots, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Upon hearing Zhou Pang's words, Chi perceived the potential for success and eagerly responded, "Of course. I am available anytime." "Very well then. I shall send you my address shortly. You can come directly to my home," Zhou Pang replied. Chi, feeling somewhat flustered, shyly inquired, To your house? Wouldn't that be too intrusive?" "Not at all. It's just me here. With you, it will merely be the two of us, quite peaceful." Zhou Pang chuckled softly. They agreed to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Zhou Pang hastily tidied up his home, concealing any items that should be hidden and discarding unnecessary tissues. He also swiftly altered his computer desktop, stowing away a few inappropriate figurines in the cabinet. Despite Zhou Pang's commendable physical endurance, he found himself bustling about until 1:30, erasing all traces of his presence. At precisely 1:59, the doorbell rang punctually. As Zhou Pang opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful girl. With her fair, oval face, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and eyes that sparkled like stars, her smile was enchanting, striking directly at the heart. Her petite nose and rosy, moist lips added to her charm. Standing at a modest height, barely reaching Zhou Pang's chest, she evoked an instinctive urge to protect her. Although Chi had merely applied light makeup, it enhanced her freshness. For a moment, Zhou Pang found himself lost for words, captivated by her presence. Noticing Zhou Pang in person made Chi quite nervous. She stole a few glances and was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was even more handsome than in the videos, particularly with his muscles that the clothing could not conceal, radiating a strong masculine allure. They exchanged silent gazes, neither daring to speak. Eventually, Zhou Pang snapped back to reality and hurriedly invited Chi to come in and take a seat. This is my rented apartment. The conditions are rather ordinary. Please bear with me." Seeing such a tall man like Zhou Pang appear so shy in front of her made Chi stifle a laugh, saying, "I think it's quite nice. Living alone in a large house can feel rather empty. Would you like to drink?" Zhou Pang asked as he approached the refrigerator. Chi blinked and inquired, "What do you have?" Upon opening the fridge, Zhou Pang's expression turned slightly awkward as he replied, if I tell you, you mustn't laugh. Intrigued, Chi-Chi responded with a smile, I promise. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Pang introduced black sesame paste, grain cereal, fruit cereal, lotus root powder, walnut powder, and goji berries. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, these seem like things my grandparents would drink. How come you? Don't misunderstand. I am definitely not your grandfather. Zhou Pang quickly defended himself. Chi-Chi shot him an indignant glance, which only added to her allure. Amidst the playful banter, their relationship deepened, and both holding a cup of cool water, they began their interview. Why did you suddenly decide to go abroad in the middle of high school? Chi-Chi asked. Zhou Pang, it is entirely my fault for being too charming. The young ladies at school were so captivated by my presence that they lost their focus on their studies. Hence, I made the sacrifice of leaving my comforts behind and ventured abroad. Chi-Chi? Zhou Pang, the next question. Chi-Chi, you entered the NBA as a second-round pick, yet this season your performance has evidently surpassed your draft position. Is it due to your sense of shame that has spurred you to train twice as hard? Zhou Pang, not really, I just want to win the championship this year. So I've been putting in a bit more effort. Chi-Chi, Zhou Pang, let us continue. Chi-Chi, recently, you have been referred to as the shining light of Chinese defense. Do you feel any pressure regarding this? Zhou Pang, there is no pressure at all. The fans' titles are far too conservative. I suggest you refer to me as the god of defenders of Huaxia. Chi-Chi. The interview lasted only 5 minutes. And Chi-Chi truly could not endure any longer. Chapter 51. Daring maneuvers. Although Chi-Chi has not been in the industry for long, she has encountered numerous stars and celebrities. Yet, none have been quite like Zhou Pang, who approaches interviews with such playfulness. If you continue like this, I will become quite upset. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed, seeing her on the verge of tears. Zhou Pang quickly adopted a serious demeanor and dutifully answered the subsequent multitude of questions. Before they knew it, the clock struck 7, and as night fell, her stomach rumbled. Chi-Chi tidied her notebook and stood up to leave. Let's conclude for today. I will return home to select some questions that may benefit you. And we can schedule another recording session in a couple of days. Do you have any other arrangements coming up? Zhou Pang inquired, rubbing his hands together. Chi-Chi paused, then shook her head. Zhou Pang offered a casual smile and suggested, let us dine together. You must be rather unfamiliar with this place. After our meal, I can show you around. It was rather audacious to invite a young lady out for dinner at such a late hour, revealing a questionable intent. Chi-Chi, astutely perceiving Zhou Pang's intentions, readily accepted the invitation. Descending to the garage, Zhou Pang confidently drove out a striking red Ferrari. Who would have thought you were so nonchalant about accommodations yet possessed a sports car? Chi-Chi teased. When discussing the origins of the vehicle, Zhou Pang's pride swelled. This was a gift from LeBron. Otherwise, how could I possibly be so affluent? Gifted by LeBron? Splendid. I shall certainly include this in my report. Chi-Chi, ever the professional, remained steadfast in her duties. However, one might ponder why Zhou Pang chose to drive when there were numerous upscale restaurants within walking distance of his apartment. The streets of Cleveland were relatively deserted that evening, prompting Zhou Pang to accelerate, causing Chi-Chi's heart to race with excitement, leaving onlookers to wonder if something more illicit was occurring within the car. Wait, why have you brought me to the Rocket Mortgage Field house? Upon exiting the vehicle, Chi-Chi immediately noticed the grand signage of the arena, which was indeed impressive. Zhou Pang secured his vehicle and gestured with a flick of his hand towards the opposite side of the arena, where a sightseeing restaurant was situated, the very establishment that James had previously brought Zhou Pang to. Nestled across from the Rocket Mortgage Field house, the waitstaff at this restaurant undoubtedly possessed a keen sense of awareness. As soon as Zhou Pang entered, a female attendant approached him with a professional smile. Hello. May I inquire what type of seating you prefer? Zhou Pang indicated that he had brought a lady with him and requested a more secluded location. The waiter smiled knowingly and replied as he walked away. Then let us proceed to LeBron's private booth. He will not be coming today. In fact, he mentioned previously that your teammates are welcome to enter his booth. Zhou Pang, unreserved in his demeanor, drove to this restaurant in the dead of night precisely because James held a black card membership here. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly vibrant. Haha, so you watched Ultraman as a child too? I thought girls only enjoyed Maca. Who said that? Let me tell you, my favorite Ultraman is none other than Flame Dragon Warrior. Zhou Pang's smile abruptly ceased as he tentatively inquired, have you heard of the Armored Warriors? Indeed. Isn't that performed by Zhang Wei? Chi replied, displaying a look of apparent intelligence. Zhou Pang inhaled sharply, then asked, "Have you ever seen the Golden Armored Warrior? Do you recall if there was a character named Kabuta, along with a Captain Dragonfly?" Chi began to doubt her own recollections. Zhou Pang chuckled and nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have watched animated series for over a decade, yet I find your understanding far more profound." After some further conversation, Chi appeared somewhat tipsy. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. Suddenly, she gazed at Zhou Pang with an affectionate glimmer in her eyes and playfully inquired, "Tell me. You invited me to your home during the day and then to dinner in the evening. Do you harbor some secret that you cannot reveal?" Feeling the weight of her gaze, Zhou Pang's heart raced, and he averted his eyes, mumbling incoherently. Gaining confidence, Chi moved closer, taking a seat beside him. Her left hand resting gently on his shoulder as she leaned in, whispering, "It's all right. Just speak your mind. Who knows what might come of it?" "Really?" Zhou Pang felt a surge of excitement. Chi, blushing, nodded shyly, and even closed her eyes. The night, adorned with a starry sky, flickering candlelight, and the allure of fine wine, seemed to conjure an atmosphere ripe for romance. After much hesitation, Zhou Pang resolved to present himself as a man of courage. He took a deep breath and said, "Chi, you are an employee of Qiroge Sports, correct?" Chi opened her eyes, her brows furrowing in confusion as she nodded. "Are there any employee benefits, such as game cards or gift vouchers?" Zhou Pang pressed on. Chi's confusion deepened. These inquiries seemed rather out of place. Nevertheless, as it was Zhou Pang asking, she answered truthfully, "Yes, there are, but I seldom play games, so I haven't claimed any." "Is it truly the case?" Zhou Pang was exhilarated, thinking to himself that perhaps he could enjoy some free perks. He turned to Chi and said, "Now that we've become three-quarters friends, would you mind sharing any point cards or similar benefits you might have?" He rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. Chi was taken aback, her mind taking a full 2 minutes to process his request. Tilting her head, she asked, "Is that really what you wanted to tell me?" "Exactly. Since you don't use them anyway, why not just give them all to me?" Zhou Pang hurriedly replied, fearing her disapproval. Chi was genuinely at a loss for words. Here was Zhou Pang, an adult male, and yet his thoughts were solely consumed by point cards in the presence of such a beautiful and charming girl. Oh my! For a moment, she began to question herself. Had the change in environment since arriving in Cleveland caused her to lose her allure? Had she developed wrinkles or sagging? That couldn't possibly be the case. Feeling that her silence was somewhat impolite, Chi finally mustered the courage to ask, "But you're a professional athlete, right? Even with a low salary, you must still be earning millions?" "Hee. Spending money can't compare to the thrill of getting something for free, can it?" he replied. And Chi found it hard to argue against his reasoning. Their dinner concluded amidst this peculiar conversation, and while Chi excused herself to the restroom, Zhou Pang seized the moment to settle the bill. "Hello, your total comes to $1,500. Would you like to pay in cash or by card?" Zhou Pang, with a flair for the dramatic, remarked, "Just charge it to LeBron's account." This evening, 3 restless souls found themselves in Cleveland. Chi lay upon the hotel bed, perplexed, contemplating the baffling notion that Zhou Pang could possess a thought while she herself felt devoid of any. Was it possible that she was less enchanting than a mere point card? Zhou Pang lay on his bed, brimming with excitement. Not only could he acquire a complimentary gift card to purchase skins, but he could also leave a profound impression on Chi. Indeed, everything that transpired this evening was meticulously orchestrated by Zhou Pang. Did you think his desire was merely for the gift card? You were mistaken. His true objective was to etch his presence indelibly in Chi's memory. However, it must be said that the allure of obtaining skins for free is undeniably enticing. As for the third insomniac, it was none other than LeBron James, who was comfortably at home, relishing Taco Tuesday. Suddenly, he received a call from the restaurant, informing him that Zhou Pang had charged $1,500 to his membership card. This revelation caused James considerable distress, leaving him tossing and turning in sleepless agony. Chapter 52. The arrival of Rich Paul. The following morning, Zhou Pang was merrily watching a soap opera to pass the time when his phone suddenly rang. Zhou Pang was jolted into awareness, swiftly picking up the phone, only to be met with a sense of disappointment upon seeing the caller ID. It was not Chi, but rather James. Indeed, Zhou Pang had completely forgotten that Zhou Xiaoru had yet to return his call. "Pang, do you have any plans this afternoon?" "I shouldn't. Why?" "Well then, let us meet. I will send you the time and place shortly." Is there something in particular you wish to discuss?" "My agent wishes to have a word with you. You understand." "That is perfectly fine. I thought you were going to ask me for last night's dinner money." that I cannot forget." As he teased and hung up the phone, Zhou Pang found himself deep in thought. He truly ought to find a more reliable agent. During his university years, Zhou Pang had indeed enlisted an agent to participate in a talent show. But it was evident from his draft position that this agent was utterly inept. Consequently, after becoming familiar with the NBA environment, Zhou Pang did not hesitate to sever ties with him. Furthermore, having spent the last 2 years developing his skills discreetly, Zhou Pang had not been in a rush to seek a new agent. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to infiltrate the Cavaliers. However, circumstances had changed. This year, Zhou Pang was determined to gradually showcase his talents, and with that, various financial matters were bound to arise. He needed a trustworthy agent to assist him in navigating these issues. Moreover, with James offering his support, Zhou Pang had no reason to decline. Rich Paul enjoys considerable renown within the NBA, being one of the league's most sought-after agents. He represents a plethora of stars, including LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Ben Simmons, to the extent that he could assemble an all-star starting lineup from his roster alone. The camaraderie between Rich Paul and James is profound, as they have been friends since childhood. Rich Paul's success is, in no small part, attributable to the assistance provided by James. Regardless of James's reasons, Rich Paul's personal prowess is remarkable. For instance, the current composition of the Cavaliers roster owes at least half of its success to Rich Paul's efforts. He personally guided the Cavaliers in utilizing their #1 draft pick, ultimately collaborating to bring Kevin Love to Cleveland, during which he also secured lucrative contracts for his clients, JR and TT. Zhou Pang is well aware that in 2019, the transfer of Anthony Davis to the Lakers was orchestrated by Rich Paul, which instantly propelled the rebuilding Lakers into the championship contender ranks. Given the influence wielded by such a formidable agent, it is only natural for Zhou Pang to harbor admiration. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in a CAF located on Euclid Avenue in Cleveland, Zhou Pang, LeBron James, and Rich Paul convened. With his quintessential African-American features and clad in a hoodie, Rich Paul would likely escape notice in the crowd were it not for the Rolex adorning his wrist. "Hey brother, you finally made it. You must treat us to coffee today," LeBron exclaimed with a smile, fist-bumping Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang indicated that everything was perfectly fine, then turned to Rich Paul with a smile, saying, "You must be the renowned Rich Paul. A pleasure to finally meet you. I appreciate your candor. Let me get straight to the point. True to your reputation as a businessman." Rich Paul refrained from unnecessary chatter and expressed, "I see great potential in you and would like to represent you as your agent." Zhou Pang, unhurried and composed, first summoned a waiter to bring him a cup of coffee, and then leisurely remarked, "I currently do not have an agent, and I feel it poses no issue." "Is that so?" Rich Paul replied with a subtle smile. "I have reviewed your records, including your college statistics. If I were to handle your draft publicity, you would undoubtedly avoid falling into the second round." Zhou Pang nodded, convinced of Rich Paul's considerable prowess. Seizing the moment, Rich Paul continued, "I understand that you previously navigated without an agent. However, times have changed. While I am unaware of the events that have transpired in your life over the past year, I can ascertain from your recent performances that a luminous future awaits you. Rookies may forego agents, but all-stars cannot afford to do so. Do you truly wish to see Nike sign you for a mere $20? Rich Paul jested. Zhou Pang was also amused and remarked, "You make a valid point. I admit I am intrigued. What about the fees? You are currently on a base salary, so I would only require a modest 2% as a token gesture. Considering this contract bears no relevance to me." Rich Paul chuckled in response. In the realm of sports agents, the standard fee typically ranges from 3 to 5%. Yet Rich Paul is currently charging merely 2%. Coupled with his esteemed status, this arrangement is almost akin to being free of charge. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he harbors some disdain for Zhou Pang's contract. As he spoke, Rich Paul had already retrieved a contract from his briefcase. It was evident that he exuded an air of confidence, having preemptively prepared the document. This is understandable, as it is rare for an ordinary player to decline an opportunity to sign with Rich Paul. Zhou Pang had studied economic law in a previous life and had watched a considerable number of videos featuring Zhang San, thus possessing a certain understanding of contractual clauses. After a cursory glance, he found no unconscionable terms and happily inscribed his name. "The outcome of this season was already determined. I can no longer contribute to your contract, but I can certainly strive to secure additional endorsements for you. Surely, you do not have an aversion to money?" Rich Paul remarked with a smile. Zhou Pang smiled and remarked, "I only disdain the burdens of little money and excessive tasks." By the way, do you currently have dedicated trainers and nutritionists? Rich Paul, it can be said, is diligent in his duties. Within a mere 5 minutes of signing the contract, he commenced with meticulous planning. Zhou Pang shook his head and remarked, aside from training with the team, I usually practice alone, and the results have been quite satisfactory. As for a nutritionist, I believe no one is better suited to advise me on my nutrition than myself. While the former statement may not have been entirely accurate, the latter was undeniably sound. In the presence of Zhou Pang, one might argue that he is not an exceptional player, yet there exists no justification to claim he neglects his health regimen. How could that be? I shall promptly connect you with an elite training team and nutritionists, for such matters can significantly determine your future condition and peak performance. We must not be reckless. Rich Paul was notably prudent. After discussing various other topics, the three concluded their afternoon tea in good spirits. Throughout the conversation, LeBron James merely sat quietly, sipping his coffee, and when it ended, he extended his hand to Zhou Pang with a smile, saying, "Welcome to our team." For reasons unknown. Upon witnessing James's smile, Zhou Pang felt an inexplicable sensation of being on a treacherous journey. It is true, this agency was originally co-founded by James and Rich Paul. Had the NBA not prohibited players from holding stakes in agencies, James would undoubtedly be the largest shareholder. Although publicly James is not a shareholder, privately, they're like brothers. And Zhou Pang could hardly believe that Rich Paul would betray him and monopolize the entire agency. If that were the case, James would have long since severed ties with him. Contemplating this, Zhou Pang found himself in a state of confusion. According to his plans, next season he intended to find a way to join the Warriors, at which point wouldn't he become a stumbling block in James's quest for a championship. How intriguing it would be to oppose the boss. Chapter 53. The first endorsement. Rich Paul certainly lives up to his reputation as a T1 level agent in the league. Within less than 8 hours, he managed to secure Zhou Pang his first endorsement contract. However, the product associated with this endorsement was somewhat peculiar. Rich Paul had arranged for Zhou Pang to represent a beverage company called NB. At first glance, this seemed entirely unremarkable, as many NBA stars endorse beverages. Moreover, it is commonplace for athletes to consume functional drinks. The name is fictional. Please refrain from searching for it. NB indeed has its own line of sports drinks. Yet they sought Zhou Pang not for that, but rather for a line of tea-based beverages. Indeed, it is bottled drinks brewed from tea leaves. As for why they chose Zhou Pang, well, it ultimately comes down to his own prowess. It is widely known that Zhou Pang frequently drinks goji berry tea during matches, which has almost become his signature move. NB did not recognize Zhou Pang's potential but merely sought to capitalize on his current popularity to promote their new product. Upon hearing Rich Paul's explanation, Zhou Pang was left both amused and bewildered. His consumption of goji berry tea was solely for health purposes. Never did he anticipate that one day it might yield financial gain. There is an old saying that goes, "Boys who enjoy drinking goji berry tea are surely blessed with good fortune." By the way, Paul, what is the compensation for this advertisement? Zhou Pang remained preoccupied with his grand aspirations, yet the lack of sufficient funds was a significant hindrance. Richie Paul contemplated for a moment and responded, "Perhaps around $100,000. After taxes, that would leave him with merely $60,000 to $70,000, which was still rather inadequate. Consider the elite athletes, such as LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, who effortlessly command advertising deals measured in the millions, if not tens of millions or even billions. Alas, Zhou Pang was merely a minor player at this stage, at best a nascent talent. Furthermore, due to his nationality and skin color, securing a lucrative endorsement contract was currently beyond his reach. Sensing Zhou Pang's dissatisfaction with the remuneration, Richie Paul chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "In fact, the budget for this advertisement from the NB company is $110,000. You will receive $10,000, while the remaining $100,000 will go to the female lead." The female lead? This advertisement requires 2 individuals? Zhou Pang felt a wave of despondency wash over him, realizing that his worth was reduced to a mere fraction. Naturally, given your current reputation, you do not possess the clout to support an advertisement on your own. Let me confide in you, the female lead is renowned across the nation for her unparalleled beauty. Richie Paul grinned mischievously. Is that all? Who is Zhou Pang? He is a true gentleman, unperturbed by temptations, indifferent to whether the other party is a beauty. Speak quickly. Who is the other party? Zhou Pang also broke into a mischievous grin. Rich Paul licked his lips and said, "Are you familiar with Kendall Jenner?" Zhou Pang nodded, fully aware of the situation. As a member of the Kardashian family, Jenner's beauty and physique are undeniably exceptional. Next year, on July 31st, 2016. She is set to receive the Teen Choice Award for the sexiest female star in the fashion category. Naturally, such a woman attracts her fair share of tabloid attention. With relationships involving Griffin, Simmons, and Booker, Jenner's romantic life is far from dull. Zhou Pang finds himself in a state of emotional turmoil regarding this alluring and vivacious young woman. On one hand, there is an innate desire bubbling within him, while on the other, the constraints of traditional Confucian values weigh heavily. It is indeed a conundrum. However, upon reflection, Zhou Pang realizes he may be overthinking the situation. Jenner's boyfriends either boast impressive backgrounds or exceptional talent, while he is merely a temporary stand-in for Irving. How could Jenner possibly be interested in him? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Zhou Pang dismisses these rigid thoughts and resumes discussing advertisement details with Rich Paul. The following day, Zhou Pang met Jenner at the designated location for the shoot. To say he was calm would be unrealistic. After all, Jenner's beauty is strikingly remarkable. Aside from minor imperfections in certain areas, she is virtually flawless in appearance. Their initial interaction was brief and polite, as they exchanged greetings, aligning with Zhou Pang's habit of engaging more with acquaintances while keeping it brief with strangers. However, this reserved demeanor puzzled Jenner, who found it perplexing that a man would not exhibit any flirtatious intentions in her presence. It is well known that Jenner is the center of attention wherever she goes, with suitors likely lining up from Cleveland to Heasy. Yet, Zhou Pang not only refrained from flirting, but also showed no desire to engage her in conversation. Infuriating, Jenner felt an inexplicable annoyance, interpreting Zhou Pang's behavior as a slight against her. Alas, poor Zhou Pang, so virtuous, had inadvertently earned her disdain. The plight of beautiful women is indeed a challenging one. Once the advertising team was assembled, Zhou Pang and the others applied a light makeup in preparation for the shoot of the new product advertisement for NB. Although it was an advertisement for a tea beverage, Zhou Pang felt something was amiss after filming. The storyline was not particularly complex, lasting approximately 20 seconds. With content as follows: Zhou Pang, a professional athlete, found himself utterly exhausted one evening while indulging in an intimate moment with Jenna. The following day, during a competition, he appeared lethargic after completing just the first set. At that moment, Jenna unexpectedly appeared, holding a bottle of the latest cold brew tea produced by NB Company. Upon consuming it, Zhou Pang felt an immediate surge of vitality, displaying an energetic demeanor at home and scoring relentlessly upon returning to the court. If the advertisement had concluded there, it would have sufficed. However, the scriptwriter, in a fit of creativity, had Jenna utter the line, "You are well, and so am I." This infuriated Zhou Pang to the extent that he nearly declared his prowess in self-defense, exclaiming, "I am quite formidable." Amused by Zhou Pang's flustered response, Jenna playfully remarked, "True ability is not merely spoken. It is demonstrated through genuine skill." The implication in her words was undeniably provocative. Zhou Pang was just about to engage in conversation when he suddenly received a call from Chi-Chi. Apologizing to Jenna, he hurriedly stepped aside to converse with Chi-Chi. "You rascal, Zhou Pang. Where are you? We're supposed to film at your place this afternoon." Ever since their last meal together, the estrangement between Chi-Chi and Zhou Pang had vanished. However, still harboring a grudge against him, she called out to him with playful annoyance, addressing him as rascal Zhou Pang with every utterance. Zhou Pang did not refute. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Since it is Miss Chi-Chi's directive, I certainly have no objections. By the way, would you like to drink? I shall procure it in advance, lest you be left with nothing but plain boiled water. At least you possess a modicum of conscience." "I desire waha," Chi-Chi replied, her words imbued with tenderness. Zhou Pang playfully remarked, "How about I buy you some papaya milk?" "What do you mean, Zhou Pang?" Chi-Chi, well aware of Zhou Pang's intentions, couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. She had indeed made efforts, yet none had borne fruit. Meanwhile, Jenna observed the animated exchange between Zhou Pang and Chi-Chi on the phone, feeling a pang of melancholy as she recalled Zhou Pang's previous indifference towards her. This stirred within her a burgeoning curiosity and a competitive spirit regarding Zhou Pang. Chapter 54. A thunderbolt from the blue. After hanging up on Chi-Chi, Zhou Pang's face radiated with a blissful smile. He bid farewell to Jenna and turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly halted by Jenna, who grasped his arm and, swaying her graceful figure, inquired, "Do you have plans this afternoon? I was hoping to invite you to lunch." The mere thought of dining with Jenna sent a chill down Zhou Pang's spine. Just imagining her admirers could very well prevent him from exiting the restaurant. Furthermore, when faced with the choice between Chi-Chi and Jenna, Zhou Pang had no reason to choose anyone but Chi-Chi. After all, the esteemed equestrian scholar Lao Ai once proclaimed that while the great steed is indeed magnificent, it is not meant for prolonged riding. Indeed, I confess this is yet another of my fanciful musings. Just as Zhou Pang prepared to firmly decline Jenna's invitation, Rich Paul unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, sharing a light-hearted moment with Jenna before pulling Zhou Pang aside. "Hey, it seems your expression indicates a desire to refuse," Rich Paul remarked. Somewhat taken aback, Zhou Pang appeared somewhat bewildered and explained, "I am not well acquainted with her, and besides, I have a scheduled interview this afternoon, leaving me no time to dine with her." "Listen here, my friend," Rich Paul said, shaking Zhou Pang's shoulder. "Do you know who she is? She is a woman from the Kardashian family. She possesses an innate aura that attracts countless paparazzi wherever she goes." Zhou Pang remained perplexed and inquired, "So what? Furthermore, you are a talented individual shrouded in obscurity. If you were to share a lunch with her and were subsequently captured by the paparazzi, it would undoubtedly generate a buzz around you." Rich Paul could never have anticipated that Jenner would take an interest in Zhou Pang. This was truly a delightful surprise. Zhou Pang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Paul, you possess a deeper understanding of the women in the Kardashian family than I do. If I inadvertently find myself ensnared, wouldn't that spell my doom? Are you not the least bit concerned?" To this, Rich Paul could not restrain his laughter. And after casting a glance at Zhou Pang's lower half, he expressed disdain, saying, "Come on, I do not mean to belittle you, but you cannot possibly handle Jenner. What on earth does that mean? Is it a blatant mockery?" Zhou Pang fumed. "You may jest at my expense, but what does it mean to ridicule my younger brother? My younger brother is invincible." However, recalling the unfortunate fates of Griffin and Simmons, Zhou Pang ultimately relented, acknowledging that Rich Paul might have a point. "One last question." Zhou Pang voiced his greatest concern. "With so many admirers vying for Jenner's affection, might they redirect their animosity toward me?" Only Zhou Pang would maintain such composure in the face of beauty." Rich Paul chuckled coldly, replying, "Do you think I have reached this point solely by virtue of my words? Rest assured, lad, as long as I remain your agent, no one in this country can touch you." To Zhou Pang's surprise, when Rich Paul uttered those words, he felt an unexpected sense of reliability emanating from the man before him, instilling a profound sense of security. He thought to himself, "Oh dear, what a sudden urge to have his offspring." Clearing his throat, Zhou Pang decided to speak more seriously. Since the conversation had ventured this far, he felt there was no room for evasion. After all, it was all for the sake of monetary gain, nothing shabby about that. By the time the advertisement was filmed and the payment was collected, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Zhou Pang contemplated heading to the restaurant with Jenner. As he settled into the driver's seat of his red Ferrari, poised to ignite the engine, the passenger door swung open unexpectedly, and to his astonishment, Jenner elegantly took her seat beside him. "What are you waiting for? Drive," she urged, pulling out her makeup kit and touching up her appearance as she spoke. Zhou Pang felt somewhat at a loss and forced a smile, saying, "Did you not drive here?" "It's all right. I've already instructed my assistant to take my car back," Jenna replied with a laugh. Zhou Pang, left without words, could only hope that Jenna would refrain from any inappropriate advances during the journey. Fortunately, Jenna was still young, merely 21, and seemed to have not yet reached the stage of complete abandon. Upon arriving at the hotel, it was unsurprisingly luxurious. As they walked through, Zhou Pang was incessantly bombarded by a myriad of glances, some filled with envy, others with admiration, and of course, many laden with hostility. To put it bluntly, had it not been for the concern that Jenna's companion might possess considerable influence, Zhou Pang and his younger brother would have likely been eliminated long ago. Jenna, displaying considerable initiative, did not bother to consult Zhou Pang, swiftly ordering food for the two of them. "Who were you on the phone with earlier? A girlfriend?" Jenna suddenly inquired. Zhou Pang was taken aback, and indeed, he posed the question. But who exactly was Zhou Pang? He was a man who, upon graduating from school in his previous life, immediately began to live off the fortunes of others, skillfully navigating the complexities of women. He was a journalist for a column, conducting a special interview at my home this afternoon. Jenna smiled, gazing into Zhou Pang's eyes, and inquired, "A journalist? I presume she is an attractive female reporter? From your earlier call, it sounded as if she spoke your mother tongue. Is she, like you, of Huaxia descent? Goodness, do women possess such an uncanny sixth sense?" Zhou Pang had harbored similar doubts in his previous life, where he had rarely succeeded in deceiving the wealthy and beautiful. He thought those days were behind him. But it appeared that discerning lies was an innate skill possessed by every woman. "Yes, you are quite astute. You have guessed correctly," Zhou Pang replied with an awkward smile. A hint of melancholy crossed Jinna's face as she softly remarked, "No wonder you left me without hesitation. Good heavens, how could any man withstand such a beautiful girl? Especially with that expression and those tender words?" Zhou Pang certainly could not. "I did not leave you. Or rather, I had no right to leave you. I simply returned for work, nothing more." Upon hearing his explanation, a smile returned to Jinna's face as she bit her lip and said, "Then may I accompany you this afternoon?" Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet to Zhou Pang, it felt like a bolt from the blue. It was over, utterly over. Refusal was not an option, and Zhou Pang was not one to easily decline. The thought of Jinna meeting Chi-Chi made his head ache. However, upon reflection, he realized that the two girls did share some similarities, particularly in certain dimensions that were rather petite. After finishing their meal, Zhou Pang, with a pained expression, drove Jinna toward his apartment. Naturally, he did not forget to stop at a convenience store to purchase a case of papaya milk. Before even entering the garage, Zhou Pang spotted a group waiting at the entrance, led by none other than Chi-Chi, donning a pink dress. Noticing the red Ferrari, Chi-Chi joyfully approached, ready to complain about Zhou Pang's tardiness, only to suddenly discover a striking foreign girl in the passenger seat. Chapter 55. A play of two women in front of so many people. Chi-Chi felt it inappropriate to say much. Besides, she and Zhou Pang were merely friends at best, and she had no reason to elaborate further. Alas, one must admit that Zhou Pang had navigated this situation quite adeptly, adhering to moral standards while avoiding inciting any resentment from the girl. Chi-Chi refrained from asking too many questions, but Zhou Pang, feeling compelled to explain, gestured towards Jinna and said, "This is Jinna. You should know her from your commentary work at Black Goose Sports. We filmed an advertisement together this morning, and she just came along for some fun." He then pointed to Chi-Chi, saying to Jinna, "This is the host I mentioned to you. Her name is Chi-Chi." Before the ping-pong table, two young ladies exchanged polite greetings and lavished compliments upon one another, leaving an observer to believe they were longtime friends. However, unbeknownst to them, their true thoughts were quite different. Chi-Chi thought, "These foreign women dared to compete with me for men." Jinna mused, "This girl seems rather formidable." Chi-Chi remarked, dressed so provocatively, "Doesn't she fear the chill of the palace?" Jinna retorted, "What era are we in? Someone still dresses so conservatively. Could it be that she's wearing her grandmother's clothing?" Chi-Chi scoffed, "And with such a frivolous makeup style, it's evident she is not of reputable character." Jinna exclaimed, "Goodness, can she even apply makeup? It's all caked on." Yet both Chi-Chi and Jinna conceded. "However, her bosom is quite exquisite, much like mine." Under the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers, the two ladies held tightly to each other's hands, their expression shifting from initial amiability to a gradually more hostile demeanor, culminating in glaring and heavy breathing as they transformed from cordial companions into bitter adversaries. Zhou Pang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled, "The temperature is truly high today. Let's hurry inside. I have bought some authentic papaya milk to serve you all shortly." Both individuals simultaneously let out a disdainful snort as they jostled to enter through the door. However, in terms of physical prowess, Chi-Chi was evidently no match for Jinna, and with a careless shove, she found herself pushed outside. Zhou Pang had initially harbored a mischievous smile, only to be met with a swift roll of the eyes from Chi-Chi, causing his heart to skip a beat. The camera crew, who had once envied Zhou Pang for his burgeoning success in the NBA at such a young age, now viewed him with a measure of sympathy after witnessing the fierce jealousy that women can unleash. They silently resolved to capture Zhou Pang in a more flattering light as the interview approached. Once the camera was set and the microphone activated, the interview was about to commence. Zhou Pang and Chi-Chi sat across from each other, separated only by a modest coffee table. Jinna remained just outside the camera's view, intently gazing at Zhou Pang, which irked Chi-Chi to no end, her small fists trembling as she clutched her notes. Sensing the escalating tension, the director promptly called out, "Action!" Suppressing her indignation, Chi-Chi initiated the interview. However, when facing Zhou Pang, she could no longer muster a smile, resorting instead to a feigned neutrality. As the first Chinese guard to shine in the NBA, what motivated you to persevere? Zhou Pang's candid reply was for the sake of money. But Chi-Chi vehemently rejected this notion, prompting him to amend his response to one driven by dreams. Many NBA stars embark on this professional path inspired by their idols. Do you have a basketball legend you admire? To be truthful, Zhou Pang admitted that he did not truly idolize any basketball star, only appreciating them at best. Chi-Chi, however, refused to accept the substitution of admiration for idolization, claiming such a sentiment would render Zhou Pang too arrogant. Thus, he reluctantly named veterans like Yao Ming and Zhu Fangyu as his role models. His admiration for Yao Ming was unequivocal, as he regarded him as the pinnacle of domestic centers and harbored a desire to play alongside him, a wish that seemed unattainable. When it came to Zhu Fangyu, Zhou Pang coughed lightly, attributing his admiration to his respect for Zhu's boxing skills. The initial questions flowed smoothly, and Zhou Pang felt a slight relief, noting Chi-Chi's professionalism, which kept personal matters at bay. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the next question, leaving everyone stunned. It appeared Zhou Pang only had an affinity for domestic stars. What about women? Did he exclusively favor those from his home country as well? The prior questions had all been posed in Chinese, considering they were all compatriots and the interview was intended for a Chinese audience. However, Chi-Chi first posed this question in Chinese, only to repeat it in English, seemingly concerned that Jinna might not comprehend. Casting a furtive glance in her direction, Zhou Pang's eyes widened, as if to say, "Miss, please don't." Chi-Chi merely raised an eyebrow in a haughty manner, seemingly responding, "I couldn't care less." In such a moment, Zhou Pang certainly could not speak recklessly. Should he utter anything hinting at a preference solely for Chinese girls, it would not only invite Jinna's disdain, but also expose his primordial impulses towards her. The real danger lay in the possibility of Jinna making indiscreet comments on her personal media platforms. To employ a metaphor, Zhou Pang was akin to a delicate flower in a greenhouse, vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind or downpour, exceedingly fragile. First and foremost, I must clarify that I do not exclusively admire domestic athletes. Icons such as Jordan, Kobe, and Francis command my utmost respect. Regarding the matter of women, both Eastern and Western ladies possess their unique charms. Eastern women are gentle and nuanced, while Western women are passionate and fiery. I firmly believe that any normal man would harbor no prejudice towards either side. Like Chi-Chi, Zhou Pang addressed this question in both languages, captivating everyone present, including Jinna. With his response, remarkable, he managed to be both tactful and diplomatic, without offending either party. Zhou Pang truly exhibited his prowess. However, upon hearing Zhou Pang's reply, Chi-Chi unexpectedly revealed a hint of a cold smile, prompting an unsettling sensation in Zhou Pang. "Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about both Eastern and Western women. Do you indulge in rather extravagant pursuits in your leisure time? What? Can one be so audacious?" Not only Zhou Pang, but even the director on site found Chi-Chi's question somewhat excessive. He promptly instructed the cameraman to pause the recording and communicated with Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, please, let's stick to the prepared questions. Your approach is making it difficult for Zhou Pang." Disregarding the director's remarks, Chi-Chi continued to fixate on Zhou Pang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she asked, "Do you also believe I am being unreasonable?" Would Zhou Pang dare to utter even a half-hearted affirmation? Moreover, with Chi-Chi on the verge of tears, it was palpable how profoundly sorrowful she felt. "No, not at all. Your questions are quite insightful, and I would be more than willing to answer any of them. Truly, let us continue." With Zhou Pang's affirmative response, Chi-Chi's spirits lifted somewhat, and the subsequent questions gradually returned to their intended course. At long last, the moment of conclusion for the interview had finally arrived. Zhou Pang rose to escort Chi-Chi and the others, only to discover that the sofa he had just occupied was already drenched in sweat. He detected that the host had recently endured immense psychological pressure, resulting in a physical impairment of 2%, with a remaining talent index of 87%. Chapter 56. The Sound of a Kiss. What does it mean to be truly terrifying? What constitutes genuine pressure? The mere presence of Chi-Chi and Jinna sitting there inflicted such substantial damage upon Zhou Pang. Indeed, it is said that a single word can wield a dragon-slaying sword. At times, Zhou Pang pondered how he had found himself in such a predicament, attributing it all to that particular part of his anatomy. Would it not be better to simply endure the pain and sever it one day? After all, did the ancients not proclaim that to master the divine art, one must wield the knife upon oneself? Yet, every time Zhou Pang contemplated the prospect of squatting to urinate in the future, he cheerfully dismissed the thought. Setting aside other considerations, merely having such a thought indicated that Zhou Pang had already ascended to the pinnacle of manhood. As he bade farewell to Chi-Chi and the others at the door, he suddenly remembered that Jinna was still inside. What should he do about that? Turning around, he found Jinna smiling at him. "Well, as you can see, my interview has concluded. If you have no further matters to discuss." As Zhou Pang's words hung in the air, Jinna stepped forward and entwined her arm with his. "While you were being interviewed, I took the liberty of booking a Michelin-starred chef who will arrive at my home tonight at 8 to await your presence. Without granting Zhou Pang an opportunity to decline, Jenna exited with determination. Left in a state of bewilderment, Zhou Pang's mind felt utterly vacant. What was this all about? He had merely intended to shoot an advertisement. Yet it seemed as if he were on the precipice of losing everything. Reclining despondently on the sofa, occupying the very spot just vacated by Chi-Chi, he could still feel its warmth and even catch a whiff of her perfume. With the clock only just past 5, there remained a considerable stretch of time until 8 o'clock. Bored and restless, Zhou Pang pulled out his phone to scroll through social media. To his astonishment, upon opening Twitter, he was met with a striking photo of himself dining with Jenna emblazoned across the cover. Moreover, various online outlets had concocted a series of outrageous rumors about the two of them. Some claimed that Zhou Pang and Jenna had long been romantically involved, with today merely marking their exposure. Others suggested that Zhou Pang hailed from a wealthy family engaged in oil extraction in the Middle East. Zhou Pang could tolerate these fabrications. Yet one particular assertion was too much for him to bear. It was rumored that he was merely Jenna's plaything, a fleeting dalliance destined to be discarded. Zhou Pang was so infuriated that he nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. How could a man of his stature be labeled as a mere gigolo, living off a woman's fortune? Indeed, in his past life, Zhou Pang had relied on women for his livelihood, but times have changed. What was even more outrageous was the multitude of comments beneath that tweet, half of which condemned Zhou Pang's shamelessness while the other half envied his fortune. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Pang adeptly logged into his alternate account and engaged in a verbal spar with these netizens. Just as Zhuge Liang once engaged in eloquent debates with scholars, Zhou Pang took to the keyboard to confront his critics. On that day, American netizens once again experienced the fear of being chastised without the use of profanities. After silencing those in the comments section, Zhou Pang exhaled, relieved, and continued to scroll through Twitter with his alternate account. However, as he perused, he realized that the situation had escalated. A significant portion of the hundreds of messages were discussing his relationship with Jenna. Even LeBron James, Tristan Thompson, and J.R. Smith had shared and commented on numerous posts. Zhou Pang hastily donned his large-sized glasses and, to his dismay, discovered that he had been blocked by several teammates. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Just as he was about to call James and confront him, Zhou Pang received a phone call from Chi-Chi. After a moment of reflection, he realized that he was indeed at fault this afternoon, and thus wished to invite her to dinner as a means of apology. Damn it! Zhou Pang found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that even a simple dinner could become so fraught with misfortune? Refusal was not an option. Zhou Pang was convinced that the moment he uttered a denial, Chi-Chi would inevitably deduce that he was heading out to dine with Jenna. There was no room for doubt. This was the innate talent of women. Glancing at the clock, it read 5:59. As long as he could conclude his dinner with Chi-Chi before 7:30, he would seamlessly transition to his meal with Jenna. Very well then. Let them meet at 6:30 at the Shaw County Snack in Chinatown. So early? And isn't it a bit trivial to eat just this? I still have to return tonight for a video conference with James and the others. What we eat is not of paramount importance, rather. It is the company that truly matters. This simple statement perfectly elucidated his motives while also bestowing a compliment upon Chi-Chi. How clever. After ending the call, Zhou Pang did not dare to waste a single second. He swiftly grabbed a jacket and hurried towards the garage. Why the jacket? Oh, that might escape your understanding. Chi-Chi and Jenna wore different fragrances, and given the delicate nature of a woman's perception, Zhou Pang could not guarantee that Jenna would not detect the scent lingering on him. However, if he donned a jacket during his meeting with Chi-Chi and then removed it upon arriving at Jenna's, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Observe carefully and learn well. Unlike the last encounter, the atmosphere of this dinner was notably heavy. Chi-Chi might still be pondering the true nature of Zhou Pang's relationship with Jenna, hesitating to voice her inquiries. After all, she held no legitimate standing or reason to interfere in Zhou Pang's private affairs. Zhou Pang, consumed by a sense of detachment, harbored a fear that Chi-Chi might unexpectedly inquire about Jenna, and he was equally concerned about any peculiar activities Chi-Chi might engage in after their meal. As both were diligently enjoying their dinner, a delightful surprise awaited them. They concluded their meal by 7 o'clock. Upon exiting the restaurant, Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself and was about to ask a question when, unexpectedly, Zhou Pang swiftly covered her mouth with his palm, abruptly interrupting her incantation. Feeling the warmth and breadth of Zhou Pang's hand against her lips, Chi-Chi found herself momentarily bewildered, her mind racing with fanciful thoughts, even conjuring names for their future children. Some matters need not be questioned. They must be felt with the heart. Do you understand? As he recited the clumsy lines he had picked up from idol dramas, Zhou Pang felt utterly uncertain. Could this truly impress Chi-Chi? Yet, evidently, it worked. Chi-Chi's ears flushed with embarrassment as she shyly nodded in response. With time still on their side, Zhou Pang, determined to be a good Samaritan, drove Chi-Chi back to her hotel. Throughout the journey, they exchanged a myriad of thoughts regarding their professions, hobbies, and quirky little habits. For Zhou Pang, any topic was fascinating as long as it did not involve Jenna. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chi-Chi hesitated to exit the car. Zhou Pang turned his head in confusion to glance at her. Unexpectedly, with this simple turn, Chi-Chi leaned in and planted a swift kiss on his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Without a backward glance, she scampered into the hotel with light, hurried steps, feeling the warmth lingering on his cheek. Zhou Pang couldn't help but touch it, breaking into a silly grin. Little did he know that in a secluded villa within Cleveland's Hunting Valley, just after a refreshing bath, Jenna was preparing for tonight's grand feast. Chapter 57. The Overlord's Unyielding Bow. Cleveland's Hunting Valley, one of the most prestigious affluent areas in America. As a woman of the Kardashian family, it was no surprise that Jenna had established her own independent ventures here. Driving into this area, Zhou Pang experienced, for the first time, the palpable disparity in wealth. In other places, his Ferrari, while not the most ostentatious, would at least catch a few appreciative glances. Yet in this Hunting Valley, he spotted 2 or 3 Bugattis, and even some top-tier supercars painstakingly assembled by members of the American Automotive Enthusiast Alliance. Silently switching off his headlights to blend into the night, Zhou Pang discreetly drove into Jenna's residence. What he initially perceived as a house revealed itself to be nothing less than a palace. It was difficult for him to estimate the sprawling area, but it boasted an outdoor swimming pool, a billiards room, an indoor basketball court, a yoga studio, and even a vast expanse of golf course behind the estate. After parking, a maid-like young woman guided Zhou Pang into the largest building before turning to leave. Upon entering, he was met with darkness, illuminated only by a distant flicker of light. Unable to suppress a gulp, Zhou Pang cautiously moved toward the source of illumination. After several paces, he finally beheld the candlelight on the dining table. Jenna was already seated, draped in a sheer silk nightgown, revealing an enchanting silhouette. Her hair was damp, suggesting she had just emerged from a bath. The table was adorned with a lavish arrangement of red and blue roses, yet the meal was modest, consisting of only 2 steaks and a few salads, accompanied by a bottle of champagne nestled in an ice bucket. I thought the chef would be cooking live, Zhou Pang remarked awkwardly as he took a seat. Jenna gazed at him with a flirtatious glint in her eyes and teased, "Do you not wish to be alone with me?" Caught off guard, Zhou Pang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Jenna did not linger on his discomfort. Instead, she gracefully poured him a glass of golden champagne. Parched, Zhou Pang took a hearty sip, momentarily forgetting about having driven over. As he focused intently on cutting his steak, Zhou Pang suddenly sensed something brushing against his leg. Stealing a glance beneath the table, he was taken aback to find Jenna's smooth calf. Goodness! Zhou Pang was truly at his wit's end. Hastily finishing the remaining portion of his steak, he stood up, ready to take his leave. "You've just had a drink. How can you leave?" Jenna said with a mischievous smile. Zhou Pang smacked his forehead, realizing he was in trouble. "Don't you have servants? Could you possibly ask them to drive me home?" he inquired with a hint of desperation. The outcome was predictable. Jenna merely chuckled and shook her head. Left without options, Zhou Pang was unwilling to break a sweat on the court, so how could he risk driving under the influence? "I have plenty of vacant rooms here. Feel free to choose one to rest in." "I'm quite fatigued," Jenna remarked. To Zhou Pang's astonishment, she actually left after saying this. Alas, had he been overthinking it? For some inexplicable reason, as he watched Jenna's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Perhaps this is the essence of manhood. Following Jenna's instructions, Zhou Pang casually selected a room on the first floor that contained a bed and lay down, intending to sleep. What a jest! How could he possibly find rest? Damn it! The flames of desire had been ignited, and now he was feigning indifference. How utterly vexing. Tossing and turning in bed, Zhou Pang suddenly heard the sound of the door creaking open. Click! Zhou Pang was instantly paralyzed with fear, remaining utterly still as he quietly listened to the rustling footsteps drawing ever closer. In the next moment, a pair of slender arms unexpectedly coiled around him. Zhou Pang turned his head and was met with the unmistakable visage of Jenna. Initially, he contemplated a struggle, yet the first round concluded. The system detected that the host had just completed a stress-relieving activity, resulting in a 1% bodily repair, with 88% of the innate talent index remaining. As the second round drew to a close, the system noted that the host was in an exceedingly joyous state, leading to a 2% bodily repair. With 90% of the innate talent index still intact, the continuous notifications from the soft-shell system invigorated Zhou Pang, revealing unexpected benefits that compelled him to press on. Upon the conclusion of the seventh round, the system indicated that the host had suffered significant energy depletion, with 10% bodily damage and 87% of the innate talent index remaining. Suddenly awakened at the end of the new round, Zhou Pang was dismayed to find himself regressing. This was untenable. He needed to exercise restraint. However, this was no longer solely his predicament. Jenna was in high spirits and was unlikely to relent. Finally, after the ninth round, the system reported that the host was on the verge of overexertion, with 10% bodily damage and 67% of the innate talent index remaining. The following morning, Zhou Pang gently kissed the still slumbering Jenna and, bracing himself against the wall, made his way to the garage, his gaze vacant as he departed from Hunter's Valley. As he drove, Zhou Pang appeared gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes rivaling those of a panda, his eye sockets sunken and his complexion pallid, an alarming sight indeed. It dawned on him why Harden had been so thoroughly undone by Kardashian, and why Simmons and others experienced such fluctuations in their competitive state. There were reasons behind it all. Coughing weakly, Zhou Pang felt a chill in his limbs, his arms struggling to grip the steering wheel. To exacerbate matters, he encountered a police checkpoint at the intersection ahead. He obediently halted the vehicle and opened the door, intending to exchange pleasantries, only to be met with the astonished faces of the two officers upon observing his countenance. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Produce your driver's license." Remarkably, the officer behind had already placed a hand on his weapon at his waist. Zhou Pang was rendered speechless, not solely due to the conduct of the two officers, but also because of the demands they had made. "With both hands raised, you expect me to produce my driving license?" he exclaimed. "I apologize, officer, but I fail to comprehend what has frightened you. However, I truly do not understand how I am to retrieve my driving license whilst my hands are elevated." It seemed that one of the officers had realized the absurdity of the situation and instructed Zhou Pang to gradually lower his hands, cautiously accepting the driving license. The officers exchanged astonished glances and exclaimed, "You are Pang Cho, a player from the Knights." Zhou Pang exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two individuals were engrossed in the basketball game. Otherwise, he would have had to contact Rich Paul, which would have been quite troublesome. Upon recognizing Zhou Pang's identity, their demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost respect, even claiming to be ardent fans of Zhou Pang, uttering nonsensical flattery. Setting aside their superficial pleasantries, Zhou Pang, driven by curiosity, inquired, "May I ask why you perceived my earlier demeanor as so anxious?" One of the officers scratched his head and chuckled. "Your current appearance resembles that of a substance abuser. We were concerned that you might be under the influence while driving, which is why we approached with caution." Zhou Pang glanced at the rearview mirror, and it was no wonder that he might be misunderstood. In his current state, even his own mother might fail to recognize him. Chapter 58. Professional Training. Upon returning home, Zhou Pang did nothing but collapse onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. After an intense battle that lasted until the early hours of the morning, even with the aid of the soft egg system, Zhou Pang was on the verge of exhaustion. Some individuals simply closed their eyes, and by 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Pang showed no signs of awakening. However, the incessant ringing of his phone abruptly yanked him back to reality. Still somewhat dazed, Zhou Pang rubbed his bleary eyes and groggily answered the call. It was Rich Paul. "Hey, didn't you say you weren't interested in Jenna? What's the matter? Have you fallen in too deep to escape? It's been days. Have you forgotten about basketball?" Rich Paul's scolding fully roused Zhou Pang. Indeed, was he not a basketball player? Why had he been so muddled for the past few days? He had touched the ball, and it had bounced nicely, but that was hardly basketball. Reflecting on his losses, he realized his talent index had dwindled to a mere 67%. Goodness, even if Zhou Pang aimed to score 40 points in a game, he could hardly afford to squander so much of his talent index. "My apologies, Paul. I'm awake now," Zhou Pang admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt for his sudden lethargy. Yet, it wasn't entirely his fault. Physiological responses were beyond anyone's control. Rich Paul, feeling somewhat awkward, refrained from saying much more, especially since he was the one who initially facilitated Zhou Pang's contact with Jenna. "Let us not dwell on that. Last time, you mentioned you didn't have a trainer, right? I've arranged for one, absolutely top-notch. Let us meet at the training facility at 4:30 this afternoon." "Indeed. The ace agent proved his exceptional prowess, ensuring that while Zhou Pang was preoccupied with romantic pursuits, the trainer was in place. Hurriedly, Zhou Pang took a quick shower, drank a bowl of goji berry chicken soup from the refrigerator, and munched on a piece of ginseng before heading out. He had to replenish his strength. He arrived at the gym promptly at 4 o'clock. Since it was not a training day, there were no other players present. This was not to imply that the Cavaliers players were lazy. Rather, each of them had private courts at home and had no need to waste time at the training facility on non-practice days. Zhou Pang, however, was different. He was financially constrained. It was precisely because Rich Paul understood that Zhou Pang lacked a private court that he thoughtfully scheduled the meeting at the training facility. To be honest, Zhou Pang had little expectation of the so-called trainer. With the soft egg system supporting him, he could easily establish himself in the NBA. Why waste time and money on this? Could he not simply practice by following videos? The primary reason, after all, was the reluctance to part with that sum of money. Even if Rich Paul had enlisted a rather ordinary trainer, an hour of their time would still command several $100s. However, upon entering the gym and catching sight of the individual standing beside Rich Paul, Zhou Pang's foolish perspective underwent an immediate transformation. To his astonishment, it was none other than Chris Brickley. Merely mentioning the trainer's name may not resonate with everyone. So let us highlight a few notable athletes who have honed their skills under his guidance. Carmelo Anthony, Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James, and J.R. Smith, among others. To put it bluntly, Chris is undoubtedly one of the most sought-after trainers in the contemporary NBA, holding a level of prestige that rivals that of Rich Paul in the realm of agents. My goodness, I never anticipated that the trainer you arranged for me would be Chris. Zhou Pang did not conceal his elation in the slightest. This delight was shared by both Rich Paul and Chris, as men are often keen on maintaining their pride. Cherish this training opportunity. I shall not intrude further. Rich Paul remarked, being a busy man, as he exchanged greetings with Zhou Pang and Chris before departing. After sizing up Zhou Pang, Chris suddenly commanded, "Remove your shirt entirely." Huh? With only 2 grown men remaining in the gym, Chris's words filled Zhou Pang with trepidation. Nevertheless, driven by trust, Zhou Pang complied obediently. "Hey, don't take off your pants," Chris exclaimed in a sudden surge of urgency. Zhou Pang suddenly realized, awkwardly chuckling, "My apologies, it's a habit." He glanced at Zhou Pang's muscular physique, and Chris smiled, nodding in approval. "Your innate physical prowess is quite impressive. It appears you have been diligent in your training. What is even more remarkable is that, at first glance, there isn't a single trace of injury on your body. Have you truly never sustained an injury on the court?" "Indeed," Zhou Pang replied with pride. Since entering the NBA, the most significant injury he had encountered was during a celebratory collision with LeBron James. Chris nodded, picked up a basketball, and passed it to Zhou Pang, saying, "Come, show me a few three-point shots." Zhou Pang suddenly realized that Chris intended to assist him in refining his shooting technique. Blessed with exceptional physical talent, Zhou Pang had never deliberately honed his shooting form, maintaining the same release style he had during his college days, which yielded a respectable shooting percentage. With the first 5 three-point attempts sailing effortlessly through the net, Zhou Pang felt a slight swell of pride. However, Chris's passing did not cease, compelling Zhou Pang to continue shooting. Soon, issues arose. While his accuracy had been commendable in the initial attempts, it began to wane as he progressed. By the final 4 shots, he managed to score only 2, one of which was remarkably off-target. Expecting Chris to immediately point out his flaws, Zhou Pang was taken aback when Chris remarked, "Pang, among all the stars I have encountered, your shooting talent is comparable to that of Stephen Curry and Carmelo Anthony." Given Chris's stature, there was no need for flattery. His words indicated that Zhou Pang indeed possessed commendable shooting ability. After the praise came the critique. "However, your shooting technique still has its flaws. Your form is not standard. In your effort to increase your release speed, you have forcibly intensified your shot's push. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang was astonished. Chris truly had an uncanny insight. After entering the NBA, Zhou Pang had contemplated improving his shooting, recognizing that his previous speed was insufficient. In the face of such intense defense, he was often vulnerable to blocks and disruptions. Consequently, he had intensified his shooting power, attempting to accelerate his release. Yet, as Chris pointed out, this approach had its evident drawbacks. When energy waned and power control faltered, his shooting percentage would plummet significantly. "You are absolutely right. How then should I proceed to enhance my technique?" Zhou Pang has now come to a realization by refining his skills. He can conserve energy during competitions. It's quite simple. Observe my posture. When you hold the ball, refrain from instinctively placing it near your legs. I understand this is a common bad habit, as many believe it compels defenders to lower their center of gravity, yet the outcome is quite evident to you. Zhou Pang nodded thoughtfully. He had previously sensed that his three-threat ability paled in comparison to Anthony's. Now, after Chris's subtle guidance, he gained instant clarity. What he needed to do was position the ball at his chest, thus neither hindering the feint of the three-threat nor delaying the speed of his shot. Zhou Pang placed the ball against his chest and gave it a try. To his surprise, it had indeed increased in speed. Chapter 59. Facing the Jazz. By the way, I noticed that your assisting hand is not being utilized correctly. Why is your assisting hand so tense when you shoot? Chris was perplexed. Even a randomly chosen middle school basketball player would likely have a more standard shooting form than Zhou Pang. Yet, oddly enough, Zhou Pang's shooting percentage was remarkably high, and he performed quite well in actual NBA games. This revelation left Chris feeling somewhat despondent. Despite being one of the league's top trainers, he could not step onto an NBA court himself, realizing that no amount of hard work could compensate for the deficiencies in innate talent. Observing Zhou Pang today, Chris truly witnessed the superiority of natural ability. Zhou Pang chuckled lightly. I've grown accustomed to it. I've been shooting this way since childhood and found no significant impact. So I never changed. Should I indeed alter this habit? His lips twitched slightly as Chris, disregarding Zhou Pang's somewhat pretentious remarks, replied earnestly, you absolutely must change it. Otherwise, you cannot ensure the swift direction and trajectory of the basketball upon your release. Should the final shot fall upon your shoulders, this poor habit could lead you into an irretrievable predicament. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, there was no doubt that altering Zhou Pang's habit posed no issue whatsoever. Let us commence with single-handed shooting drills from mid-range, gradually extending the distance, and ultimately pairing it with auxiliary support to swiftly release the ball at the moment of shooting. With that, Chris demonstrated a proper technique. Observing Chris's graceful movements, Zhou Pang couldn't help but shake his head and lament. How wonderful it would be if one could simply learn techniques by lounging at home and watching short videos. Setting aside such unrealistic notions, Zhou Pang swiftly immersed himself in shooting practice. With the enhancement of the talent system, his progress was remarkable. Within less than 2 hours, he achieved nearly a 70% shooting accuracy from an open position using a new shooting form. Chris found himself once again engulfed in self-doubt. He recalled how he had trained in 5 or 6 different shooting techniques to enhance his offensive skills. Even mastering the most straightforward one had taken him nearly 2 months. Yet Zhou Pang accomplished it in just 2 hours. Truly, competition among individuals can be disheartening. As I understand, you're a point guard. So I shall refrain from teaching you the intricacies of catch and shoot. Now, let us see your post-up shooting. Currently, Zhou Pang, as a point guard, had no particular demands for post-up shooting. Besides, given his athletic prowess and fully developed finishing skills, he had ample scoring methods unless faced with 2 or 3 defenders. However, since Chris had broached the subject, Zhou Pang did not decline. After all, the road ahead was long, and he might very well transition to playing small forward in the future. Moreover, a fadeaway jumper could indeed be quite stylish, reminiscent of the artistry displayed by Jordan and Kobe. There is a detail in receiving the ball in the post. After catching it in the air, both feet should land simultaneously. This way, you can pivot on either foot, increasing your offensive options. A post-up fake does not entail merely swaying the ball side to side. Rather, it requires a shoulder feint, akin to Kobe's style. Additionally, during the backing down process, one must pay attention to the use of the inside foot, which can be placed between the opponent's feet. After generating power, you can create space for a quick jump shot. Alternatively, you can use the inside foot to lock the opponent's foot, facilitating a pivot and a direct attack on the rim. Chris's instruction was impeccable. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be substantial, replete with valuable insights. There exists a trainer by one side, and even the lethargic Zhou Pang finds himself brimming with motivation, training until past 7 in the evening. Upon returning home, he indulges in a soothing stretch and prepares a herbal bath, steeping the finest traditional Chinese herbs for half an hour. Following this, he enjoys several medicinal dishes before finally reclining in the massage chair, allowing his mind to settle. For the first time, he perceives the apartment as remarkably comfortable. How delightful it is to lie in tranquil solitude. Casting a glance at the soft egg system, he notes that his talent index has already recovered to 75%. A commendable progress. Coincidentally, this task involves a bit of leisure. He merely needs to devise a way to conclude the impending competition early tomorrow. With the Jazz lacking Mitchell, Zhou Pang remains entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, in the midst of the massage, the chair emits a peculiar sound. Zhou Pang reached out and discovered that his phone, which he had carelessly tossed aside, had ended up here. Throughout the entire afternoon, he had immersed himself in training, deliberately turning off his phone to avoid distractions. With Jenna and Chi-Chi around, there were far too many things to divert his attention. Now that he found himself with a moment of peace, Zhou Pang took a deep breath and powered on his device. The instant it booted up, he was nearly startled to death by the incessant vibrations, reminiscent of a small motor. Upon checking, he was taken aback to find over 150 missed calls, along with a single text message. Scrolling through, he noted that over 130 of the calls were from Chi-Chi, with the remainder from Jenna. Not rushing to return the calls, Zhou Pang opened the solitary text message, which was from Chi-Chi. I have a flight at 6 this afternoon. I wanted to call to say goodbye, but I couldn't get through. This will have to suffice. Take care of yourself. After reading the message, Zhou Pang felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was at a loss for how to confront Chi-Chi. Sighing, he decided to take it one step at a time. He returned to call to Jenna, firmly declining her invitation to come over that evening. Zhou Pang merely wishes to survive. He has committed no fault. The following evening at 7 o'clock, the once quiet Sudai gymnasium was again filled to capacity. Tonight, it is the Cavaliers versus the Jazz. Outside the Cavaliers' locker room, Tyronn Lue hesitated at the door, feeling somewhat at a loss. In the moments preceding each game, the players often engaged in peculiar activities, playing do di zhu, mahjong, or watching huaxia dramas. While these diversions were harmless and fostered camaraderie among the team, they did present a drawback. Tyronn Lue's ability to learn was quite lacking, making it difficult for him to keep pace with his players. For instance, it took him half a month to grasp the basics of mahjong, only to find Zhou Pang had introduced the group to do di zhu. Such a predicament left him, the head coach, feeling marginalized amidst the throng. Absurd. Consequently, during this period, Tyronn Lue devoted considerable effort to understanding huaxia culture. He has now become an adept player of both mahjong and do di zhu, even self-studying the game of guandan. Holding his breath, he pushed open the door, only to be met with confusion once more. A flurry of arrows was unleashed. Flawless. Flash. Activate skill feedback. Activate skill, Jin Xiong. Hearing these strange terms, Tyronn Lue leaned in for a closer look, utterly bewildered, and awkwardly inquired, "What is this?" "Oh, this is a card game brought by Zhou Pang. I believe it's called Killing or something. It's quite interesting. Coach, would you like to join?" JR eagerly displayed his 2 cards of nothingness and 1 peach to Tyronn Lue. The coach awkwardly shook his head, replying, "No thanks, you all carry on. Don't be shy. We're all friends here." Zhou Pang warmly encouraged. A bitter smile crept onto Tyronn Lue's face. Am I being polite? I simply cannot keep up with the pace of the youth. Chapter 60. Zhou Pang's ingenious ideas. Seeing everyone gathered joyfully in their games, Tyronn Lue felt a twinge of discontent, but refrained from reprimanding them directly. Instead, he earnestly reminded, "Gentlemen, while we are on a streak of 7 consecutive victories, the Jazz tonight are formidable opponents with excellent interior defense. Let us not be complacent." All right. Understood," came a chorus of half-hearted replies, leaving Tyronn Lue feeling quite exasperated. Finally, after much urging, the opening ceremony commenced, accompanied by the resounding voice of the home team's DJ. Both the visiting and home teams entered the arena in succession. Compared to previous occasions, Zhou Pang could distinctly feel the fervor of the fans towards him tonight. As Rich Paul stated, the rumors surrounding him and Jenna had indeed significantly elevated Zhou Pang's visibility. After the formalities concluded, both teams presented their starting lineups. This season, the Jazz find themselves in a rather awkward position, characterized by an imbalance between their interior and exterior game. They possess formidable assets in the paint with players like Gobert and Favors. Favors excels at securing rebounds while Gobert protects the rim, creating a perfect synergy. Additionally, their forward line boasts the talented and charismatic Hayward. However, the situation with the Jazz's backcourt is less than ideal. Since trading Darren Williams, the Jazz have been in search of a guard capable of becoming the cornerstone of the team. Clearly, they have yet to find such a player. Nevertheless, Zhou Pang was acutely aware that in 2 years, the Jazz would likely select Mitchell with the 13th pick in the first round, at which point the team would feature Mitchell on the perimeter and the towering Gobert in the paint, a formidable combination. Yet tonight, Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder had no choice but to deploy Raul and Hood in the backcourt, while Hayward and Favors occupied the forward positions, with Gobert at center. Irving was still sidelined with injury, and Tyronn Lue made no alterations, utilizing Zhou Pang and JR in the backcourt, with James and Love on the wings. and Mozgov at center. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Gobert as a center, averaging 13 rebounds and 3 to 4 blocks per game. The jump ball was a mere formality for Gobert. Mozgov tipped the ball to Love, granting the Cavaliers the initial possession. Receiving the pass from Love, Zhou Pang furrowed his brow as he dribbled past half court. Lou, observing from the sidelines, was somewhat perplexed. The game had only just begun. What could possibly be troubling Zhou Pang? Raul, tasked with defending him, shared the same sentiment, given the Cavaliers' current strength. Facing the Jazz should not pose a significant challenge, so why did this guard appear so subdued? Only Zhou Pang understood that he was contemplating how to exit the game as swiftly as possible. Pretending to be injured was out of the question. He had employed that tactic during the last matchup against the Knicks, and the cool-down period had not yet elapsed. It was also unrealistic to hasten the game into garbage time, as the Jazz's offensive strategy remained quite diverse, bolstered by Gobert's ability to effectively contain James's drives. Thus, the Cavaliers' offense could only proceed methodically, devoid of any hope for a quick victory. It seemed he was left with but one option, with a silent resolution. Zhou Pang's frown gradually relaxed. This left Raul utterly bewildered. What could this young man be plotting now that he was smiling again? Was he about to enact some unspeakable act against him? As Raul grew increasingly anxious, Zhou Pang, as per usual, failed to organize the first offensive play and casually passed the ball to Love, who was meandering at mid-range. Love understood Zhou Pang's intention was to help him find his rhythm, and upon receiving the ball, he took the shot, successfully, as it swished through the net. With the change of possession, Raul slowly brought the ball past half-court, positioning himself at the arc to confront Zhou Pang. It was not that Zhou Pang disdained Raul. Rather, this young man was hardly a significant player, averaging a meager 9 points and 9 assists, a veritable disgrace for a guard. One might excuse such statistics in a team like the Cavaliers, where LeBron James requires ball dominance, alongside the needs of Love and JR, leaving only Zhou Pang, an extraordinary talent, capable of managing the Cavaliers' dynamics. But what of the Jazz? Here, the scorers were all eager to receive the ball. Consider Gobert, Favors, and even Hayward, who among them does not rely on a point guard's orchestrations to secure comfortable shooting opportunities. Yet, astonishingly, Raul's average assists fell short of even 2. Which explains why Zhou Pang defended him without bending at the waist. Noticing Zhou Pang's arrogance, Raul displayed no irritation, diligently performing his duties. Once his teammates were in position, he promptly passed the ball to Hayward, stationed beyond the three-point line on the right wing. This caught Zhou Pang's attention. Raul's ability to endure what others could not was indeed commendable, hinting at a potential for greatness. Shifting focus to Hayward during the initial defense, LeBron did not take the encounter seriously, merely gesturing as if to challenge. Hayward seized the opportunity and launched a direct three-pointer. Swish, an utterly uninspired three-pointer. Zhou Pang advanced the ball past half-court, glancing at the paint where Mozgov, utilizing his physicality, occupied the key. However, he was not a favorable option for a shot, as Gobert possessed the ability to swat away any attempt. Meanwhile, JR was ensnared by Hood, unable to extricate himself. Indeed, the Jazz had opted for man-to-man defense on the perimeter. Given this, Zhou Pang had no reason to refrain from isolating against Raul. Having just undergone training with Chris the previous day, he was now poised to test his skills against this rookie. He passed the ball to Love for a brief transition before re-establishing himself at mid-range to receive the ball once more. With the ball cradled against his chest, Zhou Pang leaned forward, employing a right-footed hesitation step. In terms of both height and weight, Zhou Pang held the advantage over Raul, making it a strenuous task for Raul to defend. At last, after another hesitation step from Zhou Pang, Raul could not resist retreating a step backward. This was the opportunity. Zhou Pang effortlessly lifted the ball from his chest, his supporting hand gently resting upon it. In an instant, his right hand surged with power, the wrist snapping as he withdrew the assisting hand, executing the motion seamlessly. Whoosh! 2 points were swiftly secured, while the uninitiated marveled at the spectacle. The seasoned observers discerned the subtleties of the game. At Zhou Pang's three-threat maneuver, both LeBron James and Tyronn Lue displayed expressions of astonishment. When did this young man alter his shooting stance? Moreover, his three-threat footwork had become significantly more refined. Yet, wasn't Zhou Pang recently entangled with Jenna? Could it be? Tyronn Lue pondered the most ludicrous possibility. Was Jenna also a basketball virtuoso, and was Zhou Pang merely engaging with her to hone his skills? Well, from certain perspectives, there was nothing wrong with refining one's craft. With no time to entertain the fanciful speculations of others, Zhou Pang was busy executing his own strategy. Raul dribbled past half-court, swiftly signaling with two universal gestures. Zhou Pang could not help but chuckle as he finally heard the call for a screen. Indeed. After Raul signaled, Gobert swiftly positioned himself to provide the necessary cover. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Pang would have two options. One would be to navigate around the front to guard against Raul's three-point shot. Yet this might grant Raul an opportunity to drive to the basket if the interior defense faltered. The alternative would be to maneuver behind, ensuring that he could keep pace with Raul and deny him a chance to attack the rim, albeit this would afford Raul a window to launch a three-pointer. Given that Raul averages a mere 4.9 points per game, the most prudent choice for Zhou Pang would be to pursue from behind. But who is Zhou Pang? He is a luminary of Huaxia, capable of engaging in 9 rounds in a single night. His thought process could hardly be likened to that of mere mortals. Thus, Zhou Pang chose neither to circumvent the front nor the rear. Instead, with a determined grit and firm step, he charged directly into Gobert. Bang! Bang! Zhou Pang and Gobert lay on the ground in succession. The referee's whistle sounded promptly. Zhou Pang displayed a triumphant smile, exclaiming, "Come on, whistle for my defensive foul." Alas, some individuals, in their desperation to exit the game prematurely, shamelessly resort to intentional fouls. Yet, one cannot discern whether Gobert genuinely shifted his feet or if the referee, in a state of whimsical oversight, mistakenly called a foul on Gobert for setting a pick. What nonsense! Zhou Pang suddenly rose to his feet. A look of discontent etched upon his face. Gobert, somewhat bewildered, gently tapped Zhou Pang's arm and whispered, "Brother, it seems this statement ought to be mine to make." "Does it not? My apologies. Please proceed." It was then that Zhou Pang realized he had nearly revealed too much. Hastily closing his mouth and discreetly retreating from the referee's line of sight. Chapter 61. A traitor among us. Little did the referee suspect that his decision would inadvertently result in 2 saddened souls within the arena. Gobert, without further ado, complied, merely stepping forth to act as a facilitator of the unfolding events. Who would have anticipated that not only would he be knocked to the ground by Zhou Pang, but he would also incur a foul for a screen? As for Zhou Pang, the unfortunate lad found himself bereft of the coveted foul he had long desired, leaving him rather discontented. Initially, his matchup against Raul was fraught with challenges in drawing fouls. Now, having finally seized a somewhat ambiguous opportunity, the referee, in a well-meaning yet misguided manner, thwarted his chance. Alas, the sighs and groans from Zhou Pang left Jr. bewildered, prompting him to approach and inquire, "What's the matter?" "Pang, the referee isn't calling a foul on you, so why the distress?" Zhou Pang forced a smile, his face contorted in a grimace. "I'm not distressed at all. I'm quite happy, can't you tell?" Jr. merely shrugged and shook his head before walking away. Receiving an inbound pass from Love, Zhou Pang advanced the ball to the left wing. It seemed that his recent solo attempt had not garnered their attention, as the Jazz continued to employ a man-to-man defense. One must admit, they placed far too much faith in Raul's defensive prowess. Although Zhou Pang boasted a shooting percentage exceeding 90% against Raul, he decided against taking the shot. Why? Out of social etiquette. While his rapport with teammates was amicable, Zhou Pang remained acutely aware of his rank. He was a rookie guard, and notably, an Asian guard. His teammates were eager to see him shine, provided he did not monopolize the ball or overshadow others. Of course, no one had explicitly stated this, yet as a newcomer, Zhou Pang possessed enough self-awareness to understand. Glancing towards the right wing where James stood, Zhou Pang swiftly passed the ball to him. As anticipated, a subtle smile graced James's face upon receiving the pass. While James engaged in a tactical duel with Hayward, Zhou Pang busied himself as the floor general, instructing Love to set a screen for James while ensuring Mozgov was prepared for an interior screen. Under Zhou Pang's meticulous orchestration, James capitalized on Love's screen to penetrate the lane with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Gobert found himself effectively blocked by Mozgov, allowing James to approach the basket unencumbered, effortlessly scoring with a bank shot. A flawless execution. During the transition back on defense, James couldn't help but praise Zhou Pang, acknowledging that he required support like Zhou Pang's. As the first quarter progressed, the game clock had unwittingly ticked past 7 minutes, with the score standing at 17-11. The Cavaliers holding a 6-point advantage. However, those in the know understood that a lead in the first quarter signified little. Basketball is a prolonged contest, with the latter stage's explosiveness and defensive strategies being the true determinants of victory. It was now the Jazz's turn on offense. likely the last time both team starters would face off in this quarter, regardless of whether this possession resulted in a score. Both head coaches would likely opt to substitute their key players for a brief respite. Thus far, Zhou Pang had recorded 4 points, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 0 fouls, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Damn it. He simply could not comprehend how his 2 earlier steals had clearly made contact with the opponent's hands right in front of the referee, yet the sideline official remained silent. Not only that, but he even flashed Zhou Pang a grin, as if to say, "Play on, I've got your back." This was perplexing. In a country where discrimination is notoriously prevalent, the treatment meted out to Lin Shiheo and Iverson had been far from this. What is the matter? Just because I, Zhou Pang, am more handsome than them, do I deserve to bask in privileges? You may show favoritism towards brother Zhou on the court, which brings him joy. However, if you do not blow the whistle for brother Zhou, he shall not be pleased. Thus, relying on others is futile. In the final possession of the first quarter, Zhou Pang resolved to take decisive action. Raul was dribbling the ball at the top of the arc when he suddenly caught sight of Zhou Pang's sinister grin, causing an involuntary shiver down his spine. This individual across from him was rather peculiar since the beginning of the game. He had either furrowed his brow inexplicably or burst into sudden laughter. Could it be that he was not quite right in the head? With a few disparaging thoughts swirling in his mind, Raul executed a crossover, intending to drive the ball past the three-point line. Zhou Pang was not pleased. As if dribbling before my eyes was not enough, he dared to execute a feint? Was he not compelling me to commit a foul? Admittedly, this rationale for my irritation was rather flimsy. Yet, it mattered little. Zhou Pang needed a justification for a foul, after all. Thus, in full view of the onlookers, Zhou Pang abruptly extended his nefarious left hand and jabbed forcefully. Lo and behold, he had blocked the shot. Zhou Pang's middle finger had inadvertently penetrated Raul's nostril. Frowning slightly, Zhou Pang hastily withdrew his finger, disdainfully wiping it on Raul's jersey. In that moment, both Raul and Zhou Pang anxiously awaited the referee's decision, each pondering, surely, this must constitute a foul? To their astonishment, the sideline official merely chuckled, gesturing for the game to continue. Goodness, did he find this amusing? Zhou Pang was genuinely furious, the veins on his forehead bulging. This left Raul utterly bewildered. Having expended all his emotions, he wondered what he was supposed to do next. It seemed that he could not allow the referee to blow the whistle under any circumstances. As Hood missed a shot entirely, Zhou Pang was resentfully substituted off the court. Excuse me, there's something I've been pondering whether to voice. James approached him. Zhou Pang, feeling quite vexed, remarked with irritation, "Let it go. Tell me, did you slip some cash to the linesman? There were at least 2 fouls that should have been called just now. So why didn't he blow the whistle?" James displayed an expression of longing and desire. Zhou Pang was at a loss for words, perplexed by the situation. After muttering a few choice words about the referee's intelligence, he was taken aback when Rich Paul suddenly appeared behind them. "So, how do you find my arrangements for tonight?" Rich Paul whispered conspiratorially into Zhou Pang's ear. Zhou Pang was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly awakened, forcefully lowering his voice as he asked, "Did you handle the referee?" "Certainly." Rich Paul replied with an expression of pride, for this was no ordinary feat. Upon receiving Rich Paul's affirmative response, Zhou Pang nearly succumbed to tears, choking out, "I truly thank you." It was no wonder he had managed to evade any infractions, as the turmoil lay within his own walls. Although Rich Paul found Zhou Pang's grammar peculiar, he nonetheless comprehended the essence of gratitude conveyed in those 3 words, and responded with a gesture of a fist to his heart, signifying, "I understand." Zhou Pang remained unresponsive, merely wishing to convey that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. His gaze fixated vacantly on the substitute players striving for their futures. Zhou Pang's mind was utterly blank, having already played for over 7 minutes. It was anticipated that he would need to endure at least 6 or 7 more minutes in the second quarter, a minimum of 10 minutes in the third quarter, and perhaps another 6 or 7 minutes in the fourth quarter. When calculated, this amounted to a staggering 30 minutes. This was unacceptable. Zhou Pang stroked his chin, determined to introduce an element of surprise into the match. Chapter 62, A Sudden Inspiration. While Zhou Pang was concocting clever strategies, he also kept a keen eye on the unfolding game. The players on the court for the Cavaliers included Deli, Richard Jefferson, Shumpert, TT, and Varejao. The Jazz, on the other hand, fielded a lineup of Trey Burke, Burks, Ingles, Trevor, and Lyles. This collection lacked height, but boasted commendable shooting and athleticism. Particularly with Burks as the 6th man, indicating the Jazz's intention to close the scoring gap. Among the Jazz players, none piqued Zhou Pang's interest quite like Burke's. If memory served him correctly, these past few years marked Burke's peak. His scoring efficiency and visible stats were impressive. Naturally, the Jazz aimed to cultivate him as their sixth man, allowing him the freedom to flourish in the second unit, which justified his performance. As Burke's defender, Jefferson was once renowned for his explosive drives as a wing player. However, with age, he had devolved into a stationary shooter, boasting a decent three-point percentage from the corner and possessing a modicum of passing awareness, coupled with the wisdom of experience. Jefferson remained a crucial piece of the Cavaliers' championship puzzle. On the defensive end, Jefferson relied solely on two assets, his wingspan and his experience. Yet, his advancing age had taken a toll, rendering him somewhat ineffective against the youthful vigor of Burks. On the first offensive play, the young Burks faced Jefferson, exuding confidence. With a few simple dribbles and no feints, he switched the ball to his left hand and accelerated past him. Jefferson chuckled, thinking, "Is that all?" There's no finesse at all. However, just 2 seconds later, he was left dumbfounded as Burks sprinted past him, effortlessly laying the ball off the glass. For the second offensive play, having learned from his previous experience, Jefferson maintained a prudent distance from Burks to prevent being outpaced. Burks dribbled at the top of the arc, making no alterations to his approach, and once again switched to his left hand to burst forward. This time, Jefferson anticipated the move, positioning himself to obstruct the drive. Yet, Burks matched Jefferson's strength, using his shoulder to push Jefferson aside and surged ahead, easily scoring once more. Damn. Jefferson's expression soured. Being outplayed by a younger opponent in front of home fans was far from dignified. Nevertheless, these two offensive plays enlightened Jefferson to the reality that he was no longer the formidable player he once was. A man-to-man defense would not suffice to contain Burks. Thus, Jefferson rallied his team, swiftly transitioning to a 2-3 zone defense. On the third offensive play, Burks surveyed the Cavaliers' newly adjusted defensive setup, his face betraying no emotion. With a grand gesture, he signaled for his teammates to spread out, resolute in his intent to continue his individual attack. On the sidelines, Zhou Pang and James were filled with excitement, momentarily transformed into mere spectators. "LeBron, do you think Burks can make the shot?" Facing the defensive double team, "I mused that his chances of scoring were slim. I believe Burks is in the zone. This shot is likely to go in. How about we make a wager?" Intrigued, James inquired, "What kind of bet?" "Let us make it interesting. Tyronn Lue drove a Ford today. If Burks scores, you'll have to remove his tires. Otherwise, I'll do it myself," Zhou Pang said with a mischievous grin. James was taken aback. But upon envisioning the expression on Lue's face when he discovered his wheels were gone, he nodded with a smirk. "Achoo." Tyronn Lue sneezed unexpectedly from the side, initially thinking he had caught a cold. "Let us refocus our attention on the court." At the top of the arc, Burks remained composed, executing his dribbling moves with finesse. After switching the ball to his left hand, he suddenly accelerated and broke through. Jefferson retreated repeatedly, creating a double team with the arriving TT. Just then, Burks executed a powerful spin to the right, followed by a clean jump shot that swished through the net. One must admit, Burks' spin was nothing short of perfection. Both the timing and execution were of all-star caliber. TT and Jefferson found themselves at a loss, exchanging glances in stunned silence. Zhou Pang, brimming with enthusiasm, nudged James' arm and chuckled, "Brother, just wait for your performance after the game." Glancing at Tyronn Lue, who was intently directing the game, James silently made a decision that went against his principles. Meanwhile, on the court, Burks had scored 6 consecutive points, prompting the Cavaliers to adjust their defense against him. Man-to-man coverage was ineffective, and zone defense proved futile. They resorted to a full-court trap to see how he would respond. It wouldn't be fair to overly criticize the Cavaliers' bench players for their defensive shortcomings. After all, Burks was fulfilling the role of a sixth man, tasked solely with scoring upon entering the game. Consider the renowned sixth men, such as Billy, Crawford, and Lou Williams. These players often possess unique skills: Crawford's flashy dribbling and 4-point shots, Billy's serpentine drives, and so forth. When these individuals find their rhythm, their scoring can often surpass that of starting players. Clearly, Burks was feeling particularly hot tonight. However, faced with the double team, even Burks could not continue shooting. He was no fool. He passed the ball to Ingles, who effortlessly sank the open three-pointer. Initially, the Cavaliers held a leading advantage at the conclusion of the first half. However, in the final 4 minutes, Burks relentlessly turned the tide of the game. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score settled at 24-21. with the Jazz ahead by 3 points. Observing the spirited Burks, one could not help but recall next season's Jefferson, who would still be able to dunk over Durant and Thompson. Zhou Pang, struck by inspiration, revealed a mischievous smile, cheerfully brandishing a towel and a Gatorade. He presented them to Jefferson, then took a seat, expressing his indignation. Today's youth truly seem oblivious to the heights of greatness. Has he not witnessed your games? In your prime, you were an extraordinary force. Sighing, Jefferson shook his head in resignation, pursing his lips as a hint of discontent flickered across his face. Such discontent was welcome. Zhou Pang feared Jefferson might completely surrender. Indeed, while it was true that his form had declined, it was hardly the place of this young lad to instruct him. Zhou Pang's rhetoric was impassioned, igniting a spark of determination within Jefferson. Indeed, how have I fallen to such a state? Jefferson bellowed towards the heavens, and in that moment, he felt transported back to the days of battling alongside Kidd and Carter, catching a fleeting glimpse of his former self, who once soared over Alonzo Mourning. Maintain this resolve. When the second quarter arrives, I shall make them taste the bitterness of defeat. Zhou Pang continues to stoke the flames, for what he desires is an eruption from Jefferson. As long as Jefferson can deliver an impressive performance on the court, Zhou Pang will have the justification to urge Tyronn Lue to grant Jefferson additional playing time. It is imperative to recognize that veterans like Jefferson, once they shine, may lose their opportunity to dazzle again. Therefore, it is both sensible and just for Tyronn Lue to capitalize on Jefferson's moment of brilliance. Zhou Pang truly faces considerable challenges. All this effort just to reduce his time on the court by a few minutes reflects his meticulous calculations. His current mindset is no less fervent than Westbrook's desire for a triple-double. Chapter 63, All Rise. Beep. As the second quarter commences, the Cavaliers begin with their bench players once again. Given the dismal performance in the final minutes of the first quarter, Tyronn Lue issued a stern ultimatum: another mistake, and you will all be benched. Zhou Pang, startled by these words, quickly began to earnestly pray in silence. Please, let there be no mistakes. The Jazz initiate the play, with Trey Burke dribbling to the top of the arc, surveying the situation with a barely perceptible smile before swiftly signaling a series of gestures. Zhou Pang keenly perceived the smile and couldn't help but ponder why this young man exuded such confidence. Placing himself in Trey Burke's position, Zhou glanced at the Cavaliers' current 2-3 zone defense, reflecting on the gestures Trey Burke had just made, and suddenly jolted awake. This is not good. They are about to execute a 1-3-1 strategy. Quickly assessing the movements of other Jazz players, he noted Burks positioned on the left wing, Ingles on the right, Lyles lingering in the ghost spot, and Trevor advancing towards the free throw line. It was undoubtedly a 1-3-1 play. This was certainly not favorable news for the Cavaliers bench, as a zone defense could easily falter against a 1-3-1 setup. Taking a deep breath, Zhou forced himself to calm down, silently reassuring himself, trust your teammates. They will surely notice it. They must, right? Looking up at his teammates' reactions, he saw TT chuckling in the paint and Varejao grinning in the post. Outside, Jefferson was tightly guarding Burks, believing the Jazz would still entrust the closing opportunity to Burks. Deli was firmly stationed in front of the ball-handling Trey Burke, entirely oblivious to the situation unfolding on the court. Well, they were completely unaware of the perilous predicament they were in. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou pinched JR's thigh and calmly told himself, trust your teammates, trust the coach. Tyronn Lue will surely provide timely guidance. Regardless of JR's loud protests, Zhou eagerly looked towards Lue. But why was this guy standing there staring at the ceiling? What? Do you intend to compete with the foreman for the job? Damn it. Such a troublesome bunch. With a sudden slap on LeBron's thigh, Zhou stood up and shouted towards the court. Immediately switched to man-to-man defense. Quickly, his voice jolted Lue back to the reality of the game. With just a glance, Lue understood Zhou's intent and began directing, quickly, switch to man-to-man. This timely reminder was like a lifesaver during a dire moment. On the Jazz side, Trevor had already received the ball at the free throw line, and in another 2 or 3 seconds, they would complete the concluding part of the play. What a pity. Meanwhile, the Black Goose Sports live broadcast room had erupted in excitement. My goodness, what did I just witness? Zhou Pang directing his teammates from the sidelines. Indeed, it appeared that Zhou had just averted a crisis through his keen understanding of the court. With skill, talent, and basketball IQ, Zhou Pang truly holds a promising future. Beside him, Chi-Chi listened to the two middle-aged men praising Zhou Pang, feeling elated. After all, he was the man she had set her sights on. How could he not be remarkable? As the camera zooms back to the court, Dellavedova skillfully dribbles past half-court, Faced with the Jazz's man-to-man defense, he appears momentarily uncertain. At that moment, Jefferson recalls the words of Zhou Pang, his spirit ignited. With a resolute nod towards Dellavedova, he stretches out his hand, demanding the ball. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Jefferson Square. Young man, do you understand what a dunk is? Jefferson suddenly sneers. Burks, with a smirk, remains skeptical of the old veteran's remaining vigor. Previously, when Burks faced off against Jefferson, he relied on speed and physicality. Jefferson responded in kind, dribbling left and right. Jefferson swiftly switches the ball to his left hand and lunges forward, gaining a half-step advantage before lowering his center of gravity and accelerating once more. With 3 steps remaining to the hoop, Burks is hot on his heels, while Trevor looms ahead as an obstacle. In that instant, Jefferson is transported back to his prime, leaping into the air, gliding toward the paint. What? This is the collective question of everyone present. Could Jefferson be attempting a soaring dunk? Madness. Thud. The sound of the emphatic dunk reverberates through the arena. Jefferson hangs on the rim, boldly showcasing his muscular physique, and upon landing, he releases a triumphant roar, challenging all. The crowd rises to their feet. Even LeBron stands up, cheering and embracing Zhou Pang, exclaiming, "He's back! He's back!" After the celebration, Jefferson deliberately strides past Zhou Pang, excitedly tapping his head, acknowledging the message he has grasped. It is crucial to master both offense and defense. Jefferson is determined to reclaim his pride on the defensive end. Burks grants him this opportunity. With the Cavaliers now employing man-to-man defense, Burks opts to take on Jefferson one-on-one once more. He believes the veteran possesses unique strengths, but nothing more than that. Unlike previous encounters, this time Burks receives the ball in the right corner. After 2 feints, Jefferson remains unfazed. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Burks swiftly moves the ball to his left and accelerates. Jefferson calmly retreats, ensuring he remains positioned to obstruct the rim, denying Burks a chance for a quick jumper. As Burks takes a step forward, he unexpectedly pivots powerfully toward the left rear. Goodness, Burks' spin is extraordinary, having evaded Jefferson. Burks takes 3 steps along the baseline for a layup. Valanciunas jumps to contest, attempting to block the shot. However, Burks provides no opportunity. After leaping, he glides beneath the hoop, executing a reverse layup with effortless grace. Bang! Rather than the anticipated sound of the ball swishing through the net, the arena resonates with the exhilarating sound of a block. Valanciunas turns to see Jefferson soaring above Burks, emphatically swatting the ball back onto Burks. This block is beyond perfect. It is nothing short of madness and a miracle. What adds to the drama is that Jefferson not only executed the block but also caused the ball to ricochet off Burks and go out of bounds, securing possession for the Cavaliers. The entire crowd rises once more. In this moment, all respect is due to the veteran. Zhou Pang was overwhelmed with excitement. On the verge of tears, Richie Paul, appearing behind him unexpectedly, lowered his voice in confusion and inquired, "Pang Cho, I find it difficult to comprehend why you are so elated. Jefferson's performance is likely to diminish your playing time today." Diminished playing time? Zhou Pang welcomed the notion. After all, he was in the twilight of his career. Every game was a precious gift. Why overthink it? Let us revel in the moment. He expressed sincerely from the depths of his heart. Chapter 64 appeared rather dull. When Zhou Pang spoke these words, Rich Paul felt a wave of shame wash over him, and he left with a sense of humility, silently adding to Zhou Pang's moral standing in his mind. It seems that collaborating with Zhou Pang holds great promise, including financial prospects. In the first quarter, Burks made a stunning entrance, catching the Cavaliers completely off guard. However, Jefferson, in the second quarter, seemed to revive his peak form, leading the Cavaliers bench in a fierce counterattack. The score reached 32-28, with the Cavaliers leading by 4 points. The Jazz could no longer withstand the pressure and called for the first time out of the second quarter. This moment provided Tyronn Lue with an opportunity to adjust his lineup. Jefferson, splendid performance. Tyronn Lue did not hesitate to offer his praise. Nevertheless, in terms of substitutions, Tyronn Lue intended to let the starting lineup finish the remaining time of the quarter. Jefferson's face displayed evident disappointment, having rarely showcased such brilliant performance. He naturally wished to remain on the court a while longer. "Coach, I'm still not fatigued. Allow Jefferson to replace me," Zhou Pang suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Jefferson nearly shed tears. How considerate of Zhou Pang. Tyronn Lue hesitated, frowning as he remarked, "But the Jazz will also bring in their starters. Will Jefferson be able to endure?" "I can." At Zhou Pang's encouraging glance, Jefferson bravely stepped forward. Zhou Pang sees the opportunity to speak up. It's fine. We haven't called for a timeout yet. If it comes to it, we can always make a substitution, so let us not hesitate. Everyone assumed that Zhou Pang was merely trying to give the veteran Jefferson a chance to shine, and they rallied to support his words. With the situation reaching this point, Tyronn Lue felt compelled to adhere to the prevailing sentiment and decided to keep Jefferson on the court. To be fair, even as a starter, the Jazz's guards were disappointingly lackluster. Hood was somewhat decent, possessing at least a reliable mid-range shot. However, Raul was truly lacking, performing worse than Burks, who resided on the bench. Originally, Jefferson and Burks had been fairly matched, exchanging plays with a sense of enjoyment. Yet, the moment Raul stepped onto the court, Jefferson appeared to unleash a frenzy, scoring 2 dunks alone, not to mention suffocating Raul on the defensive end, effectively neutralizing him beyond the three-point line. Nevertheless, age caught up with him. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Jefferson voluntarily requested to leave the game, as his stamina no longer permitted him to continue. This aligned closely with Zhou Pang's earlier estimation. Glancing at the scoreboard, it read 49-39, with the Cavaliers enjoying a 10-point lead. For Zhou Pang, the timing of his entry was less than ideal. Why? Because the Cavaliers, holding the advantage, were riding high and did not require anyone to step up. Even if Zhou Pang managed to score 5 or 6 points, it would merely embellish an already favorable situation, lacking in substantive value. Understanding this, Zhou Pang refrained from attempting to score during the remaining time in the second quarter. Instead, he focused on creating shooting opportunities for his teammates, effortlessly accumulating 4 assists. As the first half concluded and he returned to the locker room, Zhou Pang felt quite content. His on-court time had not exceeded 15 minutes, ensuring his position was secure. Meanwhile, Tyronn Lue was preparing to address the players about their strategy for the second half when Zhou Pang received a call from Chi. Chuckling awkwardly, he hastily stepped outside to answer. Chi, I just finished the first half and am resting in the locker room. You remember me, right? You haven't called until now. I've been busy with training lately. After the game, I'll spend the evening chatting with you. Less banter. I'm hosting right now. Covering your game. That's splendid. Don't forget to sing my praises. Of course. But why did you have so little playing time today? Did something go awry? Not at all. I just saw the veteran Jefferson finally having a breakthrough, so I proactively suggested to the coach to give him more playing time. All right then. Do your thing. I'll be watching your performance in the third quarter. After hanging up, Chi returned to the broadcast room, where Lao Ming and Lao Yi were still speculating. Ming remarked, "Do you think Zhou Pang's direction of his teammates might have irked Tyronn Lue?" He replied, "I don't think so. Perhaps he is experiencing something akin to what Pierce went through." Ming responded, "That can't be. If that is the case, I'd suspect Zhou Pang is suffering from some deficiency." Chi could no longer bear to listen and interjected, "Stop speculating. I just made a call." He is merely showing respect for the veterans. The Versailles-style remarks, though not particularly harmful, were deeply insulting. Lao Ming and Lao Yi exchanged glances, then turned to Chi. Their faces etched with confusion. "Dear girl, your words make us appear rather foolish, don't they?" The halftime interval was neither excessively long nor too brief. Zhou Pang, having soaked his feet and changed his socks, was ready to return to the court. Historically, the third quarter has always been a battleground of critical importance. Those who excel in this period often clock out early, while others endure relentless struggles, barely surviving into the fourth quarter. For Zhou Pang today, he was determined to avoid the latter scenario. Moreover, Chi was watching from the television, and Zhou Pang felt compelled to showcase his masculine prowess. As the whistle blew, the second half commenced. Having managed the first half's time effectively, Zhou Pang entered the third quarter unburdened, with a singular mindset, to dominate. The Jazz initiated the ball. Their coach, Snyder, displayed remarkable composure, astonishingly allowing Raul to remain on the court at such a crucial moment. Preposterous. To illustrate, it was akin to playing League of Legends. Reaching the 40-minute mark, yet still possessing a health potion in one's inventory, what purpose does it serve? Raul was indeed unfortunate. He had been outmatched by Zhou Pang in the first quarter, then by Jefferson in the second, and now, as the second half commenced, it was Zhou Pang's turn once more to confront him. Trembling, he dribbled past half-court, still feeling the pain from his previous encounters, and dared not linger in Zhou Pang's vicinity, hastily passing the ball to Hood. Recognizing Raul's inner trepidation, Zhou Pang approached with a feigned friendly demeanor, saying, "Brother, there's no need to be anxious. My actions in the first quarter were beyond my control. Everything had its reasons. Now, however, it's different. I am completely unencumbered. Do you understand what I mean? Really? Raoul felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that his days of hardship were finally coming to an end? Zhou Pang nodded with a smile, remarking, "At least your nostrils are intact." Before Huda could comprehend Zhou Pang's implication, he successfully executed a mid-range shot, forcing Raoul to retreat and defend. In the second quarter, Zhou Pang refrained from taking any shots, but surely a couple of isolation plays in the second half would not be excessive. With a deft lateral dribble, he suddenly performed a step back, feigning a prayer pose, followed by a swift change of direction as he accelerated towards the left front. Just as he broke through a couple of steps, Zhou Pang abruptly came to a halt. Such a rhythm, who could withstand it? Raoul, needless to say, after spinning in place twice, felt his legs buckle and collapse to the ground. Gazing up at Zhou Pang, who effortlessly sank a mid-range shot, Raoul was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 65. Two bewildered men. As the game progressed to this point, the Jazz had little hope left. Their outside shooting had completely faltered, and the interior was equally precarious. James, having maintained his composure throughout the match, soared to new heights with his team holding a significant lead, effortlessly bypassing Hayward without the aid of screens. Yet, none of this mattered. What James truly sought was to confront Gobert in the paint. He had long harbored disdain for the towering figure, who seemed to do little beyond blocking shots and grabbing rebounds. Was it too much to ask for him to engage in something of substance, such as signing a $2 million minimum contract with the Cavaliers? In the face of James's impending dunk, Hayward wisely abandoned the chase. However, Gobert in the paint was in for a tough time, regardless of the outcome. Both he and James were destined to make the top 10 plays of the night, either through a breathtaking alley-oop or a thunderous block. Here it comes. The correctness of their actions would hinge on that very moment. Whoosh, whoosh. Both leaped simultaneously. In terms of height and wingspan, Gobert undoubtedly held the advantage. Yet, in terms of sheer power, he could not match this version of James. In midair, James sought out the confrontation with Gobert, and after the contact, he forcefully cleared Gobert's hands, which were poised for a block, with his protecting arm, then descended with tremendous force, emphatically slamming the ball into the net. The roars of the crowd seemed to resonate like a chorus, nearly lifting the roof off the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Amidst the ecstatic cheers, Zhou Pang tightly covered his ears, perceiving only their cacophony. As time passed, the third quarter concluded amidst the Cavaliers' relentless onslaught. In the final quarter, the Jazz had no intention of resisting any further, substituting in their second unit with 6 minutes remaining. At that moment, the score stood at 97-82. It seemed the game would conclude without further drama. Yet then, that man appeared once more. Burks, the team's sixth man, stepped forward when both the coach and starters had resigned to defeat. He understood that while he might not be able to prevent the collapse of the empire, he was determined to prove his worth. Unable to secure the championship, one cannot afford to diminish the flow of dollars. Thus, as the other players on the Jazz team languished in their struggles, Burks naturally assumed an unrestrained freedom to shoot. He showcased his prowess with layups, long-range shots, and even drew fouls for the coveted three-point play. With merely a minute remaining in the game, he audaciously transformed the score to an astonishing 112-108. This prompted Tyronn Lue to spring into action, commanding the entire starting lineup to take the court. Zhou Pang was utterly bewildered. He had even changed his attire. What on earth is happening, my dear fellow? Does he possess no sense of the situation? Fortunately, Zhou Pang had only been on the court for 21 minutes thus far. Otherwise, he might have been inclined to strip Burks of his skin. Nevertheless, even after entering the game, Zhou Pang remained in a sullen mood. It is understandable, as this is akin to working overtime. Upon re-entering the game, Zhou Pang faced Burks, shedding any pretense of concealing his true abilities. After dribbling past half-court, he launched a logo shot. Without waiting to see the outcome, he turned and walked away. Swish. Another highlight reel moment. As possession shifted, Burks dribbled past half-court and called for a pick-and-roll. After a series of feints, he accelerated towards the paint. In times past, Zhou Pang would have paid him no mind. Merely 2 points, inconsequential. But now, it was different. This fellow was the reason he had to work overtime. And he was determined to put him in his place. Leaping over JR and Love, Zhou Pang soared, and, at the very moment Burks released the ball, he snatched it away. A seemingly unremarkable block. Not only the fans in attendance, but even LeBron was left dumbfounded. Was it a mirage? After all, Zhou Pang had merely executed a block. But why did he make it seem so effortless? Could it be that his prowess was always formidable, and he had simply been putting on an act before? This thought struck LeBron with surprise. Goodness, he had believed that Zhou Pang was there to assist him. Could he possibly be usurped? Just as LeBron was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, Zhou Pang suddenly flashed him a proud little grin. As if to say, am I not impressive? Well then, LeBron determined that this moment was merely a stroke of luck for Zhou Pang. Regardless of fortune, the broadcast studio of Heish Sports erupted in excitement. Lao Ming and Lao Yi embraced each other in tears, and one might think they had suffered a grievous loss. Oh dear, ever since Sun You blocked Howard, I thought I would never witness such talent in a domestic guard again. This was not just a block. This was a clean and exquisite snatch. Zhou Pang has bestowed upon us too many surprises. I am inclined to call him the god of Chinese guards, let alone China. At this rate, becoming the world's premier guard would not be an exaggeration, though perhaps such declarations border on hyperbole. The inspiration Zhou Pang provides to the nation is undeniably palpable. Chi-Chi, standing nearby, felt her heart race and her cheeks flush as she gazed at Zhou Pang's large hand, her thoughts wandering. Surely he could manage a 5-finger coverage on the double peaks. Oh dear, what am I thinking? How embarrassing. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand. After his block, Zhou Pang did not swiftly push for a counterattack. Instead, he passed the ball into LeBron's hands, glanced at the logo at the center of the arena, and chuckled. What do you say, brother? Care to give it a shot? You don't think I can't make it, do you? James chuckled, and beside him, JR, Love, and Mozgov joined in the laughter. Hitting a three-pointer from midcourt was indeed delightful. They need not rush across the court, merely waiting for the opposition to approach. However, Tyronn Lue could not share in the mirth, for with over 40 seconds remaining in the game and a score of merely 115-108, the situation felt precarious. After all, Burks had also made several remarkable three-pointers during the match. Should he orchestrate a comeback on the Cavaliers' home turf, Lue would undoubtedly face a torrent of online criticism. LeBron, do not act impulsively. Maintain your composure. The success rate for such shots is quite low, Lue desperately shouted from the sidelines. Yet, James merely smiled wryly and offered him a reassuring glance. Then, in the presence of all the players, James dribbled past the half-court line and took a shot without hesitation. Jazz head coach Snyder could only laugh, thinking this was a farce. Swish. It went in. Lue remarked, well, that settles it. Snyder lamented, oh dear. I suppose that settles it too. With under 40 seconds left and a 10-point deficit, what was there left to do? This match had its twists and turns, but fortunately, it concluded on a high note. Zhou Pang participated in the match for 22 minutes, achieving an impressive double-double with 11 points, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. With such remarkable statistics, he could easily become the embodiment of efficiency. It's simply astounding. However, Jefferson's explosive performance today was equally noteworthy, and with Zhou Pang's unselfishness. Tyronn Lue's post-game press conference featured both James and Jefferson. Before departing, Zhou Pang discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with James, whispering, do not forget our agreement. As the night enveloped the city and after bidding farewell to his players, Tyronn Lue hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled towards his Ford sedan. Ah. With just a casual training session, my team has achieved an 8-game winning streak. I truly possess a natural talent for coaching. Lue's spirits soared as he settled into the car. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. The vehicle seemed lower than usual, realizing that it was not the car that had changed, but rather his perspective and aspirations that had elevated. He turned the key in the ignition. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car spun in place. Damn, he exclaimed as he quickly released the gas pedal and hit the brakes. Stepping out to investigate, he was utterly bewildered. His car's 4 tires had vanished, leaving only the rims. Let me find out who did this. In the darkness, Lue's frustrated roar echoed, evoking a sense of sympathy. Meanwhile, as Lue lamented over his vehicle, Zhou Pang was not faring much better. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Jenna, who stood outside his door. The twilight cast a serene glow, and Jenna, adorned in a delicate cream-colored gown, appeared ethereal against the backdrop of Cleveland's moonlight, her beauty almost indescribable. Admittedly, Zhou Pang felt his heart stir. Despite his usual restraint, he could not escape the allure of human desire. Yet, recalling the wild escapades of that fateful night, he felt a shiver, instinctively tightening his resolve. The weather is lovely tonight. Shall we take a stroll? Jenna seemed disinclined to enter, which thrilled Zhou Pang. Remaining outside meant no shower, no lounging in bed, and consequently, no discomfort. As they meandered along the tree-lined path near the apartment, their arms occasionally brushed against each other, igniting a delightful flutter within Zhou Pang. Are you still in touch with that female reporter? Yes, but not much, he replied. only to be startled when Jenna suddenly mentioned Chi-Chi. A wave of dread washed over him. He had promised to call her after the game during halftime. I must find a way to extricate myself. Sensing his anxiety, Jenna interjected, "Just walk with me to the next corner." The conversation had reached a point where Zhou Pang could no longer refuse. In the darkness of the night, he remained oblivious to the mischievous grin adorning Jenna's face. Continuing straight ahead, he turned left after 200 meters. As he beheld the luxurious hotel in front of him, Zhou Pang realized he had been fooled. "No, Jenna, I truly have other commitments tonight," he exclaimed, attempting to free himself from her grasp. Yet, whether it was Jenna's formidable strength or some other force, Zhou Pang found himself inexorably dragged into the hotel. Under the astonished gazes of the hotel staff, he reluctantly followed Jenna into a suite. The events of that night, filled with tumult and passion, are best left to the imagination. Suffice it to say, Zhou Pang entered with a talent index of 69%, only to emerge with a mere 51%. While it is often emphasized that men should not admit defeat, the reality was that Zhou Pang, supporting himself against the wall, was utterly spent, his legs unsteady as he staggered home. What need was there for pride? Upon returning to his apartment, Zhou Pang had barely settled onto his bed when his phone rang once more. Goodness, Jenna wouldn't be considering another encounter, would she? The mere thought sent tremors through his hand as he reached for his phone. Fortunately, the caller ID revealed it was Rich Paul. The matter of the sneaker endorsement. Since signing the contract, Zhou Pang's primary concern had been the sneaker deal. For an athlete, such a contract is indispensable and remarkably significant. Rich Paul, unfazed by urgency, assessed the situation. Zhou Pang had been performing well in recent matches, and with the vast Asian market at his back, a well-executed strategy could secure him a lucrative sneaker endorsement deal. Thus, while urging Zhou Pang to cultivate his relationship with Jenna, Rich secretly edited highlights of Zhou Pang's performances, stirring widespread discussion across major social media platforms. Once nearly everyone had heard of Zhou Pang, Rich Paul took action. Before long, Rich Paul arrived at Zhou Pang's apartment. The sneaker endorsement was no trivial matter, and a face-to-face discussion was warranted. True to his efficient nature, Rich Paul sat on the sofa without even taking a sip of water and got straight to the point. "Thanks to our combined efforts, we have secured a sneaker endorsement. As per your preferences, it is a financially modest 2-year contract with 2 sneaker companies." Zhou Pang inquired calmly, "Which 2 companies?" "Innate and Nike," was the reply. In recent years, Innate has made substantial investments in basketball shoes, aiming to establish itself as a national brand, so signing Zhou Pang is hardly surprising. As for Nike, their financial resources are abundant. Signing Zhou Pang would barely make a dent in their budget, and there is the potential for unexpected benefits. Why not? Observing Zhou Pang's impassive expression, Rich Paul inwardly marveled. This young man was truly exceptional. Previously, the rookies he represented would become ecstatic at the mere mention of a sneaker contract. Both companies offered cash contracts, and Ta proposed $300,000 over 2 years, while Nike extended an offer of $260,000. Some may wonder, what is a cash contract? As the name suggests, it entails wearing their branded sneakers in exchange for money, a contract type that most players in the league possess, typically categorized as mid-level. A step above this is the signature sneaker contract, which allows players to have their own branded shoes and serve as brand ambassadors, yielding significantly higher profits. Some superstars, such as LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Kevin Durant, fall into this category. Conversely, there are less favorable arrangements known as sneaker contracts, which provide no monetary compensation, merely gifting a few pairs of shoes. Considering this, Zhou Pang's contract seems quite fitting for his current standing. Observing Zhou Pang's furrowed brow, Rich Paul suggested, "I personally recommend you choose Innate. Firstly, it's your national brand, and secondly, they have signed relatively few stars, so you are likely to have your own signature shoe." Rich Paul was not mistaken. Currently, few Chinese athletes possess signature sneakers, with Yao Ming's pair being a relic from years past. Undoubtedly, once Zhou Pang acquires his own signature shoe, there will be a frenzy of purchases within China. However, Zhou Pang replied, "I choose Nike." After careful consideration, he provided his final answer. This decision may invite scorn from his compatriots online, yet he remained resolute. He had his reasons. Indeed, while Innate has performed commendably in recent years, it still lags behind the colossal Nike in several aspects, the most evident being its international influence. Moreover, the earnings from signing with Innate would primarily be derived from the hard-earned money of his fellow countrymen, whereas partnering with Nike would bring in currency from other nations. Zhou Pang's aspirations extend beyond mere millions. He seeks billions and aims to penetrate the heart of capital, which would enable him to engage with the NBA on equal footing and pave the way for future Chinese players. Noble ideals often require navigating a path fraught with challenges. And Zhou Pang is bound to face criticism for this contract decision, but he is undeterred. Many more instances of scorn await him in the future. One can only say, though surrounded by multitudes, I shall forge ahead. Rich Paul found Zhou Pang increasingly enigmatic. For Zhou Pang, signing with Anta would undoubtedly be the optimal choice, offering substantial financial rewards and growth potential while supporting his own country's enterprise. Yet, why did he not choose it? Rich Paul found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to cease his deliberations. After all, signing with Nike posed no issues, as long as Zhou Pang could perform. It was certain that Nike would reap more profits than Anta. Wait, a sudden realization struck Rich Paul. He discerned Zhou Pang's conviction in his ability to succeed in the NBA. Raising his gaze to Zhou Pang, he noted the faintest hint of a smile gracing his face. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination, but I can't shake the feeling that this young man may bring a tempest to the NBA, Rich Paul mused silently. Chapter 67. Resolving issues. A few days later, Rich Paul and Nike reached an agreement on the details, and Zhou Pang officially signed the contract with Nike. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire basketball community in China was engulfed in a tempest of controversy. Initially, it was not a significant matter for Zhou Pang, as a professional athlete, to sign a sneaker contract. Despite Nike's tarnished reputation in recent years, their technology remained commendable, and Zhou Pang's choice to associate with them was not a principled error. However, a leak surfaced, proclaiming that Zhou Pang had forsaken Anta in favor of Nike, thus embarking on a path of treachery. Goodness! Zhou Pang was utterly astounded upon reading such an article. Was signing a commercial contract truly a grave sin? The internet operates in such a manner that once one person takes the lead, others join in the cacophony. Regardless of the truth, it's all about the thrill. Who cares what the reality is? Although there were indeed knowledgeable individuals online, in the face of this pack of rabid hounds, and with no personal connection to Zhou Pang, many chose to avoid entangling themselves in the ensuing turmoil. However, Chi-Chi was different. She was valiantly battling against a million-strong army from her home. Sell your nonsense. Go play Minesweeper instead. You comment using an Apple phone and still accuse Zhou Pang of being unpatriotic? You can't even spell correctly and are here making a fool of yourself. As the ancients said, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door, and truth does not deceive me. Chi-Chi was on the verge of exploding from frustration, while Zhou Pang, utterly unfazed, reclined on a bench in the training facility. He exhaled gently, releasing steam from his thermos of hot water, and sipped on goji berry tea. Today, he was not pretending. He truly felt overwhelmed. With a talent index of 51%, Zhou Pang had never envisioned a day when he would find himself in such a predicament. Alas, this cannot continue. It could lead to dire consequences. He needed to find a moment to clarify matters with Jenna. Otherwise, she would surely be the end of him. Brother, you appear rather lethargic today, LeBron remarked as he handed Zhou Pang a bottle of water and took a seat beside him. Zhou Pang took the bottle and twisted the cap with all his might. Damn it, he couldn't even open the cap. James stared in disbelief and chuckled. Just yesterday, you executed a stunning block. Today, you can't even manage a bottle of water? Embarrassed, Zhou Pang could only fabricate a reason for his thirstlessness. After training, Zhou Pang did not linger in the gym and hurried to old Zhao's acupuncture clinic in Chinatown. Once seated, before he could utter a word, old Zhao flashed a mischievous grin and pointed at Zhou Pang's lower half, advising, young man, there are certain matters beyond your control. Moderation is key. Zhou Pang sighed. Moderation is not solely my responsibility. You know well that foreign girls can be quite assertive. I hardly needed to move while lying there. Old Zhao nodded knowingly and inquired, I recall you generally do not place much emphasis on health maintenance. What has brought you to be so troubled by matters of the heart? He added, when the moment calls for decisiveness, hesitation only leads to chaos. You know this better than I do. At this, Zhou Pang offered an embarrassed smile and confessed, it's mainly because the girl is exceptionally beautiful. I simply lack the courage to refuse her outright. Very well, let me check your pulse, old Zhao said, taking a deep breath. With focused concentration, he placed Zhou Pang's arm upon a soft cloth and gently rested his pinky finger on Zhou Pang's wrist, closing his eyes in contemplation. As the saying goes, one fears not the smiling Western doctor but the frowning Chinese physician. After taking Zhou Pang's pulse, old Zhao's brows nearly drooped to his nose. Zhou Pang was alarmed, contemplating where he might be buried. What on earth have you been up to that has left your kidneys so weakened? Old Zhao exclaimed, removing his glasses and donning a mask of distress. In front of old Zhao, Zhou Pang held nothing back, candidly admitting, I've only been on 2 dates, with one of them lasting 9 times. 9 times? Old Zhao shouted incredulously, young man, do you not comprehend the implications of that number? Zhou Pang shook his head and candidly remarked, she asked me for it, and I gave in without a second thought. It was only the next day, as I stepped outside, that I needed to lean against the wall for support. I must say, young man, you truly do not know the meaning of self-preservation. To treat your body in such a reckless manner. Old Zhao's expression was one of exasperation, as if he were lamenting a failure to instill wisdom. Furthermore, even the most pleasurable pursuits can become tiresome if indulged excessively, can they not? This topic ignited Zhou Pang's enthusiasm, and he leaned closer to old Zhao, whispering with a chuckle, you have no idea. Allow me to regale you with the details. Initially, old Zhao suspected Zhou Pang was merely being enigmatic. After all, despite his current bachelor status, he had once been quite the nightlife aficionado in his youth. However, as the narrative unfolded, old Zhao's skepticism transformed into astonishment, his eyes widening with disbelief. What? Inverted? Spinning? A swing? Old Zhao was genuinely impressed, unable to suppress a thumbs up for Zhou Pang, exclaiming, the youth of today truly know how to enjoy themselves more than we ever did. Enough of that. Let's get down to business. I have been plagued by nightmares these past few nights, awakening in a cold sweat, utterly exhausted. Old Zhao ambled into the inner room, emerging moments later with a wooden box, intricately adorned with golden dragon motifs. This was not Zhou Pang's first encounter with it. He understood that old Zhao was about to unveil his most treasured skill. Lie down. At the command, Zhou Pang obediently stripped off his shirt and reclined on the bed. Old Zhao opened the box to reveal a collection of meticulously arranged golden needles of various sizes. These were his ancestral treasures, the famed back-to-dragon needles. Zhou Pang had once drunkenly boasted to old Zhao during their revelries, claiming that their ancestors had been court physicians, wielding the miraculous dragon-returning needle with the power to turn back the heavens. However, it is well known that this is a basketball narrative. Such supernatural feats could hardly be expected. This is not a tale of a divine healer. Old Zhao has been rendered merely capable of running an acupuncture clinic to make ends meet. It appears that Zhou Pang has indeed stirred up considerable trouble this time, as old Zhao had diligently inserted 20 dragon-returning needles into him, primarily concentrated around the waist. Initially, as the needles pierced his skin, Zhou Pang felt an incessant itch, as if tiny ants were scuttling across his bones. Gradually, this itch transformed into warmth, enveloping his internal organs, and soon his soles began to regain their heat. By the time the final needle was extracted, old Zhao was drenched in sweat, swaying unsteadily. One might mistakenly think Zhou Pang had put him through some ordeal. The assessment indicated that the host had completed a profound treatment, restoring 25% of vitality, with a current talent index of 76%. Zhou Pang was overjoyed. Old Zhao's medical skills were truly remarkable, seemingly extraordinary. In just an hour, he had restored Zhou Pang to his former virility. Old Zhao, he proposed, I have a vacancy for a personal physician on my team. Would you consider taking the position? I can offer you $10,000 a month. Old Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, slumped into his chair, and chuckled, I have no desire to meddle in your troublesome affairs, and besides, I'm not going anywhere. You're welcome to come by any time. That made sense. Zhou Pang pondered for a moment, recalling his previous visits to Cleveland to seek out old Zhao during his time with the Hornets. He thought to himself that should he ever change teams, he could always return to find him. After all, old Zhao's business was struggling, and in a way, one could consider him as Zhou Pang's personal physician. You seem to have expended quite a bit of effort this time. What would be your fee? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Pang said as he pulled out his wallet, lamenting the underdevelopment of mobile payment options abroad. However, upon the mention of money, old Zhao became incensed, retorting, Is the value of my acupuncture measured in mere currency? Zhou Pang suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over him. Old Zhao had treated him with such kindness, yet he had harbored thoughts of insulting him with money. He truly felt unworthy of such generosity. Next time, just bring me 200-year-old ginseng, preferably wild and from the Changbai Mountains. Old Zhao leisurely concluded his sentence. Zhou Pang, feeling overwhelmed, remarked, Old Zhao, if you wish for me to go bankrupt, just say so outright. You speak of ginseng that is a century old, wild and sourced from Changbai Mountain. I dare say you resemble ginseng yourself. He had not claimed he needed it immediately, After all, did you not assert that wealth would surely come my way in the future? At that time, would it not suffice for you to give me 2 roots of ginseng? Old Zhao, with a provocative gaze, met Zhou Pang's eye. His words bore a certain truth, and Zhou Pang readily acquiesced. However, just as he stepped out of the clinic, he hesitated and returned, inquiring, Old Zhao, what if that girl insists on being intimate with me again? I find it difficult to decline. That is easily remedied, Old Zhao replied, reaching into the cabinet and retrieving a box of black pills, which he handed to Zhou Pang with a grin. Next time you find yourself in such a predicament, remember to take one of these pills. I assure you, it will render you incapable for an entire night. Zhou Pang found the suggestion rather peculiar, yet upon further contemplation, he realized it might indeed resolve his dilemma. Chapter 68, Conspiracy. With his physical concerns addressed, Zhou Pang radiated vitality. During the subsequent training session, he displayed an unstoppable prowess reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain. After several nourishing meals, his aptitude index finally returned to 82%. On the afternoon of November 14th, Zhou Pang boarded a plane with his team en route to Milwaukee. That evening at 8:30, they were set to face the formidable Bucks on their home court. It must be said, the Bucks this season were a force to be reckoned with. Middleton, Monroe, Parker, and others were no trifles. Coupled with the presence of the Greek freak, it was almost absurd. There is a saying, the most fearsome adversary is not merely a superstar or a promising rookie, but rather a rookie who has already achieved stardom while still possessing boundless potential. The Greek freak embodies this phenomenon. His height and wingspan are unparalleled, complemented by his incisive drives, making him a veritable anomaly. Fortunately, his shooting ability leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, it would be quite the challenge to contend with him. Despite the contentious opinions surrounding the Greek freak among fans and media alike, his dominance on both ends of the court is undeniably unparalleled. Zhou Pang is currently engrossed in studying the data on Giannis Antetokounmpo at the hotel. Fortunately, it is still 2015, and Giannis has yet to reach his peak. Moreover, LeBron James is still at the height of his prowess, alleviating any undue pressure when facing the Bucks. However, who is Zhou Pang? He is akin to the master strategist Zhuge Liang, capable of orchestrating victories from afar. While others may overlook certain issues, he discerns them with clarity. Take tonight's game as an example. On the surface, Zhou Pang is set to match up against Williams. Yet a closer examination reveals that he will inevitably find himself contending with Giannis. Consider Giannis's typical style of play. He charges towards the basket with the ball in hand. Given this aggressive approach, the Bucks would likely employ tactics to assign a smaller defender to him. Consequently, Zhou Pang would be left to endure the full force of Giannis's imposing presence. This scenario is one Zhou Pang is desperate to avoid. Although he possesses a gifted system to bolster his abilities, Giannis's innate talent is not significantly inferior. Furthermore, should Giannis unleash his raw strength upon Zhou Pang, it would surely leave him reeling in pain. No, this cannot happen. It is absolutely unacceptable. Closing his laptop, Zhou Pang swiftly begins to devise a strategy. This predicament cannot be resolved on the court. By that time, it would be too late. Zhou Pang cannot simply evade Giannis, can he? That would be utterly disgraceful. Perhaps one should consider eliminating him altogether? Recently, Zhou Pang has been overly immersed in playing hitman, leading to some exaggerated reactions. However, upon reflection, while it may be unrealistic to eliminate Giannis, causing him a bit of trouble seems feasible, doesn't it? Just when Zhou Pang was watching short videos, he stumbled upon the infamous incident involving Paul Pierce, which sparked a devious grin on his face. After ascertaining Giannis's address, Zhou Pang hastily called up Lao Zhao. Hello. It's me. No, it's not about my health. I wanted to inquire which 2 foods consumed together might cause a stomach upset. Rabbit meat and oranges, perhaps? Excellent. That works. With the preliminary preparations complete, he moved into the execution phase, seizing the moment while everyone was napping in their rooms. Zhou Pang donned sunglasses and stealthily exited the hotel. He traversed 3 bustling streets to reach a public phone booth, where he pulled out his phone to search for nearby restaurants. Hello, please deliver a serving of roasted rabbit meat to this address, along with a note that simply states, your devoted fan. Is this a fruit shop? Please send some oranges to this address as well, including a note that says, your devoted fan. After settling the payment remotely with a card provided by his family, Zhou Pang returned to the hotel, acting as though nothing had transpired. What? You're worried Giannis won't eat it? That's absurd. Giannis came from humble beginnings. He would never waste food. Moreover, Zhou Pang never revealed his identity throughout the process, meaning he had no opportunity to tamper with the food. If Giannis inquired with the delivery person, any doubts would surely dissipate. Furthermore, Zhou Pang had even left a little note for Giannis, identifying himself as a fan. Giannis would likely be overjoyed rather than suspicious. Who knows? Perhaps upon receiving the delivery, Giannis might proudly tweet about it. Zhou Pang truly embodies the spirit of Zhuge as an hour later. I indeed encountered an update from the Greek freak on Twitter. I extend my gratitude to the kind-hearted anonymous fan. Tonight, I shall perform splendidly and cheer for Milwaukee. Accompanying the text were two images, one depicting the arrival of takeout, and the other showcasing the Greek freak savoring his meal. Perfect. Zhou Pang lay on his bed with a smile, feeling carefree about tonight's match. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Bradley Center, home to the Bucks, was teeming with fans. Normally, the arena's attendance hovers around 70%, but tonight it soared to an astonishing 110%. Where did the extra 10% go? Some stood, others sat on the floor, and some even found comfort hanging from the ceiling. Many were drawn to witness LeBron James. Yet a significant number were eager to see how their local team would fare against a formidable opponent like the Cavaliers. Outside the Cavaliers' locker room, Tyronn Lue was indulging in an old tradition, pacing back and forth. The last time he had finished a game, his tires had been removed, and he had yet to identify the culprit. Reviewing the surveillance footage revealed that the cameras in the parking lot had malfunctioned that night. What a ridiculous turn of events. Previously, they had employed numerous tricks at home. Now, in an away game, surely they wouldn't resort to anything bizarre again? With such thoughts lingering, Tyronn Lue pushed the door open and entered. Inside the locker room, a haze filled the air, imbued with the scent of herbal aromas. To his astonishment, he found a dozen teammates reclining on chairs, their feet soaking in basins of warm water. All were blissfully enjoying the moment, lost in an indescribable sense of relaxation. Just as Tyronn Lue was about to speak, he noticed an empty chair in the corner, conveniently placed beside another basin of hot water. Given the circumstances, he decided to join them. From now on, I shall indulge in foot soaks daily. Silence. Let us savor this, he mused. Shouldn't we be on the court soon? It seemed so. He thought he had just heard the DJ's voice. In an instant, he was jolted from his reverie. The comfort of the foot soak had lulled him to sleep, and upon awakening, he heard frantic knocks at the door. When he opened it, he was greeted by the arena staff. What is the matter? The DJ has called the players twice. The enthusiasm is waning. Tyronn Lue quickly apologized, flashing a sheepish grin. He then turned to his players, urging, "Hurry up, you guys, put on your shoes and socks." The home crowd of Bucks fans was exasperated. It was one thing for the Cavaliers to arrive late, but some had even come out without their shoes on. This blatant disregard for their team was infuriating. In an instant, the entire arena resonated with jeers and taunts directed at the Cavaliers. Nearby, the Bucks players clenched their fists, determined to make the Cavaliers pay for their arrogance. Chapter 69, The Battle Begins. Having hastily completed their pregame rituals, the match was about to commence with the sound of the whistle. The Bucks' starting lineup consisted of Williams, Middleton, Parker, Antetokounmpo, and Monroe, among the 5 starters. For were capable of ball handling and breakthroughs, placing immense pressure on the Cavaliers' interior defense. Irving is still recovering from his injury, and the Cavaliers' starting lineup remains unchanged. Featuring guards Zhou and JR, forwards James and Love, along with the unfortunate center Mozgov. As for why Mozgov is considered unfortunate, dear readers, let us delve deeper. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Monroe. As the 7th overall pick in the first round, Monroe is not a traditional center, given his skill set. He is equally adept as a power forward. However, the jump ball does not take into account technical prowess. It solely tests leaping ability and wingspan, where Mozgov evidently excels, easily tipping the ball to Zhou. From this moment forth, Mozgov has seemingly lost all his value. As Zhou dribbles past half-court, he casually passes the ball to James, granting him an opportunity to find his rhythm. James, in turn, graciously misses a jump shot. As the game transitions from offense to defense, Zhou keenly observes Giannis, attempting to discern any signs of discomfort in his physique. Regrettably, Giannis strides confidently, a smile adorning his face, seemingly unfazed. Could it be that this young man has become so robust that he defies the very laws of human physiology? Zhou Pang murmured to himself, contemplating whether it was indeed time to resort to laxatives. Williams positioned himself at the arc's pinnacle, cradling the ball, his narrowed eyes scanning the surroundings. When suddenly he made a gesture. A chill ran through Zhou Pang's heart. This was a signal for a screen. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, Giannis stood innocently to Zhou Pang's left, executing a solid pick. There was no way around it. Giannis was simply too formidable. leaving Zhou Pang no choice but to match up with him. Meanwhile, Williams made a few strides towards the paint before deftly tossing the ball to Giannis, who had moved to the mid-range. Gazing at the seemingly unassuming Giannis, Zhou Pang silently pleaded, "Please, shoot." Contrary to his hopes, Giannis not only refrained from shooting but also eagerly embraced the triple threat position. Zhou Pang chuckled and took a half-step back. "Ah, do not bother testing me. I shall allow you to shoot, but do you dare to make it?" "Oh." Giannis widened his eyes, incredulous at the perceived insult from the young man across from him. Did he truly believe I am merely a muscle-bound beast? Very well, today I shall demonstrate the art of the mid-range shot. Adjusting his stance, Giannis launched a jump shot. One must never be overly confident, lest they risk humiliation. Observe Giannis' attempt. He was brimming with confidence before the shot, yet what was the outcome? Bang! It ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, Zhou Pang, being an experienced player, managed to suppress a laugh. As he dribbled past half-court, Zhou Pang shot a glance at Love, as if to say, "Brother, show him what a mid-range shot truly is." Love, understanding the cue, utilized LeBron's screen to receive Zhou Pang's pass and executed a smooth, fadeaway jumper, turning confidently to gaze at Zhou Pang, as if to assert, "Brother, turn around. This shot is a sure score." Bang! Love's smile abruptly vanished, and his pace quickened as he retreated. How embarrassing! Giannis, initially quite tense, thought. If Love makes this shot, wouldn't that be a blow to his pride? Now, however, he felt he still had room to boast. In the next possession, Williams dribbled past half-court, signaling a running formation. The ball found Middleton, who faked a couple of times before passing it to Parker. When the ball reached Giannis, he chose not to pass. Monroe, feeling somewhat isolated, had yet to touch the ball since the beginning. Cough, cough. Facing JR from mid-range, Giannis exuded confidence. That previous missed shot signified nothing. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. Behold my mid-range prowess. With an undeniable height advantage, Giannis eschewed the triple threat stance, opting instead to shoot directly, finishing with a wrist flick that looked quite impressive. Yet, one must acknowledge fate. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. With such extraordinary physical gifts, what more could Giannis desire? Bang! Another shot bounced off the rim. Giannis's expression darkened. Not due to the shooting itself, but rather a sudden pang in his abdomen. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Zhou Pang, having relinquished possession twice, resolved to take matters into his own hands this time. Williams, a former first-round pick in 2013, standing at 6 feet 6 inches and weighing 190 pounds, was the Rookie of the Year, boasting remarkable wingspan and rebounding skills. During the 2015 to 2016 season, Williams averaged an impressive 5 points, 1 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. Objectively speaking, Williams was a competent opponent, far superior to Raul from the previous game. But who exactly is Zhou Pang? How could a man, who meticulously plans even the location of restrooms prior to embarking on a journey, possibly be unaware of Williams? Indeed, Williams possesses remarkable defensive prowess, particularly with his lengthy arms, which instill considerable intimidation during steals. However, as the saying goes, what aids also hinders. It is precisely due to his confidence in his wingspan that Williams often takes gambles on steals, leading to an increase in errors. Although Zhou Pang's reputation has soared since joining the Cavaliers, his status as a second-round pick remains immutable, bestowing upon Williams a sense of superiority. As a first-round pick, how could it not be effortless for him to defend against a mere second-round pick, akin to a midnight trip to the restroom in summer? Observing Zhou Pang executing his dribble moves, Williams displayed undisguised disdain, almost raising his middle finger and shouting, "Come here." Such is the naivety of youth. In stark contrast to Zhou Pang, who remains inscrutable. Just as Zhou Pang was dribbling between his legs once more, he inadvertently allowed the ball to rest against his calf. Losing his grip, Williams smirked, thinking a steal was imminent. Seizing the moment, he abandoned his defensive stance and extended his hands in anticipation. Yet, at that very instant, Zhou Pang also smiled. How youthful he is. Just as Williams was about to make contact with the ball, Zhou Pang flicked it upward with his fingertips, effortlessly maneuvering past Williams with a spin reminiscent of Burke's performance in their last game. Before taking his shot, Zhou Pang even glanced back, then executed a smooth jump shot, effortlessly scoring. The recent glance from Zhou Pang was captured by the media, and under the promotion of Rich Paul, this moment has been dubbed the Eagles' contempt. After just over 2 minutes into the game, the score finally shifted to 2-0, a commendable achievement. The pressure now rests upon the Bucks, who understand that they can no longer allow Giannis to recklessly shoot from beyond the arc. They must leverage their own strengths. With a series of precise ball movements, Monroe held possession in the paint. Confronted by Mozgov, he may lack the advantage of weight and height, yet he possesses a deft shooting touch. With a feint at the rim and a quick triple threat stance, Monroe released a two-point shot right from his spot. How could Mozgov possibly defend against that? So close to the basket, Monroe's stationary shot left Mozgov hesitant to leap, while there is always a possibility of a missed shot. Allowing Monroe to drive in would guarantee a flawless scoring opportunity. Despite a lengthy hiatus from the court, Monroe's shooting touch remained intact as he banked the ball off the glass and into the net, leveling the score. Chapter 70. No more staying in the paint. A friendly reminder, please refrain from reading this chapter while eating or drinking. Absolutely do not. This particular shot from Monroe seemed to illuminate the Bucks' path to success in this match. They should attack the interior. Indeed, this is the right strategy, as the Cavaliers' interior defense appears rather lackluster on paper. Perhaps the toll of an 8-game winning streak has left them fatigued. Or perhaps the players have been indulging in the nightlife too much. Either way, both Mozgov and Tristan Thompson seem to lack their usual vigor. As for the ungrateful Brazilian Varejao, there is no need to elaborate. He is utterly useless. Given that the Bucks find it easy to penetrate the Cavaliers' interior, the reverse is not as straightforward. Who can withstand the combination of Giannis and Monroe? Even if LeBron, at his age, can force his way to the basket, the exertion required is simply not worth it. Although the idea of Zhou Pang is acceptable, given his character, if he manages to take a few more shots, it would be a remarkable feat akin to Tyronn Lue burning incense. The hope for him to break through seems rather fanciful. Upon reflection, the Cleveland Cavaliers are left with little choice but to rely on long-range shots for their offensive strategy. This is far from ideal, as shooting relies heavily on both skill and fortune. Clearly, JR's shooting touch was lacking today, as he failed to convert even an open three-pointer. In a swift transition, Giannis Antetokounmpo, having secured the rebound, charged towards the Cavaliers' paint with fervor. LeBron James was not about to allow him an easy entry. As a man, if he could not defend his own rim, he might as well don a hat. The two leapt almost simultaneously. Giannis had the advantage in height and wingspan, yet James astonishingly elevated enough to have his head above the rim. The familiar and delightful sound echoed as James, living up to expectations, swatted Giannis's dunk attempt away. However, before he could celebrate, an unusual sound caught his attention. With a puzzled expression, James turned his ear to listen closely. The sound persisted, prompting him to look towards Giannis, who appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you all right, my friend?" James inquired gently. Giannis, gritting his teeth, managed a strained smile and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." James encouraged him. "You are young, and the future belongs to you. Do not become overly fixated on present gains or losses." A gentle pat on Giannis's shoulder, however, elicited another series of strange sounds from him. Curious, James leaned in closer, only to furrow his brow at the peculiar mixture of orange and meat scents wafting through the air. His instincts urged him to vacate the area promptly, and he hastily retreated from the paint. Meanwhile, Mozgov pondered what was amiss with James today. He had blocked a shot without celebrating or even cheering. As he entered the paint as usual, Mozgov suddenly wrinkled his brow, detecting an odd scent reminiscent of rabbit meat. After scanning the vicinity, he realized no one was barbecuing, which struck him as odd. Before he could dwell on it further, the Bucks were ready to inbound the ball. Giannis, still reeling from the discomfort in his abdomen, chose to linger in the corner this time. However, Monroe was no pushover. Upon receiving the ball, he steadied himself and executed a series of back-to-the-basket moves against Mozgov, then, using his agility, stepped back for a mid-range shot that found its mark. It is well known that vigorous activity causes one's breathing to quicken, intensifying the need for air. Giannis had just released a series of unfortunate sounds beneath the basket, and the lingering odor was not going to dissipate quickly. While his breathing had been manageable earlier, the exertion now left Mozgov feeling dizzy, as if he could scarcely maintain his balance, a true noxious gas. In this moment, the player was unwilling to linger even a second longer. Mozgov, rarely known for his speed, swiftly found himself within the confines of the Bucks' restricted area. Positioning himself at the arc's apex, Zhou Pang discerned the anomaly presented by Giannis Antetokounmpo and subtly summoned love for a pick-and-roll. Seizing the opportunity to switch the defender to Giannis, those present can likely relate to the experience of an urgent need to relieve oneself. A situation that compels one to hesitate, for a single misstep, may lead to an unfortunate mishap. Zhou Pang adeptly capitalizes on this. exerting every effort to lower his center of gravity, thereby applying immense pressure for a breakthrough. Giannis, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, dares not descend further, resorting instead to lateral movements to disrupt Zhou Pang's rhythm. Mere trifles of technique. When it comes to cunning, Zhou Pang can undoubtedly outsmart the three Giannis brothers. It is now evident that the reactions of the rabbit meat and oranges have commenced, and from this point onward, they shall only intensify. With no possibility of cessation before the conclusion of the match, glancing at the offensive clock, which shows 11 seconds remaining, Zhou Pang remains patient, convinced that Giannis cannot endure the pressure. Indeed, with only 8 seconds left on the clock, Giannis once again emitted 2 audible flatulence sounds. This presents a splendid opportunity for a breakthrough. Zhou Pang swiftly dribbled past from the right flank, catching Antetokounmpo off guard. In that very moment, Antetokounmpo was reminded of his family struggling in the impoverished neighborhoods of Greece. With a firm grit of his teeth and a resolute stomp of his foot, he resolved that personal glory was of little consequence. Indeed, Antetokounmpo liberated himself entirely, striding forward with determination in pursuit of Zhou Pang. This newfound relaxation was remarkable, as the court was filled with a cacophony of sounds, leading one to believe that fireworks were being set off in celebration. Zhou Pang dared not engage physically with Antetokounmpo. Enduring pain was one matter, but the thought of being splattered with some bizarre substance was utterly revolting. With Antetokounmpo behind him and Monroe providing support in front, Zhou Pang chuckled, effortlessly delivering a bounce pass to Mozgov in the paint before swiftly retreating from the key. Mozgov was ecstatic, finally in a position to execute a thunderous dunk. Just then, Antetokounmpo charged at him like a raging bull, accompanied by a thunderous sound. With a whoosh, Mozgov was momentarily dazed, yet he sprang into action, preparing to score. Simultaneously, Antetokounmpo leapt into the air, achieving a remarkable height, his posterior nearly reaching Mozgov's head. Bam! Mozgov's dunk attempt was thwarted, and as if to add insult to injury, Antetokounmpo landed atop Mozgov, releasing a sound so humiliating it felt like a biochemical weapon unleashed at point-blank range. How could one withstand such humiliation? Groaning, Mozgov shielded his eyes and hurriedly retreated to the perimeter, gasping for breath. I am but an ordinary center. Why must I endure such inhumane torment? Antetokounmpo, startled by Mozgov's distress, refrained from celebrating his block. After a few agonizing seconds, Mozgov finally regained his composure. The Cavaliers still held possession, with Love poised to inbound from the baseline. According to standard tactical protocol, Mozgov should have been positioning himself in the paint. Yet, he remained stubbornly in the corner, much to Love's confusion. LeBron, witnessing this, became frantic, shouting, Mozgov, what are you doing? Get into the paint now. I don't want to go in. Mozgov replied pitifully. Amused despite his irritation, LeBron retorted, you're a center who doesn't want to play in the paint? What's your plan? Shall I have you control the ball from the perimeter? Reluctantly, Mozgov braced himself and ventured inside. Their essay saying, the wind howls. The waters of the E are cold. A valiant man departs, never to return. This time, it seemed the Bucks' defense played a jest on Mozgov, as they scattered along the perimeter, leaving Antetokounmpo alone in the paint. An excellent opportunity presented itself. Without hesitation, Love passed the ball directly into Mozgov's hands. Though he longed to escape the paint, Mozgov's professional integrity prevailed. Faced with Antetokounmpo's defense, a straightforward layup was out of the question. He needed to create a safe distance through backing down. Thus, Mozgov commenced what would become the darkest backing down of his career against Antetokounmpo. The first contact, whoosh. The second, whoosh whoosh. The third, swoosh. At this moment, Mozgov and Giannis shared a strikingly similar expression, brows furrowed, eyes wide open, and faces filled with disbelief. The only distinction being that a hint of relief graced Giannis's countenance. The sound just heard was startling. Mozgov mechanically turned to Giannis, utterly bewildered, observing closely from the perimeter. Zhou Pang noted the unmistakable spray of yellow liquid that had erupted moments ago, now staining Giannis's trousers, which had become damp and discolored, with droplets splattered on the floor. Wah, I'm done, Mozgov cried, tears streaming down his face as he tossed the ball toward the referee and dashed toward the bench. There was no way he could remain in the paint. As the crowd pondered the scene, Giannis could only collapse onto the ground, obscuring his transgression. Chapter 71. He changed his pants. The unforeseen turn of events necessitated a halt in the game, prompting the entire Bucks team, including players and assistant coaches, to gather around Giannis. They all shared a common sentiment, arriving with concern, yet leaving with disdain. No wonder Mozgov, such a towering figure, was weeping on the court. There was indeed a reason behind it. Ahem, brother, what do you intend to do? Middleton inquired, holding his breath. Giannis's face contorted in distress. His trousers already thoroughly soaked in mere seconds. Quick, find me a wheelchair. The team physician, still grasping the situation, hurriedly brought a wheelchair and assisted Giannis into it. Make sure to clean the floor. Giannis did not forget the remnants left behind. This posed quite a dilemma for the janitor, who lamented. I was hired to clean the floor, not to be a restroom attendant. Damn it, I deserve extra pay. As Giannis was wheeled off the court, the bewildered fans erupted in confusion. How could their starting power forward suddenly become incapacitated? Although Giannis's prowess had yet to be displayed, it did not diminish the concern from Bucks fans. After all, his athleticism promised a bright future ahead. With the janitorial staff mopping the floor and spraying air freshener, various broadcasting stations engaged in extensive speculation regarding the incident. In the Heya Sports Live studio, Lao Ming and Lao Yi were baffled. Having reviewed the replay thrice without uncovering any malicious foul committed by Mozgov against Giannis. I can't fathom it. How could Giannis, with such a robust physique, suddenly be wheeled off? Lao Ming pondered. Indeed, the crux is that Mozgov didn't even commit a foul. It was merely a standard post-up, Lao Yi replied, shaking his head. Upon mentioning Mozgov, Lao Ming suddenly noted a detail, saying, have you observed? Mozgov exited the court in tears. Could it be that Giannis overwhelmed him? As it is now commercial time and the microphone remains off, their conversation knows no bounds. Hiss. Are you suggesting that Mozgov was overwhelmed by Antetokounmpo during the post-play? Old E inexplicably became exhilarated. Suddenly, these two individuals had an epiphany, realizing the absurdity of the situation. No wonder Mozgov was in tears. It turns out he had been utterly humiliated. It is no surprise that Antetokounmpo exited in a wheelchair. He may have suffered a grievous injury. In that moment, the entire broadcast studio was enveloped in an odd atmosphere. Standing nearby, Chi-Chi felt both embarrassed and bewildered, playfully chiding, how can your imaginations run so wild? It's utterly disgusting. Ahem, my apologies, I forgot you were here. Old Ming quickly apologized, but our speculations are quite reasonable. Otherwise, is there another explanation? Old E chimed in, by the way. Don't you know Zhou Pang? Why not give him a call during the halftime break? Perhaps we might have stumbled upon the truth. All right. But if you're wrong, you'll owe me all the point cards for this quarter. At this juncture, Chi-Chi inexplicably found herself preoccupied with Zhou Pang. Although curious as to why a young lady like her would desire such things, Old Ming and Old E consented to her request in the pursuit of truth. Setting aside these wild thoughts, let us return to the court. Antetokounmpo would likely be absent for a while, so the Bucks substituted Hansen in his place. Beep. Everything cleared, and the match resumed. Due to the severe psychological distress inflicted on Mozgov from the previous scene, Tyronn Lue had no choice but to replace him with TT. The Cavaliers regained possession, and Zhou Pang received a baseline pass from Love on the left flank. With Antetokounmpo off the court, it was the Bucks' moment of vulnerability. A prime scoring opportunity. Observing the situation, the Bucks employed man-to-man defense. Zhou Pang passed the ball to James, then maneuvered to set a screen for JR, signaling for TT to set a pick for James to follow through. Remarkably, under Zhou Pang's orchestration, the Cavaliers presented the Bucks with three imminent threats: JR's open three-pointer, James's layup after a drive, and TT's alley-oop potential. What defines a true point guard? It is only someone like Zhou Pang, who plays intelligently. Why not employ this strategy earlier? That reflects Zhou Pang's skill in teaching according to individual strengths. Mozgov is both slow and cumbersome. After setting a screen, expecting him to roll effectively is wishful thinking, let alone executing an alley-oop. Utilizing the screen, James deftly slipped past Parker. Confronted by the approaching Monroe, James used his body to shield the ball as he awaited TT's cut to the inside, then suddenly raised the ball over his head. Monroe panicked, quickly retreating to jump, fearing an alley-oop dunk from TT. However, as he leaped, he was bewildered. Where was the ball? Looking down, Monroe instantly wished for a block of stinky tofu to bury himself in shame. Goodness, it turns out James had merely feigned a pass. As LeBron James surged into the paint, he executed a powerful, thunderous dunk, effortlessly displaying his prowess, and upon turning around, he casually brushed off the dust from his attire. However, contrary to James's expectations, the Milwaukee Bucks did not succumb to despair following this emphatic slam. Instead, they appeared invigorated, each player's face reflecting an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. Was this the awakening of a formidable champion? Zhou Pang murmured to himself. yet dared not to be the slightest bit careless, quickly retreating to defend. As previously mentioned, although Williams harbored a hint of arrogance, he undeniably possessed genuine skills, particularly with his physical advantage and wingspan. After 2 consecutive crossovers, Zhou Pang broke into a bead of sweat just to keep pace with Williams's rhythm. This left Williams momentarily perplexed. Are second-round rookies displaying such prowess nowadays? Although he longed to compete fiercely with Zhou Pang, Williams was acutely aware that he had already erred once. Another mistake would surely lead to his substitution. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Middleton. Middleton approached the game with a far cooler demeanor. Utilizing a screen to penetrate into mid-range territory, he initiated a sudden stop to disrupt Love's defensive rhythm, then sidestepped to the left for a jump shot that found its mark with unwavering precision. After 3 consecutive exchanges, while the Cavaliers maintained a flawless shooting percentage, the Bucks were not to be outdone, with Monroe and Middleton's mid-range shots keeping the score close. This was hardly a favorable situation for the Cavaliers. The absence of Giannis from the court significantly weakened the Bucks on both ends, yet astonishingly, they still managed to match the Cavaliers almost evenly, a perplexing phenomenon indeed. Zhou Pang observed this with clarity. The Cavaliers' recent offensive strategies revolved around the safest option, layups that were reliable yet yielded only 2 points each time. The Bucks' offense, while not as fluid, was bolstered by Middleton's extraordinary shots, which were simply unguardable, forcing defenders to merely attempt interference and hope for a lapse in his shooting touch. Glancing at the score, it stood at 19-17, the Cavaliers led by a mere 2 points thus far. Zhou Pang, with resolute determination, decided it was time to implement a 3-point strategy. Positioning himself at the arc's summit, he promptly signaled a series of gestures. Love stationed himself at the right corner. TT advanced to set a screen for James, applying pressure on the Bucks' interior defense. JR moved to the arc to engage in a hand-to-hand pass with me. At the command, the Cavaliers sprang into action, with Love drawing Hanson's defense to the right corner. James swiftly infiltrated the paint using TT's screen, even signaling Zhou Pang for a few alley-oop gestures, which startled the Bucks into tightening their defense. At that moment, JR dashed to the arc, receiving Zhou Pang's pass, and utilized the screen to launch a clean 3-pointer. The shot was executed flawlessly. Should it miss, there was still a significant chance for a rebound, given that James, TT, and Love in the corner had all converged into the paint. But who was JR? He is a highlight reel rivaling Michael Jordan. Such a 3-pointer was merely child's play for him. Swish. The ball went through the net, and JR displayed his signature crooked smile. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Confused, everyone turned to the player tunnel, and lo and behold, Giannis was back. The commentators were equally exhilarated, standing with microphones raised, exclaiming, "Goodness. He left in a wheelchair. And now he is back so soon. What incredible competitive spirit." Another commentator, after observing for a moment, remarked, "It's unbelievable." Antetokounmpo returned to the locker room just to change his pants. The crowd erupted in fervor, with many already searching Google for information on the medical benefits of NBA players' pants. Chapter 72, The Power of Diapers. The commentator's words pierced Giannis's heart like a dagger. "Damn it, I noticed, but must you vocalize it?" "Of course. I had to change my wet pants. Honestly, what am I supposed to do? Present that pair for their examination later." Frustrated, Giannis took a moment to stretch his limbs, ready to unleash all his pent-up anger onto the court. Zhou Pang concealed himself in the distance, secretly observing Giannis Antetokounmpo, his mind swirling with doubts. How could he have recovered so swiftly? It seemed implausible, even if this young man possessed extraordinary talent. It was unreasonable to think that one could simply curtail a bout of diarrhea. Zhou Pang had never encountered such a scenario. However, the fact that Giannis was brave enough to return to the court suggested that he must have discovered a remedy. The pressing question remained, how had he managed to resolve his predicament? There was no other option but to watch closely. Giannis re-entered the game, and the match resumed. With little time left in the first quarter, both offense and defense concluded swiftly. The score stood at 24-19, with the Cavaliers leading by 5 points. A situation less than ideal for them. During the intermission, the team members did not engage in any other activities but busied themselves comforting Mozgov. "Don't worry. At least it didn't end up on your face." "Exactly. Just think of it as a bathroom break. Don't let it weigh on your mind." Indeed. It's quite embarrassing to see such a giant in tears. Much of this chatter was attributed to Tristan Thompson, not because he was particularly empathetic, but rather because he wished to see Mozgov regain his composure and return to the court. After all, He had just witnessed the unfortunate incident involving Giannis and had no desire to be caught in the fallout. The innocent Mozgov, oblivious to the underlying motives, perceived TT's words as kind-hearted encouragement, nodding vigorously and declaring, "I understand. Just watch how I teach him a lesson in the second quarter." As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted their players. In those fleeting moments, Zhou Pang remained fixated on Giannis, who astonishingly appeared calm and composed, entirely devoid of the previous panic. Could it be that the Bucks' medical staff truly possessed such remarkable prowess, managing to resolve Giannis' issue in such a brief span? There is no need for excessive contemplation. The offensive onslaught of the Bucks has already commenced. Williams, at the arc, dribbles aimlessly while Middleton assists him in devising strategies. As they maneuver laterally, Giannis finds himself in a mid-range isolation against Love. Although Love is apprehensive, he remains silent. A feint to test the waters yields negligible results. During the first quarter, Giannis's actions unmistakably demonstrated his lack of shooting prowess. As a man, his inability to score accurately naturally drew disdain from Love, who maintained a half-step distance. Given this, Giannis had no choice but to confront him head-on, eschewing any elaborate maneuvers. He propelled the ball forward to his left while using his right hand to brace against Love's waist, preventing a potential steal. In this battle of strength, Love clearly faltered, gradually being forced back into the paint by Giannis. With Monroe retreating to mid-range to apply pressure, Mozgov was rendered incapable of providing assistance. Gritting his teeth, Love fortified his lower body, resolutely determined to withstand Giannis's impending post-up. Yet, Giannis, ever astute, spun into the paint at the precise moment Love lowered his center of gravity, launching into a thunderous dunk. Seeing his teammate being bullied, LeBron could no longer remain passive. He swiftly exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Pang, signaling his intent to isolate his opponent. Understanding the cue, Zhou Pang dribbled past half-court, positioning himself on the left wing, orchestrating a flurry of gestures to guide his teammates to the same side, thereby allowing LeBron to face Giannis on the right half of the court. Confronted by this promising power forward, LeBron felt no trepidation. In fact, he nearly chuckled. The future may belong to you, but the present is undoubtedly mine. With a series of threatening feints, Giannis was compelled to focus intently. Unlike Giannis, LeBron possessed exceptional shooting capabilities. As Giannis regained his balance, LeBron suddenly lunged forward, propelling himself towards the paint with tremendous force. If Giannis's sprint resembled that of Godzilla, then LeBron's charge was akin to a high-speed train, quick and concentrated. A faint sound of air being cut filled the arena as LeBron swiftly approached the paint, initiating a three-step layup, poised for yet another ferocious dunk. However, Giannis was not one to concede easily. He closely trailed, leaping to contest LeBron's shot. Had LeBron been 2 years older, he might have been thwarted by Giannis's block. But alas, the era has not yet shifted. Giannis's hand was firmly on LeBron's, exerting all his strength downward. Yet, LeBron remained unfazed, effortlessly guiding the ball into the hoop with precision. Thud. The resounding impact silenced the crowd. The effectiveness of the away team's silence was not to be underestimated. This single play was sufficient to diminish the Bucks' morale significantly. Observing the back-and-forth exchange between Giannis and LeBron, Zhou Pang was decidedly displeased, and profoundly so. Damn it. After laboriously planning for such an extended period, incorporating both rabbit meat and oranges, how did I end up in such a predicament? Had I known the outcome would be so negligible, how could I have possibly gone to such great lengths? No, absolutely not. Zhou Pang's confidence was put to the test. You may critique my skills or question my strength, but you shall not insult my intellect. As a distinguished student who excelled throughout 9 years of compulsory education, earning commendations as an exemplary student for 6 consecutive years in elementary school and receiving accolades as a model youth during 3 years in middle school, Zhou Pang resolutely refuses to allow his strategies to be so easily undermined. Well, have you not resolved the issue at hand? Then I shall personally defend against you. I am eager to witness the tricks you dare employ to thwart my plans. Curiously enough, while this endeavor was initially Zhou Pang's covert scheme against Giannis, through his perspective, it seems the one faltering is Giannis himself. Perhaps this is the nature of those in high society, unique in thought and grand in vision. As the new round commenced, before the Milwaukee Bucks could take their positions, Zhou Pang nodded towards Love and murmured, "Williams is your responsibility. I shall engage this towering fellow." How splendid! Love could hardly contain his enthusiasm, for being backed down by Giannis is no pleasant experience. Observing Giannis inexplicably matched against Zhou Pang, a diminutive guard, Williams was overjoyed and promptly lofted the ball into Giannis's hands. During this period, Williams had endured numerous setbacks against Zhou Pang, and he now likely wished for Giannis to incapacitate Zhou Pang entirely. Just as Zhou Pang had anticipated, Giannis wasted no time in backing him down. One move, then another. Zhou Pang discerned something amiss. What on earth was the Greek freak concealing within his trousers? Why did a peculiar bulge protrude? This simply would not do. I must uncover what this lad is up to. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and driven by a surge of pride, Zhou Pang resolutely yanked down the Greek freak's pants. The arena erupted in shock, their gazes fixated in disbelief upon the lower half of the Greek freak. To everyone's astonishment, he was clad in a diaper. A sudden gust of air from the air conditioning sent a chill through him, deepening his embarrassment. "Damn it," he bellowed, hastily tugging his pants back up, momentarily at a loss for words to explain himself. In a fluster, he dashed down the player tunnel and into the locker room. Chapter 73. He has returned well. It had scarcely been a few minutes on the court before the Greek freak exited once again. Fortunately, this time he left under his own volition, without leaving any peculiar items behind. The audience, now at ease, erupted in laughter. Good heavens. The Greek freak was playing basketball in a diaper. I was out of diapers by my first birthday. It seems I outshined the Greek freak. Could it be that his diaper possesses some magical properties? At this suggestion, those around quickly pulled out their phones to search. What are the benefits of NBA players wearing diapers? Unsurprisingly, the search yielded no results. The Greek freak's choice of attire was merely a personal preference and had no bearing on other players. One cannot help but chuckle at the mere thought of various players in diapers, like Shaquille O'Neal. Meanwhile, the live stream was in uproarious laughter. Following the unexpected revelation of the Greek freak's attire, the director hastily cut to a commercial, providing the commentators an opportunity to jest. Lau Meng and Laui, witnessing the scene, were even more convinced of their suspicions, grinning knowingly at Chi-Chi, where silence spoke volumes. Chi-Chi, feeling uncertain now, pondered, indeed. What normal man would wear a diaper? Perhaps, as Lau Meng suggested, the Greek freak truly is never mind. I shall call Zhou Pang during the halftime break to inquire. But what if it were true? Oh dear, how mortifying that would be before Zhou Pang. Young ladies often find themselves overthinking what should be simple matters. We dare not ask, nor speak of it further, so let us redirect our focus back to the court. As for the officials, they too were at a loss as to how to proceed. It is undoubtedly inappropriate for Zhou Pang to pull down someone else's pants, however. How can one blow the whistle now? If Giannis were still on the court, the situation would be far simpler. Foul him while shooting, and let him take his free throws. Yet, he has dashed into the locker room, and even if a foul is called, there would be no one to take the shots. Should the referee only call a defensive foul, allowing the Bucks to inbound the ball again, it seems somewhat unjust to them. Moreover, Zhou Pang's actions have inflicted significant emotional distress on Giannis, especially considering this is a nationally televised game. It is likely that, following today, the tale of Giannis wearing diapers will become common knowledge. The referee is inclined to call a technical foul on Zhou Pang, but it is not feasible, as Zhou Pang's actions did not cause any physical harm to Giannis. Alas, with Giannis delayed in his return, the Bucks have no choice but to reinstate Hansen. For the game must go on regardless. As time passes, Hansen finds himself smiling, pleasantly surprised by the extended playing time he has unexpectedly received. The referee, no longer troubled, allows the Bucks to inbound the ball once more. Beep. The game resumes. This match tests not only Giannis, but also the other players on the Bucks. The starting power forward goes in and out. Do they think themselves to be Zhao Zilong on Changban Slope? Goodness, what a lack of sportsmanship. Middleton, visibly displeased, receives a pass on the right wing and takes a three-pointer without hesitation. Whether it goes in or not matters little. Today's game is already lost in his mind, for his spirit has long been shattered. Swish. To his surprise, it goes in. As the instigator of today's unfortunate incidents, including the diaper debacle, Zhou Pang appears harmless, expressionless as he dribbles the ball past half-court. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Zhou Pang flashes a grin at Williams and teases, I suddenly feel like pulling down your pants to see if you're wearing a diaper. Although it is clear he is joking. The recent mortifying episode involving Giannis makes Williams feel a bit tense. While outwardly jesting, Zhou Pang harbors pressure within. The Cavaliers have yet to find their rhythm. The score remains stagnant, which is certainly an ominous sign. It is not that the Bucks are genuinely evenly matched with the Cavaliers. But one thing is certain, the Cavaliers are not performing well today. Particularly their outside shooting. JR has made only 1 out of 4 attempts, Love has 1 out of 5. And LeBron has yet to make a three-pointer. If it comes down to a battle for points, the Bucks certainly do not fear the Cavaliers. Zhou Pang is acutely aware that the efficacy of the three-point strategy has waned significantly. The players are intimidated by their own attempts. With such a dismal shooting percentage, aside from the capricious JR, who feels no pressure, who would dare to attempt a three-pointer? This moment epitomizes the opportunity that Wiggins once articulated. If Zhou Pang were to step up now, he need not overexert himself. Simply sinking 2 three-pointers would transform the entire dynamic of the game. Doubt it. Watch as I weave the narrative further. Faced with Williams, a straightforward jump shot is unfeasible due to his extensive wingspan. Zhou Pang is not keen on being blocked. With a subtle gesture, Mozgov swiftly positions himself on Zhou Pang's left, setting a screen, executing a stationary crossover feint. Zhou Pang retreats a step to the left and launches a jump shot for 3. Those who frequently engage in basketball understand that sometimes, as soon as the ball leaves the hand, one instinctively knows whether it will find its mark. Zhou Pang was no exception, having just released the ball. It seemed impossible for it not to find its mark unless the hoop was askew. Swish. The sound of the net rippling was as anticipated. After successfully defending against an onslaught, Zhou Pang seized the ball once more, advancing with purpose. This offensive maneuver was of utmost significance, should he land another three-pointer. It was only reasonable to assume that the Cavaliers' morale would soar. With a series of deft, anticipatory changes of direction, Zhou Pang suddenly nudged Williams with his ball-protecting hand, then surged forward in a decisive drive. Williams, taken aback, hurriedly retreated a step. A splendid opportunity had arisen. Zhou Pang swiftly retreated beyond the three-point arc after executing a quick pass, preparing for yet another jump shot. At this moment, James was exhilarated. JR gritted his teeth. Love gazed in rapt attention, and Mozgov, positioned beneath the basket, eagerly awaited the rebound. Bang! Zhou Pang's heart tightened. With a swift motion, the ball struck the edge of the rim before gracefully descending into the net. The crowd erupted in jubilation, rushing over to high-five Zhou Pang and pat him on the back. Zhou Pang nodded, feeling reassured. These 2 shots were bound to provide his teammates with considerable encouragement, inspiring them to shoot with confidence. However, at that moment, the fans in the Bucks' home arena erupted in cheers once again. Zhou Pang felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that man once more? Instinctively, his gaze shifted towards the players' tunnel, and indeed, there he was, Giannis, the man who had previously exposed his vulnerabilities on the court. He had returned. Goodness, this fellow truly has no shame. Is he preparing to utterly forsake his dignity? What do you know? This is what we call the spirit of competition. Regardless of the circumstances, his return is a positive development. Go, Milwaukee. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet Giannis remained unmoved, as if he had grown indifferent to it all. The Bucks called for a timeout, and Zhou Pang's heart filled with concern. After all, he had just stripped Giannis of his pride. Now that he was back, would he not seek vengeance upon Zhou Pang? Alas, when will this cycle of grievances ever cease? Zhou Pang murmured to himself, contemplating whether he should advise Giannis to set aside their grievances. However, it was evidently an impossible endeavor. As the timeout concluded, Giannis re-entered the court. Just as Zhou Pang had anticipated, Giannis fixed his gaze upon him, even approaching Zhou Pang to whisper, "I'm back." The atmosphere, initially laden with tension, prompted Zhou Pang to inadvertently recall the famous saying, "The Wolf King is back," which made him chuckle unexpectedly. This reaction incensed Giannis, who glared furiously, nearly transforming the NBA into a wrestling spectacle. Chapter 74. The Eternal Saint of Avoiding Overtime. Old grudges and new animosities compelled Giannis to reclaim his dignity in this match. As Williams advanced the ball past half-court, Giannis's return restored his composure, allowing him to orchestrate the offense with diligence. The Bucks' fundamental strategy remained unchanged, aiming to deliver the ball to the post or facilitating Giannis's drives to draw defensive attention. Once the Cavaliers' defense contracted, Middleton would find himself in a prime position for an open three-pointer. In his quest for retribution against Zhou Pang, Giannis exhibited remarkable perseverance. Williams set a screen for Giannis, intending to have him match up against Zhou Pang. To Williams' surprise, Zhou Pang, slippery as an eel, adeptly maneuvered around Giannis and positioned himself directly in front of Williams. After an initial failed attempt, Williams contemplated abandoning the strategy, recognizing the time it consumed. Yet, Giannis was relentless, once more approaching Williams' side. This time, his screen was executed with exceptional precision, preventing Zhou Pang from slipping past him, leaving Zhou Pang to defend Giannis one-on-one. It is essential to clarify that if Zhou Pang genuinely desired to defend, there would be no basketball player on this planet he could not contain. However, Everyone knew what kind of person Zhou Pang was. He was the kind of man who would sit on a toilet rather than squat over it. Moreover, what sense of accomplishment could one derive from defending a behemoth devoid of a shooting ability? Like a spectator at a farcical event, Zhou Pang stood a step away, observing Giannis's clumsy triple threat posture. When Giannis initiated his movements, Zhou Pang expertly lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself for potential confrontation. Elbow strikes, post-ups, collisions, goodness. One could only wonder what the referee was observing, as Zhou Pang was nearly knocked to the ground without any whistle being blown. In light of this, Zhou Pang felt no obligation to hold back. Seizing the moment, as Giannis prepared to charge once more, Zhou Pang discreetly sidestepped. Instantly, Giannis lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Many often claim that pulling the chair is an unethical act. Such remarks stem from those who speak without experiencing the situation. If one were tasked with defending a muscular titan like Giannis, would they not hastily withdraw their chair? What else would they be waiting for? Death. The fallen Giannis gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath while tightly clutching the ball. LeBron, feeling discontent, thought to himself, "How dare you, a mere sinner, bully my young brother and hurl insults?" Did he truly believe we would stand idly by while Zhou Pang was mistreated? With a disdainful snort, LeBron approached Giannis, seizing the ball with both hands and forcefully yanking it, dragging Giannis a meter across the floor, and then decisively snatching the ball away. Without affording the Bucks any chance to assist Giannis, LeBron swiftly propelled the ball forward, initiating a fast break. Zhou Pang followed closely behind, not out of a desire for an alley-oop, but merely to show respect to his superior. Just then, however, James suddenly turned his head and cast a glance at Zhou Pang, conveying a silent message through his gaze. As Zhou Pang experienced an epiphany, James prepared to deliver an alley-oop dunk for himself. With a decisive nod, Zhou Pang increased his pace. Before the eyes of the Milwaukee fans, and in the presence of the fallen Giannis, James forcefully slammed the ball against the rim, causing it to rebound. Zhou Pang soared in tandem, executing a powerful one-handed dunk. This display of offensive and defensive prowess showcased Zhou Pang's remarkable skills. After a series of exchanges, the score settled at 42-36, with the Cavaliers finishing the first half with a 6-point lead. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere was heavy with discomfort. Giannis lowered his head, silent and brooding. His teammates occasionally glanced his way, words unuttered. Head coach Kidd was equally perplexed, having played for over a decade and coached for several years. He never imagined he would encounter such a situation again, especially with a player from his own team. What a stroke of bad luck. In contrast, the Cavaliers' locker room buzzed with intrigue. How could their opponents exhibit such resilience? After enduring so much, they still possessed the will to fight on. Indeed, that player named Middleton might soon average 20 points per game, given his remarkable shooting. On the opposing bench, Beasley and Vasquez also proved to be formidable, demonstrating both three-point shooting and organizational skills, truly challenging. However, regardless of the outcome of this match, it was worthwhile. For witnessing the spectacle of the Diaper and the Jet Warriors was an experience in itself. Once JR uttered this, the locker room transformed into a sea of joy. As Zhou Pang was about to exchange a few words, the phone suddenly rang. Initially, he intended to dismiss the call, for who would wish to miss a discussion on diapers and the Jet Warriors? However, upon seeing that the caller was Chi-Chi, his interest was piqued, and with a cheerful demeanor, he stepped out of the changing room to answer the call. "Hello, Chi-Chi, are you missing me? How can you even say that? You promised to call me back after the game last time. It's all James's fault. He insisted on dragging me out for tacos. You know I'm still a rookie, and it's difficult to refuse." Inside the changing room, James was hydrating when he suddenly sneezed. Chi-Chi, being rather simple-minded, was easily appeased. On to business. "How is Giannis doing today?" "Oh, nothing much, just a bit of diarrhea." "Diarrhea?" Chi-Chi sighed in relief. "That's great. I thought he was truly in a predicament with Mozgov." Upon hearing Chi-Chi's speculation about Old Ming and Old E, Zhou Pang's face turned pale. Goodness, have people's thoughts become so wild nowadays? After ending the call, Chi-Chi chuckled while looking at Old Ming and Old E, unabashedly extending her hand. "Come on, give it to me." The halftime break was brief yet fulfilling. After sharing hearty laughs over Giannis, the Cavaliers returned to the court, resolutely determined to widen the score gap in the third quarter. However, things did not go as planned. As the third quarter commenced, the Cavaliers launched a fierce offense, with James driving and shooting, scoring 7 consecutive points. Alas, Love and JR remained off their game, their shots lacking precision, and their defense was still weak. In stark contrast, The Bucks seemed invigorated, launching a frenzied assault on the paint. Poor Mozgov was like an infantryman facing a battalion of tanks, subjected to relentless bombardment, drawing sympathy from all. Zhou Pang's performance was far from commendable. Despite his attempts to slack off, he still bore the brunt of a painful price, an astounding 6% drop in his talent index. The thought of it left him heartbroken. If he could just muster an additional 4%, he would have been capable of going toe-to-toe with Jenna. Ahem, on a more serious note. The third quarter concluded amidst a fervent clash of bodies, a thrilling display of fierce battles in the paint. In such a clash of muscle, the Cavaliers found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The score stood at 58-56, with the Cavaliers clinging to a mere 2-point lead. Tyronn Lue, visibly agitated, berated JR and Love mercilessly. JR, could you please pay more attention and refrain from shooting so recklessly? And you, Love? Can you be a bit more decisive with your shots and not overthink? It was quite amusing, for these two were polar opposites. Meanwhile, Zhou Pang, with his head bowed, sipped water, feigning nonchalance. However, at this juncture, how could Lue overlook any potential scoring opportunity? Pang, your attempts in the first 3 quarters were far too few. I expect you to increase your shots at appropriate moments in the fourth quarter. Zhou Pang paid little heed to Lue's words, merely nodding politely. Increase his attempts? It felt like a jest. To be frank, had it not been for Zhou Pang's defensive prowess today, the Cavaliers would have been utterly dismantled. And yet, they expected him to exert himself on the offensive end? Zhou Pang has only earned a mere $2 million over the course of a year. Why should he be expected to work overtime? If he were to enter the NBA and still be required to put in extra hours, wouldn't all his efforts in basketball be rendered futile? In short, the outcome of this match bears little relevance to Zhou Pang. Working overtime is simply out of the question. Chapter 75. Overtime. As the fourth quarter commences, the Cavaliers prepare to inbound the ball. Given that the game has progressed to this point, with the Cavaliers holding a 2-point advantage, employing a 3-point strategy seems rather ill-advised. The players' stamina has significantly waned, which would undoubtedly affect their shooting accuracy. Moreover, resorting to 3-point shots in this scenario would only afford the Bucks an opportunity to level the score. Zhou Pang, being prudent, would likely advocate for a conservative approach, opting for 2-point plays to ensure stability. However, prior to this sequence, Tyronn Lue had insisted on pursuing 3-pointers to widen the gap. This was a gamble he was willing to take, leaving Zhou Pang with little choice but to comply. After all, a shot taken carries a 50% chance of success. If Lue wishes to take that risk, then so be it. The Bucks employed a man-to-man defense, allowing Zhou Pang to create opportunities for 3-point shots through a series of screens. Positioned at the top of the arc, he swiftly signaled a few plays. From Lue's earlier comments, it was evident he favored Kevin Love taking the 3-point shot. Accordingly, Zhou Pang acquiesced to his wishes, maneuvering to position Love at the right corner for a 3-point attempt. Bang! The shot clanged off the rim, failing to find its mark. As Zhou Pang retreated on defense, he glanced at Lue, surprised by his persistence in advocating for 3-point attempts. Fortunately, the Cavaliers' defense held firm, securing a crucial rebound. As Zhou Pang dribbled past half-court, he felt as though he were a mere shell of himself, unable to command his body with the usual finesse. A 3-pointer? What nonsense! Wouldn't it be more prudent for Love to take a mid-range shot? Wouldn't a cut by LeBron be more advantageous? Why insist on a 3-pointer? What if the game were to go into overtime? While Lue merely stood on the sidelines vocalizing his strategy, they were the ones sweating profusely on the court, though Zhou Pang himself wasn't exactly drenched, since the last play was assigned to Love. This time it would be JR's turn. Zhou Pang gradually maneuvered the ball towards the right wing, signaling to Mozgov and JR with a subtle gesture. Understanding his intent, Mozgov promptly positioned himself on the left side of Zhou Pang, while JR moved to the right wing to execute a handoff pass with him. Upon receiving the ball, he took a step to the left, skillfully utilizing Mozgov to shake off his defender and launched a shot. Whether it went in or not was inconsequential. There was no justification for the miss. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue was visibly frustrated but found himself at a loss for words. JR's shot had been flawless. A wide-open 3-pointer, yet it simply did not find the net. The Cavaliers' sharpshooter seemed to lack the necessary enhancement, while the Bucks' tank was gaining momentum after a series of setbacks. Giannis Antetokounmpo relentlessly attacked Love in the paint, while Monroe adeptly countered Mozgov's strength with finesse, scoring consistently with mid-range shots. Additionally, Williams, who had been quiet throughout the game, found his rhythm and contributed several 2-pointers through effective pick-and-roll plays. With merely 4 minutes remaining in the game, The score astonishingly stood at 72-69. With the Bucks taking a 3-point lead, Tyronn Lue could no longer remain passive and hastily called a timeout. Faced with breathless players, he found himself momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, they were giving their all on the court, except for one individual, and missing three-pointers was certainly not the outcome they desired. Was it possible that his tactical approach was flawed? Doubts began to plague Tyronn Lue. Glancing at the scoreboard reminded him that they had once held a lead. If only he had played it safe back then. Oh, the regret. Nevertheless, Tyronn Lue still had a trick up his sleeve. Producing a tactical board, he resolutely declared, "The strategy we will implement next is..." The team gathered around, eager to listen intently. "Pass the ball to LeBron." A single phrase from him seemed to carry the weight of the world. Not only the other players, but even LeBron felt a twinge of exasperation. Why is it always me who bears the burden in crucial moments? Don't you realize how many detractors I have? If I rely solely on my individual prowess to clinch the game, they will accuse me of being a ball hog, overshadowing my teammates. Yet, if I opt to pass, I'll be blamed for shirking responsibility. With 3 defenders closing in, wouldn't it be the most rational choice to pass the ball? He sighed, reflecting on the peculiarities of modern times, where every profession seems to be plagued by disingenuous critics, and the entertainment industry's antics have tainted society. In an era where one can easily ascend to a moral high ground with a mere smartphone, truth and kindness have become increasingly rare treasures. Nevertheless, he chose to set aside these musings. Though Tyronn Lue's strategy might be difficult to articulate, it was nonetheless reasonable. After all, the team had invested millions to sign superstars for precisely these pivotal moments. In other words, Tyronn Lue has effectively showcased LeBron's value, given the substantial salary he commands. It is only fitting that his playing time reflects that investment. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Following Lue's directives, Zhou Pang orchestrated various isolation plays for LeBron. Remarkably, the results were impressive, despite 4 out of 5 of the opposing team's starters boasting positive plus-minus ratings. LeBron managed to force Parker's plus-minus down to -1 through sheer offensive prowess. With a series of drives, fadeaways, and turnaround jump shots, LeBron displayed almost all of his signature moves within just a few minutes, leaving Zhou Pang feeling fatigued just from watching. Nevertheless, the score had only edged to 79-78, with the Cavaliers trailing by a single point. With less than a minute remaining, the Bucks held possession, and the situation appeared dire. Williams, not lingering with the ball for long, swiftly passed it to Middleton. Capitalizing on their scoring advantage in the dwindling time, Middleton dribbled along the perimeter, intentionally consuming the clock. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Giannis suddenly surged towards the basket from the left wing, while Middleton lofted the ball high into the paint. This was alarming. They intended for an alley-oop. LeBron reacted instantly, yet he remained on the left wing, rendered powerless to intervene. Although Mozgov stood beneath the basket, the disparity in talent was too vast. Giannis executed a near-effortless alley-oop dunk over him. The score now stood at 81-78, with just 31 seconds remaining in the game. As Zhou Pang dribbled, he pondered what to eat after work. In Milwaukee, a city unfamiliar to him, the thought of attracting unwanted attention was rather daunting. Perhaps it would be best to dine with James. Indeed, amidst such a tense situation, these were his thoughts. Crossing half-court, Zhou Pang deftly passed the ball to James without hesitation. With a 3-point deficit and only 31 seconds remaining, scoring 2 points was feasible, but 3 would be ideal. In moments like these, it was crucial not to falter. James, having played the game for a lifetime, understood this all too well. Facing Parker's defense, James lowered his head and controlled the ball. It was well known that he was preparing to unleash a surprise. As expected, in the next moment, James abruptly pulled back and launched a 3-pointer. Tyronn Lue's heart raced. If the shot missed, the situation would become dire. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as hoped. Thud. James felt a chill. Tonight, he was destined for disappointment. However, in that moment of despair, the often awkward Mozgov stepped up, overpowering Antetokounmpo and Monroe to snatch the rebound. At that instant, 2 Cavaliers were unmarked beyond the 3-point line, Zhou Pang and James. Without a moment's hesitation, Mozgov passed the ball to Zhou Pang. Initially, Zhou Pang had no intention of shooting, but he could not let down Mozgov's trust. Without the need for adjustment or a jump, he launched a 3-pointer from his stationary position with ease. Swish. The score was now tied at 81-81, due to the second chance offense. The Bucks were left with only 8 seconds on the clock. Kidd hastily called a timeout to devise a strategy, and the game resumed. To be frank, Zhou Pang genuinely hoped the Bucks would make this shot, Otherwise, overtime would be inevitable, which was quite bothersome. However, there was no way around it, as Middleton's final attempt was ruthlessly blocked by LeBron James. Thus, the game proceeded to overtime. Chapter 76. Overtime again. One should never tempt fate. Just look at Zhou Pang. In the previous 2 chapters, he had declared that the orcs would never wrong context. He had just asserted that he would not work overtime. And yet here he was, thrust into it immediately. What is even more amusing is that this overtime was brought about by his own doing. Had it not been for his three-pointer, he would likely be savoring a steak right now. Overtime is understandable. Who has faced it at some point? Yet, given the current situation on the court, Zhou Pang sensed another bout of overtime looming. With 36 seconds remaining in the overtime, the score stood at 95-95. And the Cavaliers held possession. As per usual, the ball found its way back into LeBron James's hands. The pressure weighed heavily on him after missing that pivotal three-pointer earlier. Yet he concealed it well. As the team's leader, earning the highest salary, LeBron had to confront this challenge head-on. Facing Parker, he was unafraid to take him on one-on-one. However, all eyes from the Bucks were fixated on LeBron. Should he make a move to drive to the basket, Giannis and Monroe would quickly collapse into the paint. Surrounded by 3 defenders in the paint, even at his peak, LeBron could still put up a fight, perhaps even achieving an and-one. But with the clock ticking down in overtime, he simply lacked the stamina for such an endeavor. Thus, he opted for a jump shot. Backing down, LeBron gradually edged toward mid-range, and when he felt the distance and timing were right, he spun around abruptly, releasing a shot in a manner that was not particularly graceful. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, and LeBron celebrated with a triumphant strut. Zhou Pang was filled with genuine joy. He was finally free from work. With just 16 seconds remaining in the game, Middleton dribbled past half-court, unwilling to hasten the conclusion of this match. He skillfully dribbled outside the three-point line, deliberately consuming time. With only 6 seconds left, Middleton made his move. He accelerated towards the right, then executed a sudden stop, pulling the ball back beneath his legs. Despite JR's usual nonchalance, his defensive prowess shone through in this critical moment. He remained steadfastly glued to Middleton, refusing to be deceived by the latter's maneuvers. This action thoroughly disrupted Middleton's rhythm, with merely 3 seconds left on the clock. He had no choice but to take a shot. With a huff of determination, Middleton leaned back and launched a jump shot, his balance precariously lost, nearly parallel to the ground. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue chuckled, shaking his head. If that shot goes in, I'll be sleeping with socks stuffed in my mouth tonight. Swish! Lue's laughter abruptly ceased. How on earth did that go in? There exists a sorrow known as Tyronn Lue, yet none felt it more profoundly than Zhou Pang. Oh, how difficult it is for me. Earning a mere $2 million a year, playing both father and mother, and now facing the prospect of 2 overtimes, cursed Middleton. After a brief respite, the second overtime commenced. Middleton's shot had awakened Zhou Pang. Given the game's progression, it was evident that the Bucks would not yield easily. On the Cavaliers' side, only James remained capable of scoring, a solitary effort. At this juncture, Zhou Pang could opt to coast through, risking yet another overtime. Or he could exert himself and decisively crush the Bucks' aspirations. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Pang resolutely chose the latter. Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Let's take them down. Dribbling past half-court, Zhou Pang waved his hand, signaling everyone to clear the way. With deft drag steps, he patiently varied his rhythm. In this second overtime, Zhou Pang was convinced that everyone else, save for himself, was utterly fatigued. Indeed, even survival has its advantages. As expected, following a sudden crossover, Williams faltered and collapsed onto the ground, a golden opportunity presenting itself. Zhou Pang sought stability, advancing 2 steps inward before taking a mid-range shot that gracefully found its mark. As possession changed hands, the Bucks resumed their focus on interior play. Giannis, with his back to Kevin Love, moved with deliberate precision, each step solid and assured. He seemed utterly immersed in his rhythm, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him from a short distance, akin to a lion lurking in the grass, poised to pounce. With a determined exertion, Giannis continued to back down, inching closer to the basket. Leveraging his physical advantage, he pushed Love's upper body aside and turned to execute a bank shot. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadow launching towards him. Here comes old Joe. Like a large moth flitting through the air, Zhou Pang soared high, right hand poised to swat the ball from Giannis's grasp. With a resounding thud, Giannis was left stunned. He had been blocked by a mere guard. Coupled with the humiliation of being outmaneuvered before, Zhou Pang had inadvertently forged a trifecta of rivalries with him. How intriguing this encounter had become. The transition from offense to defense was a hallmark of the Cavaliers' prowess. Zhou Pang propelled the ball rapidly forward, while LeBron surged towards the basket from the right flank, instilling profound psychological pressure upon the Bucks. It is widely acknowledged that fast breaks typically aim to either score a two-pointer by attacking the rim or to draw a foul. Few opt for a three-pointer, especially in the second overtime. Who would dare take such a risk? The Bucks players shared this sentiment, converging inward to thwart LeBron's potential alley-oop dunk. But who is Zhou Pang? A man who would rather abstain from shedding even a single drop of sweat. A man so formidable that even Jenna would call him dad. In such a scenario, wouldn't Zhou Pang seize the opportunity to showcase his skills? He abruptly halted just beyond the three-point line, gazing at the Greek freak who had shifted to help defend in the paint. With a grin reminiscent of JRS, Zhou Pang launched a three-pointer from his stationary position. Tyronn Lue, nervously holding a cup of Gatorade, fidgeted as tension enveloped him. In the darkened sports broadcast room, Chi-Chi's face flushed with anxiety, while Lao Meng and Lao Yi were fully geared up, ready to cheer for Zhou Pang at any moment. Across countless screens in Huaxia, naive youths and busy office workers alike held their breath. In that instant, everyone stood with Zhou Pang beyond the arc, gazing at that ball filled with hope. Its arc was exquisite, its sound enchanting. Swish. With a consecutive 5 points and a block, the Milwaukee fans lamented in despair, utterly helpless. Kid glared at Zhou Pang. His teeth clenched. In his pregame estimations, he had anticipated an explosion from JR, considered the possibility of Kevin Love erupting, and was certain that LeBron would shine. He had even prepared for a potential breakout from Jefferson. Yet, what he never envisioned was that it would be Zhou Pang, the yellow-skinned guard, who would ultimately seal the game. His basketball perspective was irrevocably altered from that moment forth. He could no longer naively believe that Huaxia was solely home to exceptional interior players. Zhou Pang delivered a resounding slap with his actions, affirming that the defenders of Huaxia are unmatched by any nation. Each block, worth 5 points, holds the power to determine the course of the ensuing match. Zhou Pang, having concluded his task, swiftly departed, concealing his accomplishments and accolades. The subsequent plays were entrusted entirely to James. The long-anticipated final whistle finally echoed, and the Cavaliers emerged victorious with a score of 108-102 against the Bucks in Milwaukee. Chapter 77, the overprotective brother in a hurried embrace with the Bucks players. Zhou Pang dashed towards the locker room as if fleeing for his life, neglecting to freshen up, and hastily grabbed his backpack to make an exit. Alas, he was intercepted by Tyronn Lue. "Why are you running away?" Tyronn Lue inquired, puzzled by Zhou Pang's sudden flight, especially after his stellar performance in the last overtime. "You need to join me for the post-game interview." Upon hearing the mention of the post-game interview, Zhou Pang felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Why was he so eager to escape without even a shower? Was it not the dreaded post-game interview that instilled such fear in him? He already knew the questions the journalist would pose. Alas, raising a glass only deepened his sorrows. Trailing behind James and Tyronn Lue, Zhou Pang shrank back, attempting to shield himself from the prying eyes of the media. Unfortunately, his performance today was so noteworthy that the reporters rarely diverted their focus from James, instead converging upon Zhou Pang. "Hello, Zhou Pang. First and foremost, congratulations on your hard-fought victory on the road. Your performance in the final overtime was simply outstanding." One reporter began, showering Zhou Pang with praise, causing his cheeks to flush crimson as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Therefore, I must inquire, why did you suddenly pull down Antetokounmpo's pants during the match?" "Damn." Zhou Pang inwardly cursed, realizing that the conversation had inevitably veered in that direction. "Well then, let us defer addressing this matter until later. Do you have any other questions?" Zhou Pang's mind raced as he struggled to concoct a plausible narrative. After all, the incident involving the Greek freak's unfortunate predicament was orchestrated entirely by him. Should he inadvertently slip up in his response, he could potentially face legal repercussions. However, the journalists in the audience merely shook their heads and then, with mischievous grins, fixated their attention on Zhou Pang. Damn, they seemed utterly disinterested in anything else, solely eager to uncover the reasons behind Zhou Pang's peculiar behavior. Zhou Pang, feeling a rush of urgency, cast a desperate glance towards James for assistance. To his astonishment, James not only failed to acknowledge the signal, but also wore a playful grin while observing Zhou Pang. It seemed he too was intrigued by the peculiar situation concerning Zhou Pang's trousers. Zhou Pang scratched his head. recalling that James had indeed been delivering a powerful shot against him at the time, which made him acutely aware of the surprising softness of his posterior. As the journalists listened intently, their eyes gleaming with excitement, they hastily retrieved their recording devices and notebooks to document the unfolding drama. After swallowing hard, Zhou Pang continued. I was genuinely puzzled. How could someone as muscular as Antetokounmpo possess such a surprisingly supple rear? Suddenly, a female reporter raised her hand, interrupting the proceedings with an unexpected inquiry. Zhou Pang suddenly felt an ominous premonition, however, in the midst of a large crowd. He could not outright refuse and could only grit his teeth and nod. The female journalist, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shyly remarked, You just implied that Antetokounmpo's posterior should not be so supple. Does that suggest you possess a keen understanding of men's rears? The atmosphere in the venue inexplicably turned bizarre, with even a few bearded men casting flirtatious glances at Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang was in a state of agitation, almost ready to concede that Giannis's gastrointestinal distress was solely his doing. In a moment of urgency, he cast a glance towards Tyronn Lue and LeBron James. His message unmistakable, will you not lend me your assistance? However, to Zhou Pang's astonishment, both of them merely chuckled and, in unison, shifted their chairs away from him, as if to imply, we are not acquainted with Zhou Pang. With no other recourse, Zhou Pang resolved to defend himself. Otherwise, the moniker gay would undoubtedly spread, sealing his doom. Let me clarify one point. My orientation is entirely normal. Furthermore, I am a man, indeed a professional athlete, and I fully comprehend the resilience of a normal man's physique, which is why I found Antetokounmpo's condition somewhat peculiar. A reporter then inquired, but should you not have refrained from directly removing his trousers? Indeed, I extend my apologies to him. My curiosity got the better of me in that moment, leading to an action that tarnished his reputation. I hope that others can learn from my folly and refrain from committing such a blunder. Upon concluding his statement, Zhou Pang rose and bowed deeply towards the camera, his sincerity commendable. Thus, the incident of gastrointestinal distress in the diaper debacle came to an end, allowing Zhou Pang to extricate himself successfully. The following morning, the Cavaliers boarded the flight back to Cleveland. Bored during the journey, Zhou Pang began to reflect on his thoughts. The strategy targeting Giannis had been somewhat effective, yet it carried significant risks. The greatest peril lay in potential exposure, especially if Giannis were to pursue the matter further, drawing the attention of law enforcement, which would undoubtedly implicate Zhou Pang. Fortunately, Giannis seemed unconcerned, merely attributing his discomfort to bad food. Nonetheless, Zhou Pang recognized the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that such incidents would not be infrequent in his future. As the saying goes, matters that can be resolved on the court should never be left to fester off of it. In stark contrast, any threats that can be resolved off the court must never be allowed to linger on the court. In fact, a scheme has been brewing in Zhou Pang's mind for quite some time. A plan to establish a chain organization, one that can connect with NBA players and disrupt others. For instance, venues such as bars, nightclubs, and restaurants, among others. Zhou Pang contemplated that as long as this organization could be established, his matches would become significantly easier. For instance, if he were to face the Rockets in his next game, he could indulge Harden in his nightclub, leaving him utterly unprepared for the following day's contest. The more he envisioned this scenario, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating the day it would come to fruition. However, upon reflecting on his circumstances, Zhou Pang was abruptly awakened by the harsh reality of his situation. Alone in a foreign land, devoid of trustworthy companions and sufficient funds, how could he possibly create such a chain organization? It was indeed frustrating. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Shortly after disembarking from the plane, Zhou Pang received a phone call. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was from Zhou Shiru. At that moment, Zhou Pang recalled that he had called Zhou Shiru some time ago. But how long had it been? That girl. Zhou Pang answered the phone, cleared his throat, and was about to deliver a stern reprimand when unexpectedly, Zhou Shiru spoke first. Brother, woo-woo, help me. What on earth is happening? A wave of anxiety gripped Zhou Pang, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Zhou Shiru sobbed. Not long ago, our swimming team went for training on an island, and we weren't allowed to bring our phones. I just returned today, which is why I am only now getting back to you. That is not important. I must ask you what you had sent me. Zhou Pang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the girl's behavior. One moment she was crying for help, and the next she was discussing something entirely different. Gu was evasive, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, after Zhou Pang pressed her repeatedly, Zhou Shiru finally divulged the truth of the matter. While I was at the training camp on the island, There was a man who attempted to flirt with me. I continually rejected his advances, yet he persisted. According to my teammates, that individual comes from a rather affluent family. But I have yet to contemplate such matters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Does this young man possess no sense of propriety, honor, or integrity? You have already declined his advances, yet he dares to persist in his pursuit? I wonder from whom he acquired my number. The moment I returned today, he called me." And he audaciously stated. Zhou Pang was truly exasperated, urging, "Do speak your mind." Alas, he mentioned that he had already met with our parents, and he claimed that they were exceedingly pleased with him. He also stated that he would soon journey to Cleveland to seek your approval as well. Zhou Pang chuckled, though it was a cold, mocking laugh. "Are you certain he intends to come to Cleveland?" "Yes, I just called Dad, and they indeed agreed." "Understood. Rest assured. I shall take care of this matter. I am quite eager to see how many lives this rascal possesses." After offering a few words of comfort to his sister, Zhou Pang ended the call, but did not leave. Instead, he found a hotel near the airport to rest. As the art of war states, engage the distant by remaining close, confront the weary with the unworn, and satisfy the hungry with abundance. Such is the strategy of the adept. At this moment, Zhou Pang had already conferred with Rich Paul and was even prepared for a potential confrontation with the law. Chapter 78. A remarkable brother-in-law. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Pang was practicing yoga in the hotel, cultivating his mind and spirit, when he suddenly received a text message. "Hello, dear brother-in-law. I am Ling Yunji, the fiancé of Xiaoru. I have specially come to pay a visit today. I have just landed. Could you kindly send me your exact address? I shall come to visit shortly." "Dear brother-in-law? Fiancé?" He chuckled. Zhou Pang could not help but sneer. This fellow truly had no sense of propriety. Little Ru had yet to give her consent, yet he brazenly made his intentions known. Should she agree, this lad would undoubtedly transform into a ravenous beast. "I am near the airport. Await my arrival there." At that moment, at the airport exit, a dashing young man emerged, leisurely pulling along a suitcase. He possessed a striking appearance, exuding an ancient charm reminiscent of a blend between 60% Jiaoyuan and 40% Hugo. Upon glancing at the message Zhou Pang had sent, Ling Yunji felt a surge of excitement. His brother-in-law had arrived at the airport ahead of time to await him. It seemed his prospects were indeed promising. In his pursuit of Zhou Xiaoru, Ling Yunji had exerted considerable effort. Learning that Zhou's father had a fondness for alcohol, he had stealthily pilfered his own father's Maotai liquor during the night. Discovering that Zhou's mother adored handbags, he had also discreetly taken 6 or 7 limited edition purses belonging to his elder sister. This time, he did not arrive empty-handed in Cleveland. Yet he still felt an undercurrent of uncertainty. It was no wonder. His brother-in-law was rather enigmatic. Having learned that Zhou Pang was a professional NBA player, Ling Yunji initially considered procuring a few pairs of limited edition sneakers. However, upon reflection, he realized that while such footwear was precious to the average person, it held little value for a professional athlete. Moreover, given that Zhou Pang was a teammate of LeBron, what kind of shoes could he possibly lack? In an effort to curry favor, Ling Yunji stayed up late to watch every match Zhou Pang had played, including various interviews, ultimately uncovering a point of vulnerability he could exploit. Zhou Pang possesses a penchant for wellness. Although this hobby may seem peculiar, it is, at the very least, a noteworthy pursuit. To cater to his interests, Ling Yunji has certainly exerted considerable effort. Do you suppose that the suitcase he carries is filled with garments? Wrong. It is, in fact, a veritable treasure trove of precious health supplements. Not to mention, just the wild black goji berries alone weigh over several kilograms. Additionally, there are various ginseng, sanchi powder, and angelica, all of considerable age. Many of these were scavenged from his grandfather's abode. One could assert that in his quest to win over Zhou Xiaoru, Ling Yunji has nearly depleted the resources of the Ling family. Adjusting his undergarments to ensure comfort, Ling Yunji confidently strode out of the airport terminal. At this moment, the number of individuals arriving in Cleveland was scarce, and those waiting were even fewer. Furthermore, having watched numerous matches featuring Zhou Pang, he immediately spotted the smiling Zhou Pang not far away. "Brother-in-law," Ling Yunji exclaimed enthusiastically, rushing towards Zhou Pang. What a fortuitous encounter! Zhou Pang gathered his strength. His waist and horse stance harmoniously aligned, with his left arm positioned horizontally before him and his right hand clenched into a fist. He drew back as if pulling a bowstring. As Ling Yunji approached, he unleashed a sudden and powerful punch. The unexpected turn of events caught Ling Yunji off guard, leaving him no opportunity to evade. With a painful cry, Zhou Pang's shout resonated, and Ling Yunji soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, flying freely into the distance. Mission accomplished. Zhou Pang disdainfully scratched his nose with his thumb and casually pulled out his phone to dial Zhou Shiru. Hello, sis, rest assured. I knocked that guy down as soon as he got off the plane. He certainly won't dare to harass you again. What do you think? Isn't your brother impressive? He anticipated that Zhou Shiru would surely commend him, or at the very least, affectionately refer to him as a good brother. However, to his surprise, she exclaimed, Brother, why are you like this? Why did you hit him? Is he all right? He isn't disfigured, is he? Zhou Pang was momentarily taken aback. He cast a glance at Ling Yunji, who was slowly rising in the distance, and remarked, Did you not mention that he often clings to you? Why then are you upset with me for reprimanding him? Oh, I was merely a tad anxious. I never claimed to dislike him, Zhou Shiru replied, her voice dwindling as she continued. Besides, with his striking looks and favorable family background, how could anyone possibly harbor any aversion towards him? Zhou Pang has completely surrendered. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. Furthermore, this opportunity for him to meet you was a trial I orchestrated for him. I stated that as long as he gains the approval of my entire family, I shall become his girlfriend. Zhou Pang suddenly realized that he was the fool all along. He had been unwittingly used as a pawn. Had it been anyone else, he would have long since taken to his alternate account to berate them. Yet, how could he do that to his own sister? He would indulge her instead. After ending the call, Zhou Pang hesitated, glancing at Ling Yunji, who was limping toward him. Alas, how would this end? There was no alternative but to rely on his experience. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhou Pang approached, intending to offer his assistance, but Ling Yunji, startled, stumbled backward, clutching his head tightly, terrified that Zhou Pang might strike him again. Zhou Pang quickly withdrew his hands and said kindly, That little Ling, right? To be honest, I just experienced a cramp in my hand. It's a physiological reaction, as you can understand, one that's utterly uncontrollable. Please, do not take it to heart. Can a mere cramp render me in such a state? Surely, you jest. Ling Yunji gazed at Zhou Pang with an expression of disbelief. Very well. I've extended you a lifeline, yet if you refuse to take it, then there is little I can do. Zhou Pang's expression suddenly darkened as he seized Ling Yunji's collar. Glaring fiercely, let me reiterate, my hand simply cramped. Do you understand? With such a declaration, could Ling Yunji dare utter a word of dissent? Indeed. The elder brother merely experienced a cramp, nothing amiss. Observing Ling Yunji's capitulation, Zhou Pang's countenance transformed into a beaming smile. He dusted off Ling Yunji's garments and chuckled, Look at you, arriving all covered in dust. If Xiaoru finds out, I shall surely be reprimanded. Ling Yunji, being a scion of a prestigious family, quickly grasped Zhou Pang's underlying insinuation and promptly replied, This matter is trivial, I assure you. I shall not utter a single word to Xiaoru upon my return. What a considerate young man. Zhou Pang nodded in satisfaction, wrapping an arm around Ling Yunji's shoulders as they headed toward the hotel. At a glance, one might mistake them for siblings from different parents. Upon reaching the room Zhou Pang had arranged, Ling Yunji, not wishing to beat around the bush, swiftly opened his suitcase and cautiously began presenting the gifts he had brought along. Elder brother, behold this. Wild black goji berries, top-tier quality. My father seldom indulges in them, but I thought to bring them for you. And look here, this is wild ginseng from the Chabai Mountains, though it is only 50 years old. You may brew it in a pigeon soup. As Ling Yunji enthusiastically enumerated his offerings, Zhou Pang cast a few more glances and suddenly realized that this young man was indeed quite handsome. Truly, he possessed both charm and talent. This brother-in-law? Quite impressive. Chapter 79. Conspiracy. It is simply unreasonable to accept such a plethora of precious gifts upon their first meeting. Although Zhou Pang may not be the most admirable individual, he is undoubtedly a person of reason. Xiaoling, under ordinary circumstances, I should not accept these items, yet considering the effort you have made to bring them from afar, it would be inconsiderate of me to ask you to take them back. Zhou Pang rubbed his hands together and said, I shall reluctantly accept them. You need not express your gratitude, as we may very well become family in the future, don't you think? The lengthy discourse from Zhou Pang did not concern Ling Yunji. What truly mattered was that final statement. Family, just listen to how endearing that word is. Ling Yunji instantly felt a profound sense of relief, and suddenly, he began to perceive Zhou Pang as remarkably handsome and gentle. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Pang inquired abruptly. Although Ling Yunji had already consumed 2 boxes of fast food on the plane, he nodded nonetheless. Not for any reason other than to seize every opportunity to endear himself to his future brother-in-law. He thought, as an NBA professional athlete. Zhou Pang's recent success should ensure he is not lacking in generosity, but alas, Ling Yunji miscalculated once more. Zhou Pang brought him to a Chinese restaurant. What could be more foolish than indulging in Chinese cuisine abroad? In response, Zhou Pang offered his rationale. I didn't want you to struggle with foreign food, so I specially brought you here. What do you think? Do you dislike it? No, my dear brother-in-law, your consideration is truly thoughtful. I quite enjoy it. Ling Yunji dared not act out of turn and continued to flatter Zhou Pang. To be frank, the Chinese cuisine abroad bears little resemblance to its authentic counterpart. Aside from the name, for instance, dishes such as General Tso's chicken, sweet and sour pork, and sesame shrimp are far removed from what one would expect. The flavors are, to say the least, difficult to articulate. This marked Zhou Pang's inaugural experience dining at a Chinese restaurant beyond the familiar confines of Sha County and Huang braised chicken, initially hoping it would alleviate his homesickness. However, just a few minutes later, after their first bites, Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Pang discreetly nudged the dishes closer to Ling Yunji, a cheerful smile illuminating his face as he said, "In truth, I am not at all hungry. You should indulge yourself, preferably finishing everything." Gazing at the array of peculiar dishes before him, Ling Yunji could not suppress a shudder, awkwardly chuckling, to be honest. I've already dined on the plane. With that, the two exchanged glances once more. The thought of wasting such an abundance of food was intolerable. The ethos of thriftiness ingrained in the very essence of the Huaxia people restrained Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji from discarding any morsel. Yet, the absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Why did each dish seem as though it had been soaked in granulated sugar? As they found themselves in a predicament, a savior appeared. Suddenly, a young black man appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, his tattered clothing suggesting he had experienced considerable hardship. More crucially, Zhou Pang recognized him. "Hey, Jimmy. Come here." Indeed, this was Jimmy, the driver with whom Zhou Pang shared a tumultuous bond. Upon catching sight of Zhou Pang, Jimmy nearly burst into tears and hurried over. "Come, have a seat." Zhou Pang warmly urged this unexpected rescuer. "Boss, bring an extra set of utensils." Zhou Pang's fervor left Jimmy in a state of bewilderment, rendering him less vivacious than before. Noticing the confusion in Ling Yunji's eyes, Zhou Pang introduced, "This is Jimmy, a taxi driver and a loquacious sports enthusiast." "Those are merely remnants of the past," Jimmy quickly interjected. It was only then that Zhou Pang observed Jimmy's disheveled state and curiously inquired, "Indeed, being a taxi driver should be quite good for you. How did you end up in such dire straits?" "Alas, it is the wretched scourge of racial discrimination." Jimmy turned away to wipe away his tears. "One night, I was driving a drunken white woman home, and upon reaching her destination, she insisted I was harassing her. The police completely disregarded my account, and in a single night, I lost everything and nearly faced imprisonment." Zhou Pang merely nodded in acknowledgement of Jimmy's tragic plight. Seizing the moment while Jimmy was preoccupied with his meal, Zhou Pang's mind began to race with possibilities. His keen intuition told him that Jimmy would prove to be invaluable. As the remnants of food on the dining table dwindled, both Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding the transgression of ancestral teachings. Leaving his phone number with Jimmy and instructing him to call that evening, Zhou Pang led Ling Yunji to a quieter CAF, where he plotted his next move. "Xiaoling, I heard from Xiaoru that your family seems to be quite well off." "In what way, exactly?" Zhou Pang casually inquired. Seizing the rare opportunity to showcase himself before Zhou Pang, Ling Yunji responded without hesitation, "My grandfather toiled tirelessly throughout his life, amassing considerable wealth primarily in commerce, entertainment, and sports. My uncle oversees the entertainment sector, while my third uncle manages the sports domain, and my family is responsible for the business." "Your grandfather? May I inquire his esteemed name?" Zhou Pang's interest was piqued. A man of such accomplishment could not be ordinary. Upon mentioning his grandfather, Ling Yunji's demeanor shifted to one of sincerity, sitting up straight as he declared, "I dare not utter his name. Please observe." With that, Ling Yunji dipped his finger into the coffee and inscribed two vigorous characters on the table, Kong Zhao. Zhou Pang nodded, and then, before Ling Yunji, he began to search on his phone. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Ling Kong Zha was remarkably impressive. Upon a closer examination of the Ling family's enterprises, he found them to be nothing short of magnificent. Suddenly, Zhou Pang came across Ling Yunji's name in the search results and casually clicked to learn more. To his surprise, this young man possessed an admirable educational background and commendable experiences, with no negative news associated with him. In fact, He had never even had a girlfriend. It was quite remarkable that, born into such a prominent family, Ling Yunji managed to maintain an impeccable reputation. Zhou Pang couldn't help but wonder if there was something amiss with him. "So, your family is quite wealthy then?" Zhou Pang asked, almost unnecessarily. Ling Yunji nodded calmly in affirmation. "Wealth is indeed a good thing," Zhou Pang remarked with enthusiasm. Zhou Pang cleared his throat and suddenly lowered his voice, saying, "Brother-in-law, I have a business proposition I would like to discuss with you. Are you interested?" "What kind of business?" Ling Yunji inquired, his mind clouded by the term brother-in-law, leaving him little room for further thought. After ensuring there were no NBA players nearby, Zhou Pang felt secure enough to elaborate. Upon hearing Zhou Pang's strategic plan, Ling Yunji couldn't help but gasp, astonished. "Brother-in-law, you intend to open a chain of nightclubs? High-end ones at that?" "Little Ling, there are complexities in the NBA beyond mere basketball. The depths are far greater than you realize," Zhou Pang lamented. Ling Yunji nodded in agreement, stating, "According to your description, this venture could indeed be quite lucrative. Yet it demands substantial capital, far exceeding my personal savings. Let me discuss it with my family and see if we can invest under our family's name." "That sounds splendid," Zhou Pang replied. After discussing these frivolities, he shifted to a more serious topic. "Now, tell me, what is it about Xiao Ru that has captured your attention? A scion of your stature should have no shortage of admirers. Indeed, I lack for women who are merely enamored with wealth. Yet I yearn for a young lady who admires my appearance." Ling Yunji's words left Zhou Pang momentarily speechless. "Moreover, my family is quite fond of Xiao Ru and supports our union. They have even begun planning the wedding, for reasons unknown." Zhou Pang felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of Xiao Ru marrying. "Well, marriage seems premature. Xiao Ru is still an athlete. You ought to wait until she retires," Zhou Pang offered as a rationale. Ling Yunji, however, expressed understanding, saying, "Rest assured, when Xiao Ru wins a gold medal, our entire family will be there to cheer her on." "Then it shall be so." Chapter 80. Initial implementation in order to provide Zhou Pang with a prompt response. Ling Yunji did not linger, hastily boarding a flight back to the bustling metropolis after discussing the details with Zhou Pang. As night fell, Zhou Pang found himself alone in his apartment, enveloped in tranquility. When one finds themselves idle, it is easy to ponder. Zhou Pang was no exception. He had always felt that the task mechanism introduced by the soft egg system bore some flaws, but he had never had the time to investigate thoroughly. Now, as he contemplated it closely, he realized the issue was indeed significant. Consider this. The task's limitation prevents Zhou Pang from regaining full strength. While this may seem odd, it does not hinder Zhou Pang's playing style in the slightest. Zhou Pang had previously conducted experiments, revealing that without completing the tasks, the utmost limit of recovery was a remarkable 98%. When rounded, this equated to a perfect 100%, did it not? Amused by this realization, Zhou Pang chuckled and arrogantly proclaimed, "Softa, you can forget about relying on me for those ridiculous tasks in the future. I have uncovered a bug." However, as he triumphantly concluded his revelation, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Oh no, it was precisely due to his overly cautious playing style that the softest system had forcibly upgraded last time. Now that he had discovered yet another bug, would he not be subjected to yet another round of tasks? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the softest system echoed forth, expressing gratitude for the reported bug, assuring him that the system had already been rectified. Zhou Pang was bewildered, lamenting, "This is not how one plays. If you have erred, then accept it. Why must you torment me?" Unfortunately, the system remained a heartless mechanism, devoid of emotion. Beep. The system completed its upgrade, giving birth to new regulations. Tasks would now be generated at random, with no rewards for completion, yet a 10% deduction from one's talent index for failure. How reasonable. "Utter nonsense," he exclaimed. "No rewards but only penalties? Is there no law left? This is sheer injustice. It is nothing short of exploitation." Zhou Pang was agitated. This new rule would greatly increase the uncontrollable variables in his game. For instance, what if one day the inept system whimsically demanded he achieve 100 points, 20 rebounds, and 20 assists in a single match? Where could he voice his grievances? In response, the inept system had its own retort. "This system is bestowed upon you as a favor. You should be grateful, not bargaining for more." It was one thing to impose an unfair contract, but to speak with such arrogance. How can anyone endure this? Zhou Pang thought, though he realized he himself was resigned to it. I was merely jesting. No harm done, he chuckled. One must bow their head under the roof they inhabit. There was no choice. Should this inept system truly decide to abandon him, Zhou Pang would find himself in dire straits. In the face of significant moral dilemmas, Zhou Pang displayed remarkable resolve. At that moment, Zhou Pang's phone suddenly rang. "Ah, finally," he exclaimed. "Hello, I am Jimmy, the one you asked to call you tonight. What is the matter?" Indeed, Zhou Pang had devised a clever way to utilize Jimmy. "It's nothing major. I simply wish to offer you a job. What do you think?" Jimmy, having fallen so low as to beg on the streets, seized the opportunity without hesitation. "I am willing. I will do whatever you ask, retrieve balls, handle adversaries, or even keep you company for a night." The thought of the dark and brooding Jimmy beside him sent a shiver down Zhou Pang's spine, prompting him to clarify. "No. No, no. This job has nothing to do with me. It was offered by the person I dined with today." Upon hearing this, Jimmy couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank God." Zhou Pang could not help but sneer. "Remember the number I am about to provide. You may inquire about the specifics with him. Keep in mind, this gentleman is not fond of phone calls, so sending a text message will suffice." After hanging up, Zhou Pang retrieved another phone and awaited a message. Indeed, the additional number he provided to Jimmy was his own secondary line. It was not that Zhou Pang was particularly dubious, constantly managing multiple numbers. Rather, this habit was learned from Kevin Du after all. A man can always find utility in possessing a few extra lines. As expected, within 2 minutes, a message from Jimmy arrived. "Hello, I am referred by Pang Cho, and I am told there is a job suitable for me. Could you please specify what is required?" At this point, one might wonder what remarkable qualities Jimmy possesses to capture Zhou Pang's attention. The answer lies in Zhou Pang's requirements. Initially, Zhou Pang's ambition was to establish a chain organization, which has now crystallized into a nightclub. Funding would be managed by Ling Yunji. This venture is not only profitable, but also legitimate, and with Zhou Xiaoru's involvement, there should be no complications from Ling Yunji's side. Once the nightclub is operational, someone must manage the front-end operations. After all, as an NBA player, Zhou Pang's involvement in such activities is detrimental to his public image. Moreover, while his intention to profit from the nightclub is secondary, his primary objective is to mitigate any potential threats that may arise on the court. Consequently, Zhou Pang must distance himself from any association with the nightclub. One might wonder why, in a land abundant with managers, Zhou Pang does not enlist a professional to oversee operations. The truth is, for Zhou Pang, the competence of a manager is of little consequence. Obedience is paramount. With an academic background in economics, managing a modest nightclub poses no challenge for him. He merely needs to direct Jimmy to carry out his directives. Above professional capability, what Zhou Pang values in Jimmy is his sense of desperation and animosity. Desperation renders Jimmy pliable, devoid of any threatening demeanor, while animosity ensures that he faces no moral reservations when engaging in unscrupulous activities. Zhou Pang does not seek to wreak havoc upon the world. Rather, he is driven by survival, making any peculiar scheme he devises seem entirely reasonable. He clearly communicated to Jimmy the expectations of his position and subtly hinted at potential tasks he might be required to undertake. Jimmy's response was remarkably enthusiastic, expressing that as long as his life was spared, he would have no qualms about stealing Tucker from James. What a spirited lad. This was precisely the attitude Zhou Pang desired. With Jimmy secured, a portion of Zhou Pang's anxiety subsided. However, the challenges of relying solely on financial means remained daunting. Regardless of the plans in place, should any issues arise with Ling Yunji, it would ultimately be in vain. Fortunately, a phone call 2 hours later alleviated Zhou Pang's concerns entirely. "Big brother-in-law, the matter has been settled. My father has agreed to support our project. I will visit you in a couple of days for an on-site assessment and will report back with an estimated budget." Filled with joy yet remaining cautious, Zhou Pang inquired, "Indeed, you are quite forthright, but surely there must be conditions attached? After all, they are merely wealthy, not foolish." And Zhou Pang was skeptical that the Ling family would impose no stipulations. "Indeed, there are conditions. Our family must hold 51% of the shares." Zhou Pang nodded, recognizing the necessity of absolute control. "As for the remaining 49%, my father suggested that you and I manage its distribution. However, I believe that since we are to become one family, it would be more appropriate to transfer the entire share to your name." Indeed, Zhou Pang was genuinely astonished by this generosity. This stake must be worth at least $1 million. How could Ling Yunji simply forgo it? Although tempted, Zhou Pang understood that he simply could not accept it. "Do not rush. Hear me out. Accepting these shares would be neither appropriate nor reasonable. If you wish to express your intentions through this gesture, Then let us assign these shares to Xiao Ru instead. Ling Yunji had no rebuttal and acquiesced to Zhou Pang's wishes. Chapter 81. Versus Rocket. Having resolved significant business matters, Zhou Pang indulged in a warm bath and reclined on the double bed, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness. Men often experience such feelings. They may appear confident outwardly while grappling with insecurities within. As the long night stretched on, Zhou Pang glanced at his talent index, noting that he still had over 80% remaining, sufficient for the night ahead. He retrieved his phone, his gaze lingering on Jinna's number. Damn it. At this point, no normal man could suppress his desires any longer. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Pang donned his slippers and made his way to the living room, where he extracted a vial of pills from the drawer beneath the coffee table and poured out a small black capsule. Taking a deep breath, he decisively swallowed it. One must acknowledge the brilliance of old Zhao. Just moments ago, Zhou Pang had felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, but upon ingesting the pill, he found that even thoughts of desire had vanished. He could perhaps achieve a state of complete abstinence. The following morning at 7:30, as the effects of the medication wore off, Zhou Pang felt as though a mystical essence was emanating from his core, urging him to engage in physically demanding activities. With no other recourse, he sought out that man. Half an hour later, at the Cleveland Clinic gymnasium, Chris regarded Zhou Pang with an expression of astonishment, shaking his head as he remarked, "Pang, did you come here on performance enhancers?" Zhou Pang is currently engaged in bench pressing, yet he still finds the leisure to respond to Chris. "I simply feel as though I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength." "Very well, I understand. Then let us proceed with 2 more sets of strength training." Chris finds Zhou Pang increasingly inscrutable. At times he appears as lethargic as a sloth, and at other moments, he's as robust as an ox. During the remaining time, he cancels his date with Jinna, makes a call to Chi-Chi to nurture their relationship, and casually acquires a few point cards to purchase several new skins. Before he knows it, the night of battle has arrived. This evening, the Cavaliers face a formidable opponent in the Rockets, who boast both Harden and the Beast, Dwight Howard. The thought of this fills Zhou Pang with unease. Alas, funding has yet to materialize. Otherwise, when the nightclubs in Cleveland come alive, should Harden find himself here, let alone play a game? It would be a testament to Zhou Pang's incompetence if he could even walk out upright the following morning. There is no recourse now. Zhou Pang dares not act impulsively and must confront the challenge head-on. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse is abuzz with fervor. In stark contrast to previous sellout crowds, securing a ticket tonight is akin to finding gold. With LeBron James and Dwight Howard in attendance, who would he wish to witness such a grand spectacle in person? Outside the Cavaliers' locker room, Tyronn Lue, this time, strides in without hesitation. It is not that the Cavaliers' players have suddenly focused. Rather, Lue has come to a realization. Having already missed the opening ceremony, what could be more embarrassing than that? Zhou Pang does not disappoint Lue, for he has indeed brought forth a new twist. The players of the Cavaliers sit in a line, each clutching a slip of paper, cautiously engaged in some unknown activity. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lue inquires, "What are you all up to?" James and Zhou Pang exchange a knowing smile. "The show is about to commence." "Ahem, this is a new game Zhou Pang has taught us. Each person will take turns describing the item on their paper. Among us, one individual will possess a slip that differs from the others, and we must vote to identify them to secure victory. Otherwise, the undercover will triumph." Upon hearing this, Lue feels a mix of amusement and exasperation. Goodness gracious, finally, there is a game he can comprehend. Sensing Lue's eagerness to join in, Zhou Pang discreetly hands him a prepared slip. The game begins. James declares, "This is a yellow liquid." Zhou Pang, "The taste is rather peculiar." In response to the remarks of the 2 individuals, Tyronn Lue nodded in agreement. "JR, I do not enjoy drinking it." Tyronn Lue was taken aback. How could anyone possibly consume such a thing? "Mozgov, I rather like it." Tyronn Lue could no longer contain his astonishment, staring incredulously at Mozgov and inquiring, "Are you certain?" Mozgov nodded resolutely. "Delavadova, I have tried it as well. It has a somewhat bitter initial taste, but gradually leaves a fragrant aftertaste." Tyronn Lue was utterly perplexed. According to James and Zhou Pang, he should share their sentiments. Yet there was someone who had actually consumed it. When it was Tyronn Lue's turn, after much hesitation, he finally confessed, "Since you all have spoken up, I shall not hide it either. I have also tasted it, and it has a flavor reminiscent of rotten apples." Do not speculate on how the author knows this. Upon hearing these words, James and Zhou Pang immediately rose and approached Tyronn Lue, both synchronously placing their hands on his shoulders. James chuckled, "Coach, Ours is T. What about yours? T leaves. Tyronn Lue exclaimed in panic. Mine is also T leaves. Zhou Pang approached with a mischievous grin and said, Is that true? Let me see. Despite his shorter stature, Tyronn Lue demonstrated remarkable explosive strength, effortlessly breaking free from Zhou Pang's grasp and swiftly swallowing the piece of paper. In response to the amused expressions of those around him, Tyronn Lue merely cleared his throat and waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, It's time to take the court. Just as Zhou Pang donned his jersey to leave the locker room, the soft egg system announced its first task following the upgrade. The host must induce 3 fouls on Harden during this match. Failure to do so will result in a 10% deduction of talent index. Zhou Pang stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Commit a foul against Harden? Are you jesting with me? Who is Harden? He is the man who rises at 4 in the morning to memorize the rules. Zhou Pang is fortunate not to have drawn a foul from Harden. To expect him to provoke a foul from Harden is akin to indulging in fanciful daydreams. Nonetheless, Zhou Pang is well aware of the system's inherent biases and no longer expends energy negotiating with it. As the home team, the visiting players made their entrance first. DJ showed a commendable respect for the Rockets, raising his voice notably when announcing Howard. However, when the Cavaliers emerged, the atmosphere truly erupted. Cleveland. It was time for the entire assembly to rise. Let's ignite the arena. Cleveland. Cavaliers. Hailing from China, the starting guard, number 11, Pang Cho. Another starting guard from St. Benedict's Preparatory School, number 5, J.R. Smith. The starting center from Russia, number 20, Timofey Mozgov. From the University of California, Los Angeles, the starting power forward, number 0, Kevin Love. Everyone, please stand. From St. Vincent St. Mary High School, the chosen son of Ohio, number 23, LeBron James. Cavaliers Nation, let the fervor rise. Charge forth. Cleveland Cavaliers. With pulsating music accompanying DJ's fervent voice, the Quicken Loans Arena transformed into a veritable paradise for the Cavaliers. Howard, initially pleased by DJ's extended introduction of himself, found himself bewildered by the stark contrast in treatment. Once a player who could be traded for James, he felt he deserved at least the stature of a superstar, even when playing away. Yet, it seemed his own introduction lacked the grandeur of Mozgov's. This slight could not be easily swallowed. Turning to Harden, Howard prepared to discuss how they might teach the Cavaliers a lesson tonight. However, Harden's gaze wandered, fixated on the cheerleaders and the audience, with drool almost escaping his lips. Following Harden's line of sight, Howard fell silent. Those young women were indeed remarkable. Chapter 82. The ancestor strikes back once the ladies took their seats. Their alluring figures no longer visible, Howard and Harden slowly retracted their gazes, sharing a knowing smile. Men remain youthful at heart, while the ladies are to be admired. The game must also be played with vigor. After all, Howard has traversed a tumultuous path for much of his life. With such remarkable talent and popularity, it would be a grave misfortune to conclude his career without a championship title. Reflecting on the previous game when Giannis was humiliated by Zhou Pang, Howard's protective instincts flared. Yet, he was aware of his advancing age. A single drive from James would demand his utmost effort, leaving him no room to concern himself with Zhou Pang. Harden, that troublesome yellow-skinned guard across from us, can you not handle him? Were it 6 years ago, Howard would never have permitted anyone to assist in his defense. It is worth noting that during those days, the Magic thrived on Howard, establishing a formidable defensive system. The mere presence of the beast in the paint meant that anyone daring to approach would be met with a formidable rebuff. However, in the face of Yao Ming, who spent his days playing against the formidable Howard, Howard could only sigh in resignation. Why must there be both Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu? Observing Zhou Pang grappling with JR, Harden scoffed dismissively. Is this kid really a challenge? Humph, leave it to me. I shall teach him what true basketball entails. After the trivialities of the pregame rituals concluded, they entered the jump ball phase. In terms of the starting lineup, Bickerstaff opted for Beverly and Harden in the backcourt, Ariza and Capella on the wings, with the indomitable Howard stationed at center. This was undoubtedly the last team Mozgov wished to confront, for either Capella or Howard would pose an insurmountable challenge for him. The mutual deference displayed by Howard and Capella signaled their confidence in winning the jump ball. Given this, how could Mozgov refrain from demonstrating his own prowess? The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Howard effortlessly soared above Mozgov, directing the ball into Harden's hands as the game commenced. This Rockets team boasted a defensive capacity that was truly elite, with the tenacious Beverly and Ariza on the perimeter, and Capella alongside Howard in the paint. They would undoubtedly be formidable contenders for the championship, were it not for Harden's penchant for indulgence this season. Alas, as Harden dribbled across half-court, he sought out Zhou Pang, intent on fulfilling his promise to Howard and instilling in the young player the fear of being dominated. Frankly, if it came down to a head-to-head clash, Zhou Pang would not shy away from Harden. His defense was certainly reliable and sophisticated. Yet, everyone was well aware of Harden's notorious ability to draw fouls, a skill that was undeniably frustrating. Swallowing hard, Zhou Pang felt a surge of anxiety. With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Harden finally made his move, executing a series of swift crossovers. He waited for Zhou Pang to lower his center of gravity before explosively driving to the left. However, what was peculiar was that, unlike others, Harden did not create space with his offhand. Rather, he remained tightly glued to Zhou Pang. It was over, Zhou Pang silently exclaimed. For Harden was undoubtedly about to employ his signature move. Indeed, unbeknownst to Zhou Pang, Harden's ball-handling hand had stealthily ensnared one of his own. In all honesty, Zhou Pang had not dared to extend his hand at all. Yet, who could have anticipated that Harden would reach in? After being pulled a few steps, Harden suddenly lifted his hand to shoot, leaving Zhou Pang utterly helpless. Beep. The whistle unmistakably sounded. Zhou Pang had committed a foul. Moreover, it was, regrettably, a shooting foul. As Zhou Pang bore the weight of a foul, Harden was granted 2 free throws. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhou Pang swiftly approached the referee to plead his case. Referee, I did not extend my hand at all. It was Harden who reached in, attempting to draw a foul. The referee cast a cursory glance at Zhou Pang, nodding dismissively yet showing no inclination to alter his decision. If every such instance warranted a whistle, the game would become unplayable. The referee replied, shaking his head. I do not concern myself with Harden's actions. I only observed that your hand was placed on his arm while he was shooting. According to the rules, that constitutes a shooting foul. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Harden stood at the free throw line, smiling as he looked at Zhou Pang, softly remarking, Rookie, do you understand now? This is the essence of true basketball. Zhou Pang has truly lost his composure. It is utterly astonishing. He usually revels in making others uncomfortable, yet today, he has encountered a formidable opponent and has been taken aback himself. Just wait. For the grand opening of my nightclub is imminent. I am certain to secure 2 goals effortlessly, and the possession will shift in my favor. Zhou Pang advanced the ball slowly across half-court, with Beverly taking on the defensive role. Given Harden's lackadaisical demeanor, one could hardly expect him to exert genuine effort on defense. However, Beverly was an entirely different beast. He resembled a ferocious hound, ready to bite anyone in his path. With Westbrook currently unable to shoot, Beverly's malicious foul accounted for a significant portion of the situation. While high defensive intensity is one matter, exemplified by players like Holiday, Butler, and Leonard, maliciousness is an entirely different concern, as illustrated by the likes of Green and Beverly. To their fans, such actions may merely reflect a commendable level of aggression, yet the consequences of their behavior often inflict substantial harm on others. Zhou Pang chose to steer clear of individuals like Beverly. If one wishes to engage in a high-intensity game, so be it. Zhou Pang resolved to prioritize his health over risking injury, especially since the Cavaliers were not lacking in scoring options. Observing the situation, it was evident that the Rockets employed man-to-man defense, revealing Coach Bickerstaff's confidence in his players' defensive capabilities. Analyzing the scenario, Zhou Pang was certainly reluctant to confront Beverly directly. Ariza, tasked with defending LeBron, was no slouch himself, and penetrating the interior was out of the question. Thus, Zhou Pang was left with 2 viable options. The first was to allow JR to isolate against Harden. Given Harden's defensive performance this season, JR's chances of success were reasonable. However, JR was notoriously unpredictable. His performance fluctuated significantly. The second option involved leveraging Love's shooting ability to counter Capella, providing Love with opportunities to receive and shoot. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Pang swiftly signaled his intentions. Positioning his players in a 4-out, 1-in formation, Love moved to the left corner. JR took his place on the left wing, while LeBron casually occupied the right corner. Once the positions were established, Zhou Pang dribbled the ball a couple of times and, with 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock, quickly passed the ball to JR. Since Zhou Pang's arrival, opportunities for JR to isolate had dwindled, making this moment particularly exhilarating for him. Regardless of whether it was Harden or LeBron, he was ready to seize the moment. With a series of flashy dribbles, JR began to test Harden's patience. As expected, after several crossovers, Harden resorted to merely watching. Seizing the moment, JR accelerated towards the basket. At that instant, Howard found himself firmly pinned by Mozgov, leaving him no opportunity to rotate for a block. Reluctantly, Capella was compelled to shift inward to provide help defense. This was the opening JR needed. He immediately passed the ball to Love, who stood wide open on the left wing. When it came to corner threes, one could have complete faith in Love. Swish. 3 points accounted. The author has something to say. Firstly, the author does not target any specific superstar, sometimes. It is merely a jest meant to amuse, hoping to elicit a smile from the audience. Fans, please do not take it to heart. Secondly, I played basketball for a considerable time yesterday, which caused a slight delay in today's update. My apologies. Chapter 83. Mutual injury. Upon witnessing Kevin Love score a three-pointer due to his own mistake, James Harden exhibited an expression devoid of emotion, calmly dribbling past half-court. It seemed as if he were conveying, "No worries, my scoring on the offensive end sufficiently compensates for my defensive misstep." This perspective is evidently flawed, yet unfortunately, Harden remains unrepentant at this juncture. Positioned at the arc's pinnacle, Harden found himself once more facing Zhou Pang. What does this signify? The Wicked have their own to contend with. Far away in Milwaukee, an unnamed Mr. Antetokounmpo was grinning while watching television, muttering to himself, "Well done. Give him a thorough lesson. Tear his pants to shreds." Differing from his previous tactics, this time Harden opted for a post-up against Zhou Pang. Although a guard, Harden possesses exceptional lower body strength. In the past, even Giannis struggled to gain the upper hand against Harden in a post-up, let alone Zhou Pang. As Harden pressed against him, inching backward, Zhou Pang found himself utterly powerless. In such circumstances, neither JR nor LeBron could provide assistance, as Ariza and Beverly still posed a three-point threat. Alas, Zhou Pang could only wish for fortuity. As he neared the basket, Harden suddenly gathered the ball, feigning a pass to the left before aiming directly for Zhou Pang's armpit for a shot. To his credit, Zhou Pang raised both hands in defense, showing no intent to reach for the ball. However, after releasing the shot, Harden fell to the ground, clutching his left hand with a grimace. To no one's surprise, the referee's whistle sounded once more. Zhou Pang, on the verge of despair, approached the referee once more to plead his case. "I had both hands raised. How could this possibly be a foul?" The referee, with reason and conviction, replied, "Indeed, your hands were raised, but your feet were still in motion. Thus you infringed upon Harden's cylinder." Zhou Pang chuckled, pointing at the floor where he had just stepped back, asserting, "I was merely retreating. Harden collided into me. How can this be deemed a violation of the cylinder?" The referee's explanation seemed scientifically unfounded, bordering on the absurd. Before Zhou Pang could express his indignation, James swiftly intervened, advising him, "Control your emotions, my brother. I understand your frustration, but this is an integral part of growth. Do not be disheartened. The game continues." Encouraged by James's words, Zhou Pang gradually regained his composure. Indeed, the match was far from over, and he mustn't leave a negative impression on the officials. After all, what were 2 fouls and 4 free throws in the grand scheme of things? Alas, how unfortunate it was to incur 2 fouls so early on. Zhou Pang lamented internally. Standing once more at the free throw line, Harden exuded confidence, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Pang and flaunting his shoulders, as if to mock, "You're a novice." It was impossible for Zhou Pang to remain unfazed. Everyone knew his temper was not easily quelled. Yet, he devised a strategy, repeatedly reminding himself, "Harden lacks a championship. Harden lacks a championship." This thought evoked a flicker of pity in Zhou Pang's gaze towards Harden. Such sentiment undermined Harden's confidence, prompting him to ponder. Could Zhou Pang be aware of my inadequacies? Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Distracted by Zhou Pang's gaze, Harden surprisingly missed his first free throw. Before Zhou Pang could witness Harden's second attempt, he was begrudgingly substituted by Tyronn Lue. There was little choice. Incurring 2 fouls at the onset warranted his removal. Meanwhile, the commentary room at Black Goose Sports was in a frenzy. Historically, Lau Ming and Lau Yi had little issue with Harden's style, perhaps only commenting on his clever tactics. However, today was different. Harden's antics had crossed the line with Zhou Pang, and such behavior was intolerable. Lau Ming exclaimed, "Harden's style is utterly shameless. He hardly resembles a star player." Lau Yi concurred, "Indeed, if you're a man, play with honor. What is the point of drawing fouls?" Lau Ming retorted, "This is merely the regular season. Let us see how you fare in the playoffs, softy." Normally, commentators shouldn't express such sentiments, but given Zhou Pang's plight as a compatriot, Lau Ming and Lau Yi faced no repercussions, instead receiving widespread support from netizens. In response, Chi felt helpless. Their anger had been fully articulated, yet she pondered. What am I to do? Fly to Cleveland to console Zhou Pang this evening? Upon returning to the rest area, Zhou Pang did not succumb to despair. Rather, he merely pinched TT's thigh and playfully rubbed Jefferson's bald head. Forcing himself to regain composure, Zhou Pang swiftly contemplated a strategy. Harden exhibited considerable strength, and his ability to draw fouls upon pivoting proved somewhat insurmountable. Moreover, Zhou Pang sensed a distinct bias from the officials favoring Harden in the early stages of the match. However, this was not entirely detrimental, as conversations with Rich Paul had enlightened Zhou Pang about some of the nuances regarding officiating. Taking this game as an example, if the referees favored the Rockets in the first half, the second half would likely see a fairer approach or a tilt towards the Cavaliers. Of course, exceptions arise when the opposing team offers substantial incentives. Given that this match was merely a regular season encounter, not a do-or-die situation, Zhou Pang firmly believed the Rockets lacked the inclination to manipulate the officials. Thus, for Zhou Pang, his optimal moment to exert influence would be in the second half. Reflecting on Harden's recent tactics and considering the objectives of the softest system, an intriguing plan gradually took shape in Zhou Pang's mind. If drawing fouls is your forte, then let us engage in mutual harm. Soon, a game and a half had elapsed, and the score stood at 35-26, with the Cavaliers leading by 9 points. During Zhou Pang's absence, the Cavaliers had adopted an almost ferocious offensive style. Following a pick-and-roll initiated by LeBron, he would aggressively drive to the basket, scoring an and-one or drawing a shooting foul from the opponent if unsuccessful. Love demonstrated commendable shooting form from mid-range, unleashing a barrage of shots against Capella. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Zhou Pang re-entered the court. The Rockets regained possession. The moment Harden saw Zhou Pang return, his joy was palpable. Hey, you're back? Don't get too comfortable. Soon enough, I'll have you sitting down. Zhou Pang comprehended his intent and instead displayed a mischievous expression. As if to say, brother, give it your all. How could Harden possibly endure this? With the ball positioned at the top of the arc, Harden's temper flared. He skillfully utilized his rhythm to drive into the mid-range, subsequently turning to back down Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang was exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the moment to make his move. With his back facing the opponent and being pushed toward the paint, Zhou Pang remained unfazed, his gaze fixated intently on Harden's shoulder. He needed to discern the direction in which Harden would pivot. Suddenly, Harden, with the ball in hand, began to turn sharply to the right. Zhou Pang, possessing an astute understanding of the game, recognized the feint and anticipated that the opponent would inevitably pivot to the left. Positioning himself strategically, Zhou Pang resolutely placed his face in the trajectory of Harden's anticipated leftward turn. Indeed, as Harden executed a half-turn to the right, he abruptly swung back to the left, oblivious to the collision with Zhou Pang. With a dramatic lament, he collapsed onto the court. The whistle blew. Harden, momentarily gleeful, realized he had drawn a foul from the young player. Rising to glance at the referee's signal, he was taken aback to discover it was an offensive foul called against him. Upon looking down, his indignation flared as he noticed Zhou Pang, in apparent pain, covering his chin while stifling a smirk in his direction. Chapter 84. The new generation propels the old. Typically, Harden would be the one drawing fouls. Yet today he found himself outmaneuvered by a rookie. Unable to contain his frustration, he hastened to the referee, seeking justification for the call. My actions were entirely legitimate. It was this kid who thrust his face into my path. Harden gestured vehemently. Upon witnessing Harden's approach, the referee couldn't suppress a chuckle and remarked, I respect you as a fellow competitor, but spare us your grievances. I know who you are, and you are well aware of our positions. Embarrassed by this retort, Harden could only depart sheepishly. However, this did not imply he would swallow his pride easily. Casting a wary eye at the jubilant Zhou Pang, who was skillfully dribbling past the half-court line, Harden resolved to intensify his focus. Beverly, I'll handle this kid, he huffed, finally adopting a serious defensive posture. As Zhou Pang observed the situation, he merely smirked, fully aware of the machinations at play. Having just drawn an offensive foul against you, he now schemed to induce a defensive foul, relishing in your discomfort. Even more irksome, Zhou Pang aimed to employ Harden's own tactics to earn a foul. Positioned at the arc's apex, Zhou Pang gestured expansively, signaling for everyone to spread out. He intended to take on this bearded giant. Harden, amused, adjusted his pants and bent down to scrutinize Zhou Pang, eager to discern whether this young talent possessed genuine skill or was merely posturing. With deftness, Zhou Pang executed a series of crossovers, occasionally altering his rhythm. As he observed Zhou Pang's maneuvers, Harden suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Pang unleashed a powerful dribble and retreated a couple of steps. Harden realized with clarity, wasn't this his signature move? As Zhou Pang created space for a shot, Harden could no longer contain himself. Being outsmarted by this rookie for an offensive foul was one thing. Fans might dismiss it as mere cleverness on Zhou Pang's part. However, should this young player score a three-pointer with a step back, Harden's reputation would be utterly tarnished. With this thought in mind, Harden sprang into action, channeling the energy he reserved for the nightlife, determined to block this shot at all costs. Yet, as he leapt, he caught sight of Zhou Pang's cunning grin, instantly regretting his decision. Damn it, this kid had ulterior motives. Indeed, after his step back, Zhou Pang did not release the ball immediately. He waited until Harden had ascended before leisurely extending his arm to take the shot. Despite Harden's valiant attempt to curl into a ball in midair, Zhou Pang still made contact. In comparison to Harden, Zhou Pang fared quite well. After all, he merely grazed the shot without fully committing. The whistle blew. Without a doubt, it was a shooting foul. While the sound of the whistle might disrupt the flow of the game, Zhou Pang's consecutive fouls against Harden upon his entrance sent the Cleveland crowd into a frenzy. They say kings contend with kings. Harden is a perennial all-star, while Zhou Pang is merely a rookie from the second round. Yet now, this rookie had audaciously asserted himself over an all-star. Was this not a point of pride for Cleveland? In an instant, the arena echoed with the notorious name of Zhou Pang. In the Black Goose Sports broadcast room, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. The seasoned commentator chuckled, exactly. This is how basketball should be played. One must engage their intellect. The other commentator chimed in, indeed. What are rules for if not to be exploited? Chi-Chi found herself at a loss for words. These two had not expressed such sentiments moments ago. On the court, Zhou Pang stood at the free throw line, scratching his head as he glanced at Harden, grinning. So, how's that for fun? Harden chose to ignore him, seething with a quiet fury. He was determined to reclaim his honor. 3 free throws were made, and possession was awarded to the Rockets. Objectively speaking, Harden's performance tonight lacked rationality. Despite having both Howard and Capella in the paint, Harden accounted for over 80% of the shots taken, maintaining a shooting percentage of only around 40%, which is evidently unreasonable. If the ball were to be passed into the paint, the sheer intimidation posed by Howard and Capella could easily ensure a shooting percentage of approximately 70%. Until now, Howard had remained silent. But upon seeing Harden suddenly burdened with 2 fouls, he could no longer contain himself. Harden, I believe it's wise to pass the ball into the paint. I am confident in my ability to score against Mozgov's defense. Harden merely nodded, dismissively replying, I understand. However, from Howard's perspective, there was no indication that Harden intended to pass. It was clear that he was overly focused. Observing the impassive Zhou Pang, Howard felt a sense of surprise. This young man was rather unique, exhibiting a clever yet audacious demeanor. As Harden dribbled past half-court, he was searching for Zhou Pang, only to find that the young man shamelessly trailed closely behind Beverly. Harden dribbled in place, his gaze fixed on Zhou Pang, as if to say, get over here. You rascal. Zhou Pang, amidst the flurry of the game, cast a fleeting glance at Harden, seemingly retorting, to hell with you. Enraged beyond measure, Harden was consumed by fury, recklessly calling for Beverly to set a screen, intent on matching up against Zhou Pang. It was unclear what favor Zhou Pang had bestowed upon JR, but tonight, JR moved with the agility of an eel, skillfully weaving back to confront Harden after every encounter with Beverly. If one attempt failed, he would simply try again. Unbeknownst to them, the offensive clock dwindled to a mere 8 seconds. Inside, Howard had already attempted 6 shots within the paint, seizing numerous scoring opportunities, yet Harden, fixated on teaching Zhou Pang a lesson from the perimeter, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Suddenly, Howard's voice pierced through the chaos, snapping Harden back to reality. He hurriedly adjusted his position to create a safe distance and successfully executed a mid-range shot. One more foul to draw remained. Zhou Pang quietly calculated his moves as he leisurely dribbled past the half-court. Frustrated by the failure to thwart Zhou Pang's offensive play, Harden resolved to reclaim his pride on the defensive end. This time, he had come to a realization. He would rather allow Zhou Pang an open shot than permit him the opportunity to draw a shooting foul. Unfortunately for Harden, Zhou Pang anticipated his every thought. In this particular attack, Zhou Pang opted for a drive. Although he did not possess much shooting authority within the Cavaliers in this scenario, a one-on-one engagement was certainly within reason. Signaling his teammates to spread out, Zhou Pang executed a series of dribble moves beneath his legs. Harden smirked, thinking, "Does this kid really believe he can deceive me with a step back?" In his dreams, no one knows the step back better than I do. Convinced he had deciphered Zhou Pang's intentions, Harden decisively elevated his center of gravity and closed in, denying Zhou Pang any comfortable opportunity. He was waiting for this very moment. Zhou Pang abruptly switched the ball to his left hand, exerting force through his calves as he swiftly penetrated towards the paint. Despite James Harden's awareness, his elevated center of gravity rendered him incapable of matching Zhou's speed. Infuriating. First, he drew an offensive foul against me. Then he enticed me into a shooting foul with his step-back maneuver. Now he aims to score over me as if I were merely a practice dummy. My anger intensified, prompting Harden to sprint after him. However, in a bid to avoid further fouls, Harden remained cautious, abandoning any intention of blocking, instead seeking to intimidate Zhou and distract him for Howard's potential cover. Yet, as the saying goes, whatever Harden could conceive, Zhou had already anticipated. Just as Zhou entered mid-range, he issued a layup and executed a sudden stop, leaping directly into the air. Harden, momentarily stunned, slammed on the brakes. But the abrupt acceleration rendered him unable to halt in time. Feeling the pressure from behind, Zhou swiftly released his shot. Swish. 2 points scored, along with an additional free throw. Chapter 85. Assessment. Harden was utterly shattered. A 2-for-1 opportunity, indeed. As the esteemed master of drawing fouls, he found himself outmaneuvered by an unknown upstart who converted it into a 2-for-1. What a disgrace. Compared to Harden's turmoil, the Cavaliers players and their fans radiated excitement. LeBron joyfully collided chests with Zhou, while JR raced to the sidelines to rally the crowd's enthusiasm. Let us go. Let us go. In the preceding 1.5 quarters, Harden had not committed a single foul. An impeccable start, indeed. Who could have anticipated that in these final minutes of the second quarter, the anonymous Zhou would single-handedly compel Harden to incur 3 consecutive fouls? Thankfully, knowing that Zhou was of Chinese descent, one might otherwise mistake him for the illustrious Captain Dragonfly. As the game progressed to this juncture, Harden had completely lost his momentum. In an away game, such a loss of spirit is particularly perilous, with no resolve from the perimeter and devoid of organization. Even Howard found himself at a complete loss on how to secure a victory. As the final buzzer echoed, the score settled at 98-71. The Cavaliers triumphed over the Rockets by a resounding 27 points. Zhou Pang, while causing 3 fouls on Harden, managed to accumulate commendable statistics of 12 points, 6 assists, and 2 steals. Although his scoring may not seem substantial, Zhou Pang's efficiency was remarkable, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage of 83.3 throughout the game. As an outside shooter, such a shooting percentage is simply extraordinary. This can undoubtedly be attributed to Zhou Pang's prudent decision-making. He refrains from taking shots unless he is confident in their success. With fewer attempts combined with his cautious approach, I dare say Zhou Pang could maintain an average shooting percentage of around 70 for the season. The Cavaliers players, having secured the victory, displayed commendable sportsmanship as they embraced each member of the Rockets in their bench area. Upon reaching Harden, Zhou Pang offered a polite smile and remarked, "Brother, you played exceedingly well tonight." To which Harden, with a sardonic grin, embraced Zhou Pang tightly, refusing to let go. Gradually, Zhou Pang sensed something amiss. Oh dear. This rascal is up to no good, attempting an ambush. To his dismay, after holding Zhou Pang, Harden suddenly delivered a swift kick below the belt, landing precisely on little Zhou Pang, before releasing him and grinning mischievously. This is simply outrageous. Zhou Pang disregarded the presence of the cameras, relentlessly pursuing Harden with a flurry of punches. The two chased each other, circling the Spectrum Center for a full 2 laps before collapsing to the ground, exhausted. I concede. No more chasing. If you continue, I shall lack the strength to venture to the nightclub. Harden raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. As Zhou Pang took advantage of his momentary distraction, he gently flicked a playful touch at little Harden with his right hand and strode away. Watching Zhou Pang's retreating figure, Harden couldn't help but chuckle. This lad certainly had a flair for amusement. Naturally, the media seized upon this amusing incident, with some even humorously dubbing it the bird-teasing incident post-game. After returning to the locker room for a refreshing shower, Zhou Pang was relieved to find he could skip the dreaded post-match press conference this time. His performance had not been particularly remarkable today, especially when compared to Kevin Love's noteworthy 28 points, which garnered far more attention. This suited Zhou Pang just fine, sparing him the mental exertion. Bidding farewell to his teammates, Zhou Pang made his way to the market, where he purchased a turtle, a bundle of chives, and a few long fish, before speeding home in his Ferrari. With Jenna reveling in nightly celebrations and Ling Yunji making an unexpected visit, Zhou Pang had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful meal in recent times, having just secured a significant victory. Treating himself to a hearty meal seemed only fitting. In the kitchen, as Zhou Pang hummed the tune of Heavenly Fragrance while stewing the turtle, he suddenly heard the sound of a cell phone ringing from the living room. Since the turtle required a bit more time to cook, Zhou Pang answered the phone with ease. It was Ling Yunji. Big brother-in-law, I have a flight tomorrow afternoon. Shall we go together for an on-site inspection? This was clearly an opportunity knocking. And Zhou Pang couldn't contain his delight. Absolutely. Sounds perfect. Recalling the first time Ling Yunji had referred to him as big brother-in-law, Zhou Pang had felt a surge of anger. Yet now, hearing the endearing term once more, he felt an unusual warmth. By the way, I watched your game tonight. You were incredible, especially that dunk. Truly impressive. Ling Yunji's praise, however, felt somewhat misplaced. Zhou Pang replied nonchalantly, I didn't actually dunk tonight. On the other end of the line, Ling Yunji fell silent, utterly taken aback. Oh no. This time, big brother-in-law was bound to be upset. If only he had kept his mouth shut. Just as Ling Yunji was at a loss, Zhou Pang spoke up, Don't worry, in the next game. I'll make sure to throw down a dunk just for you. Ling Yunji was momentarily stunned. What had prompted this sudden kindness from big brother-in-law? He understood. Zhou Pang must have finally recognized his worth, leading to this newfound acknowledgement of his sister's husband. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ling Yunji felt tears welling in his eyes. Big brother-in-law, I'll bring you 10 pounds of wild black goji berries tomorrow. With a sudden jolt, Zhou Pang awoke from his reverie after hanging up the phone. Indeed, there were still black goji berries at home. He hurried to add them to the turtle soup. The following afternoon, at 1:30, Zhou Pang drove his Ferrari, escorting Ling Yunji back home to drop off their luggage before heading straight to Harvard Street. Previously, Zhou Pang had arranged for Jimmy to scout suitable locations and shops in Ling Yunji's name, but he had yet to conduct an on-site inspection. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji exchanged knowing smiles. The size was just right, boasting an area of over 2,000 square meters. With more than 1,000 square meters of building space, ample enough to accommodate a considerable number of patrons. The location was highly recognizable and conveniently accessible, attracting a substantial daily foot traffic, and it was relatively close to the city center, surrounded by a middle-class neighborhood with good purchasing power. The agent was already waiting at the entrance, warmly greeting Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji before promptly leading them inside for a tour. The establishment had previously operated as a large pharmacy, thus free from any negative publicity. The interior was well maintained, showing no significant damage. Should they find the internal layout unsatisfactory, Zhou Pang could easily enlist a professional construction team for modifications, demonstrating a commendable level of consideration. With over 2,000 square meters of land, the front section could be transformed into a bar, offering a more tranquil atmosphere. Given its proximity to the business district, it would undoubtedly attract a clientele of white-collar workers. A recently renovated parking lot could accommodate 30 to 40 vehicles without issue, ensuring convenience. Further back, another building was available, which Zhou Pang intended to expand into a nightclub, vibrant and bustling, perfect for drawing in thrill-seeking youth and NBA players. Of course, the primary focus remained on attracting NBA players visiting for games against the Cleveland team. Noticing a vacant plot near the parking lot, Zhou Pang and Ling Yunji contemplated the idea of excavating a swimming pool, envisioning lively pool parties to entertain their friends. The more they envisioned, the more satisfied they became. With no objections from either party, now came the pivotal moment, the matter of price. What? $580,000 for 60 years? Zhou Pang initially thought he had misheard. It was surprisingly affordable. The agent reiterated the figure, and indeed, it was correct. Ling Yunji promptly explained to Zhou Pang in a hushed tone in Chinese, the area is inherently sparsely populated. And given that Cleveland's economy does not rival that of a major city like New York, this price is quite reasonable. Delighted by this revelation, Ling Yunji decisively signed the lease agreement and promptly transferred the funds. The author acknowledges that the information regarding international locations and rental prices was sourced haphazardly online. Any inaccuracies are inconsequential. Chapter 86. Protecting our Zhou Pang with a competition scheduled for the following day, and the storefront on Harvard Street requiring an extensive renovation period. Zhou Pang instructed Ling Yunji to return to his home country. During this interval, Zhou Pang refined his plans. realizing that establishing nightclubs in every city with a basketball team would be impractical and a waste of resources. For instance, with teams like the Grizzlies and the Hornets. There was no need for underhanded tactics. What truly warranted Zhou Pang's attention was undoubtedly the Golden State Warriors, the formidable opponents he would face in the upcoming finals. Thus, it was imperative to establish a nightclub in Oakland. Additionally, he considered the Toronto Raptors, Houston Rockets, Oklahoma City Thunder, and others. Only the formidable merited Zhou Pang's strategic contemplation. Sending a text to Jimmy under Ling Yunji's name, he requested that Jimmy check on the nightclub's progress whenever he had a moment. Once he completed these tasks, Zhou Pang took out his phone to contact Chris as he sought to engage in personal training. The experience gained from the upcoming match against the Rockets was invaluable. An hour later, at the clinic gymnasium, Chris held Zhou Pang's head with one hand while raising his middle finger with the other, gritting his teeth and saying, "You called me here just to teach you how to draw fouls." Zhou Pang chuckled heartily, playfully patting Chris's pectoral muscles. "I see Harden enjoying himself quite a bit, scoring points, drawing fouls, and expending little energy. What could be better? However, I must say, that is not basketball in the truest sense. Drawing fouls and exploiting loopholes in the rules are akin to criminal behavior, both equally detestable." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pang's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head, falling silent. Chris, mistaking Zhou Pang's demeanor for shame, was about to offer some comforting words. To his surprise, Zhou Pang lifted his head with a challenging glint in his eyes and provocatively asked, "Chris, don't you possess the skill to draw fouls?" Goodness. Chris found himself at a loss, realizing that his previous admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. How shameless can this kid be? Very well. Let us set aside any tactics from your Chinese military strategies and engage in a fair one-on-one match to 5 points without physical contact. Should you win, I will teach you the art of drawing fouls. As Chris opened his mouth to respond, Zhou Pang, fearing a change of heart, eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, Zhou Pang was a professional NBA player. How could he possibly lose to a mere gold medal trainer? This was akin to a duel between a great general and a novice. The outcome was all too predictable. To demonstrate his respect for Chris, Zhou Pang opted to take the first offensive move. He initiated with tentative steps, faking left and right. Although Chris had emphasized the prohibition of physical play, the height difference rendered such a restriction impractical. Thus, from beyond the three-point line, Zhou Pang disregarded Chris's defense and executed a clean jump shot. Swish. Upon receiving the ball back, he maintained possession at the top of the arc. With a series of dribble moves, he suddenly executed a crossover, then burst leftward, targeting Chris's midsection as he barreled into the paint. Regardless of whether Chris managed to keep up, Zhou Pang halted abruptly within mid-range and released another jump shot, scoring once more. Chris shook his head with a sigh, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Zhou Pang resumed his position at the top of the arc, playfully inquiring, "What's the matter, Chris?" "Go on, fool," Chris retorted in flawless Mandarin, a phrase Zhou Pang had taught him, unexpectedly turned against himself. Seated in the rest area, Chris found himself perplexed and asked, "Pang Cho, to my eyes, your skills and talent are on par with those all-star guards. Yet, why do you not exert yourself on the court?" The atmosphere was calm as Zhou Pang casually remarked, "This is merely your illusion. Let us not dwell on that. Teach me how to draw fouls." Surprisingly, Chris, who had previously criticized the art of drawing fouls, displayed a remarkable proficiency in teaching, employing techniques that left Zhou Pang almost speechless in disbelief. Is this what they call preaching righteousness while harboring ulterior motives? Perfectly aligned with Zhou Pang's own sentiments. Meanwhile, in the office of the Cavaliers' general manager, David Griffin sat in a swivel chair, his hands clasped together, facing the somewhat bewildered Tyronn Lue. Casting a serious glance at Lue, Griffin inquired, "Are you aware of who our next opponent is?" Lue, distractedly picking at his fingers, replied nonchalantly, "The Hornets." "What is the issue? What is the issue? You truly lack any sense of foreboding," Griffin retorted with a cold scoff. Lue looked up, puzzled. "What is so frightening about the Hornets? Did you trade LeBron?" "Ridiculous," Griffin snapped. "This has nothing to do with LeBron. It's Zhou Pang." "Zhou Pang?" Lue suddenly recalled that Zhou Pang was the player Griffin had acquired from the Hornets for merely a second-round pick. In hindsight, it seemed this trade was a remarkable coup. Zhou Pang had been relatively obscure while with the Hornets, and Griffin had merely made the trade as a friendly gesture, taking a gamble without much expectation. Little did he know, the young man was quite impressive, averaging 11 points and 5 assists per game. Speaking of Zhou Pang, Lue conceded, "Indeed. And his impact extends beyond mere statistics. He performs admirably in crucial moments and contributes defensively as well. Moreover, he has fostered a more harmonious team atmosphere. He is truly a blessing for the team. Do you understand my point now? Griffin pressed again. Lou, suddenly enlightened, shook his head in confusion. Griffin, exasperated, had not anticipated Lou's naivety. Consider this. Zhou Pang was like a lifeless fish with the Hornets, yet he thrives with the Cavaliers. How do you think the Hornets general manager would feel about that? Lou's anger flared. Damn it. Zhou Pang must be acting. Precisely. Griffin exclaimed, finally feeling a sense of clarity. I've been thinking, the Hornets might be quite upset, perhaps even contemplating ways to undermine Zhou Pang. Lou gasped. So you mean I should keep a closer eye on Zhou Pang? Exactly. We must be vigilant to prevent any underhanded tactics from the opposing team, Griffin emphasized. Suddenly recalling another concern, Griffin continued, one more thing. I worry that the Hornets may still have lingering feelings for Zhou Pang, attempting to exploit their past connection to entice him. As you know, we only signed Zhou Pang to a one-year contract. Regarding this matter, Tyronn Lue has expressed some personal opinions. From his observations over the past few days, Zhou Pang appears to be devoid of any sentiments tied to the past. To put it bluntly, Zhou Pang resembles a mere worker, lacking any profound emotional connections to the team or even the NBA. However, since Griffin has mentioned it, Lue feels compelled to pay closer attention. After leaving the office, Lue seized the opportunity to convene a conference call, which required the participation of all Cavs players and staff, excluding Zhou Pang. He spoke extensively, leaving everyone puzzled. After all, it was just a game. Why complicate things? Yet, LeBron succinctly summarized the matter. Protect our Zhou Pang. Meanwhile, in the manager's office in Charlotte, Rich Cho was in a state of distress. Given Zhou Pang's recent outstanding performances, Charlotte fans, while condemning him as a traitor, also directed their ire towards Cho. After all, had he not traded Zhou Pang, such turmoil would not have arisen. Ridiculous. Zhou Pang had not been like this during his time with the Hornets. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting Cho to angrily dial Coach Clifford's number. Determined to stir things up, the following noon, the Cavaliers boarded a plane departing from Cleveland, landing at Charlotte International Airport in North Carolina an hour later. The moment Zhou Pang disembarked, he sensed something was amiss. Typically, there is little formality when exiting the plane. One simply walks off. Yet today was peculiar, as several teammates intentionally or unintentionally surrounded him. By the time they reached the airport exit, an entourage had formed around Zhou Pang. Isn't he a basketball player? Why does it feel like he is transformed into a celebrity? Is this to prevent fans from approaching him? Feeling helpless, Zhou Pang nudged LeBron with his elbow and quietly asked, "Brother, why is everyone surrounding me?" LeBron chuckled, seemingly indifferent, and replied, "Not at all. We're just walking normally. Perhaps you're overthinking it." This explanation seemed reasonable to Zhou Pang, who nodded slightly. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking it. After all, he had been restless during the late nights, worried that Jenna might be too intense, often resorting to little pills to suppress his desires. Continuing down this path was hardly sustainable. Zhou Pang fell into contemplation once more, realizing that he needed to devise a solution. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. With the competition scheduled for 7:30 in the evening, there was still ample time before the match, and the absence of afternoon training allowed players the opportunity to engage in personal pursuits. For instance, LeBron was preoccupied in his room, diligently managing his investments and stocks. Meanwhile, JR, TT, and others were eagerly scouting entertainment venues, anticipating a well-deserved relaxation after the evening's competition. Despite Zhou Pang's persistent refusals to join JR and the others, they remained undeterred in their efforts to entice him. And so, their persistence resumed. Zhou Pang was engaged in ranked play within his room when an unexpected knock at the door interrupted him. He hastily finished off the red buff and returned to base. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the grinning face of JR, who inquired, "Pang Cho, we're planning to go out for a stroll. Would you care to join us?" "Absolutely not," he replied, his thoughts lingering on the ranked match. If he won this game, he would ascend to the esteemed rank of Silver God. How could he possibly squander his time with them? Wasn't the game more enticing than mingling with others? Typically, at this juncture, JR and his companions would retreat without further ado, as history has shown that only the desperate compel others to debauchery. However, today was an exception. They did not leave, and TT even positioned himself defiantly in front of the door, adamant about not allowing Zhou Pang to shut it. "Pang Cho. No, Brother Cho. I implore you, come with us." TT, on the verge of tears, genuinely yearned for a day of leisure. Yet, as Tyrone Liu had previously stated. They were bound to remain by Zhou Pang's side, preventing any strangers from approaching him. However, with everyone eager to play, it felt inappropriate to leave anyone behind. James opted to stay, but given his stature, JR and the others dared not disturb him. TT was anxious, and Zhou Pang felt even more urgency. He had just finished with the red buff, and the upper jungle was still untouched. What if the opposing team nittily invaded his territory? Moreover, playing as Kazakhs, he needed to establish an early advantage. Otherwise, what was the point? Stop pestering me. I've said I'm not going. Please, just leave, Zhou Pang urged, desperation creeping into his voice. JR and TT, finding themselves at a loss, resorted to clinging to Zhou Pang's legs, lamenting, "Brother Cho, have mercy on us. Please come along." "Fine. I'll cover the expenses. Just bring back the receipt for reimbursement. I truly have urgent matters." Zhou Pang was willing to throw money at the problem, but alas, this was not merely a financial matter. As soft entreaties yielded no results, Mozgov, unable to contain himself, barged in with the intention of carrying Zhou Pang out. Yet, Zhou Pang was not easily subdued. He lowered his center of gravity and firmly grasped the edge of the desk, refusing to budge an inch. At this impasse, JR and the others had no choice but to settle behind Zhou Pang, observing as he began to play, regardless of what habits others may have. Zhou Pang was ill at ease with a basketball team watching him from behind. As if mere observation wasn't enough, they voiced their opinions. "Pang Cho, why does your monitor always display in black and white?" JR queried. "Does this 091 have some special significance?" TT chimed in. "Damn it, these people are actually insulting you," Mozgov added. Watching his game unravel, Zhou Pang couldn't help but shed tears at their heart-wrenching comments. "How dare you? If it weren't for your constant interruptions, would I be trailing behind the enemy jungler by 3 levels? Upon hearing the desperate cries of Zhou Pang, JR and the others suddenly felt a peculiar excitement, albeit tinged with guilt. "Now that it has come to an end, can you join us outside?" TT inquired tentatively. Zhou Pang had grown numb. This was already the 3rd qualifying match, and it was just this final game that remained. Observing Zhou Pang's silence and lack of resistance, Mozgov, under JR's silent cue, hoisted Zhou Pang and made his way towards the exit. Thus, on that day, a peculiar group graced the nightclubs of Charlotte. At 6:30, Zhou Pang cheerfully returned to the hotel, hurriedly wiping away remnants of lipstick from his face, changing into a fresh pair of underwear, and eagerly boarded the team bus headed for the Time Warner Center Arena. It was no wonder that TT and the others frequently ventured into nightclubs. Their skills were indeed commendable. Just as Zhou Pang's doubts began to dissipate, upon arriving at the arena, his teammates' behavior became even more brazen. As soon as they disembarked from the bus, the Cavaliers players and staff swiftly formed a circle, with none other than Zhou Pang at the center. He was thus enveloped and ushered into the locker room, where Tyrone Liu entered and promptly locked the door behind him. Zhou Pang was bewildered. The commotion hardly seemed to herald the game of ball. However, men have their off days, and Zhou Pang chose not to dwell on it. With a considerable interval before the match commenced, he engaged with others in a game of 3 Kingdoms kill. At the outset, Zhou Pang fell victim to 3 waves of area damage and, disheartened, rose to leave. Tyrone Liu, alarmed, blocked his path and cheerfully inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I noticed a vending machine outside and thought I might buy a bread roll," Zhou Pang replied candidly. Relieved, Tyrone Liu assured him, "Leave such trivial matters to me." With that, he turned and exited, promptly locking the door behind him. Zhou Pang was taken aback. Had it not been for James' presence in the locker room, he would have genuinely feared for his safety. After a few minutes, Tyrone Liu entered, carrying an assortment of breads. Concerned that Zhou Pang might choke, he had even prepared a variety of beverages. Goodness, why is everyone so exuberant today? Zhou Pang, deep in thought, realized there was only one conceivable explanation. They coveted his beauty. It must be so. The prevalence of such inclinations among foreign gentlemen is hardly surprising. However, the notion that the entire team could be enthralled by the same individual seems rather absurd. The very thought sent a shiver down Zhou Pang's spine, causing him to retreat to a corner and cautiously nibble on his bread. In moments of heightened anxiety, one often feels the urgency of nature, and with a bottle of milk accompanying his bread, Zhou Pang found himself unable to contain his discomfort. Rising, he made his way toward the door, only to find Tyrone Liu once more standing in his path. Zhou Pang sighed and said, "Coach, I merely wish to relieve myself." Furrowing his brow, Tyrone Liu devised a clever plan and winked at JR and the others. In an instant, JR and the others understood and simultaneously rose, exclaiming, "Let us go with you." Zhou Pang was truly flustered. A group of burly men had simultaneously followed him to the restroom, and that was undoubtedly peculiar. As he found himself teetering on the brink of despair, adhering to the principle that it is better to understand death than to live in confusion, Zhou Pang choked back his emotions and pointed at everyone, exclaiming, "You all, are you intending to have your way with me?" Chapter 88. Strengthened upon hearing Zhou Pang's declaration, the reactions of his teammates were nothing short of spectacular. JR exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this kid out of his mind?" LeBron interjected, "Do I really appear to be that way?" TT retorted, "Get lost. Even if I were, I certainly wouldn't be attracted to someone like you." Mozgov questioned, "Is that even permissible?" In that moment, all eyes turned towards Zhou Pang, hearts racing as they anxiously regarded Mozgov, instinctively clenching their posteriors. "Hey, I was just joking." Mozgov chuckled, attempting to clarify. However, it was evident that no one believed him. As they prepared to enter the arena, Tyronn Lue relaxed slightly, urging Zhou Pang to finish his business and return promptly. At 7:30 in the evening, the atmosphere at the Warner Center was electric, accompanied by thunderous DJ beats, the Cavaliers. As the visiting team took to the court first, the ambience was not particularly fervent. After all, they were in the opponent's territory. Yet, this was only a temporary state, as LeBron was confident that his captivating expressions on the court would transform this venue into his own domain. Gazing around at the familiar surroundings, Zhou Pang couldn't help but lament, this wretched place remains as abysmal as ever." Fortunately, he was alone, for otherwise, he would surely have been kicked out for his remarks. Soon, rousing music erupted, heralding the entrance of the home team, the Hornets, one by one. Zhou Pang held no grievances against these former teammates, as there existed no conflicting interests between them. Thus their relationship remained relatively harmonious. A fleeting glance revealed his former leader, Kemba Walker. During his collegiate years, Walker was a prominent figure in American basketball, garnering numerous prestigious awards. Upon entering the NBA, he continued to shine, exhibiting a fierce desire to score, remarkable speed, deft maneuvering, and exemplary organizational skills, making him a highly competent offensive orchestrator. In his early days in the league, Zhou Pang learned much from Walker, who, despite Zhou Pang's lower draft ranking, treated him with kindness and patiently addressed his inquiries. Indeed, Walker was a true mentor to Zhou Pang. Upon reuniting with an old friend, Zhou Pang graciously offered a greeting through a meaningful glance. Walker, understanding the sentiment, reciprocated with a traditional gesture of respect. After exchanging pleasantries with Walker, Zhou Pang's gaze wandered to the Hornets bench, where he suddenly spotted an Asian player. Could it be Jeremy Lin? Zhou Pang widened his eyes, meticulously confirming the identity before him. Indeed, it was the illustrious Lin, often referred to as Linsanity. Indeed, Lin Shihao had spent the 2015 to 2016 season with the Charlotte Hornets, where he showcased commendable performances. The sight of Lin Shihao inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within Zhou Pang. Among individuals of Asian descent, Lin Shihao's talent is undoubtedly of the highest echelon. His speed and fast break surpasses even that of Derrick Rose and John Wall. Admittedly, in terms of explosive power, Lin does not rival these two. However, this serves to underscore the reality that Lin's sanity is far from being a mere fade. Regrettably, fortune has not favored him, and his path has been fraught with adversity. As the saying goes, Feng Tang ages easily, yet Li Guang remains unsealed. Whenever Lin Shihao seemed on the brink of achieving career glory, injuries would unexpectedly beset him, a plight reminiscent of Rose's own journey. Is it the case that guards who rely on speed are fated to encounter such misfortune? Zhou Pang harbored uncertainties regarding the answer. Yet he resolutely vowed never to squander his innate physical talents in the game. Upon regaining his composure, he was pleasantly surprised to find Jeremy Lin gazing in his direction. With an unbreakable bond of camaraderie, Zhou Pang greeted him amicably. After much anticipation, the match was finally about to commence. In terms of strategic deployment, the head coach of the Hornets chose to position Walker and Hairston as guards, with Batum and Williams on the forwards, while the center was the towering Al Jefferson, standing at 2 meters and 8 centimeters. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Jefferson. In terms of height, Mozgov held a distinct advantage, effortlessly tipping the ball into Zhou Pang's hands. The game had officially begun, as Zhou Pang skillfully dribbled past the half-court line and positioned himself at the top of the arc. He casually passed the ball into LeBron's hands. Following the conventional routine, the first play was designed for LeBron to find his rhythm. However, the outcome was predictably disappointing, as LeBron's shot clanked off the rim. In the ensuing transition, Walker propelled the ball swiftly towards the front court, confronting Zhou Pang at the arc. Faced with his former teammate, Zhou Pang remained unfazed. He possessed an intimate understanding of Walker's game. To put it bluntly, Zhou Pang could anticipate Walker's maneuvers with remarkable accuracy. In contrast, Walker's familiarity with Zhou Pang was not as profound. It was not that Walker lacked observational skills. Rather, during Zhou Pang's tenure with the Hornets, he had adopted a rather restrained approach. Upon hearing that Zhou Pang had made a name for himself with the Cavaliers, Walker had even taken the time to review game footage of him. After watching, Walker could only exclaim 4 words. F. Facing a former subordinate who had hidden depths of talent, Walker did not harbor animosity, but he certainly felt compelled to impart a lesson to Zhou Pang. Why? It was evident that Zhou Pang's reluctance to exert himself with the Hornets stemmed from a belief that the team had little promise. As the leader of the Hornets, Zhou Pang's disdain for the team essentially indicated a lack of faith in Walker's leadership capabilities. Although Walker himself shared a similar sentiment, that was hardly a justification for Zhou Pang's complacency. With a wave of his hand, Walker signaled his teammates to clear out. He intended to take on Zhou Pang one-on-one. With a series of deft crossovers, Walker attempted to disrupt Zhou Pang's defense, seeking an opportune moment to break through. Had this been years past, Zhou Pang would have undoubtedly been caught off guard countless times. Yet now, Zhou Pang's defense was resolutely impenetrable. He even anticipated Walker's shooting options. Not bad. You've improved, Walker remarked with a grin. Before Zhou Pang could respond, Walker continued. However, that is still insufficient. Hardly had the words left his lips when he executed a crossover, swiftly switching the ball to his left hand, then surged towards the basket with explosive speed. While Zhou Pang had a clear height advantage in a race against Walker's velocity, his stature became a limiting factor. At a mere 188 meters, Walker's speed was indeed formidable. Zhou Pang was almost at the brink of sticking out his tongue, barely managing to trail behind Walker, attempting to pose a semblance of threat with a chase-down block. Walker, however, remained unfazed, perhaps unaware of the finesse of Walker's pull-up and floater. As they approached the basket, Mozgov found himself ensnared by Al Jefferson, prompting Walker to indulge in theatrics. With a 3-step approach, he elevated the ball high towards the left side of the hoop, seemingly preparing for a bank shot. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen for Walker's ruse, but Zhou Pang, being a former teammate, was all too familiar with his intentions. In that moment, if Walker didn't execute a pull-up, Zhou Pang would consider it a personal failure. Thus, disregarding everything else, Zhou Pang leapt high towards the right side of the basket, extending his hand for a block. To his credit, he had indeed anticipated Walker's move. Without a moment to glance back, Walker lunged beneath the rim, executing a reverse moonshot, attempting to bank the ball in from the right. Suddenly, a powerful hand intercepted the ball, deflecting it off Walker and out of bounds. As the ball landed in the paint, Walker glanced at the out-of-bounds sphere, then at Zhou Pang, his expression a tapestry of emotions, before he sighed and turned to sprint back to the defensive end. In that instant, it was uncertain whether Walker lamented the Hornets' decision to release Zhou Pang or regretted imparting too much knowledge to him. Nevertheless, Zhou Pang found himself caught in a web of circumstances. Just moments ago, he had suddenly grasped the peculiar behavior of Tyronn Lue and his teammates. Chapter 89, Caution. With possession changing hands, Zhou Pang dribbled to the top of the arc. The block from earlier had made a statement. Zhou Pang aimed to convey to Walker that in this match, there was no need to hold back on their former camaraderie. He should unleash his full potential. Faced with such a formidable Cavaliers lineup, the Hornets dared not employ a man-to-man defense, knowing they would struggle to contain LeBron on the perimeter and Mozgov inside, thus opting for a 2-to-3 zone defense. Given this strategy, Zhou Pang abandoned any notion of isolation plays and swiftly orchestrated a 1-3-1 formation. On the sidelines, Hornets head coach Clifford observed Zhou Pang deftly directing the Cavaliers players, expertly executing the tactical nuances, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. How had he not recognized the young man's potential before? What a promising talent he was. In the second row of the VIP section, Hornets general manager, Mitch Kupchak, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with frustration. Yet, there was little that could be done. Even the Hornets' principal owner, the basketball legend Michael Jordan, had struggled with player evaluation. Had he not eventually selected LaMelo Ball, he might have continued to bear the brunt of criticism for his inability to recognize talent. This tactical execution proved to be quite effective, culminating in a three-pointer from JR. While Zhou Pang had blocked the initial isolation attempt, Walker remained undeterred, attributing the play to his own blunder. had he not been tempted to showcase his skills, opting instead for a straightforward bank shot. Zhou Pang would have had no chance to block him. In the new possession on his home court, facing a former prodigy, Walker was determined to reclaim his pride. With a series of low dribbles, Walker suddenly accelerated to the right, breaking through in just 2 steps, only to come to an abrupt halt. Pulling the ball back beneath his legs and preparing to shoot. The fluidity of this combination was astonishing, although Zhou Pang suspected Walker was merely feigning a shot. He had no choice but to leap, for Walker's shooting prowess was undeniably formidable. Indeed, Walker's hesitation was simply a deceptive ploy. As he swiftly charged towards the basket after outmaneuvering Zhou Pang. At this point, Zhou Pang was unable to recover in time, yet Walker remained composed. Lifting his right hand to execute a layup, leaving no opportunity for Zhou Pang. Having just experienced the shortcomings of the 1-3-1 defensive strategy, Clifford promptly called for a change in defense from the sidelines. Consequently, the Hornets switched to a man-to-man defense, with particular emphasis on double-teaming James. Watching Zhou Pang with a sly smile, Clifford mused that the previous strategy had not indicated any significant issues. It was likely a prearranged tactic by Tyronn Lue. Now, with a tactical adjustment on the fly, he was eager to see how Zhou Pang would respond. Indeed, Zhou Pang was momentarily taken aback by the Hornets' defensive shift, though not out of fear, but rather in amusement. Man-to-man? Had Clifford been bribed? Otherwise, why would he make such a foolish decision? Focusing on James was absurd. In such circumstances, there was no need for James to take a shot. Dribbling from the top of the arc, Zhou Pang swiftly gestured for his teammates to position themselves in a spread formation, then lofted the ball into the paint, standing firm and awaiting the result. Inside the key, the 2.16-meter, 275-pound Mozgov faced off against the 2.8-meter, 289-pound Al Jefferson. Although he lacked a weight advantage, Mozgov possessed height and wingspan superiority. Moreover, the weight difference was a mere 6 kilograms, allowing Mozgov to hold his ground. After 2 successive backing moves to create space, he executed a reverse layup off the glass, leaving Jefferson with no option but to sigh in resignation. In yet another offensive possession, the Hornets continued with their man-to-man defense. Zhou Pang had yet to take a shot this game. It was time to showcase his offensive skills, lest Rich Paul find himself without any material for highlight reels. Dribbling from the top of the arc towards the left wing, Zhou Pang patiently observed Walker's footwork. As he approached the 45-degree angle, he noted a safe distance between himself and Walker, and without hesitation, stepped back slightly to launch a jump shot from beyond the arc swish. He had just made a 3-pointer in front of his former teammate, drawing a cacophony of boos from Hornets fans, many resorting to personal attacks against Zhou Pang. Yet, he remained unfazed. After all, how harsh could their insults in English truly be? Pathetic. Your manhood is a mere 2 centimeters. And you can only perform once a night for 10 seconds. Suddenly, Zhou Pang heard those words and felt utterly rattled. What the hell? If you're so capable, why not stand before me and say it? My worth is not for you to determine. You may as well ask Jenna if she can get out of bed the next day. And if you're still unconvinced, why not settle it in the restroom? Of course, these were merely Zhou Pang's inner thoughts. Had he dared to utter such words in front of all those cameras, he would likely have to relocate to another planet. Glancing at the 17-9 scoreboard, Clifford could no longer remain seated and hastily called for a timeout. Leading by 8 points at the start, especially as the visiting team, the Cavaliers were indeed riding high. In contrast, the Hornets bench appeared much more serious, with Clifford holding the tactical board, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, it seemed as if he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Chiyo Reich in the audience. From the look in Chiyo Reich's eyes, Clifford comprehended the message. According to the original plan, eliminate this kid. To be fair, with the general manager weighing in, Chiyo Reich had no choice but to devise an unpleasant strategy. After all, not every head coach wields the enviable authority that Popovich does within his team. Upon hearing Clifford's instructions, the others were relatively unfazed, merely displaying a hint of surprise. However, Lin Shuheo and Walker's eyes reflected a deeper shock and resistance. In the flurry, Lin Shuheo and Walker exchanged a knowing glance, both grasping each other's intentions. When the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. The Hornets initiated play, with Walker swiftly advancing past half-court, positioning himself at the arc opposite Zhou Pang. "Brother, be careful out there," he quickly remarked. Then abruptly changed direction and accelerated towards the basket, passing the ball to Batum in the corner, who sank a 3-pointer. Zhou Pang initially assumed Walker was merely making a bold statement and did not give it much thought. Fortunately, in the following plays, Zhou Pang refrained from attacking himself, focusing instead on creating opportunities for his teammates, happily tallying 3 assists. See, even playing it safe has its merits. With 1 minute remaining in the second quarter, both teams took the opportunity to substitute in their reserves. Since Zhou Pang had not exerted himself in the first quarter, he found an excuse to remain on the court, primarily wishing to match up against Lin Shihao. The duel of yellow-clad guards sent the sports channel into a frenzy, and the audience glued to their screens were moved to tears, never expecting to witness such a moment in their lifetime. However, contrary to Zhou Pang's expectations, Lin Shihao appeared unusually serious upon entering the game, not rushing to attack after crossing half-court. Suddenly, Lin Shihao spoke in fluent Chinese. "Zhou Pang, be careful. Someone wants to take you out in this game." "What?" Zhou Pang was taken aback. He had concealed himself to such an extent. Yet there were still those who sought to do him harm. How could they be so cruel? Zhou Pang, blessed with striking good looks and a gentle demeanor, was renowned throughout the region as a handsome young man. It was unfathomable that someone would dare to extend a venomous hand against him. No wonder Walker had just advised him to be cautious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Pang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, he had refrained from launching an attack earlier. Otherwise, his ankle would have surely been shattered into pieces. Chapter 90. Record. Zhou Pang was, by nature, a man who epitomized the essence of survival, reluctant even to exert himself during a standard match, let alone sweat profusely. Especially now that he was aware of his opponent's intent to undermine him. As the possession shifted and time dwindled in the second quarter, Zhou Pang began to dribble outside the arc, deliberately consuming the clock. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was poised to be the one to deliver the final blow. After all, he was the only starter on the court for the Cavaliers, and with a comfortable lead, a last-second shot from Zhou Pang seemed unequivocally assured. Meanwhile, Clifford, from the sidelines, discreetly gestured to his players, signaling them to prepare for action. Yet, with a mere 8 seconds remaining in the game, Zhou Pang suddenly made a signal, indicating for Shumpert to come forth and receive the ball. To everyone's astonishment, Zhou Pang opted to let Shambot take the final shot. Not only was Clifford taken aback, but even Shambot himself was surprised. Who would have thought that Pang would place such unwavering trust in him? Overwhelmed by this unexpected confidence, Shambot summoned all his determination and, seizing the last moment, charged into the paint and executed a thunderous slam dunk. Beep. As the second quarter concluded, the Cavaliers had established a commanding 10-point lead. Joyfully proceeding into the second half, Tyronn Lue felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Pang, who had only attempted a single shot throughout the first half. He began to wonder whether the unusual behavior of the coaching staff had inflicted undue psychological pressure on Pang, which was hardly the conduct expected from a head coach. Burdened with guilt and remorse, Lue approached Zhou Pang, offering him a Gatorade with a smile, and said, "Pang, please do not feel pressured during the game. We are a harmonious family here. We can celebrate each other's brilliance and also embrace our mistakes." Casting a sidelong glance at Lue, Zhou Pang's expression was one of bewilderment. The game was proceeding smoothly, yet Lue inexplicably began to dispense motivational platitudes, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. "I mean no offense. I simply wish for you to relax. While it is essential to facilitate your teammates, do not hesitate to take your own shots when the moment is right," Lue continued. At that moment, Zhou Pang understood. Lue intended for him to be more assertive in taking shots. In truth, if Zhou Pang desired, he could readily find opportunities to shoot. For instance, when facing a one-on-one against Walker or Lin, Zhou Pang could confidently opt for an outside shot without any reservations, knowing that neither player would resort to underhanded tactics. However, if he were to do so, it would be unfair to the honest players. Kemba Walker was manageable, as he was not intended to bear the stigma of foul play under Clifford's strategy. Yet, Lin's situation was different, having landed in Charlotte on a 1-year contract. He needed to heed his coach's directives, lest he find himself dismissed after this game. Zhou Pang has never been a paragon of virtue, yet he is certainly incapable of treachery. After all, being a defender, orchestrating an attack can yield equally effective results. Moreover, given the current roster of the Cavaliers, his offensive prowess is hardly essential against the Hornets, since Tyronn Lue has suggested it, accompanied by a well-meaning reminder. Zhou Pang felt no compulsion to outright decline and thus responded ambiguously in agreement. Just as one wave subsides, another arises. At that moment, Rich Paul abruptly pushed open the locker room door, his brow furrowed as he approached Zhou Pang. "What on earth are you thinking? Only one shot in the first half? Do you want me to edit that one play 100 times?" In his pursuit to elevate Zhou Pang's profile, Rich Paul had exhausted his ingenuity, showcasing Zhou Pang's remarkable performances across various platforms. However, one troubling aspect remained: Zhou Pang's reluctance to shine on the court. Rich Paul had heard of the modesty of the Huaxia people, yet he had witnessed Yu Ming and Yi Jianlian play, and none had exhibited such reticence as Zhou Pang. Ironically, today, Zhou Pang not only failed to increase his attempts but seemed to amplify his restraint. As a starting guard for a championship-contending team, to have taken but a single shot in the entire first half defies explanation. Understanding Rich Paul's earnest concerns, Zhou Pang felt a twinge of sympathy. However, it would be inappropriate for him to disclose to Rich Paul that the Hornets intended to sideline him, especially since they had yet to take any concrete actions. Knowing Rich Paul's temperament, once he learned of this, he would undoubtedly have a candid conversation with the Hornets management. This would inevitably escalate matters, leading the Hornets to spare no effort in uncovering the source of the leak. Consequently, good-natured individuals like Kemba Walker and Jeremy Lin would also be affected. Fortunately, Zhou Pang had devised an excuse before the next game. He pulled Rich Paul aside and said, "Paul, editing doesn't necessarily require scoring. Don't forget, I'm a guard. And assisting is also one of my strengths." Indeed, after Zhou Pang's revelation, Rich Paul suddenly recognized a remarkable fact. In the first half, Zhou Pang had accumulated an astonishing 14 assists. Even if all of Zhou Pang's assists were merely for 2 points, that would contribute a significant 28 points to the Cavaliers' score. Directly linked to Zhou Pang's contributions, basketball forums frequently see astute individuals pose peculiar questions, such as, if I could only achieve 30 assists per game, without any other statistics, would any team want me? 30 assists. That represents a minimum of 60 scoring opportunities created. With such a capability, who would even consider letting you go? They would be inclined to preserve you as a specimen. With this thought, a glint of shrewdness sparked in Rich Paul's eyes, and he promptly retrieved his phone to conduct further research. Zhou Pang was momentarily bewildered, while Rich Paul became animated, enthusiastically gripping Zhou Pang's shoulders and shaking him in excitement. 22. Incredible! The highest number of assists in a single game in Cavaliers history is 22. After catching his breath, Rich Paul quickly continued. You have already achieved 14 assists in the first half. You only need 8 more in the second half to match Andre Miller's record for assists in Cavaliers history. If you manage to secure 9 assists in the second half, oh my, you will establish a new franchise record. Rich Paul, a top-tier agent, demonstrated his prowess by conjuring such a multitude of thoughts in such a brief moment. His mind was already crafting promotional narratives. When Zhou Pang was on the court, he did not ponder too much. Assists are not only effortless, but also foster harmony among teammates while subtly safeguarding oneself. Why not indulge in such an endeavor? Little did he anticipate that within such a short span, he was on the verge of breaking the team's historical record. It appears that the Cavaliers are indeed a struggling team. While Zhou Pang and Rich Paul were deliberating on how to shatter the team record, the atmosphere in the Hornets' locker room turned rather grim. The players and the head coach sat in a row, and general manager Chiyo Reich was furiously reprimanding them. "What is the matter? I asked you to engage in minor tactics during the game, yet you failed to accomplish the task?" Al Jefferson, looking aggrieved, sighed, "Manager, it's not that we are unwilling to take him out. It's just that this kid doesn't give us a single opportunity." Williams nodded in agreement, adding, "Look, in the first half, Chang Chao only attempted a shot once, and it was a 3-pointer from the perimeter. What can we do?" Head coach Clifford also supported the players, saying, "Indeed, in the first half, Chang Chao focused on creating scoring opportunities for his teammates and seldom took shots himself. We cannot commit a flagrant foul against him. After all this, does this imply that you are at a loss?" Chiyo Reich was quite dissatisfied. Clifford gritted his teeth and replied, "He didn't shoot in the first half. He will undoubtedly shoot in the second half. Rest assured, we will make him pay for it." Upon hearing this, Chiyo Reich finally revealed a sinister smile. Unfortunately, they were utterly unaware of Zhou Pang's character. Chapter 91. A pointless endeavor. As the halftime break concluded, the game resumed. Due to Zhou Pang's peculiar performance in the first half, domestic audiences expressed various opinions. In the Black Goose Sports Live studio, Lao Ming and Lao Yi engaged in their usual banter. Lao Ming remarked, "Hey, why do you think Zhou Pang lacks the desire to attack in this game?" Lao Yi chuckled and replied, "That's hard to say. Perhaps he just came from the nightclub and is utterly exhausted." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lao Yi felt the temperature around him plummet. Turning around, he noticed Chi casting a death glare in his direction. Hastily, Lao Yi corrected himself, stating seriously, "I just checked the statistics. The highest number of assists in a single game in Cavaliers history is 22. I believe Zhou Pang is very likely aiming to break that record." Upon this statement, the comments in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. "No way. Is it true that Zhou Pang can really set a record in the NBA? I doubt it. Getting assists isn't that easy." Exactly. After such a long break, LeBron and the others probably have cooled down. What are these people thinking? Zhou Pang is one of us. We should support him no matter what. Yes. Not supporting him isn't being a true Huaxiao person. Seeing the audience's fervent reaction, the on-site director promptly instructed Chi to add a segment. A prize giveaway was announced. If you believe Zhou Pang can break the record, choose A. Otherwise, select B. Winners will share in a cash prize from the pool. As the camera pulls back to the court, the atmosphere is far from relaxed. The key players from both teams have returned, and the final showdown is about to commence. The Hornets initiate the play. At this moment, Walker has regained his composure. No longer fixated on the notion of overwhelming Zhou Pang with his individual prowess, what he seeks is a genuine victory. On the offensive front, the Hornets strategically position Al Jefferson against Love, while Batum takes on Mozgov. This mere shift in personnel introduces a new dimension to the Hornets' attack. Let us not forget, Batum's shooting ability is undeniably lethal. As the players engage in a back-and-forth struggle, Al Jefferson utilizes his robust upper body strength to effectively box Love in the paint, while Batum retreats to the left corner, creating ample space. Seizing this opportunity, Walker promptly signals for Williams to set a screen, capitalizing on his speed to drive towards the basket. Even with James trailing behind him, Mozgov needn't concern himself with defense. However, his imposing physique seems to come at the cost of intellect. Momentarily befuddled, he decisively abandons Batum to rush into the paint for support. Consequently, Walker sees no need to force the play, deftly passing the ball to the wide-open Batum in the corner. With a swift motion, Batum effortlessly sinks a three-pointer. The Hornets, having scored, display no inclination to celebrate. It is the ensuing defensive sequence that will truly test their mettle. On one hand, they are burdened by the pressure of the score gap, and on the other, they grapple with the moral dilemma of neutralizing Zhou Pang. Alas, in these times, even playing a game is no simple feat. Observing the tormented expressions on the faces of the opposing players, Zhou Pang smiles, as memories of his own middle school experiences resurface. Back then, he was immersed in a rigorous academic regimen filled with weekly quizzes, monthly exams, and periodic mock tests, essentially a relentless cycle of evaluations. Overwhelmed by the weight of these assessments, he ultimately resorted to cheating. Yet, despite his inclination towards dishonesty, Zhou Pang felt a profound internal conflict. This emotional turmoil led to a dismal performance on that particular exam. Now, the Hornets players find themselves in a similar predicament. Their minds unsteady. Competing in a game is a strenuous endeavor, consuming both physical and mental energy. Losing focus at this juncture is tantamount to gifting points to the opponent. Sensing the psychological strain on his adversaries, Zhou Pang calls for Love to set a screen and gradually penetrates towards the paint. A discerning observer would immediately recognize that Zhou Pang has no intention of scoring himself. Firstly, he lacks the necessary acceleration, and secondly, Al Jefferson and Batum have effectively positioned themselves to defend the paint, where then lies his opportunity. Yet, the only thought resonating in the minds of the Hornets players is, neutralize Zhou Pang. Driven by this singular obsession, they abandon all reason and converge upon him. It is precisely this moment they have been waiting for. Without even glancing, Zhou Pang effortlessly sent the ball into Love's hands with a swift backhand before gracefully turning away. The swish of the basketball through the net roused the Hornets from their stupor. They had just conceded another 3 points. On the sidelines, Clifford grew frantic, urgently shouting, "Defend! Focus on defense!" Yet to the players, his words resonated as a call to action. Take him out. Quickly eliminate Zhou Pang. As a new possession commenced, the Cavaliers launched yet another offensive assault. Zhou Pang positioned himself on the right wing, gesturing to his teammates to spread out. This singular action nearly brought Clifford and Chio to tears of excitement. By all means, the young lad was finally going to take on a one-on-one. However, in the next moment, both were left bewildered. As the formation opened up with 4 players outside and 1 inside, Zhou Pang effortlessly passed the ball into the hands of Mozgov in the paint. For heaven's sake, Zhou Pang still wouldn't shoot. Clifford, in a fit of frustration, called out to the referee, the opposing defender lacks competitive spirit. The referee, equally perplexed, inquired, what has that child done? He has only attempted a shot once since the game began. This is simply outrageous. Clifford felt aggrieved. To his surprise, the referee chuckled and replied, "Oh, Clifford, I didn't realize your mindset was so resilient. You are trailing by nearly 20 points, yet you still have the energy to jest." At that moment, Clifford indeed appeared to be a figure of ridicule. As the third quarter concluded, Zhou Pang added 4 assists to his tally, yet scored not a single point. Rich Paul found himself increasingly anxious, eagerly anticipating Zhou Pang to break the record. However, Zhou Pang harbored different thoughts. With the Cavaliers already leading by 20 points, there seemed to be little suspense left in the fourth quarter. Did he still need to take the court? Truth be told, breaking the record did hold a certain allure for Zhou Pang, but that interest was fleeting. When weighed against the risk of injury, he prioritized his safety. Just as Zhou Pang contemplated clocking out for the fourth quarter, the soft-spoken system chimed in with a timely notification. A new task had been issued. The host must break the Cavaliers' record for the most assists in a single game. Failure to do so would result in a 10% deduction from his talent index, while success would yield no reward. Zhou Pang, feeling exasperated, remarked, "You didn't mention this before the match. Now that it's nearly over, what is the purpose of issuing a task at this juncture?" After a brief silence, the system responded, "Due to the lack of formidable opponents, there was initially no task. However, your data has triggered a record-breaking condition, hence the sudden task issuance." How mischievous of this system to deliberately challenge Zhou Pang. With matters having reached this point, Zhou Pang could only confront them with equanimity. Before the fourth quarter commenced, Clifford remained somewhat apprehensive, for the Cavaliers had already secured victory, and Zhou Pang's chances of playing appeared slim. Yet, when he observed Zhou Pang re-entering the court alongside the substitutes, a smile returned to his face. Previously, when playing with the starting lineup, Zhou Pang needed not to shoot. Now, with the teammates replaced by substitutes, Clifford was convinced Zhou Pang would have no choice but to take a shot. Alas, Zhou Pang indeed refrained from shooting, possessing the ball, yet choosing to pass. How infuriating. As the final buzzer sounded, the game concluded. Remarkably, the Hornets failed to seize a single opportunity to score until the very last second. How utterly frustrating. Not only could they not score, but they were also unable to resort to any cunning tactics. Throughout the match, Zhou Pang achieved a personal best, recording 3 points and 23 assists. Chapter 92, Quality over Quantity. Upon leaving the court, Zhou Pang called upon James and others to assist in securing Mozgov within the locker room, allowing him to feel at ease as he took a bar of soap into the shower. There was no alternative. Mozgov's recent behavior had proven far too perilous, and no man would wish to risk a transformation of his dignity into a sunflower. "Hey, could you help me retrieve the soap?" James, while shampooing his hair, inadvertently sent the soap sliding to Zhou Pang's feet. Only James could provoke such familiarity. Otherwise, Zhou Pang would never dare to bend down. After showering and donning a more casual suit, Zhou Pang dutifully followed Tyronn Lue and James, bravely facing the post-game press conference. A remarkable tally of 23 assists in a single match. As Zhou Pang shatters the historical record of the Cavaliers, he simultaneously captures the attention of the entire league. This young Asian guard possesses an extraordinary passing ability. More importantly, Zhou Pang transcends the limitations traditionally placed on Chinese guards in the NBA, demonstrating through his actions that Asian guards can indeed excel. Let us not forget that Zhou Pang entered the league as a mere second-round draft pick. This ignites the imagination of foreign observers. If a second-round Chinese guard can reach such heights, what might a first-round Chinese guard achieve? Meanwhile, headlines across domestic media outlets have been transformed to feature Zhou Pang's record-breaking feats, fervently amplifying his prominence. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Pang's popularity in China eclipses that of all NBA stars. All of this does not go unnoticed by a tall figure. In a particularly lofty villa in Shanghai, a middle-aged man with a square face is engrossed in the midday sports news, astonished by Zhou Pang's performance. He meticulously reviews all of Zhou Pang's statistics and promptly concludes that he is precisely the player the national team requires. It seems a trip back to the NBA is in order. The square-faced man cannot help but chuckle, resembling the author of this narrative. The next game is just 2 days away, and the Cavaliers, upon returning to their hotel, hastily prepare for their flight back to Cleveland. Time aboard the plane is often tedious. James engages in a video call with his wife, leveraging Zhou Pang's newfound fame. In gratitude, he introduces his family to Zhou Pang. Meanwhile, JR and TT lounge in the rear corner, engrossed in some peculiar website, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. As for Mozgov, he is preoccupied with ordering takeout, the specifics of which remain a mystery that we dare not inquire about. Bored, Zhou Pang, after greeting James's family, reclines to browse Twitter, where Jenna has updated a plethora of posts, even sending Zhou Pang several stunning photos that exude coolness. This is simply outrageous. Zhou Pang sighed softly, discreetly saving the photograph to a hidden album, intending to indulge in its beauty later that evening. He scrolled through Twitter for a while, where numerous discussions centered around his recent record-breaking achievement. The atmosphere in the comments section was quite pleasant, with the majority expressing a commendable level of objectivity. Upon returning to his apartment, he reheated some soft-shelled turtle soup from the refrigerator and casually prepared a bowl of rice to accompany it. Exhausted, Zhou Pang lay down and quickly fell asleep. While others expended physical energy in competitions, Zhou Pang engaged in a battle of intellect. The myriad calculations, speculations, and strategic planning involved in each match were akin to participating in a rigorous mathematics examination. He awoke the next morning at 7:30, having slept soundly through the night. Just as he finished his morning routine and had yet to pour his cereal, a knock echoed from the door. Zhou Pang was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had last acknowledged Jenna. Could it be that her thirst for attention had driven her to seek him out? With trepidation, he opened the door, only to exhale in relief upon discovering that it was Rich Paul. In comparison, Zhou Pang was genuinely delighted by Paul's unexpected visit. After all, he was a man of considerable importance, and if he had taken the time to come, it surely signified something promising. Indeed, Rich Paul wasted no time. Barely pausing to sip a drink before he bluntly declared, "Pang, your record-breaking performance in the last game can only be described as the pinnacle of excellence." Interestingly, Paul still presumed that the record-breaking feat was part of Zhou Pang's own intentions. What is this? An opportunity to profit? Zhou Pang remained preoccupied with his task, deftly preparing a Chinese pancake in the kitchen. Rich Paul, with a sly grin, rummaged through his bag and produced a substantial stack of documents, smirking as he remarked, "Take your time to peruse these. They contain information about businesses eager to enlist you as their spokesperson." Zhou Pang cast a faint glance and calmly emerged from the kitchen, presenting 2 plates of egg pancakes, accompanied by a hot dog and a tenderloin, enhanced with some pickled vegetables, quite delightful. Without needing an invitation from Zhou Pang, Rich Paul was irresistibly drawn by the enticing aroma and immediately reached for the food. "Oh, my dear Jade Emperor, this dish you've prepared is simply divine," Rich Paul extolled. "I'm even tempted to partner with you in opening a restaurant." Disregarding Paul's extravagant praise, Zhou Pang eagerly picked up the documents. In his imagination, he envisioned an array of substantial contracts, perhaps for mobile phones, automobiles, or luxury watches. However, after perusing the contents, Zhou Pang fell into silence. "Hey, Paul, what on earth are these?" After a thorough examination, he discovered that the endorsements he was offered consisted solely of items such as condoms, aphrodisiacs, undergarments, and socks. Rich Paul wiped his mouth and shrugged. "There's no helping it. After all, you're merely a second-tier rookie. Unless you can consistently demonstrate dominance in several games, major brands will hardly come knocking." Zhou Pang let out a sigh and tossed aside all those documents. Alas, even the smallest mosquito is still a source of sustenance. Just look at these undergarments. If you were to wear them once and take a photograph, you could effortlessly earn $20,000. And consider this aphrodisiac. Who knows when you might find it useful? Rich Paul, undeterred, continued his persuasion. "By the way, there's also a spa nearby." Goodness, after all this talk, we still cannot escape such matters. Zhou Pang, aware of Paul's disposition, reasoned that since he was present, there must be some profit to be gained. He took a step back and inquired, "What about this bathing center?" To which Rich Paul shook his head in disapproval. "This establishment merely promises you a private lounge and grants you lifelong membership, with the sole requirement being that you occasionally visit for a leisurely stroll." Zhou Pang scratched his head, pondering the situation, and suddenly, Rich Paul seemed to have an epiphany, chuckling. "Ah. They proposed as the grand finale to install a hot tub in your lounge. Huh. Regardless, I, Zhou Pang, am an NBA player, a millionaire, for goodness sake. Am I truly so easily lured by a mere hot tub?" Half an hour later, Zhou Pang drove straight to the Tianshang Renjian bathhouse with Rich Paul in tow. As anticipated, the bathhouse had put on a grand display. All the staff stood in a line outside, while an eager crowd of female fans gathered around, drawn by the allure of the occasion. As Zhou Pang disembarked from the vehicle, he was swiftly encircled by enthusiastic female fans, their fervor nearly overwhelming him. "Hey, let me out. Where am I? Why is it so soft here? Who is touching my abs? Oh no, don't take off my pants. Wait, is that a hand? I can't take this anymore." Just as Zhou Pang felt his composure beginning to wane, the staff of the bathing center finally liberated him. Gazing at the radiant Zhou Pang, the owner chuckled. I specifically invited female fans for you. How do you find it? With a furrowed brow, Zhou Pang shot the owner a disapproving glare and in a lowered voice remarked, This is a public space. What kind of decorum is this? The owner, visibly startled, quickly nodded and apologized. Once they were alone, Zhou Pang instructed, Remember, it's not about quantity, but quality. Next time, choose a more discreet location. Chapter 93. Substitute play. Emerging from the bathing center, Zhou Pang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this place had everything one could desire, and the best part was that they were obedient. When told to stop, they would cease immediately, ensuring no harm was done. Stretching leisurely, Zhou Pang drove directly to the clinic gymnasium. Today, he had no appointment with Chris, as he was attending a team coordination training session. As per tradition, he arrived half an hour early, always anticipating delightful surprises. Today was no exception, as he found the illustrious European deity practicing inside. After entering, Zhou Pang did not rush. He first took out a small bag of black goji berries gifted by Ling Yun and poured them into his cup. Then, leisurely, he went to fetch a cup of hot water. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Pang calmly began his warm-up exercises at the side of the court. Observing Irving practicing mid-range jump shots, Zhou Pang struck up a casual conversation. Kyrie, you seem to be recovering well. When will you return? Without even glancing at Zhou Pang, Irving continued his practice, repeating his shots tirelessly. After sinking 50 baskets, he finally replied, It should be soon. You've been performing quite well during this period. This statement carried a hint of significance. On the surface, it seemed like a compliment, but upon closer inspection, it exuded confidence and, perhaps, a subtle threat. Of course, these were merely Zhou Pang's interpretations. Given Irving's acknowledgement of his performance, Zhou Pang politely responded with a thank you. To be honest, Zhou Pang was not at all concerned that Irving's return would jeopardize his position. On the contrary, he wished for Irving to return to the court sooner than anyone else. With the starters back, Zhou Pang could comfortably bask in victory from the bench, which was indeed his ultimate goal in joining the Cavaliers. After an afternoon of practicing plays with his teammates and adding 53-point shots to his regimen, the day's training finally concluded. Driving his red sports car, Zhou Pang deliberately took a detour down Harvard Street to check on the progress of the store's renovations. To his surprise, Jimmy was quite diligent, wearing a hard hat and overseeing the site, occasionally lending a helping hand. Judging by the pace of the renovations, it seemed the grand opening would be in less than half a month. The thought of the nightclub's opening day made Zhou Pang unable to suppress a mischievous grin. He imagined other teams visiting Cleveland would first spend money at his nightclub before inevitably losing the game. Oh, how delightfully devious. Upon returning home, Zhou Pang continued scrolling through Twitter and unexpectedly stumbled upon a Battlefield game video that had gone viral. As he browsed through the comments, he suddenly recognized several familiar names. Wall, Beal, Booker, Simmons. It dawned on Zhou Pang that many NBA stars had a penchant for gaming. Gaming? Zhou Pang was suddenly jolted awake. He glanced at the comments section, muttering, Bill? Wall? Aren't they all from the Wizards? Perfectly, they were the opponents for tomorrow. His eyes darted around, and a novel plan unexpectedly materialized in his mind. Objectively speaking, the Wizards were not lacking in strength this season. With Wall and Bill on the perimeter, and Gortat and Porter in the paint, they possessed both shooting capability and defensive prowess, a balanced offensive and defensive team. If it came down to a sheer test of strength, the Cavaliers, without Irving, would indeed face a considerable challenge. Unless Zhou Pang was willing to exert himself a little more. And therein lies the dilemma. How could he possibly afford to exert himself? Losing the game did not concern Zhou Pang in the slightest. After all, the Cavaliers were performing exceptionally well. And there was no need for him to worry about the playoffs. Zhou Pang's sole concern lies in his own interests. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is slated to face off against Wall tomorrow. It is widely acknowledged that Wall possesses remarkable speed, fierce driving ability, and a commendable shooting touch, making him a formidable opponent to defend against. In the previous match, Kemba Walker had already exhausted Zhou Pang, and now he must contend with the first overall pick, Wall. To compare them is not an exaggeration. Wall can undoubtedly be regarded as an upgraded version of Walker. No way. Absolutely not. Zhou Pang felt a sense of urgency. The upcoming match would be held at home, and he certainly did not wish to lose face before his own fans. Having just experienced the gentle affection of female admirers, he found himself quite reluctant to part with it. He desired neither to exert himself nor to suffer embarrassment. Such a perfect scenario seemed too good to be true, unless one resorted to cunning tactics. After perusing Twitter, inspiration struck Zhou Pang. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly left a comment beneath Bill's post. "Hey brother, your insights are spot on. I also play Battlefield. Would you like to team up?" In recent days, Zhou Pang had become quite the sensation, renowned for his remarkable 23 assists. Upon reading Zhou Pang's comment, Bill quickly sent him a private message. "No problem, brother. Here's my ID. Let us add each other as friends." After swiftly adding each other, Zhou Pang invited Bill to join the room and initiated a voice chat. Zhou Pang: "Hello, can you hear me?" Bill: "All right. Let us embark on a grand endeavor." Zhou Pang: "We seem to be a bit short on numbers. How about we invite Wall as well? The three of us can charge into battle in a tank. I'll take the wheel and ensure you both have the finest vantage point for our assault." Upon hearing that Zhou Pang was an experienced driver, Bill's excitement surged. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to level up. Bill: "No problem. Just give me a moment, and I'll send him a message right away." Zhou Pang was not merely boasting. Whether in his past life of relying on others or in this life studying abroad, he had always relished playing Battlefield. And his skills were quite commendable. Now, with both experiences intertwined, his prowess was undoubtedly exceptional. However, to execute his plan, Zhou Pang did not remain idle. While Bill contacted Wall, he quickly dialed the number of his high school classmate. "Hello, are you still alive? This is Zhou Pang. Are you free tonight? I'm not asking to borrow money. Right? At 10 o'clock, please log into the US server using my account and help me play Battlefield with 2 friends. What? No accelerator? I have some Black Goose game cards. I'll send you 2 shortly." All right. Zhou Pang is not one to casually choose his companions. He shares an unbreakable bond with this particular classmate, a true brother in arms. If memory serves, his name is Zhang Depeo, a quintessential gaming enthusiast. Rumor has it that he did not perform well in the college entrance examination and, upon graduating high school, established a studio specializing in gaming services. Undoubtedly capable of keeping the likes of Were and Bill engaged for an entire night. Before long, Zhou Pang received a new friend request. Indeed, it was Were. As the game commenced, Zhou Pang maneuvered his tank, leading Were and Bill directly to the front lines. He swiftly adjusted his position on a suitable hillside, ensuring that Were's artillery and Bill's machine gun could be employed effectively. In the first round, neither side fell victim to defeat, and through Zhou Pang's expert driving, Bill and Were became emboldened, collectively eliminating over 100 opponents. As the game concluded, Were, still yearning for more, urged Zhou Pang to initiate the next match without delay. In quick succession, they played 3 more rounds, with Were and Bill decimating their foes under Zhou Pang's impeccable guidance, their scores soaring. Observing that it was nearly 10 o'clock, Zhou Pang proposed, "Gentlemen, tonight has been exhilarating. Let us continue our gaming spree." "Absolutely. We shall battle until dawn. I am to slay 1,000. With affirmative responses from both, Zhou Pang chuckled and added, "However, I reside in an apartment. I shall refrain from using my microphone to avoid disturbing the neighbors. We shall communicate through our minds." Both were utterly captivated by Zhou Pang's driving prowess, leaving them without a hint of suspicion. Having secured their participation, Zhou Pang promptly messaged Zhang Depeo to clarify their plans and schedule. With everything in place, he savored a cup of warm milk and blissfully drifted into slumber. Chapter 94. Somnambulism the following morning. The first order of business for Zhou Pang was to check the gaming records. Upon reviewing them, he was astounded. They had logged off in under 10 minutes. After flipping through 3 pages of battle records, he found them all victorious. No wonder Water and the others managed to endure this long. It was sheer adrenaline that propelled them. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Pang quickly sent Zhang Depeo a red envelope containing 200 yuan, advising him to indulge in some kidney dishes for nourishment. With the competition scheduled for the evening, Zhou Pang enjoyed a simple lunch, followed by a brief rest, before heading to the clinic gym to meet his teammates. The advantage of competing at home lies in the ability to warm up in advance and train normally, ensuring peak performance when night falls. European Deity was also present, having commandeered half the court to practice jump shots with his trainer. It seemed that with the ability to leap again, a return to the game was on the horizon. Time flew by, and soon the night enveloped the arena, filling the atmosphere of the quick loan gym with joy. Seated in the locker room, the raucous excitement outside held no bearing on the players. As they prepared to take the court, Zhou Pang's phone suddenly chimed. "Chi, shouldn't you be hosting a show at this hour?" "Hee, I've arrived in Cleveland. May I conduct an interview after the match?" "Certainly. Just say the word, and I shall comply with your request." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Pang could hardly conceal the smile on his face, although he had explored various escapades with Jenna. The most unforgettable memory remained that fleeting kiss with Chi-Chi one fateful evening. Merely contemplating the possibilities for tonight with Chi-Chi filled Zhou Pang with an uncontrollable excitement, his hands incessantly rubbing against JR. This spectacle would undoubtedly incite envy in Moscow. However, before Zhou Pang could relish his joy for even a moment, his phone rang anew. To his astonishment, it was Jenna. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of foreboding gripped Zhou Pang. Indeed, upon answering the call, his expression turned ashen. "Darling, I'm seated just behind your substitute bench." Surprise. The shock was palpable, but joy was a different matter altogether. "Oh, yes, I'm absolutely thrilled." Haha. In the locker room, James could not help but feel a chill at Zhou Pang's eerie laughter. What on earth was the sinister presence? "As long as you're happy, I'll be waiting for you to return after the game tonight." Before Zhou Pang could muster an excuse to evade, Jenna abruptly ended the call. It was evident that Jenna was quite eager. If this trend continued, it was inevitable that Jenna and Chi-Chi would cross paths once more. Just the thought of it was enough to send shivers down his spine. With no time to strategize, Tyronn Lue was already urging him to take the court. The visiting team made their entrance first, with the fans displaying a lackluster enthusiasm, accompanied by the DJ's insistent laughter. The home team followed, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd, with the DJ roaring in excitement. Quite reasonable indeed, as Zhou Pang organized his attire in the resting area. Tucking his shirt securely into his trousers, he dared not glance back. There was no choice. Jenna's gaze was ablaze with intensity. Should she entertain any mischievous thoughts and suddenly leap upon him in a public display, wouldn't Chi-Chi witness it and harbor resentment? As the whistle blew, the match was set to commence. For the Cavaliers, Irving had yet to return, so there were no changes in personnel. On the Wizards' side, Whitman opted for a straightforward approach, deploying Wall and Beal as guards, Dudley and Porter on the wings, and the formidable Gortat from Poland as the center. Oddly enough, the mention of Poland made Zhou Pang chuckle. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. During the jump ball, Mozgov faced off against Gortat. In this period, Mozgov stood little chance against Gortat. The Wizards initiated the attack, and Zhou Pang arrived early in the backcourt to defend, his keen eye scrutinizing Beal and Wall. As he had anticipated, both players appeared distinctly lackluster. Were it not for his skin tone, Wall's dark circles would have surely expanded to his nose. Yet this is merely the first quarter. Even though Wall's performance is subpar, he is still capable of maintaining control. Beyond the three-point line, Wall gazes at Zhou Pang with no hostility. He even offers a smile. "Brother, you truly are a remarkable talent." Zhou Pang feigned a yawn and languidly remarked, "Enough of this talk. After a night of revelry, I am utterly fatigued. You mustn't take advantage of my weariness. Look at what you are saying. Bill and I have also endured the entire night. While we may engage in merriment and mischief, one must never trivialize the essence of competition." Wall has quite the principled stance. Zhou Pang nodded and stifled a yawn. Although Wall had consumed a shot of espresso and a bottle of an energy drink before stepping onto the court, he felt surprisingly drowsy. Zhou Pang's incessant yawning was contagious, and Wall found himself unable to resist the fatigue. His head felt as if it were burdened with a stone, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball to Beal, who was stationed at mid-range. Yet, Beal was not in a much better state. While Wall had merely stayed up playing video games, Beal had taken advantage of the loading times to indulge in 2 intimate moments with his girlfriend. In terms of exhaustion, no one on the court was more fatigued than Beal. After Wall had tirelessly maneuvered the ball for most of the game, only 6 seconds remained on the shot clock. With no time for contemplation and little energy to spare, Beal caught the ball and took a jump shot without even opening his eyes to glance at the hoop. Swish. What else could be done? The defender, JR, felt equally helpless. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue remained unfazed, considering it just a stroke of luck, inconsequential. However, the Wizards' head coach, Whitman, frowned in bewilderment, wondering why their first offensive attempt had appeared so lethargic. As the possession changed, Zhou Pang positioned himself at the arc to face off against Wall. For some inexplicable reason, Wall's mind began to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Listening to Zhou Pang's soothing words, Wall's eyelids grew heavier, and at that moment, he felt as if he had nestled into his mother's embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Pang dribbled the ball towards the paint and executed a mid-range jump shot, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Whitman was taken aback, shouting furiously from the sidelines, "Wall? What are you doing? Defend." This outburst jolted Wall back to reality, and he quickly advanced the ball to the frontcourt following Gortat's inbounds pass. Having learned from previous mistakes, Wall refrained from engaging in a verbal exchange with Zhou Pang, instead positioning himself at the arc, ready to initiate an offensive play. However, Wall's mental state was exceedingly poor, and his physical coordination had deteriorated significantly. As a result, when he attempted to execute a between-the-legs dribble to alter his rhythm, the ball unexpectedly grazed his leg and bounced away. Zhou Pang could not let this opportunity slip by. He swiftly retrieved the ball and dashed towards the backcourt. Initially, Wall intended to struggle and pursue, but to his astonishment, as he took his first step, his legs buckled, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. With the ball changing hands, Wall dared not dribble further, opting instead to pass the ball to Beal as he glided to the baseline, where he began to doze off. On the right wing, Beal glanced at the ball in his hands, pondering how it increasingly resembled a pillow. A pillow? How delightful it would be to have a pillow at that moment. Unbeknownst to Beal, in full view of the audience, he leaned his head against the basketball, a look of comfort gracing his face. The referee was left dumbfounded. After years of officiating, he had never witnessed someone harbor such thoughts about a basketball. Chapter 95. Still want to sleep? On the sidelines, Whitman's face turned an alarming shade of green. What on earth were these foolish boys doing? They were bringing shame upon Cleveland. Beal, wake up. Whitman's furious shout jolted Beal back to reality, reminding him that he was still in a game. Glancing at the remaining 12 seconds on the shot clock, Beal steadied himself, taking a moment to assess his teammates' positions. Durant was establishing position in the paint. Dudley was lurking in the right corner. Porter had drawn Love to the left wing, while Wall was, astonishingly, dozing off on the right wing. Wait, dozing off? Beal blinked in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Wall had indeed closed his eyes. Goodness, how envious. There was no choice. Beal signaled for Durant to come forward and set a screen. Confronted with such a robust center, Zhou Pang did not resist, but willingly yielded the space. After all, if the defense was lacking, it was not his concern. He could blame Mozgov for that. Yet, on this particular day, Beal was indeed possessed by something extraordinary, as he remarkably sank a three-pointer despite his overwhelming fatigue. This left Zhou Pang bewildered. Could this be the essence of talent? As several more plays unfolded, the Wizards began to falter, with Wall remaining in a daze and Beal gradually losing focus after sinking 3 miraculous shots. In contrast, the Cavaliers found themselves in their element. Scoring, assisting, defending, and stealing with ease, one might mistake it for Jordan gracing the court. As the score gap widened, Whitman could no longer contain his frustration and resolved to call a timeout for adjustments. Upon hearing the whistle, Beal and Wall exhaled in relief, sprinting to the bench. Without waiting for Whitman to speak, they collapsed into their seats, promptly closing their eyes. The remaining trio exchanged glances with Whitman, uncertain of how to proceed. The game had only just begun, and the Wizards were trailing the Cavaliers. Even Whitman was reluctant to let the two in a stupor continue. Yet, there was no alternative. Those two in a daze were still performing better than those on the bench. Cursing under his breath, Whitman hastily summoned several cups of American coffee, forcefully prying open the mouths of Beal and Wall to pour the brew inside. Good heavens, even the donkeys of the production team would not be subjected to such treatment. As the break concluded and the match resumed, Wall, after a brief rest, evidently improved, brimming with vitality as he advanced the ball past half-court. Just as he contemplated how to execute the upcoming attack, that rascal Zhou Pang yawned yet again. Why do you always yawn? What's with the incessant yawning? Wall struggled to articulate his frustration, succumbing to yet another yawn. Zhou Pang feigned a sense of despondency and chuckled. It's nothing. Poor Wall is exhausted again. With a swift change of direction, Wall surged towards the paint, utilizing his speed. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Pang would have to exert tremendous effort to catch up with Wall. However, today was different. While Wall felt he was racing at full throttle, to the spectators and Zhou Pang, it appeared as though he was merely strolling. Zhou Pang effortlessly kept pace with small, agile steps and leapt to deliver a resounding block, feeling quite pleased with himself. The commentators were amused by the spectacle. Oh brother, has Wall forgotten to refuel today? Why is his speed in breaking through so sluggish? Perhaps someone has stolen his engine. His performance since the beginning has been utterly uncharacteristic. Even the Cavaliers players were left bewildered. James, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Wall and inquired, Brother, are you nursing an injury? Wall replied with a wry smile. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine, just a bit fatigued. James was taken aback, glancing at the scoreboard. He noted that only 6 minutes had elapsed in the game. How could he be tired already? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It happens to the best of us. Throughout the first half, Wall and Beal remained in a state of confusion, combining for 15 attempts but only managing to score 4 baskets, 3 of which were made by Beal. On the other hand, the Cavaliers displayed remarkable prowess, with James penetrating the defense as if it were an unguarded territory, executing layups, dunks, and jump shots, amassing an impressive total of 18 points. Zhou Pang performed admirably, especially with the presence of the 2 young ladies in attendance today. Driven by the vanity inherent in man, he perspired profusely, concluding the first half with an impressive stat line of 7 points, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. During the halftime break, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. At this juncture, Whitman, having come to an understanding, decided to quell his irritation and urge Wall and Beal to lie down and catch up on some rest. If their performance did not improve in the second half, surrender would be the only viable option. Meanwhile, within the Cavaliers' locker room, jubilation reigned supreme. JR was nearly breathless with laughter, exclaiming, "I am utterly bewildered." Beal pressed his face against the basketball right in front of me. I thought to myself, does this basketball possess an alluring quality? LeBron chimed in, "Indeed." The Wizards' backcourt today was quite absurd, appearing as if they had not yet awakened. Together, their performance scarcely matched that of a single competent player. Wouldn't you agree? Feeling a twinge of insecurity under LeBron's reassuring pat on the shoulder, Zhou Pang refrained from speaking further, opting instead for a sheepish grin. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the soft egg system, announcing a new task. Please interrupt Beal and Wall, who are currently asleep. Failure to complete this task will result in a 10% deduction from your talent index. Success will reward you with a delightful dream tonight. What on earth? Zhou Pang and his companions were utterly bewildered. They had engaged in games with those 2 individuals throughout the entire night and were now being denied the respite of sleep. As a reward, they were merely promised the chance to indulge in pleasant dreams later that evening. Was this not excessively unreasonable? Even someone as opportunistic as Zhou Pang felt a twinge of moral quandary at this moment. However, upon further reflection, the deduction of 10% from their innate potential did seem somewhat detrimental. Nevertheless, they resolved to proceed. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How could they prevent the others from succumbing to slumber? Zhou Pang could not just swagger into the changing room and knock on the door, shouting, "Open up, wake up and get high." Just as he was caught in a dilemma, he suddenly received a text from Chi-Chi. "You played exceptionally well in the first half. Keep it up," sighed Zhou Pang. "Ah, Chi-Chi." In an instant, Zhou Pang devised a brilliant plan. "Chi-Chi, could you do me a favor and interview Beal and Wall in the Wizards' locker room?" With their considerable talent and reputation, and given that they had nothing pressing to attend to, Chi-Chi readily agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wall and his companions were in despair. Just as they were about to drift off to sleep, a throng of individuals suddenly burst into the locker room. Whitman inquired and soon learned that they were reporters from China seeking to interview Beal and Wall. It is well known that the Chinese market boasts a vast fan base and substantial purchasing power, making it a coveted opportunity for any star athlete. For the sake of their financial futures, Whitman resolutely roused them from their slumber, compelling them to partake in Chi-Chi's 10-minute interview. Once the interview concluded and halftime came to an end, the second half of the game commenced. Upon returning to the court, Beal and Wall appeared utterly dejected. They were truly on the brink of collapse. Zhou Pang cast a sidelong glance at the 2 individuals, inwardly amused. Still wishing to sleep? Hurry up and lose this match. There will be ample time for rest afterward. Chapter 96, Masters of Time Management. The Cavaliers, fortified by LeBron James, were already a formidable team. And with Zhou Pang employing underhanded tactics to incapacitate Wall and Beal, the game in the second half devolved into a one-sided massacre. Beep. The final whistle sounded, sealing the score at 102-89, with the Cavaliers triumphing by a resounding 13 points. In this match, James and Love combined to score 52 points, undeniably showcasing their prowess as a dynamic duo. Zhou Pang, though not particularly remarkable, managed to secure 11 points. Yet, as previously mentioned, his significance transcends the confines of the court, revealing itself more profoundly in his conduct off the field. As a victor, Zhou Pang exhibited neither elation nor pride. Instead, he calmly approached the Wizards' bench to embrace Wall and the others, offering words of encouragement. Beal, visibly frustrated, lamented, "Pang, you owe me this time. Take me along to win 10 more games." Zhou Pang chuckled in response, "No problem, but it will have to wait a while." He relished the thought of competing against the Wizards, almost eager to engage in a game with them. However, Beal, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, assumed that Zhou Pang had other commitments that evening. Speaking of which, It indeed seemed that Zhou Pang had pressing matters to attend to, matters of considerable urgency. Oh dear. There were two young ladies waiting outside. What to do? In a flurry of thought, Zhou Pang returned to the locker room, foregoing a shower to first place a call to Jenna. Hey, head to my house first. The key is under the mat at the door. I have a meeting and dinner to attend, which I cannot avoid. I'll be back a bit later. Kisses. Having addressed Jenna's situation, Zhou Pang then took a cold shower, contemplating how to navigate the complexities involving Chi-Chi. Fortuitously, he was exempt from post-game interviews that night, allowing him to luxuriate in the shower a while longer. After nearly exhausting the skin from his body, Zhou Pang reluctantly returned to the locker room, where Chi-Chi awaited him with her team. In front of the cameras, Chi-Chi maintained her composure, initially posing routine questions before addressing inquiries from fans and reading comments. Within half an hour, the interview concluded pleasantly. With official matters settled, personal affairs proved more challenging, as everyone else departed. The expansive space was soon left with only Zhou Pang and Chi-Chi. It had been a long time since they last met, and the sense of nostalgia was palpable. For Zhou Pang, awkwardness was entirely absent. Soon, they engaged in delightful conversation. Shall we go for a meal? Being at the Quick Loan Arena, Zhou Pang naturally led Chi-Chi to the nearby dining establishment. After all, with James having his own exclusive booth and black card there, it would be remiss of Zhou Pang not to visit. To borrow a phrase from Kobe, isn't the leader meant to pick up the tab? The staff at the restaurant were well acquainted with Zhou Pang, not only due to the impact of his record-breaking performance but also because of his frequent visits. To put it succinctly, James himself had scarcely frequented his own booth, while Zhou Pang would often drop by for a steak and a juice. Although James had subtly hinted to Zhou Pang about his spending habits, each time Zhou Pang would merely compare himself to the other stars. Look at Anthony. Would he be as stingy as you? He would say. And consider Kobe. Would he hesitate to treat his teammates to a meal? If you continue to be so frugal, I might have to recount the tale of Jordan treating Kobe to dinner. Consider this. If Jordan could cultivate a talent like Kobe over a meal, why can't you do the same? Let us not forget, I am also a guard. This was the first time LeBron had heard such words, momentarily taken aback. He could only feign nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively, saying, "My private room is at your disposal. Feel free to use my membership card." Zhou Pang was thoroughly enjoying himself, oblivious to the countless late nights James spent shedding tears over the bills. As they dined and conversed, they were unaware that it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Which hotel are you staying at?" "I shall escort you back," Zhou Pang offered, a hint of urgency in his voice. He had already received 4 calls from Jenna, and the text messages had been incessant. Perhaps due to the effects of a bit of alcohol, Chi-Chi's cheeks were flushed. Her eyes glazed with inebriation as she gazed at Zhou Pang.